Chapter 1 Befareeth Soul Transmigration. Awake, O awake, junior brother Kaihus awakened. As Therum gradually quieted down, Wang Kai Thera quietly, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts like kiriging tide. Heslo leo penitas, and Dwatmathis unfamiliar faces the cacophonia round Hymonli zervid to exacerbate the fog that clouded his mind. Huas filled with perplexity. Could it be the Trulihan died? Had he been brought back to life? Before he could regain his senses, he heard Lear Hugh's excited shouts. Ah, Hezreali awake. Then, the voice off the plump Wuleo Sanicode, quickly lay him down and let him rest there. Wiping the beats off sweet from his brow, Wuleo San took a deep breath and began to circulate his energy. The surrounding crowd praised him inunazin, Wushikshan possesses boundless magical power. His cultivation has advanced a diet again. Listening to Theflatory, Wuleo San felt a swell affright. After a round of meditation, he stood up. Alright, everyone disperse. Kia has just returned to his sense his body is still quite weak. He must rest and recuperate over the next few days. In 3 days, he shall be able to. Thicrod responded nunizin, disciple shall heed Wushikshian's decree. Satisfied, Wuleo San nodded, if there are any issues, seek me out at Qingyun Peak. With that, Hestrode towards the Duras Thicrod bid him farewell. On Cethio Thursha departed, tranquillity returned to Therum. Wang Kalathir, beginning to recall all that had transpired. He had been crossing the street Isuzuel when, tragically, a drunken driver narid like tan knocked him down, sending his body soaring into the air. In that fleeting moment, his life flashed before Isaiah's like a lantern show, thus absurdly ending his existence on earth. His last lingering thought was whether his father would manage to retrieve the over 100,000 yuan in his stock account, hoping Jit wouldn't fall into the hands of some scoundrel. In a days, he had no idea how long he had drifted, as if ensnared in a endless slumber. Suddenly, a powerful force of women, and before he could react, he was propelled in that direction. On this day, far from earth, Wang Kai's soul transmigrate into a realm of cultivation. He had never expected that on a day, that a doff transmigration would wash over the humble farmer's son. His life had been unremarkable, being the seventh child in his family. His father, Anotori Osidler, spent his days in leisure perhopshes in limament of Blora ways at the card table during Dagami of Dodiju. His father pinned deliciopis in him, yet was not cut out for academics. After 3 years in a vocational schule, he boarded a southbound train alana to sequort kin the southern cities. Upon Naravinjan Thesity, Heffel tutter Lila stand disoriented. He had carried cement at construction sites, washed his he's in restaurant kitchens, and handed out flyers in the streets. Despite his diligent and down-to-earth nature, he never struck a trich, managing in litoscopy. Hewtness said the sincerity, deceit, and treachery of various cities, but remarkably he maintained his genuine art, which Simedtob Thelest pride of the impoverished. His family had been for 3 generations. A 37, still single, it seemed unlikely there would be 4th generation. In his youth, he couldn't come up without a rea of 100,000 yuan. By 37, he had only managed to save up 200,000 yuan. When Oda was them to buy a house in Tikanta for 250,000 yuan, this stubborn and straightforward northernman couldn't learn tria tokernaren solid leicheters. Until the day faded to Katurn. Chapter 2 Awakening from Hunger. When he woke, Itwazel reading and Hanix de hunger had roused him. Blinking in confusion, he scrutinized the antique room around him, feeling a mix of familiarity and strangeness that left the momentary light dumbfounded. Brother ye, hurry and diathasparage Lear herge joyfully. Upon hearing Therakos call Beheiser, Wang Kai finally reacted, grasping Thesmol Boltek was offered and taking a hefty mouthful. Themament the porridge touch of this palate, it felt as if a taste bud shader up to the flavor ways indescribable harmonious blend of faltasties, and swallow winjit brought an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Within just a few bites, the entire bowl was consumed. At that moment, a warm current surged from Mistinchen. Wang Kai Lisa cross-legged as to warmth naturally flood through his meridians, circulating throughout his body to not question the race, and it was merely the instinctive response from the old master's daily rigorous training. After a complete cycle, Heffel utterly invigorated, as if he had floated into the air before Gidlier turning to his body. This ethereal sensation gradually faded. However, when one key attempted to summon thought for Sigain Heffen himself at a loss, thinking, this is not scientific, he tried once more but reluctantly gave up. Hathan stood to survey his surroundings. Brother ye do you feel better? A chubby boy beside him asked with concern. Wario? I'm Liero, brother ye Dantio Yurnberm, the boy replied, his face flushing with urgency. Staring at the familiar yet strange face, Wonkia felt a wave of confusion and instinctively shukished. Do you remember how you fainted? Wong Kai Shuken. Do you remember Ornum? The chubby boy appeared increasingly anxious. Wonkia continued to shake his head. Oh no, Megan, you stay Harry and watch Emil go squishiction gatching yun peak. With that, he hurriedly dashed out. Unlethen did Wonkia not a seethan boy with a zalaw face standing to his right, around 10 years old. He did no auto respond and couldn't lig as he blankly. Brother ye how do you feel no? The sallow-faced boy inquired earnestly. Not bad. Then, brother ye, do you remember who I am? Wong Kai Shuka Kishidens more. Megan, brother ye, the sallow-faced boy's facetern Edward with urgency Asha spoke. Wong Ki also found this person familiar yet strange, but the called not place him, so he began to examine his surroundings. Looking at wooden furniture in the room, Heffel to wavy oftisness. This wasn't a hospital, was it? There were no electronic devices. Where was his phone? How could he leave without a phone? Wu Shi Xiang, how is he? There is no major issue, Wu Leo Senstro Kedisbeard. And Hemming Thavel lost this Murray. In the past, among those of whose souls were taken with soul devouring serpent, half of them neveriga in their memory a soreless fragments of them, his eyed, adding, alas, among the thath, men ended up becoming foolish, never to reconnect with Tao. Ah, what about brother ye? Let's observe for no chartasi, Wulo san remarka dasha stood up, lamenting a shiksa titharum. Farewell, Wu Shixiang, the disciple-escarist. Days turned into weeks, and eventually, one Kia Kamata understand the truth of his transmigration. The former owner of this body had been taken in by a wandering disciple of Lindsay Valley of the Jeffrey. Possessing the wood water spiritual root, he wasted Hivali's foundational cultivation method, the Lindsay decision, and designato Chingjupi as a miscellaneous disciple. Lindsay Valley was on off T5 major cultivation sect synthas region, alongside Lingyin Temple, Wanjian Mountain Bema Villa, and Fayan sect. As for the likes of Hawan sect, Chen Mahal, and Fansha Villa, they were recognized by these 5 sects. At the heart of Lingsi Val lay a spiritual spring, from which the valley derived its name. The spring flowed continuously like a stream, making it particularly suitable for alchemy, thus accounting for 40% of Terragen's alchemical practices. Lingsi Valley boasted 35 peaks of varying heights, and one Kai resided on the outer Qingzhou peak, named for its resilient bamboo. Having gentered the sect for over 7 years, he was no to years old and at the third level of refinement. Surprisingly, upon arriving in this world, the previous owner of this body had also been of mediocre talent. Over the past few days, one Kia had revisited the miscellaneous discipline to acquire the refinement section of Lingsi decision. The hall granted him a 6-month leave, meaning he wouldn't have to Kobambo for half a year. Hesa Tao Theater Sex near disciple, Wan Qing, and retrained in Lingsi decision from scratch. Perhaps due to the previous owner's foundation, Hefenalai grasped the technique on Smarifter several days. Despite having absorbed the sense of the former owner's soul, he still retained none of his previous memories. The day the former owner Rajonatoko Bambu, hissel way since Naredbi a soul devouring serpent. Wolao Sanyad Casteso calling spell as long as the serpent then digesteth a soul, it called be summoned back. Unbeknownst to him, one Kia soul had been drawn in instead. Coincidentally, the former owner shared the same name Wangchie. From his personal experience of transmigrating, he realized that the greatest opportunity for crossing into another world lay in sharing a name and surname. As for inheriting the previous owner's memories, the twas pure nonsense and should not believe Dutch claims in the future. Perhaps shaving levet through a tonsieri cultivate Lingsi decision, this to my astonishingly broke through to the 4th level of refinement. Chi refinement involved circulating a cultivation method together the spiritual nerge of the heaven sandert hanchanelit and tunsbody, selecting specific acupoints as the danchan, also known as the gate of life. Asha began to circulate spiritual nergithrough his acupoints, a portion of it would nourish each point he passed. The process of canalinja nergi from the danchan to the acupoints was known as chi refinement, while returning theramaninja nergi back to thedanchi and complete the full cycle. Cultivating key involves refining thebades acupoints until any can circulate kithroidal meridians in a complete cycle, achieving gas stadia of chemistry. But we cite essential torfin adhesi acupoints, in the realm of cultivation, the ancients devised numerous techniques. Take, for instance, water sphere technique learned from Mana's former master, which necessitates activation often specific acupoints to cast spells with utmost speed. Failing to engage in any acupoints would require activation of an additional 18, resulting in a considerable delay in spellcasting. Only through diligent refinement of TC acupoints gain on illavarage their physical advantage in combat, swiftly overwhelming opponents by pushing them into state of acupoint overheating. As the term suggests, acupoint overheating occurs when an acupoint has been utilized excessively, reaching its limit of endurance, necessitating a cooling period before it can be employed again. Forcing Theosophan overheat acupoint may lead to mold spell failure, or in several cases, catastrophic bodily rupture. What, you inquire about how to cast spells, such a simple-minded query, it is all about the acupoints. Acupoints can be harmonized through specific resin and cestiform spells. The greater the number of acupoints involved in a technique, the more powerful the spell becomes, albeit at a greater mental and spiritual cost. In the cultivation realm, shaped with extraordinary insights of countless predecessors, technique has reached a level of near perfection. Progressing through each stage does not necessitate complete mastery, yet those who attain perfection at clavilla are invariably combat prodigies. Thus, within the cultivation community, even those with physical impairments can cast spells, but they lack advantage but with fewer acupoints, they cannot sustain prolonged engagements, and if ensnared in a drawn-out conflict, they risk being worn down to their demise. The vast array of cultivation techniques is staggering, with some remarkable individuals mastering merely a handful of acupoints, ascending to the heavens after transcending tribulations. Throughout the history of cultivation, only 5 individuals have ever existed. The Kyrphaning period serves as the introductory phase of cultivation, the foundation upon which Kalale's is built. This stage is characterized by a slow unsteady grind, typically undertaken around Theogoth 20, after which on Emiso only upon forming golden elixir does a naturally embark on the path of cultivation. Should one reach Theogoth 20 without achieving complete refinement, they are destined to be stranged from Tao. In this realm of cultivation, the concept of destiny is paramount. The Deo is inherent elusive and without celestial affinity, is bound to officiate a tumultuous and regretful journey through time. Chapter 3, The Adaptation Period. It has been half a month since my soul traversed into this realm. Rising at 6 in the morning, I proceed to Kingshufing Square for the morning lessons. Kingshufing is home to over 12,000 cultivators, yet the number of Chi refinement disciples is quite limited. Among the many Chi refinement disciples, those fortunate enough to serve alongside the esteemed Golden Core, nascent soul, and spirit transformation masters benefit immensely from their occasional guidance, thus avoiding unnecessary detours in their cultivation journeys. After completing the morning lessons, I indulge in a meal, followed by practicing techniques at the training grounds in the morning and cutting bamboo on the mountain in the afternoon. For the past 6 months, Wang Chiye has been exempted from the latter task, receiving 2 spirit stones each month instead. Currently, Wang Chiye has mastered only 3 techniques: the water sphere technique from the water element, the growth acceleration technique from the wood element, and the signature skill of Lingxi Valley, the Lingxi lightness technique. Over the past 10 days, Wang Chiye has tried various methods to discover his unique talent, only to find himself deceived once more. Damn it, I've been tricked again. In my previous life, the mundane existence had already left me breathless, and now in this realm of cultivation, I remain utterly unremarkable. In a world where destiny plays a crucial role, how could the heavens be so cruel? To my left stands a slightly plump figure with a boisterous voice akin to a broken gong, Li Eru. Why not Li Dihu? It's because he lacks spiritual roots and cannot become a spiritual child. To my right is a tall, thin lad with a face full of freckles, Lu Junfei. whom you may also call Styx. These two are the closest friends of the former owner of this body, or so it is said. Liaru is at the 5th level of chi refinement with earth and fire spiritual roots, while Styx is at the 4th level with water and wind roots. Wang Qiye himself is at the 4th level, possessing wood and water roots. Damn it, the former owner was only at the 3rd level just days ago. Were it not for this incident, he would still be at the 3rd level. This aptitude speaks volumes. Alas, it appears as the elder said, in the pursuit of cultivation, one's destiny is paramount. Without it, no matter how diligent one is, achieving the golden core stage in this lifetime remains a distant dream. How is it that even after my soul has traversed realms, I still feel such despair? Currently, Wang Qiye has only mastered 3 techniques: the growth acceleration technique from the wood element, the water sphere technique from the water element, and the Lingxi likeness technique from Lingxi Valley. Bored at the training grounds one morning, I was suddenly struck by a water sphere and instantly became a drenched chicken. Looking in the direction of the water sphere, I found it was you again, Xiao Heibai, little mischief. Suddenly my vision brightened as another water sphere ignited before Zhao Linger. Damn it, here it comes again. Hee hee, Wang Qiye, take this, echoed a voice like silver bells accompanying the water sphere's trajectory. Time seemed to slow as I rolled to the left like a lazy donkey. Yet the water sphere continued its relentless approach. Ha, Wang Qiye, you've truly become a drenched dog now. The onlookers erupted into laughter. You little rascal. Even with the life experience of 37 years, I found it hard to contain my frustration towards this 12-year-old girl. Pointing at Li Shiner, I exclaimed, you little brat, don't think just because you look charming, I won't dare to strike back. Perhaps it was my ire at the unfairness of fate that this little brat has already reached the 6th level of chi refinement. With that foolish demeanor of yours, you should train for another 300 years. Ha ha, hey, you little rascal, you're so arrogant. Prepare to face the consequences. As I invoked the Lingxi lightness technique, I lunged forward with a punch water shield. It seemed Li Shiner was well prepared. She must have been quietly gathering her energy earlier. Damn it, another miscalculation. A surge of force rebounded me, and after 2 flips, I finally landed gracefully, though I felt my blood surge in response. You wretched girl, just you wait, I'll make you pay. With that, I turned to leave. A dog in despair dares to boast of its bravery. Li Shiner, of course, was laughing jubilantly, her face brimming with pride. Once I turned away, my anger dissipated. My 37 years of experience prevented me from being truly upset over a 12-year-old girl that I merely intended to teach her a lesson. But who knew I was outmatched? Suddenly, I collided with a soft figure, jolting me back to reality. Miss Mu, I'm so sorry, please forgive me. I quickly reached out to help the little girl up. You pervert, Mu Wanqing, upon being pulled up, immediately cast an electroshock spell, sending me sprawling back. Damn it, another 12-year-old at the 6th level of chi refinement, and she can cast spells instantly. Are all these little rascals so formidable now? Have you heard? Yesterday at the training grounds, a lovesick fool made a move on the goddess Mu Wanqing, who was tragically assaulted by the lecherous Styx, while he gossiped nearby. Styx, it seems, was born at the wrong time. Had he been on Earth, he would have been a top-notch paparazzo. Who was it? Who was it? The broken gong inquired impatiently. I heard it was a crooked mouth with a wobbly gait and a hedgehog hairstyle. Styx replied while shoveling food into his mouth. I've never seen such a person. From now on, we must be cautious and observant. Damn it, rumors spread so quickly, although I possess the mind of a 37-year-old. I currently inhabit the body of a 10-year-old. Moreover, while I have embarked on the path of cultivation, the girls are merely 11 or 12 years old. Their bodies have yet to mature. What could I possibly be thinking? Which scoundrel spread such baseless rumors? Stop listening to gossip. If such a person existed, they would have been dealt with by Mu Wanqing's admirers on the spot. Wang Qiye interjected while chewing on some greens. That makes sense. So, who is it? Li Eru asked, his dim-wittedness evident. How on earth did this foolish head reach the 5th level of chi refinement? His intelligence is truly concerning. One must wonder if he will ever reach the golden core stage. How long can your earth armor hold up? I quickly changed the subject. Those 2 girls are out of your league, but dealing with you 2 little rascals is more than manageable. Earthshield. Earthshield, I've said it countless times. 56 breaths, Li Eru replied, both disgruntled and proud. Not bad, such significant progress in just over 10 days. Styx looked enviously. Wang Qiye nodded. This might be the best news he has heard all month. Lacking a unique talent, I once felt lost and despondent even during morning lessons. The teachings on cultivation techniques seemed shrouded in mystery, leading me to question my very existence. It was only when I inadvertently applied my decades of experience and treated it as a science that I experienced a moment of enlightenment. Everything suddenly made sense. this cultivation civilization surpasses Earth by several levels. It's merely training. As long as I adopt Earth's scientific training methods, I am confident I can carve out a place for myself in this realm of cultivation. With that thought, I gathered my two friends and began training. Due to the scarcity of experimental subjects, my best result thus far has merely been transforming the water sphere into a shade of green. Sticks, however, showed no signs of progress, indicating that the wind and water elements are incompatible. Thankfully, good news finally arrived from Liero. After incorporating my suggested techniques into the turtle breathing technique, his progress has been astonishing. This proves that by grasping the correct methods, one can unlock the entire cultivation civilization. Cultivation civilization. For a moment, Wang Chia chuckled in elation. It seems I need to increase the number of experimental subjects while ensuring no one notices anything unusual. How shall I achieve this? On the following day, while lost in thought at the training grounds, I was once again struck by a water sphere, becoming a drenched chicken yet again. Right, this little sprite possesses such high aptitude, she is the perfect candidate. Sometimes, the failure of an experiment may simply be due to the subject's mediocre qualifications. Damn it, I am certainly not mediocre. I merely haven't found the right method. As I approached Li Shiner, she cried out, "Don't come any closer, Wang Chia, your eyes are shining so brightly, it frightens me." While brandishing the ice spike technique, she nervously retreated. "Hey, don't run, Li Shiner, I just thought of a brilliant idea." "Really, you can't be serious." Upon hearing my suggestion, Li Shiner's excitement was palpable. Think about it. That water shield yesterday deflected my force with such immense power. If we could combine it with the ice spike technique at the moment of deflection, the power of the ice spike would multiply exponentially. That might actually be worth a try. Li Shiner mused, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. "Let us go." With that, she eagerly conjured a water shield, encasing herself in a large water sphere. "Here it comes." I too, filled with anticipation, launched a punch with all my might. Just as the water sphere began to cave in, the entire structure suddenly collapsed, drenching Li Shiner completely. The outcome left me utterly astonished. "Are you sure you didn't retaliate against me?" "How could I? Failing at first is entirely normal. Let us try again." At that moment, I felt a wave of satisfaction wash over me. Not only did I get to settle old scores, but I also had a clear view of Li Shiner. "Alright, let us go again." Li Shiner summoned another water shield. "You really didn't retaliate against me?" Seeing Li Shiner drenched once more, my delight knew no bounds. Indeed, happiness is often built upon the suffering of others. "No, really, I didn't. Come on, let us go for the next round," I urged her on. "Fine, just let me catch my breath." The next day, I reveled in the morning's activities, lamenting how swiftly time flies. It is said that karma is relentless. Who can escape the divine retribution? Yet, that sparkling girl gazed at me for quite some time. On the third day, I pressed, "Hurry, let us go again. It's almost time for lunch," I urged, feeling triumphant. "I'm tired." Wang Chia finally noticed that the dark-skinned young girl had reddened eyes. Had she not been drenched from head to toe? One might have caught a glimpse of the tears shimmering at the corners of her eyes. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he stammered, "Well, let us call it a day." While scratching his head, he added, "On the fourth day, let us begin." He directed his energy towards Li Xiner. "I'm not coming anymore. I spent the entire night thinking about it, and you're just toying with me, you big bad guy." Li Xiner retorted indignantly. "Oh, you ungrateful wretch," Wang Chia exclaimed as he watched the girl turn her head away. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words, unable to coax her into falling for his tricks again. He could only find a secluded spot, sit cross-legged, practice his waterball technique, and steal glances at the crowd in the training ground, searching for his next target. Chapter 4, The Turmoil of Experimental Targets, Part 1. Hey! Isn't the Jiang Yuyan, the girl with a face full of acne who enjoys trailing behind Yuan Mangyao and spewing nonsense, he thought to himself, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he approached the acne-ridden girl. "Jiang Yuyan, do you wish to elevate your cultivation?" "What do you mean by that?" Jiang Yuyan asked, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Chia. She continued tossing a fireball from her right hand to her left. One could not deny that this girl had mastered the art of fire manipulation. "Are you a fire spirit root?" Wang Chia inquired. "Isn't that obvious? Are you blind?" She snapped back, "Damn it, I miscalculated and stirred up a hornet's nest." Indeed, there is no falsehood in her reputation, Wang Chia thought, contemplating leaving, yet feeling a twinge of reluctance. He clenched his teeth and said, "I had a dream last night about an immortal who imparted a fire technique to me." "Senior brother Chia, please enlighten me." Jiang Yuyan, who had initially appeared indifferent, now clutched Wang Chia's sleeve, pleading eagerly. Her ability to change her demeanor was astonishing. Moments ago, she referred to him as a stranger. And now, in her moment of need, she addressed him as senior brother Chia, a truly remarkable girl. However, I am a soft-hearted person. For the sake of your desire to deceive me, I will share this with you. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. Oh, senior brother Chia, I promise I won't tell anyone. Please just tell me, she urged, jumping up in excitement. To his surprise, without that acne, her voice was rather pleasant. Realizing he could no longer tease her, he recalled an old man who could not discern appearances, who had transformed a fireball from one hand to another, eventually merging them into one. He hurled this fireball at a small hill, and upon hearing 3 loud explosions, Wang Chia rushed over to investigate, only to find a large crater where the fireball had detonated. Wow, what a remarkable display, he exclaimed, turning back to congratulate the old man, only to find him vanished. As he continued to embellish his story, gesturing with his hands, he couldn't help but observe Jiang Yuyan's eyes sparkle like stars, realizing that this foolish girl believed him, igniting a sense of joy within him. Senior brother Chia, how can I learn such a technique? She asked, her excitement palpable as her breath quickened, her cheeks flushed with anticipation. Fear not, I believe the old man must have concealed one fireball within another. You should try it out so the old man knows, Wang Chia said, fully aware that the scientific validity of such a technique was irrelevant to him. Jiang Yuyan eagerly agreed, sitting cross-legged to calm herself before attempting her first try at balancing a fireball in each hand proved to be no challenge for her. But no matter how she pressed, the 2 fireballs refused to merge, leaving her drenched in sweat from the effort. Wang Chia, equally perplexed, felt a hint of anxiety as he realized he had not managed to deceive her. Quick, think of a way. Yes. Create a hole, turn the left fireball to the left and the right fireball to the right, and drill a hole. Seemingly oblivious, she half-heartedly followed his instructions, unexpectedly yielding results as the right fireball diminished slightly. Elated, she exerted all her strength. Hey, it worked. Damn, how could it possibly work? What a disappointment. Suddenly, Wang Chia's eyes sparkled as he witnessed the now unified fireball erupt into a small fire dragon that lunged towards Jiang Yuyan's left arm. In a panic, she leaped up, executing a backflip. The fire dragon pursued relentlessly, an astonishing sight to behold. Landing back on her feet, she frantically reached for the dragon's head and, in a moment of sheer luck, managed to grasp it. 3 breaths later, the fire dragon transformed back into a fireball, dissipating slowly in her grasp, though her left sleeve was charred, exposing a reddened and swollen arm. Senior sister, is your arm all right? Wang Chia feigned concern, though inwardly he reveled in the satisfaction of revenge, thinking, tonight, I shall indulge in 3 bowls of wine. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. It's nothing serious, just a bit of rest tonight and I'll be fine by tomorrow. Ah, so soon, I'm slightly disappointed, he mused, yet the sight of her torn sleeve filled him with a delightful thrill akin to ants crawling on his heart. Damn it, I let something slip. Well, I'm used to it. This is merely a minor injury, she replied, promptly sitting down to meditate. It appeared her earlier composure was merely a fade. With a mere hour until mealtime, it seemed she had escaped his clutches for the day. Tomorrow shall be another splendid day, I can hardly wait. The next day, in the training ground. Jiang's sister, your arm appears to be healed, shall we commence? Indeed, senior brother Chia, Jiang Yuyan replied, first taking a moment to meditate before embarking on her first attempt of the day. The girl had evidently prepared well today, managing to evade the flames entirely. As Wang Chia observed her successfully dodge the fire, he found it utterly unbelievable. This was not cultivation. Watching her settle down to meditate in preparation for her next attempt, Wang Chia fell into deep contemplation. As mealtime approached, despite exhausting her to the point of paleness and blackened hands, there was no further progress. This experimental target seemed a lost cause. It was clear he would need to devise a new plan for tomorrow. On the 3rd day in the training ground, after witnessing Jiang Yuyan once again evade his flames with grace, Wang Chia recognized that the time to act had come. Why are you so foolish? Can't you grasp something so simple? Clearly senior brother's method is flawed. Her retort caused his face to flush red. Damn it, she had seen through him. No, he couldn't admit it. If you can't master such a simple technique, perhaps you should return home to play in the mud. Humph. As Jiang Yuyan's face flushed with indignation, turning away in silence, Wang Chia realized the moment had arrived. You silly foolish girl, I shan't play with you any longer. With that, he dashed away. Senior brother Chia, do not leave, come back. Her words ignited a fire within him, and in an instant, Wang Chia fled like a startled rabbit, employing all his agility to escape the gathering crowd of onlookers. Leaving a flurry of afterimages in his wake. In mere breaths, he vanished from sight. Only after exhausting himself did he halt, panting like a dog. Damn it, I've done nothing wrong. Why am I running? He took a step back towards the path he had come but then hesitated, realizing he ought to seek out his next target to avoid derailing his plans, finding a suitable place to hide. He settled down to meditate, pondering where his next target might be. Chapter 5, The Turmoil of Experimental Targets, Part 2. The next day, after breakfast, Wang Qie ambled leisurely around the training ground. A bun in his mouth, casting mischievous glances here and there. Li Era practiced his punches, while Ma Gan wielded a 9-section whip. Having shared breakfast, they had parted ways. Just as he strolled along, he suddenly turned to see beneath a large tree. In the cool shade of its canopy, a girl sitting cross-legged with long dark hair. She looked to be around 13. Isn't that Yuan Mengyao? How fortunate, a pillow has come to me in my slumber. He thought, marveling at her icy demeanor and beauty. Truly she embodied the essence of an ice spirit root, exuding an air of elegance that captivated him. Yuan's sister, I pay my respects, Wang Qie said, bowing slightly. To his chagrin, the girl completely ignored him, rendering the moment awkward. Had this been Wang Qie's previous self, he would have turned on his heel and walked away. However, having spent the last 2 months in the body of a 10-year-old and mingling with 100 or so 11 and 12-year-olds, his youthful spirit was reignited. Just wait, I'll have my turn, he thought, recalling how he had fixated on Wan Sheng during morning classes. Yuan's sister, senior brother Wan urged me to convey a technique to you. Would it be appropriate to share? Only then did the dark-haired girl open her eyes, glancing in his direction, akin to a star emerging in the night sky, almost blinding him. Speak, damn it, I must admit. Her aura is quite captivating. Were it not for the flush blooming on her cheeks, one might think her a formidable practitioner, he mused, almost falling for her charm. After all, youth can be a disadvantage. He chuckled inwardly, plotting to ensnare her. Yuan's sister, you possess the dark and ice spirit roots, correct? Yuan Mengyao nodded a few times but offered no further response. Wang Qie felt a surge of frustration. The idea of turning to leave now seemed the optimal conclusion. With his 37 years of experience, he found himself at a loss for how to engage with such a person. Alas, one cannot shake the feeling of confronting a formidable female adversary. Akin to a villainess from a bygone novel, long dark hair, frigid demeanor, and a calculating mind. It seems as if the temperature around has dipped several degrees, after more than 2 months of traversing the realm of cultivation. Wang Qie senses an unusual chill this morning. Facing the antagonist, one can either meet a dire fate or suffer grievous injury, which stirs within him a desire to retreat. What technique is junior sister Yuan currently practicing? With no other option, Wang Qie steels himself to continue speaking. The ice spike technique from the ice element and the shadow blade technique from the dark element, he states, while his gaze assesses Wang Qie from head to toe. The scrutiny leaves him feeling uneasy. Had he not been well informed about this one of the 3 prodigies of Qingzhou Peak, he would surely have lost his composure. Alas, with a gossip-loving companion by his side. Ignorance is not an option, however. It is indeed thanks to this gossip that the amnesiac Wang Qie has swiftly acclimatized to the world of cultivation. On that day, as usual, the junior brother listened to senior brother Wan Qing's lecture in the bamboo grove of the front yard. Finding the training somewhat monotonous, the crowd urged senior brother Wan Qing to play a tune. Though he protested, calling his fellow brothers and sisters frivolous, he eventually took out his jade bamboo melody and played a piece. At that moment, a confluence of wind, sound, and rain melded into an enchanting symphony, captivating everyone present. Unbeknownst to them, as the piece concluded, a flurry of bamboo leaves descended, mingling with shadowy figures, rendering everything indistinct. The crowd was thrown into a state of panic. And even a few bamboo leaves found their way into senior brother Wan Qing's hair, prompting him to jest. If junior sister Yuan were to master such a technique, who would dare contend with her in the grand tournament at year's end? Upon hearing this, the icy beauty finally broke into a smile, and Wang Qie felt a wave of relief wash over him. She had indeed faltered, yet something still felt amiss. Did senior brother Wan Qing truly utter such words? Observing junior sister Yuan Mengyao's sudden shyness, her gaze now flickering with warmth, Wang Qie inadvertently inflicted a sharp pang upon her, leading her to revert back to her frosty demeanor. In light of this, he could only retract his gaze. May I inquire your name, junior brother? Good heavens, after all this time, they still do not know who I am. Wang Qie, having lived 37 years, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Turning on his heel to leave. I am Wang Qie, with the character Wang composed of 3 horizontal strokes and 1 vertical stroke, the Qi of 7 and Yi as in grass leaves. Yet, despite his internal resistance, his body was undeniably honest. Junior brother Wang, you are too courteous, Yuan Mengyao replied, bowing respectfully. Has senior brother Wan Qing ever spoken of how to cultivate this technique? This woman is indeed no ordinary adversary. It seems that one cannot embark on high-difficulty challenges from the outset. For such games seldom end well, resolving to make a discreet exit, Wang Qiye continued. Junior sister Yuan, senior brother Wan Qing merely spoke casually on that day. Upon encountering you today, I was reminded of this matter. But I must now attend a duel with another senior brother, so I shall take my leave. With that, he bowed and turned to depart, after walking several paces and confirming that no one called out to stop him. Wang Qiye wiped the cold sweat from his brow with his robe, finally feeling the weight lift from his chest. This ordeal was behind him. Returning to the usual sword training area, he spotted Zhu Dachang practicing his own martial arts. Distracted, he inquired, Zhu Dachang, where is Lu Qingqing? Why are you so late today? Wang Qiye, Lu Qingqing is absent. Do you wish to spar a little? Very well, just you wait. With that, Wang Qiye made his way to the weapon rack, donned protective gear, and casually picked up a bamboo sword, striding towards Zhu Dachang, who stood ready with a hefty wooden sword. Wang Qiye wielded a slender, agile three-fingered curved blade, favoring an offensive strategy, while Zhu Dachang brandished a broad, 4-foot heavy sword, emphasizing a defensive approach. Both practiced the Lingxi sword technique, fully aware of each other's moves, and thus their duel was evenly matched. After 3 rounds, Wang Qiye finally exhaled in relief, reflecting on the earlier high-difficulty challenge. He realized that the more beautiful a woman, the deeper her scheming. With nearly 37 years of experience, he barely managed to contend with a 13-year-old girl. Should she mature further, it would be a dire predicament. Taking a deep breath, he boldly declared, receive this strike. With the blade dragging against the ground, he gathered his strength for a diagonal slash. Zhu Dachang tightened his grip, bracing himself. They met with a fierce clash, and after the impact, they exchanged kicks. At that moment, Wang Qiye felt a tingling in his hands and a heaviness in his chest, nearly losing his grip on the bamboo sword. It was exhilarating, and he let out a hearty shout. Again, raising the bamboo sword high above his head, he aimed a powerful strike, and the two collided once more. What kind of nonsense swordplay is this? Zhu Dachang seized the opportunity as Wang Qiye leaped, unable to adjust mid-air, delivering a heavy, wind-slicing strike that sent Wang Qiye's bamboo sword flying. Performing a backflip, Wang Qiye managed to diffuse the force of Zhu Dachang's attack, only to feel a sharp pain in his right hand and discover blood oozing from his palm. He quickly activated a healing technique to staunch the wound. I'll settle this later. Finding a quiet spot, he sat cross-legged and began to regulate his breathing. Suddenly, he expelled a mouthful of stagnant energy, feeling lighter and more invigorated with each meridian cleared. As his spirit soared, he felt as though he were rising ever higher, a sense of comfort washing over him. Upon his soul's return to his body, he realized he had reached the 5th layer of Qi cultivation. At that moment, a revelation struck him. The Elder's teachings on celestial destiny. Cultivation can lead to immortality, but it requires defiance against the heavens. The celestial order is ruthless, treating all beings as mere fodder, yet, it also exhibits compassion, leaving a thread of hope amid countless perils. Clearly, the notes and records he had studied were not in vain. Qingzhou Peak boasted a 100 Tales Hall, where one could exchange a spirit stone for a year's worth of access to borrow texts. Within lay the biographies of past masters, insights into martial arts, and a medley of genuine and fabricated tales. The hall was Wang Qiye's favored refuge on Qingzhou Peak. Perhaps it was due to the influx of spiritual energy, but he felt his memory was thrice that of his earthly self. Each afternoon, he would delve into 2 books, facing the mountain of texts as though it were a drop in the ocean. It was through the bamboo staff and the 100 Tales Hall that he gradually accepted this world. Previously, he had been apprehensive of the heavenly order's suppression. Now, he believed those in the nascent soul and transformation stages had brought it upon themselves, particularly those characters from the cultivation novels he'd read in his past life, who recklessly absorbed spirit veins and stones. Such individuals were akin to greenhouse flowers or hothouse vegetables, utterly unprepared for the trials posed by the celestial order. Consequently, they desperately suppressed their cultivation, struggling to survive, carefully hiding in the cracks of existence. The moment they dared to show their heads, the celestial order would reduce them to ashes. Only those who have endured the crucible of fire and blood, who have tempered their bodies and minds, could hope to challenge the heavens. As if a great secret had been unveiled, the previously clear sky above the training ground grew dark with clouds, and within moments a tempest loomed. Wang Qiye looked up just as 2 bolts of lightning illuminated the sky, as if awakening a pair of eyes, and he exchanged a silent glance with another. Rain began to pour heavily, and shouts of "run" echoed among his fellow disciples. Wang Qiye paid them no heed, instead letting out a silent laugh. Even if he were to share these sentiments with those sheltered flowers, would they possess the courage to face death? Would knowledge of the truth render them more despairing? It seemed that peaceful days were no longer in his future. Lost in thought, even the torrential raindrops felt oddly comforting. prompting him to open his arms to the sky, let the storm come with greater fury. Suddenly, 9 bolts of lightning struck the earth, reverberating with a thunderous roar that left Wang Qiye's ears ringing painfully. And the rain intensified tenfold. The once bold Wang Qiye found himself unable to keep his eyes open, cursing internally, "Goodness, this is too much." Without further pretense, he dashed toward his humble abode. Chapter 6, The Lynxy Turtle Formation. Today the sun shone brilliantly, and Wang Qiye's spirits were equally high. "Lu Qingqing, prepare to witness my prowess," Wang Qiye exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him as he twirled with his sword, resembling a spinning top a cyclone slash. Lu Qingqing leaped back, laughing with abandon. "Where do you think you're going?" Wang Qiye pursued her, spinning in a dizzying dance, but misjudged his balance, leaving him disoriented and forced to sit on the ground to regain his composure. This spectacle sent the little girl into fits of laughter. While Wang Qiye was massaging his temples to recover, he suddenly felt a chill descend upon him. Looking up, he found himself surrounded by 3 young women. And it was clear they did not come in peace. "Are you Wang Shixiang?" a 12-year-old girl inquired. "I am Wang Ergu. You must have mistaken me for someone else," he replied, shifting awkwardly. A brief silence ensued as their eyes met. Creating an awkward atmosphere, after a moment of contemplation, the girl spoke. "I am Zhao Ruoyan, sent by junior sister Yuan Mengyao to invite you for a discussion. Hadn't this matter been resolved, why were they still seeking him out?" Wang Qiye's thoughts raced. "Junior sister Zhao, is there perhaps a misunderstanding? I do not know junior sister Yuan." Zhao Ruoyan's expression darkened, and she commanded, "Take him away." The 2 women flanking her seized Wang Qiye and began to escort him towards a large tree. "What are you doing? Men and women should not engage in close contact." "Qingqing, save me!" Wang Qiye cried out in panic, calling for Lu Qingqing. "Ugh, you inconsiderate fool, always chasing after flowers," Lu Qingqing retorted, her eyes fixed on Wang Qiye's plight. "I am capable of walking on my own. As I approached the grand tree, Wang Qiye hastily instructed the 2 attendants to set him down. After straightening his robe, he made his way to the person seated in the shade. "Sister Yuan, I am honored to be here." Wang Qiye bowed respectfully. "Your brother Wang, you are too kind." Yuan Mengyao returned the gesture. "Please take a seat." "I am unworthy," Wang Qiye replied, only then noticing a small square table that had been placed there since yesterday. With a mixture of apprehension and anticipation, he took a seat. "May I inquire, sister, as to why you summoned me today?" Wang Qiye decided to be forthright and asked directly. "Yesterday, you informed me about your remarkable abilities. And today, I have prepared a token of gratitude for you. This is the 5-year-aged Xiaoyao Sanren from Lingjingshai," she said, pouring a cup of the meticulously prepared wine for him. The 5-year-aged Xiaoyao Sanren, crafted from 5 varieties of spiritual grains through a 5-year fermentation process, is valued at 100 spirit stones, a price Wang Qiye had always hesitated to pay. Realizing that no feast lasts forever, he pondered for a moment and thought, "What the heck, let us go for it." The exquisite wine was indeed worthy of its 100 spirit stone price. It was smooth upon entry with a hint of spiciness. Once swallowed, warmth radiated through his limbs, igniting a fire that enveloped his entire being, followed by a sensation akin to floating on water, truly embodying the essence of Xiaoyao. Upon opening his eyes, he found it was dark, and upon looking around, he realized he was in his own small room. "Did I get drugged?" he thought, hurriedly checking his clothes, feeling weak and limp though his attire remained intact, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Is that wretched Cultivation novel serious when it claims 1-1 get drunk from wine? What were you drinking? Water. The falsehoods of such novels are quite harmful. He couldn't help but feel that this dark-haired beauty might still be a wealthy lady, and nonetheless, Wang Qiye sensed that this incident was not yet over. And he felt a pang of melancholy. However, the feeling of drunkenness was quite delightful. The following day, upon hearing the bell for morning lessons, Wang Qiye instinctively sat up. He had briefly awakened last night but soon fell back into a hazy slumber. The after-effects of the wine were indeed potent, akin to a narcotic. Casting a water sphere spell to wash his face, he made his way to the usual spot in the square, which was still sparsely populated at that hour. Sitting cross-legged to gather his thoughts, he waited patiently for Liero and Ma Jian. It wasn't long before the 2 arrived together. Seizing the moment, Ma Gan hurriedly shared yesterday's gossip with the 2. Leaning in with eager ears, the early morning sun cast its rays upon Ma Gan's youthful face, and at that moment, the spirited young man reflected the sunlight back defiantly, the brilliance causing Wang Qiye to squint. Raising his left hand to shield his eyes, through the gaps in his fingers, he finally discerned the young man. This instant, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, reminding him of his idle farmer father, who would often be found at the card table, exuding the same vibrant energy. "Good morning, fellow disciples." A loud call snapped Wang Qiye back to the realm of cultivation. He quickly stood, bowed, and replied, "Good morning." Senior brother, meditate, the senior commanded. Wang Qiye promptly sat down, facing the rising sun, and began to circulate his energy. After completing 9 circulations, he prepared to conclude his practice, awaiting further instructions. All disciples assemble. Wang Qiye stepped back 10 paces. Positioning himself on a stone slab adorned with a pattern of green bamboo, centering his energy in his dantian, readying himself, begin. Wang Qiye, along with 22 fellow disciples, simultaneously took a breath from their dantian, moving according to specific acupoints, resonating at the same frequency to create a harmonious effect. In this moment, the 23 of them transformed into a vivid and lifelike giant tortoise, complete with a head and tail. This was one of the signature formations of Lingxi Valley, the Lingxi Turtle Formation. The first time Wang Qiye witnessed it, he was utterly astonished. The mecha dream he had been unable to realize on Earth had unexpectedly manifested in this world of cultivation. He couldn't help but marvel at the strength of the cultivation civilization, particularly the geniuses who derived inspiration from spells to develop formations, earning his utmost admiration. One cultivator can cast a fireball spell to incinerate a single tree. 1,000 cultivators casting fireball spells can obliterate an entire forest. Formations arise from the resonance of spells, requiring 3 or more individuals to simultaneously resonate at specific acupoint frequencies to achieve a cohesive formation. Using the current Lingxi Turtle Formation as an example, it is composed of 23 cultivators. Each strike from the tortoise carries the power of 23 cultivators. Each defense from the tortoise embodies the strength of 23 cultivators. This is the essence of the formation as collective power. Can a single cultivator unleash the Lingxi Turtle Formation? The answer is no. Can 23 formation flags replace cultivators to activate the Lingxi Turtle Formation? The answer is also no. The Lingxi Turtle Formation has 1 main eye and 6 secondary eyes, so at least 7 cultivators are required to initiate it using formation flags. This limitation highlights that collaboration is essential to form a successful formation. Reflecting on the false cultivation novels he had read in his past life, he couldn't help but wonder if they truly depicted the reality of traversing worlds. The harm they caused him was profound, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of loss for the time wasted on mere games and beer, one of his few pastimes. Yet, could a single cultivator form a formation with a single flag? The answer is yes, but such formations typically have only one focal point and are usually minor formations. Each flag emits a unique frequency, consuming considerable mental energy. For instance, a small formation like the Plum Blossom Formation requires 6 cultivators to resonate, expending only a slight amount of mental energy, allowing them to focus on spells against adversaries. However, if a single cultivator attempts to execute the Plum Blossom Formation, they must expend the mental energy of 6 cultivators just to maintain the resonance, leaving them without the capacity to employ spells against foes. If they remain stationary, they can sustain the formation for an hour, but any movement will cause the formation to dissolve within 10 minutes. This illustrates the limitations of single-person formations. While multi-person formations eliminate the concern of movement, the Lingxi Turtle Formation excels in defense. Asg refinement cultivators are at the entry-level stage of cultivation. They merely need to ensure their own safety while supporting their fellow cultivators. If the opponent cannot breach their defenses, they will naturally consider this resilient force. The Lingxi Turtle Formation can also launch attacks, but due to its slow movement, it primarily focuses on defense, striking only when enemies come within range, using head bites and claw strikes, while trampling and tail strikes are rarely employed due to the lengthy preparation time required for trampling and the shortness of the tail. Typically managed by substitute personnel, this limitation emphasizes the need for sufficient substitute personnel to ensure the formation's operational integrity, allowing for the replacement of injured cultivators or those whose energy is depleted. Nevertheless, once the formation is established, it exhibits formidable power. A vividly animated tortoise is the manifestation of this formation. Wang Qiye preferred to refer to it as a mecha, akin to a V587. Being able to pilot a mecha was one of Wang Qiye's few dreams from his past life. Now that this dream had come to fruition, he was filled with immense satisfaction. Every time he operated the mecha, it ignited a fervor within him, starkly contrasting with the lackadaisical attitude of his fellow disciples. It was as if the 23 cultivators were pulling a vessel together, moving in unison, creating resonance. As for the extent of power exerted by this collective effort, there were many nuances involved in how that power was applied. The Lingxi Turtle Formation, due to its sluggish speed, can be countered by simply bypassing it. It can only gaze in vain as one escapes. Alternatively, one can maintain a distance, akin to a kite, as it can only attack close-range targets. After enduring for an entire day and night, the 23 cultivators would have exhausted their spiritual energy, collapsing to the ground vulnerable to any attack. If one were to engage it, forming two separate formations to strike from the front and rear would be the optimal strategy. Preventing it from effectively countering both sides, Wang Qiye and his fellow disciples practiced the Lingxi turtle formation for half an hour, marking the end of the morning lesson. As Wang Qiye exhaled and concluded his practice, he made a significant discovery. Previously, he would be panting and utterly exhausted after exerting the same effort, yet today he found himself with a third of his spiritual energy still intact, his waist felt unburdened, and his legs were free from pain. He hadn't anticipated that the treasures of this world would exceed his expectations in effectiveness. Nearly a cup of wine had elevated him to the 6th level of qi refinement, truly astonishing. Wang Qiye began to understand those who ravenously consume spiritual veins and medicinal herbs. The rapid ascent in cultivation level was bewilderingly easy, making it challenging to maintain self-control. No wonder those delicate flowers and greenhouse vegetables felt trepidation in the face of the heavens. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but lick his lips, reminiscing about the taste of xiaoyao sanren from yesterday. Truly, that sensation was utterly irresistible, yet, he had to admit, the wine was indeed remarkable. Just then Li Arrow and Ma Gan approached. Calling out, "Wang Qiye, let us go eat. It seems that suppression of the cultivation is inevitable." Reflecting on the torrential rain from the day before yesterday, it felt almost mocking, as if to say that I had only just begun to reveal myself. And yet yesterday, everything was laid out so clearly before me, truly alarming. With this thought in mind, Wang Qiye gazed at the sky with reverence, hesitant to look too long, and hurried to catch up with Li Arrow and Ma Gan. Making their way to the dining hall, Chapter 7, the elder of Foundation Establishment teaches. After breakfast, Wang Qiye, along with Li Arrow and Ma Gan, proceeded towards the cultivation pavilion in the front courtyard. Today marked the first day of the month, a significant occasion when the elder of Foundation Establishment would impart his teachings. As the qi refinement stage is the initial phase of cultivation. All disciples were experiencing training in the outer sect, and only after establishing a foundation could they enter the inner sect. Lingxi Valley boasts over 40 spiritual veins of various sizes, with the 3 central veins being exclusively guarded by inner sect disciples. The remaining spiritual veins are more or less occupied by cultivators in the qi refinement and foundation establishment stages. Qingzhou Peak is home to 126 qi refinement cultivators and 103 foundation establishment cultivators. The outer sect's architecture is divided into 3 sections, the front, middle, and back. The structures are primarily utilitarian. In the front section, there are 3 buildings: the central square, where the disciples conduct their morning studies, the left cultivation pavilion, and the right martial arts arena. The middle section serves as the living quarters for the disciples, while the back section consists of functional areas in the front half and the living quarters for the elders in the latter half. Wang Qiye's favorite place, the Baiwan Hall, is located in the functional area. The cultivation pavilion is an octagonal gazebo perched on a hillside. One half of the slope is occupied by the gazebo, while the other half is covered in grass. The surroundings are adorned with the unique ironleaf bamboo of Qingzhou Peak, creating a remarkably elegant atmosphere. By the time Wang Qiye and his companions arrived, they were already somewhat late, and the prime spots had been taken. Wang Qiye contemplated climbing the bamboo, but upon seeing those individuals sitting cross-legged in a composed manner atop the bamboo, he abandoned the idea. When did that girl manage to ascend the bamboo? His gaze was suddenly drawn to Yuan Mengyao, who was meditating with her eyes closed on one of the bamboo stalks. He couldn't help but marvel at her prowess and glanced at the other beauties. As a white-haired cultivator with a goat-like beard ascended the cultivation pavilion, the session was finally set to begin. Greetings, Elder Gongsun, Wan Qing initiated. The disciples promptly gathered their focus. Greetings, Elder Gongsun, they responded respectfully. Shall we commence? Today, the lesson would cover the 5 elements technique. Cultivators utilize specific acupoints to resonate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, enabling them to perform various techniques, such as the fireball technique, waterball technique, ice spike technique, among others. The 5 elements interact in a cycle of mutual generation and restriction. For instance, if forming a fireball requires an energy expenditure of 100, a cultivator with a fire attribute can release it using only 50 of their energy, while a cultivator with an earth attribute must expend the full 100 to achieve the same. Conversely, a water attribute cultivator would need to expend 500 energy to release a fireball, whereas they could release a water ball with only 50 energy. This disparity in energy exchange is particularly critical in combat, as it could mean the difference between life and death for two equally matched opponents, thus, selecting the appropriate techniques for oneself is of utmost importance. Wang Jie nodded vigorously after listening and promptly posed a question he had long prepared. Elder Gongsun, I have a question. The 5 elements are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth that I am aware of, but what of light? Darkness, wind, thunder, and ice, the elder replied. Young disciple, have you already reached this level of understanding? Very well, today I shall also discuss composite techniques. Elder Gongsun cleared his throat and continued. The 5 elements generate and restrain each other. Metal restrains wood. Wood restrains water, water restrains fire, fire restrains earth, and earth restrains metal. If 2 attributes support each other, it gives rise to advanced properties of the 5 elements, known as composite attributes. Light, darkness, wind, thunder, and ice emerge as advanced composite attributes from the interaction of 2 elemental properties. Impressed by Elder Gongsun's elucidation, Wang Jie grasped the concept and asked his next prepared question. Elder Gongsun, can those with composite attribute roots still utilize singular 5-element techniques? Certainly. Elder Gongsun nodded with a smile. This disciple shows great eagerness to learn. Such diligence promises a bright future. He continued. This also pertains to the matter of energy exchange. 50 units of metal energy combined with 50 units of fire energy can produce a light technique with a power of 120. A cultivator with a light attribute can release a light technique of power 150 using only 50 units of energy. However, a light cultivator must expend 100 units to unleash a fire technique with a power of 50. Do you understand? I comprehend. Elder Gongsun, Wang Jie replied. This means composite techniques are more potent, and whenever feasible one should strive to employ them. In the absence of conditions, one must create opportunities to utilize composite techniques. Wang Jie spoke with excitement. Indeed, this child is teachable, Elder Gongsun remarked, stroking his goat-like beard with satisfaction. However, one must also be cautious. Only attributes that complement each other can enter the multiplication zone. If attributes conflict, it may lead to detrimental outcomes. Not only will the released technique lack power, but an explosion could also result in self-harm. Elder Gongsun, I have one more question. I observe that most of those present possess dual or triple attribute roots. Yet I see no one with 4 or 5 attribute roots. Wouldn't those with 5 attribute roots have a distinct advantage, always having a counter against their opponents? Wang Jie couldn't help but inquire further. The elder chuckled heartily, and laughter erupted among the crowd, with a few who had been sitting on the bamboo toppling down. For a moment, Wang Jie could only scratch his head, feeling somewhat dejected. All right, Elder Gongsun said, still chuckling before gesturing for silence. After a brief pause, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. The first tribulation in cultivation lies in possessing or lacking a spiritual root. Those with a spiritual root can attain longevity, while those without are destined to be estranged from the path to enlightenment. What you just asked pertains to the second tribulation on the path of cultivation, the tribulation of birth. Cultivators with single attribute roots, free from interference, advance the fastest among their peers. Meanwhile, those with dual or triple attribute roots excel in versatility. It is a pity for those with 4 or 5 attribute roots. Although they possess roots, they cannot cultivate. Once they embark on the path of cultivation, they become ticking time bombs, constantly needing to maintain the balance of the 5 elements within. Any injury that disrupts this balance could lead to chaos within, resulting in an explosive outcome. Even if one spends their life avoiding conflict, they cannot escape the oppressive force of heavenly laws. When the thunder strikes, they are reduced to ashes. Elder Gongsun sighed, lamenting the fate of those with 4 or 5 attribute roots. I see. This is akin to consanguineous marriages on Earth. 2 Individuals with closely related bloodlines may fall in love, but it is best not to have children, otherwise, they might end up disabled or mentally challenged. Well then, that concludes today's discussion, Elder Gongsun declared, nodding toward Wan Cheng. Upon seeing this, Wan Cheng performed a salute with both hands and called out, Luigi Fan Daquan, step forward. 2 youths, around 17 or 18 years old, tumbled through the air, landing steadily before Wan Cheng. Luigi, at your service. Fan Daquan, at your service, they both proclaimed in unison. Now the most exciting part of the month begins, Wang Jie exclaimed, his eyes wide with anticipation as he gazed at Guruwashi, one of the 3 prodigies of Qingzhou Peak, drooling slightly and marveling at her beauty at the tender age of 18. Today, you two shall demonstrate for your fellow disciples. Begin, Wan Cheng instructed. Apologies, Luigi. Apologies, Fan Daquan. Fan Daquan clasped his fists and bowed to Luigi. Since this was a demonstration, commentary was essential. 2 more individuals took to the air, positioning themselves on either side of the combatants. Guruwashi and Ouyang Qingfeng will provide commentary for today's demonstration. Excellent. that flip was truly spectacular, Guruwashi, Wang Chia exclaimed, watching in awe as her movements flowed gracefully, a sight to behold. Fan Daquan, at the 10th level of Qi refinement, possesses earth and wood attributes, excelling in his fists. Just as Guruwashi finished speaking, Ouyang Qingfeng continued. Luigi, also at the 10th level of Qi refinement, has fire, earth, and metal attributes. Skilled with a staff, the effectiveness of a staff increases with its length. As long as Luigi keeps Fan Daquan at bay, victory is nearly assured. That's hard to say. Fan Daquan excels in defense. If this drags on, I would still place my bets on Fan Daquan. The two commentators displayed remarkable insight, and several operations that Wang Chia had failed to grasp became clear after their explanations, illuminating the path ahead. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged 3 rounds. Finally warmed up, Luigi, now witness my technique. With both hands plunged into the ground, Fan Daquan summoned a surge of earth and stone towards himself. Moments later, he transformed into a massive mud ball that barreled toward Luigi. Come on, Luigi bellowed, raising his staff in a defensive stance, creating an impenetrable barrier. Suddenly flames erupted, and 3 fire dragons emerged from the fiery circle surrounding him, swirling around his body before joining together to form a massive fire circle. With all his might, he charged toward the oncoming mud ball, which was a breathtaking display of skill. The transformation from staff to fire dragon, and then fire dragon to fire circle, left Wang Chia in awe. Both opponents seemed evenly matched. It appeared that this round would not yield a clear victor, Ouyang Qingfeng eloquently remarked, to which Guruwashi promptly interjected, these two are locked in a fierce contest of strength. And all the junior brothers and sisters should pay close attention to I in the future. When faced with such a situation, this will serve as an excellent reference. Upon hearing this, Wang Chia felt invigorated, his spirits soaring as he focused intently on the two combatants in the fray. Suddenly the fiery circle cleaved the muddy sphere in twain, and Luigi, charging forward, found himself unimpeded. Just as Luigi hung in midair, devoid of options, a figure emerged from one half of the muddy sphere, none other than Fan Daquan. With a long-planned whip kick, he struck at Luigi's lower body. Luigi hastily brought his feet up to meet the attack. Alas, Luigi was sent sprawling. The fiery circle, left ungoverned, was doomed, Ouyang Qingfeng lamented. Indeed, Luigi proved formidable, remaining composed in the face of such a surprise assault. Although he managed to block it with his feet, the force behind the kick was overwhelming, propelling him backward, yet he managed to dissipate the energy after 3 somersaults. After kicking Luigi away, Fan Daquan supported himself with one hand on the ground and overturned the fiery circle, which, after a couple of rebellious bounces, extinguished its flames and transformed into a staff of equal height. It was only then that Fan Daquan wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and clasped his hands in salute. Brother Lu, I concede, your skills are admirable, and I humbly bow to your prowess. Luigi reciprocated with a respectful gesture. Well done. The voices of the senior and junior disciples rang out in unison. Once the competitors descended from the stage, Elder Gongsun rose from his meditative position and declared, that will be all for today. You may disperse. We bid farewell to Elder Gongsun. The disciples chorused as they stood in unison. What shall we do this afternoon? During the meal, Wang Chia inquired of those nearby. Shall we go swimming? Excellent idea. Let us see who can catch fish. Those who fail must walk back on their hands, Megan exclaimed with enthusiasm. Wang Chia was equally thrilled, while the heiress shared in their joy. Embodying the carefree spirit of youth, Chapter 8, The bull knife strikes the mandarins in the training arena. Wang Chia appeared somewhat listless, still lamenting the wager he had lost the previous day. Megan had caught 3 fish, and even the arrow managed to catch 1, while Wang Chia returned empty-handed. Regrettably, he was the sole one who had to walk back to the mountain gate on his hands. Yet one could not deny the delightful taste of the wild fish. Brother Wang's sister Yuan requests your presence. At an unknown moment, Zhao Ruoyun and the 3 extras stood before Wang Chia. Lead the way. Wang Chia, lacking enthusiasm, followed them. Upon reaching the great tree, they found the same individuals, the same small table, and the same concoction as before. Greetings, Sister Yuan. Wang Chia clasped his hands in a respectful bow. Brother Wang, I trust you are well. Please take a seat. Yuan Mangyao replied with a courteous nod. Just as Wang Chia settled down, Yuan Mangyao poured a third of the wine into her cup and pushed it toward him. Brother, please. Wang Chia lifted the cup but did not drink. Instead, he brought it close to his nose, savoring the intoxicating aroma, unsure whether it was the fragrance of the wine or Yuan Mangyao herself that was so enchanting. May I inquire why Sister Yuan has summoned me this time? Is it not to discuss the carefree hermit? Noting Wang Chia's hesitation to drink, Yuan Mangyao gently urged him. Nay, it is only that I cannot accept a reward without merit. Unless you speak, I dare not drink. After saying this, he indulged in the aroma once more. Yuan Mangyao took a deep breath, as if steeling herself for a momentous decision. In truth, I called you here for a request. She glanced at Wang Qie before continuing. Last time, when you spoke of that divine ability, I have found it impossible to sleep at night since, therefore, I wish to ask you to inquire with Brother Wanqing on my behalf. Wang Qie was taken aback. So it was about the boastful claims made previously. Sister Yuan, why not consult Sister Zhao about this matter? You know, boys are bold and daring, while girls tend to be more reserved. Yuan Mengyao's flattery delighted Wang Qie. Though he felt a rush of joy, he was uncertain how to proceed with this request. Aware he had been boastful before. He found himself lost in the aroma of the wine once more. Seeing his silence, Yuan Mengyao promptly retrieved an object from her storage pouch and presented it to him. I assure you, I will not ask you to assist without recompense, regardless of the outcome. This item is yours. Wang Qie was astonished at the sight of the object, his earlier calmness evaporating. He hastily set down his wine cup and picked up the sword from the table. Examining it closely, Yuan Mengyao remained silent, observing his every move, her heart settling with each passing moment. This sword was of similar dimensions to the wooden sword Wang Qie typically wielded. More impressively, it was inscribed with wood and water array formations. Seemingly tailored for him. At that moment, Wang Qie's heart raced, marveling at Yuan Mengyao's profound strategy and skill. He found himself at an impasse, whether to accept or decline. He understood the inscriptions on the sword. Once a weapon was engraved with formations, altering them was impossible without starting anew. Such a divine weapon, Megan had learned, cost 300 spirit stones. What perplexed Wang Qie was that such a weapon typically required a year to forge. Yet Yuan Mengyao had procured it so swiftly. Her means were undeniably impressive. Alas, why dwell on it? When did a northern man become so hesitant? I shall accept this task. With this declaration, he drank the wine in one go. Very well, once the task is complete, should Brother Qie require any assistance, I, as a humble girl, would never decline a sister. Await my good news. I must take my leave. Take care, brother. Upon returning to the sword training area, Wang Qie was immediately filled with regret, clutching his newly acquired sword and silently berating himself. Wang Qie, you are more likely to fail than succeed. His self-reproach was not enough. He delivered a sharp slap to his own right cheek. Ouch, that stings. Oh, Wang Qie, where did you find that sword? Lu Qingqing scrutinized Wang Qie's new acquisition. Mind your own business. Wang Qie, preoccupied with thoughts of how to report back to Yuan Mengyao, was in no mood to engage. Upon hearing his words, Lu Qingqing did not relent, delivering a swift kick to Wang Qie's shoulder, sending him tumbling to the ground. You lunatic, are you out of your mind? Wang Qie retorted, rubbing his shoulder as he rose. Once again consumed by worry, a days passed, and still no progress was made. Wang Qie had begun to use the real sword, practicing against Lu Qingqing. A skilled swordsman must first become intimately acquainted with their weapon, its weight, length, texture, and inscriptions, ensuring that the sword is never far from their grasp. This insight was gleaned by Megan after observing Wang Qie's sword. Wang Qie, applying snippets of wisdom from his previous life, believed that only by attuning to the sword's rhythm could he truly master his swordsmanship. Brother Wang's sister Yuan seeks to discuss something with you. Aware of Wang Qie's undertaking for Yuan Mengyao, Zhao Ruoyan was notably more courteous today. Very well, let us go. The debt collector has arrived. Wang Qie mused as he took slow steps. What shall I do? Should I be honest? If I do, my path in cultivation may come to an end. One must be ruthless to stand firm. It seems I must continue deceiving them. Upon reaching the great tree, Wang Qie was filled with a multitude of sentiments. Greetings, Sister Yuan. Brother Qie, there is no need for formality. Please take a seat. As she spoke, she reached for her cup to pour wine for Wang Qie. Clearly eager, Wang Qie quickly interjected, Sister Yuan, please wait. My cultivation has progressed too swiftly of late. I can no longer partake in this wine. I apologize for the oversight. There are 3 cups remaining in this jug. I gift them all to you. Once you have broken through in your cultivation, there will be time to drink. She pushed the nearly empty jug of carefree hermit toward Wang Qie. Hearing this, Wang Qie should have felt joy, yet for reasons unknown, a bitter sadness welled within him. But he instinctively lifted the jug to his nose, inhaling its alluring fragrance. How delightful! Did I just grasp Yuan Mengyao's hand? Or has she handled the jug so often that it carries her scent? At that moment, even Wang Qie, typically slow to catch on, grasped that Yuan Mengyao's interest in mastering divine abilities was a mere facade. Her true intent lay in seeking information from Brother Wanqing. He realized he was but a pawn in her game, and her cunning was indeed formidable. Initially, he had thought this naive girl believed his tall tales. Little did he know that by pursuing her desires, he had inadvertently blinded himself. Anger welled within him. Brother Wanqing has pondered for an entire night and finally made some progress. Upon hearing this, Yuan Mengyao's expression shifted, her face lighting up with joy. Wang Qie felt as though a pear blossom unfurled before him, the gentle breeze carrying the intoxicating fragrance of early blooms, utterly enchanting. Killing is merely a matter of striking the head. To deal with the ungrateful couple, one need only wield a butcher's knife. Prepare to meet your fate, you wretched woman. An ice spear technique was unleashed, creating shadows. The shadows morphed into additional ice spears. And the shadows continued to replicate the technique, an endless cycle. The deceptive words stirred forth 2 stars, drawing near until Wang Qie dared not gaze at their brilliance and lowered his head. Thank you, brother. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. Brother has pressing matters. I must take my leave. Wang Qie, feeling an unusual unease, fearing he might reveal his true intentions, stood and fled, leaving Yuan Mengyao in a state of disarray. Upon returning to the sword training area, his heart raced uncontrollably. Suddenly, he felt something in his hand and realized he was still clutching the jug of wine. In a moment of inexplicable impulse, Wang Qie brought the wine flask close to his nose, perhaps due to his racing heartbeat. The bottle echoed back at him, catching him off guard. The sweet aroma enveloped him, intoxicating his very soul, causing his heart to feel as if it might burst, with blood surging through his veins in an uncontrollable rush. At that moment, all Wang Qie could think of was letting out a groan. Chapter 9, The 6 Arts of Cultivation. Forging Tools. Hurry up, Wang Qie, today is the annual grand event of the 6 Arts of Cultivation. If you arrive late, there won't be any good spots left. Outside, the cacophony of clanging bells rang out. Here it comes. Oh, that Liero, always so impatient. Why don't you just call yourself Lierhu instead, if it weren't for the fact that you're just a kid? I wouldn't bother with you. Damn, it's only 5 o'clock. The 6 arts of cultivation include alchemy, tool forging, talismans, formations, beast taming, and spells, with spells being the foremost of the 6. Daily, they would be explained and demonstrated to the disciples. Intended to attest to one's spiritual prowess, however, cultivators often delighted in combat, and due to the immense power spells wielded, everyone endeavored to master them. They practiced diligently, unwilling to forget their teachings, having spent considerable time here. Wang Qie now scoffed at the cultivation novels he had read in his past life, especially those featuring protagonists who were adept in all 6 arts. He could only spit in disdain. The mere act of refining a single batch of chi refining pills took no less than 49 days at the quickest, and could stretch to 81 days at the slowest. Crafting a weapon suitable for the chi refining stage took a year. One could only imagine the time required for forging a divine weapon after reaching the golden core or nascent soul stage. Decades. Perhaps those cultivation novels had misled him terribly. After performing a water sphere technique to wash his face, he slung his sword, when Tian, across his back, since one's identity is self-assigned. Naming his sword was certainly within his rights, and took 5 spirit stones with him. As he stepped out, he spotted Li Arrow and Ma Gong waiting by a large stone pillar. Did you bring the spirit stones? Wang Qie inquired, greeting them as he recalled withdrawing spirit stones from the account yesterday, lamenting his own wisdom. Yes, let us go, Li Arrow exclaimed, tugging at Wang Qie impatiently as they headed towards Qingyun Peak. Why not take the cloud boat? Wang Qie asked, but it was simply too precious to part with a spirit stone. Those who had spent years traversing the mountains became adept in the spirit stream lightness technique. As they chatted, the 3 boys began racing, covering a 2-hour journey in just an hour and a half. Wang Qie, have you been overeating lately? You're panting so heavily, Ma Gong exclaimed proudly, as he had taken first place. Wang Qie turned to Li Erhu. Ma Gong was slimmer, thus experiencing less wind resistance. His first place finish was understandable, but what was the reason behind this little brat outpacing him? Was it simply that fools were blessed? Let us go, the square is filling up. We can't let Ma Gong gloat for too long. Wang Qie sighed, inhaling deeply as they made their way towards the 6 Arts of Cultivation Square. The competition at Lingxi Valley's 6 Arts of Cultivation could be likened to a prestigious job fair. Possessing even one of the 6 arts would grant an additional 10 points during the year-end competition, and mastering 2 would still only yield a 10-point increase. Lingxi Valley held 3 such competitions annually, each lasting 10 days and occurring every 4 months. After this event, in 4 months' time, would be the annual demon extermination ceremony. A grand event in the realm of cultivation. The participants in the 6 Arts of Cultivation competition were primarily disciples in the chi refining and foundation establishment stages. Those who had not mastered at least one art after these stages should not force themselves but focus on their cultivation. Therefore, aside from the examination of the 6 arts, merchants from all corners gathered, and even surrounding sects took the opportunity to sell their wares. Some shrewd seniors would set up stalls eager to profit from the influx of visitors. Wang Qiye had no recollection of past events in the realm of cultivation. In total, he had only gained 3 months' worth of understanding about this world, so he was keen to broaden his horizons. However, the throngs of people in the square caused him to lose sight of Ma Gong and Li Eru, who were swept away by the crowd, leaving him to wander and observe. As everything was novel and unfamiliar. He realized that without Ma Gong's explanations, he could only make mental notes of the intriguing sights and stalls, intending to consult Ma Gong and the others later that evening. Perhaps he should bring a rope tomorrow to tie Ma Gong up. Wang Qiye cursed inwardly, overwhelmed by the abundance of intriguing items and unable to keep track. Forget it, I'll not bother remembering. I should head to the examination queue. Looking around, he spotted a large yellow flag emblazoned with the word forging. Following the flow of people, he squeezed his way towards the flag. Upon reaching its base, he found an 8 immortal table beside which was a stone iron artifact labeled registration desk. Wang Qiye approached the elders seated at the table, who emanated an air of wisdom. Greetings, senior brother. He bowed respectfully before scrutinizing the elder before him. Noticing the difference in their robes, he deduced that this individual was certainly a foundation establishment cultivator. A tinge of envy washed over Wang Qiye. Indeed, only after reaching the foundation establishment stage could one possess spiritual authority, even their clothing tailored specifically. He had heard that those with exceptional talents received personal attendance even among refining disciples. The registration fee is 1 spirit stone, regardless of success or failure. It is non-refundable. The elder spoke without even opening his eyes, delivering these lines curtly. Wang Qiye had no intention of learning tool forging. However, to expand his knowledge, he reluctantly handed over a spirit stone. Thank you, senior brother. Wang Qiye placed a spirit stone on the table. The elder finally opened his eyes, pocketed the stone, and retrieved a token the size of a ruler from his sleeve. He wrote a few characters with the brush on the table and tossed the token to Wang Qiye, then closed his eyes again. Go join the queue in the back. Wang Qiye caught the token. Feeling its cold surface, the center was solid, while the edges were intricately carved with patterns. The solid portion bore the number 438. Senior brother, could I possibly exchange this for a different number, 1 spirit stone? The elder remained unmoved, still not opening his eyes. Wang Qiye's reluctance bubbled within him. After a moment's struggle, he gritted his teeth, turned his back, and joined the end of the queue. As he settled in place, a sprightly 3-year-old child scampered over. Greetings, senior brother. What do you want? Junior brother, are you trying to cut in line? 1 spirit stone. Wang Qiye, recalling his past experiences with scalpers, could not suppress his displeasure. You little rascal. The child, undeterred, spat on Wang Qiye's robe before turning to flee. Wang Qiye couldn't let this slide. He immediately gave chase, but after just 2 steps, he recalled the important matter at hand and halted, cursing his bad luck. To his surprise, the child also stopped, turning back to make a silly face. Damn it, Wang Qiye cursed inwardly, glaring at the child, who returned the glare before vanishing into the crowd. Wang Qiye turned back to the queue, contemplating that on the path of cultivation, one could no longer judge by age alone. This little child, nearly 3 years old, was already so adept. Reflecting on his own past experiences with Yuan Mengyao, he couldn't help but cover his face in despair. Having lived 37 years in vain, after standing in line for 2 hours, it was finally Wang Qiye's turn. He handed the token to the attendant. Thank you, junior brother. The attendant took the token, turned halfway, and inserted it into the mouth of a stone lion beside him. With the sound of gears turning, the lion suddenly sprang to life, leaping down from its stone pedestal. It kicked off the ground, biting at the iron ball suspended in midair, and, using its weight, opened the gate. Wang Qiye was astounded. It seemed this tool forging held some secrets. After you, senior brother, the attendant gestured. Wang Qiye nodded and stepped inside. The prominently displayed tool forging examination rules caught his attention as he approached. Tool forging examination rules: select an iron ingot. Within 4 hours, employ various methods to fold it as many times as possible. The one with the most folds shall be favored. Foundation establishment disciples must score at least 100 points higher than refining disciples. Upon completion, submit your work to the examination officer at the back door for registration. Wang Qiye nodded in agreement. After registration, if he passed, someone would surely come to visit him. Tool forging, however, seemed to be merely a task of physical strength, truly unsuitable for him. That spirit stone felt like wasted money. Receiving the iron ingot from the attendant, he wandered further inside, not intending to forge but rather to observe someone else at work. Just then, several 7-year-old disciples were calling out, selling fruits and baked goods, reminding him that it was already lunchtime. Junior brother, how much for the baked goods? 1 spirit stone for 2 buns, and you get a piece of fruit as well, freshly picked from the mountain below. Too expensive. Wang Qiye silently pulled out 2 buns he had taken from the cafeteria that morning and began to eat. An hour later, feeling disinterested, he exited the forging examination venue. This forging lacked any finesse. It was purely a matter of brute strength. Wang Qiye felt a surge of frustration but was uncertain of where to go next. Wherever there are crowds, that's where I'll head, he muttered as he aimlessly wandered around. Just as he stepped out from a lively gathering, he unexpectedly collided with something soft and jade-like, the force of which sent them both tumbling to the ground, rolling 3 times before stopping. With the girl landing atop Wang Qiye, staring at the twin ponytails before him, Wang Qiye momentarily found himself bewildered, yet, maintaining a semblance of chivalry, he said, "Senior sister, please get up. Are you alright? The collision left my knee slightly aching, rendering me unable to rise. Allow me a moment to gather myself." The sound, akin to wind chimes, resonated within Wang Qiye's heart as their gazes met, ultimately causing the young lady to blush. Embarrassment washed over her, and she instinctively buried her face against Wang Qiye's chest like an ostrich. Wang Qiye, now too bashful to look at her, lay on the ground, his thoughts wandering as he stared blankly at the midday sun. After 10 minutes, the young lady finally composed herself, climbing off Wang Qiye and nervously grasping her skirt. Fidgeting shyly, Wang Qiye rose, brushing off the dust from his robe, and the beauty before him was reminiscent of the first light of dawn, warm and gentle. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, lightly brushing against her fair skin. Her bashful demeanor blossomed like spring flowers, striking a chord in the heart. Noticing her silence, he took the initiative to break the stillness. "Are you well, senior sister?" "Yes, I am fine. What about you, junior brother?" Upon seeing the flustered girl with twin ponytails, dressed in white, adorned with a green ribbon, Wang Qiye felt utterly unworthy. "No, I am fine, but why were you running so recklessly through the bustling streets?" "Senior sister, it was merely youthful impulsiveness, a competitive spirit that led him to momentarily lose track of her, resulting in an inadvertent encounter with his junior. By the way, may I inquire your name?" "Junior brother, Qingzhu Peak." Wang Qiye, Qingfeng Cliff, Lanlingxin. "How old are you this year, junior brother?" "I am 10 years old. May I ask your age, senior sister?" I'm 3 years older than you. Are you exploring the 6 arts alone?" "I was with Li Arrow and Ma Gong, but we got separated in the crowd." Fearing her senior sister would worry, Lan Lingxin suggested they explore the 6 arts together the following day. As dusk approached, Wang Qiye decided to return home just in time for dinner. That night, he slept particularly soundly, occasionally breaking into silly smiles. In the middle of the night, the sound of wind chimes drifted into his dreams. Chapter 10. Cultivating the 6 arts of symbol and fortune. At 5 in the morning, Ma Gong and Li Arrow came to urge Wang Qiye again. Over breakfast, Ma Gong regaled them with tales of yesterday's wonders. But Wang Qiye paid no heed to his mind already wandering to the 6 arts square. Unable to sit still any longer, he grabbed 2 buns and called out to his friends, "I have something to attend to. I must leave first." Without waiting for their response, he stood and walked away. "Hey, I haven't finished eating. Wait for me." Ma Gong and Li Arrow were left bewildered, scrambling to finish breakfast before chasing after him. While Wang Qiye hardly noticed their departure, leaving them seething with frustration. Today, he felt as if the wind was at his feet. What took him an hour and a half yesterday to reach 3rd place took only an hour today to arrive. Unbeknownst to him, he had already grasped the fundamentals of the lightness technique. Not bothering to wipe the sweat from his face, he looked toward the designated tree where he found her again. Clad in white, her twin ponytails swaying gently in the breeze, Wang Qiye wiped the sweat from his brow and timidly approached the tree. "Senior Lan, I apologize for keeping you waiting. No need for such formalities. Junior Wang, I just arrived as well. Shall we go?" With that, the senior sister instructed, and Wang Qiye eagerly followed her. "Forgive my naivety, senior sister, but I have always struggled with my cultivation. This is my first visit to the 6 arts." "Oh, you have come to the right person. I adore lively places, and fortunately, Qingfeng Cliff is near all 3 venues for the 6 arts competition. The locations and timing for the 6 arts competitions are fixed. Centered around Lingxi Valley, forming an equilateral triangle with 3 points that radiate to nearby spiritual veins, Qingfeng Cliff is centrally located, while Qingzhu Peak is on the edge of the map. This year's competition is held at Qingyun Peak, the closest venue to Qingzhu Peak. Thanks to the support of my senior brothers and sisters, I have never missed a single 6 arts competition in all these years. I truly feel fortunate this time. This white attire grows more pleasing to the eye with each glance. Senior Lan, you are remarkable. As they arrived at a grand archway inscribed with the words 6 arts competition, they had reached their destination. "Do you see that ancient sign? It belongs to the surrounding sect, the Divine Spear sect, and their shop, Tonggu Zhai, deals in various beast bones and spiritual bones. Look at that bear head emblem. It represents the Jinyuan escort. which trades in beast skins and spiritual hides. Oh, even Young Tower has a presence here, one of the 3 renowned merchant associations in this region. Let us go take a look, though Young Tower's wares are somewhat pricey. They offer a wide variety of goods, including many exquisite items. With a guide, Wang Qiye no longer felt like a headless chicken aimlessly wandering. Most of the conversation was led by the white-clad girl as Wang Qiye listened. As they entered the bustling streets, perhaps fearing they might get separated again, one of them took the initiative to grasp the other's hand. Lan Lingxin led Wang Qiye to the stall beside Young Tower, where they stood watching silently, whispering to each other. Whenever Lan Lingxin recognized something, she would excitedly lean in to explain it to Wang Qiye. Do you see that radish-shaped item? That is snow ginseng, one of the main ingredients for the bone-mending pill, and that leaf-like object, it is a thunder vine leaf that took 10 years of weathering to condense. The music played with it is profoundly sorrowful. Lan Lingxin chattered on, but Wang Qiye absorbed none of it, unaware of whether she would be upset if she realized his lack of attention. Suddenly, a gust of wind brushed by, tickling him, and the sensation coursed through his body, filling him with a subtle thrill. With each passing moment, his heartbeat quickened, and gradually he began to emit a thin mist. Neither of them noticed. Then, something at Young Tower caught Wang Qiye's eye, and he found it impossible to look away. Initially oblivious, Lan Lingxin eventually sensed something was amiss and smiled knowingly, pulling Wang Qiye toward the shopkeeper. Lan Lingxin picked up a short blade, inspecting it before glancing at Wang Qiye, who nodded in approval. "Shopkeeper, how much for this knife?" "Young lady, you have a discerning eye. This is a fine piece produced by the Fenghua furnace named Still Water, priced at 200 spirit stones." The shopkeeper, donning a cap, complimented while presenting the item, showcasing his seasoned salesmanship. 100 spirit stones. The shopkeeper's smile momentarily faltered, yet he quickly regained composure. "Young lady, are you sure? The tip of this knife is made from iron pear wood. How about this, since today coincides with your Sex 6 arts competition? I can offer it for 190 spirit stones, but this knife is so short." "You jest. Though it may be short, it is perfectly suited for you." "Alright then, I can offer it for 180 spirit stones." The shopkeeper, realizing he could not treat these 2 children lightly after several exchanges, focused all his efforts. "The inscriptions on the blade are complete, and the previous owner is surely gone, though they are no longer here. This knife is still of excellent quality, whole and unblemished. If you truly wish to buy it, I'll let it go for 150 spirit stones. What do you say? I still think it's too expensive. How about 101 spirit stones? Oh my, are women naturally adept at bargaining?" Wang Qiye was thoroughly amazed. Even after 37 years of experience, he had never encountered such skill. The shopkeeper was already sweating profusely. With a determined breath, the shopkeeper clapped his hands together and bit the bullet. "Since you hold such affection for it, I'm sincerely willing to do business. How about a firm price of 120 spirit stones?" Upon hearing this, Lan Lingxin and Wang Qiye exchanged glances, both delighted. "But I only brought 110 spirit stones, shopkeeper. Can we pay the rest tomorrow?" Lan Lingxin's face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze. Since that's the case, it's fate that has brought us together. I shall waive the remaining 10 spirit stones, considering it a blessing to forge a good relationship with you too. I hope you will frequent Young Tower in the future." With that, the shopkeeper felt exhilarated, having not met a worthy opponent in quite some time. After expressing their gratitude, the 2 hurriedly thanked the shopkeeper. Wang Qiye leaned closer to Lan Lingxin. "But I didn't bring enough spirit stones today. Please wait here while I go fetch some. I have enough after bumping into you that day. Consider this my way of making amends." With that, she playfully stuck out her tongue at Wang Qiye, displaying her mischievous nature. Lan Lingxin completed the purchase, but the young man adamantly refused to accept it. "If you feel uncomfortable, then treat me to a meal." With the conversation progressing this far, it was just about lunchtime. Wang Qiye, no longer reluctant, accepted the intricately engraved short blade. "Where shall we eat? Follow me. There's a place my senior sister took me to last time, and it was absolutely delicious." They arrived at the restaurant, ordering a meat dish, 2 vegetable sides, and a pot of wine. The meat was made from the remnants of spiritual beasts, thus reasonably priced at 2 spirit stones. The wine was ordinary, brewed without any spiritual energy, more akin to a beverage, yet the 2 enjoyed their meal immensely. "Where are we heading next?" Wang Qiye inquired as he ate. "Did you only go to observe the forging? Then let me take you to experience the Fulu," Lan Lingxin remarked, gnawing on a piece of bone without lifting her head. "Alright, let's go and see. I still have 2 spirit stones left. I'll go buy the tickets." "Naturally, it's you. I have not a single spirit stone left." After lunch, with his last 2 spirit stones, Wang Qiye exchanged them for 2 tokens. Looking at the familiar hollow tokens, he thought, well, the stone lion will surely perform again. As expected, after waiting in line for 2 hours, the stone lion finally had its turn. Wang Qie stepped forward first, standing before the Fulu examination rules, awaiting Lan Lingyan. The rules for the Fulu examination state: each candidate receives 100 sheets of paper to replicate 100 Fulu. A foundation-building cultivator must score higher than a chi-refining disciple by at least 100 points. The paper is ordinary, and the ink used for replication is merely black ink. This examination primarily assesses how closely one can replicate the Fulu. Determining if one can make a living in this field. Genuine talisman paper takes a minimum of 5 years to produce, and collecting the heart's blood of various spirit beasts is no easy feat. Hence, Fulu experts either possess wealth to endure extensive practice or have innate talent to avoid wasting materials. Let's go. I am well prepared this time. You don't seem like a Fulu expert, Wang Qie remarked. Observing Lan Lingxin's confidence, he took the materials from the young attendant and proceeded to the examination site. After drawing only 3 symbols, Wang Qie found himself unable to continue, realizing that Fulu was also beyond his capabilities. He secretly glanced at the maiden in white ahead of him, whose luminescence was not blinding. As he gazed, that brilliance transformed into 2 arcs, penetrating Wang Qie's eyes and radiating forth to illuminate the maiden. The light then divided, entering his eyes once more, and when it shot out again, Wang Qie was utterly petrified, momentarily spellbound. He could not remember how they exited, only recalling their parting before the archway. See you tomorrow at the Drum Tower Tea House. With this thought, Wang Qie broke into a foolish smile, turned over, and fell asleep. Chapter 11, The 6 Arts of Cultivation. Array techniques. At 5 in the morning, Li Arrow and Maji came to wake Wang Qie again. Wang Qie eagerly washed his face, slung one tian over his back, and upon seeing the two with dark expressions, arms crossed and glaring at him, sensed that something was amiss. Fortunately, the two were only around 11 or 12 years old. After some persuasion, Wang Qie promised to bring them gifts from the 6 arts today, managing to placate them and restore their smiles. Luckily, he had brought 2 extra spirit stones this morning, and there were still 210 spirit stones in his account. He had been spending them like water these past few days. As they ate breakfast, Wang Qie asked, "How was your outing?" "Ha, a great harvest, let Maji tell you." Maji replied, "Hee, it wasn't much, just found 2 bundles of old Overthrowing at a second-hand bookstall." Overthrowing is one of the 3 major merchant guilds in Jingfeng domain, alongside Yongkalu and Yihanyuan. Overthrowing specializes in information trading, the hiring of assassins, and occasionally takes on bodyguard jobs, which must be done discreetly. For if it becomes known that an assassin is acting as a bodyguard, the employer's life is certainly at risk. Given the animosity toward Overthrowing's assassins, Yongkalu specializes in medicinal herbs and ores. While Yihanyuan focuses on courtesans, gambling houses, and auction houses, the Overthrowing is published by Overthrowing, primarily documenting the bizarre and interesting occurrences in the realm of both justice and villainy over the past month. Though only 1/3 of its content is true. In Maji's hands, it was indeed like adding wings to a tiger. "How much did you spend on it?" Wang Qie inquired, knowing Maji could not resist such a temptation. "Only 50 spirit stones." "What?" Wang Qie could hardly believe his ears, raising his voice slightly. "Only 50 spirit stones," Maji repeated. Wang Qie could only remain speechless, feeling a mix of discomfort and frustration. He then clapped his hands together for that cunning merchant. This was indeed the kind of character that the #1 cap-wearing shopkeeper would be. With this transaction, he certainly profited handsomely. "You think it's a good deal, right?" Li Arrow, with his naive demeanor, remarked. This statement left Wang Qie stunned, causing his applause to cease as he covered his face with his hands. This was a normal child, unlike Yuan Mangyao and Lan Lingxin, who seemed worlds apart. That he could only nod, relieved that these 2 boys, like himself, were penniless and not easily deceived. "Do you want to buy anything else?" Wang Qie couldn't bear to see them get swindled too badly and thought to offer them some advice. "I want to find a few more old books," Maji said, taking a bite of his bun. "What about you?" Wang Qie turned to Li Arrow. "I want to buy a trap, but I haven't found one after 2 days of searching. I'll just save up a bit more and go find a senior brother at Wolfing to make one." Wang Qie nodded repeatedly. Although a trap costs 300 spirit stones, it is considered a specialized weapon. Easy to handle, and the pricing is fair, so there is no need to worry about being cheated. Old books wouldn't cost much either, so he felt reassured. "How did your 6 arts examination go?" "We've been expanding our horizons these past 2 days, but we haven't gone yet." "How did you do?" Wang Qie puffed out his chest and began recounting his experiences with forging in Fulu. "Ha, I only managed to draw 3 Fulu." "Ha, this is too funny." Seeing the 2 unable to straighten their backs, Wang Qie puffed out his cheeks, his gaze icy. Ultimately, the 3 of them ended up in a quarrel and parted ways beneath the archway. Wang Qie recognized a direction, changed his face, and walked toward the Drum Tower Tea House. As soon as he entered, he heard someone calling for him. Wang Qie, over here. Following the voice, he saw a maiden in white dress with twin ponytails who had been waiting for some time. Beside her sat another girl in pink dress with a single ponytail, appearing around 16 years old. Sister Lan, sorry to keep you waiting. The presence of a stranger made Wang Qie feel quite awkward. We didn't wait long. This is my senior sister Murong Xiaoxiao. Lan Lingxin introduced, pointing to the girl in pink. Nice to meet you, senior sister Murenji. No need for formalities, junior brother. Quickly have some spirit tea. This tea costs 1 spirit stone per pot and is refreshing. The girl in pink spoke with a voice as melodious as an orchid in a secluded valley. She was beautiful inside and out. Wang Qie took the cup, feeling a bit anxious as he noticed her still observing him. He hurriedly took a big gulp. What a handsome young man. Sister, you're teasing him again. Lan Lingxin feigned annoyance. Alright. The girl in pink chuckled lightly, not wanting to remain passive any longer. Wang Qie asked, where are we going to play next? Lan Lingxin also turned to the girl in pink. I'll take you both to where the senior brothers and sisters set up their stalls, and then we'll go to the array examination to broaden your horizons. This girl must have remarkable insight. Having mingled among street stalls for quite a while, Wang Qie, upon hearing this, felt intrigued. Although street goods are cheaper than those in shops, their quality entirely depends on one's discernment. The girl in pink began to boast about her experiences. If you lack insight, it's better to buy from a shop, otherwise, you risk ruining your reputation. After saying that, she laughed lightly. Wang Qie joined in her laughter, secretly jesting if Maji had gone to find that cunning merchant today. Wondering if he was still around while Murong Xiaoxiao poured tea for the two, she shared tips on shopping at street stalls, concluding with a few amusing anecdotes of her own lucky finds. The two listened with rapt attention. Before long, the pot of tea was empty, and all three felt satisfied. Wang Qie settled the bill, and they headed toward the street stalls. At each stall, whenever Wang Qie inquired, the girl in pink and the stall owner would respond. Wang Qie was fully focused on the street stalls today, as he had promised to bring gifts for Li Arrow and Maji. While enjoying themselves and having fun, he knew he could not take his promise lightly. With 6 spirit stones left in his pocket, Wang Qie planned to use 3 spirit stones to secure these gifts, which was quite a challenge. After browsing through more than a dozen stalls without finding anything, Wang Qie had to seek help from the girl in pink. Oh, as for storybooks, I have a few ideas. Follow me. Wang Qie followed the girl in pink to a bookstall. Take a look and see if any catch your eye. The stall owner seemed to recognize the girl, not bothering to greet them as they approached. Wang Qie didn't care about that. He reached for 5 books on the stall, all of which were about treasure legends. After all, throughout history, wealth has always stirred hearts, but these treasure tales that were bound into volumes must surely be fabricated. Still, the dramatic and bizarre stories contained within were irresistible. Such narratives could undoubtedly help Maji unlock the doors to a new world. Unsure of how to choose, he thought, forget it, this one will do. Wang Qie grabbed the nearest book and asked the owner, senior brother, how much for this one? 1 spirit stone. Wang Qie did not receive an answer from the owner but rather from the girl in pink. He was momentarily taken aback until the girl gestured for him to hurry and pay. Finally, he placed 1 spirit stone on the stall. After leaving, Wang Qie felt as if he had been tricked. But considering that this item would benefit Maji, he felt it was worth it. Indeed, I need you. You are worth 1 spirit stone, but without me needing you, you are utterly worthless. Upon this contemplation, Wang Qie decided to purchase a pile of waste paper from the stallkeeper Ma Gan using 50 spirit stones. Having come to this resolution, he felt content with his own preferences. With half of his objectives accomplished, only 2 spirit stones remained, which elevated Wang Qie's spirits considerably. Suddenly, he was drawn to a nearby stall and, upon closer inspection, discovered it was a bone carving booth. Wang Qie felt a surge of hope, believing he had found the perfect gift. The bone carvings at this stall were meticulously crafted from the bones of spirit beasts. Varying in size, perhaps due to the artisan's superior skills, Wang Qie perceived these carvings to be more vivid and lifelike than those he had previously owned. He promptly inquired about the prices. Brother, how much for the largest piece? 10 spirit stones. It seemed the quality of the stall's merchandise was quite inconsistent. In comparison to the esteemed shopkeeper Fong Mao and the shrewd merchant, this artisan's work was of a markedly lower caliber. Feeling reassured, Wang Qie was confident he could secure a purchase. Brother, how much for this slightly smaller carving? 3 spirit stones. The vendor continued his work without looking up, responding only with a brief remark. Wang Qie understood immediately that the pricing was based on size. I apologize for the inconvenience, Li Arrow, but our spirit stones are scarce. And what about this smaller piece? 1 spirit stone for any 2. Just as Wang Qie was about to select 2 pieces as gifts for Pang Hu, he noticed a nearby carving depicting 8 lively figures performing a set of martial arts. Liara would surely appreciate that. Brother, how much for this entire set? 3 spirit stones, would you sell it for 2? The sculptor paused to carve 3 more strokes before finally conceding. Alright. Wang Qie's heart soared with joy, not merely for successfully procuring these 2 gifts, but for the day's greatest achievement, earning an extra spirit stone. He promptly retrieved 2 spirit stones and placed them on the stall. The vendor handed him the wrapped bone carvings and collected the payment. Safe travels, no need for farewells. Wang Qie, thoroughly satisfied, tucked the carvings close to his chest and turned to the woman in pink beside him. Sister, I have completed the important task for my junior. What shall we do next? Let us stroll for another hour before heading to the array examination venue. Shall I queue up first? That would be splendid. Thank you for your effort, Junior. It is my honor to serve my sister. While many brothers vie for such an opportunity, with a charming smile, Wang Qie caught the 3 spirit stones tossed his way by the pink-clad woman, feeling a surge of happiness. Thank you, sister, thank you. He hurried off to the queue. A woman's words can be deceiving, he mused, as what was promised as an hour turned into 2 before they finally arrived. However, the timing proved fortuitous, as they arrived just in time to stand before the array examination rules. The rules stated, the fastest to escape the maze array scores the highest, with 1 hour allotted for the examination. Foundation establishment practitioners must outscore Qi refinement practitioners by 100 points. The 3 entered the array one after the other. Before them lay a thick mist, obscuring the 2 ladies from view, which caused Wang Qie great distress. He sprinted forward with all his might, yet still saw no sign of them. As he zigzagged, he became thoroughly disoriented. Eventually, the mist parted, revealing Lan Lingxin waving to him from outside the array. An entire hour had passed. Such delightful moments are fleeting, and it was time to part ways. The 3 agreed upon a meeting place for the following day and bid each other farewell. That evening, they fortuitously encountered Ma Gan and Li Eru in the dining hall, leading to a playful reunion. Fighting in the morning and reconciling in the evening, what a carefree age this is. Wang Qie seized the opportunity to present the 2 gifts he had prepared, and the 2 boys eagerly scrambled for them. Li Eru joyfully pounded Wang Qie's chest. Good brother, you are quite generous, take it easy. Your enthusiasm is nearly suffocating. Chapter 12, The 6 Arts of Cultivation, Beast Mastery. Once again, it was 5 o'clock today. Wang Qie awoke feeling refreshed and rose early. He performed a water sphere technique to wash his face, carelessly tossed still water onto his desk, and slung questioning heaven over his shoulder as he stepped out the door, feeling slightly guilty for always making Ma Gan and Li Eru wait. He decided to seek them out today instead. Li Eru lived closest to him, and as he walked, the 3 soon met along the way. Wang Qie, you're up so early today, skipping your usual slumber? Li Eru's voice echoed from a distance. Wang Qie had become accustomed to sleeping in until he naturally awoke, a habit difficult to break, even after beginning his cultivation. Enough chatter, let's grab some food. The dining table became the perfect setting for exchanging information. I made a new friend in the 6 arts these past couple of days. You'll get to meet her soon. Really? How old is she? Is she from Qingzhou Peak? What is her cultivation level? Once the floodgates opened, the youthful curiosity of the boys knew no bounds. She is from Qingfeng Cliff, 13 years old, not very strong, only at the 6th level of Qi refinement. With a Wind Elemental Spirit root. Be polite when you meet her. She is a girl. Is that for real? How did you come to know her? The 2 boys could hardly believe it. You'll see soon enough. IVE arranged to meet her under the big tree today. She'll be accompanied by her 16-year-old senior sister, Murong Xiao, who is stunningly beautiful and has an enchanting voice. Upon exiting the dining hall, Wang Qie felt a spark of competitive spirit. Do you dare to compete? What is there to be afraid of? Wang Qie, it seems you've grown quite arrogant since we last met. Ma Gan looked at him with mock seriousness. No child should always lose, nor should they always cry, Wang Qie thought to himself, stifling a laugh. I'll give you a 10-minute head start, just don't cry if you lose, Li Eru and Ma Gan said before dashing off. Fools, just wait, I'll show you. 10 minutes isn't long, and when the time was up, Wang Qie activated the Lingxi light body technique and effortlessly caught up to the 2, overtaking them and playfully sticking out his tongue before leaving them behind. Arriving first at the foot of Qingyun Peak, sitting cross-legged, he patiently awaited the return of the other 2. Wang Qie, did you cheat? You ran faster than a rabbit, Ma Gan and Li Eru exclaimed in disbelief. Humph, I roasted a rabbit on the way here, so of course I'm faster. Wang Qie puffed out his chest proudly. You didn't stick a speed talisman on yourself, did you? Are you foolish? We're not betting spirit stones. Why would I waste money? Well, that is debatable. Let us go. Hurry up the mountain, we can't keep them waiting. Upon reaching their meeting spot, Wang Qie felt a pang of disappointment as he saw a figure in white under the large tree. "Sister Lan, where is Sister Ouyang?" he asked, still holding onto a glimmer of hope a sister couldn't make it today. "Who are these two?" "Qingzhu Peak, Li Arrow, Level 5 Qi Refinement." "Greetings, Sister." "Qingzhu Peak, Lu Junfei, Level 4 Qi Refinement." "Greetings, Sister." The two hurriedly introduced themselves. "Qingfengcliff, Lan Lingxin, Level 6 Qi Refinement. Pleased to meet both of you." Her voice was as melodious as the sound of wind chimes, refreshing and delightful. "There aren't many people here yet. Shall we go check out the Beast Mastery examination? If we wait too long, we'll have to queue for 4 or 5 hours. "Absolutely, we shall follow your lead, Sister." The four made their way to a yellow canopy where one individual handed a spirit stone to Wang Qie. He approached the 8 immortals table, placing the 4 spirit stones he held upon it, sliding them toward the small Taoist boy seated there's junior brother. "For tokens." The boy grabbed the tokens, each already inscribed with numbers, counted out 4, and handed them to Wang Qie before neatly stacking the 4 spirit stones in front of him. Wang Qie marveled once more at the stone lion, which had garnered a queue of 3 hours. As mealtime approached, he spent 2 spirit stones to pack 5 vegetarian dishes while Lan Lingxin brought a lunchbox, intending to eat directly once they settled in. Little did they know, arriving this early still meant waiting in a long line. So many people were there to take the Beast Mastery examination. "You'll understand once you read the examination rules," Lan Lingxin said mysteriously. The 4 stood before the Beast Mastery examination rules. The rules stated, the examination lasts 4 hours. During this time, if a candidate wins the favor of a young beast, the gate of the beast cage will open automatically, allowing them to pass. After reading, Wang Qie exclaimed, "Goodness, no wonder there are so many people." Cultivation is ethereal, so those who pursue it value their faithful connections. Such a stroke of luck is akin to that elusive destiny. While the distant fates remain unfathomable, the opportunity was right here at the Beast Mastery examination. Gaining it would undoubtedly solidify one's resolve to ascend the path, while losing it would incur no great loss. The 4 friends embarked together to the first beast cage. "Would you like to feed the winter bird in this cage? It can increase your affinity." "You can feed it. This place is quite the treasure trove." Wang Qie gazed around, astonished. "Goodness, over 500 beast cages. If each feeding costs 1 spirit stone, that amounts to over 500 spirit stones. What a bottomless pit. Just imagine how many spirit stones could be earned in a single day." It was no wonder the event was held every 4 months. It allowed those imprudent souls ample time to recover. With over 500 species of spirit beast cubs, surely there was one that would suit anyone. At this thought, Wang Qie couldn't help but slap his thigh in admiration for the genius who conceived such a brilliant scheme. It seems that regardless of the world in question, there will always be 1 or 2 remarkable individuals possessing wisdom that borders on the supernatural. Let us observe further and deliberate afterwards. Firm in his resolve, Wang Qie declined the request of the young Taoist, whose eyes brimmed with disappointment. Alas, to put it plainly, it is still a matter of being financially constrained. However, to be frank, a single spirit stone for a glimpse of over 500 varieties of spirit beasts is indeed a bargain. The 4 then proceeded towards the next beast cage to sample something new. They found a vacant spot and began their meal. "You must try this. It's exceptionally spicy," exclaimed Li Arrow, tears streaming from his eyes due to the heat. "Come and taste the dumplings I brought." Filled with the meat of the red cloud bird from Qingfengcliff, Lan Lingxin opened her food box, and upon hearing this, everyone eagerly snatched one to savor. It was well known that the red cloud birds of Qingfengcliff always flew in flocks, creating a stunning spectacle of crimson clouds when gathered together. "Ma Gon, puzzled, inquired, "Isn't this bird difficult to catch?" Replied Wang Qie, "Such spiritual creatures are indeed remarkably clever. When in groups, they are nearly impossible to capture. Yet, some individuals cannot resist their greed. Simply by feeding them regularly from a distance, they eventually let down their guard, and that is the moment to strike. My senior brother caught one yesterday and shared it with me, so I brought it today for everyone to enjoy." The pride in Lan Lingxin's voice was evident as she observed everyone's eager consumption. Such exquisite delicacies are indeed rare, delicious, truly delicious. Do young beasts enjoy this?" Li Arrow queried. "Let them eat their fill. Those young beasts are well fed and do not lack for this," Wang Qie remarked, realizing the foolishness of Li Arrow's question. With 4 dumplings remaining, they each took one. And Wang Qie noticed Li Arrow stealthily stashing his away, but he chose to remain silent. "I just saw the cutest big cat, so adorable." Alas, it seemed Lan Lingxin had also succumbed. It appears that women cannot resist such fluffy creatures. Wang Qie turned to Ma Gon and asked, "Have you encountered any spirit beasts that caught your eye?" "Not yet. I haven't found one that interacts with me," Ma Gon replied, not even lifting his head as he enjoyed a bite of vegetables. Wang Qiye secretly admired him, realizing that among them, only Magan possessed the most steadfast heart. If he were currently in possession of a significant amount of spirit stones, he would certainly feed every spirit beast in the zoo. Indulging in each one. With 2.5 hours remaining, they needed to make haste. The subsequent itinerary was somewhat rushed, causing them to hasten their pace while lingering a bit longer at the cages of the young beasts they truly adored. After completing their circuit, Wang Qiye had not opened a single cage. What a wretched world of cultivation! Those who transmigrate possess golden fingers, systems, and cheats, while I have nothing, and you still expect me to cultivate? He lamented. The four left the beast taming assessment venue feeling somewhat dejected, realizing that such opportunities were not easily obtained. However, after visiting 3 stalls, their spirits were lifted once more, after several days of wandering. Wang Qiye was now familiar with the plaza of the 6 Arts Grand Competition. Even though he had already perused some stalls, it did not deter him from searching again with great enthusiasm. Magan Liero, how many assessments have you completed? Just one. The beast taming, how many have you done? Wang Qiye, Magan responded. As they strolled, browsing, and chatting, Wang Qiye replied, I've completed 4, weapon forging, talismans, array formation, and beast taming. I still have alchemy and spellcasting left. He puffed out his chest with pride. Do you feel confident about passing? Liero asked, anxious. Me. I'm merely here to gain some experience and go through the motions. Wang Qiye replied, his small stature hunched over. Tsk, wasting money on trifles. It would be better to save that for 2 books, Magan commented, looking disappointed. Wang Qiye, having lived 37 lifetimes, found such trivialities easy to navigate. At that moment, he noticed Lan Lingxin lingering for quite some time in front of a stall run by a man with a sword, playing with a pair of bells. Wang Qiye observed the man, whose hair was tied back, leaving only a few strands framing his face, a prominent scar marking his rugged visage as he closed his eyes in contemplation. An idea sprang to mind. Senior brother, how much for these bells? 370 spirit stones, the scarred man replied in a deep voice. I'm just looking. Lan Lingxin shot a glare at Wang Qiye, who seemed unfazed. Just looking, my lady? How long have you been gazing? After receiving a short dagger named Jishui from Lan Lingxin previously, Wang Qiye had been pondering how to repay her kindness. Seizing the opportunity, he was determined not to let it slip away. That is too expensive. Can you reduce the price? He pressed. The sword-bearing man paid little mind to the others, remaining silent. An air of tension hung in the silence, as if he were indifferent to their interest. Wang Qiye sensed he had encountered a straightforward individual. This demeanor, this speech, bore a resemblance to the past. If it were any other day, he would have walked away, but with a beautiful woman by his side. He clung to the last shred of hope. A senior brother, I only have 200 spirit stones. The man's stern face glinted with coldness, causing Wang Qiye to shiver. Yet, Wang Qiye was not one to retreat at such a moment. Emboldened, he lifted his chin, steeling himself against the man's icy gaze. This was a battlefield between 2 men, a silent exchange of glances. Ultimately, it was the man who averted his gaze first. Fine. The sword-bearing man exhaled a breath of frost. Are you out of your mind? I'm merely looking. Lan Lingxin, seeing the deal concluded, became extremely irritated. She made a parting shot, striking Wang Qiye's chest twice in frustration, then stormed off, declaring, see you at the usual place tomorrow. Wang Qiye, wanting to chase after her yet fearing the man with the sword would change his mind, could only shout after Lan Lingxin in a panic. After bidding farewell to Lan Lingxin as she vanished into the crowd, he turned to the sword-bearing man and said, I shall not forget your great kindness, senior brother. May I ask your name for future gratitude? The mountains remain green, and the waters flow long. We speak only of trade, not of friendship. But the cold demeanor was resolute and unyielding. Junior brother did not bring enough spirit stones today. May I deliver them tomorrow morning? At that moment, it was Wang Qiye who felt embarrassed. Tomorrow, the spirit stones will be here, and the goods will be ready. After speaking, the sword-bearing man closed his eyes once more, returning to his meditative state. Wang Qiye, seeing that the man had effectively dismissed him, felt grateful yet deemed it inappropriate to linger further. He memorized the vendor's appearance once more and extended his hands in farewell. Senior brother, see you tomorrow. With that, Wang Qiye left the stall with Liero and Magan. The 3 felt no desire to continue browsing and prepared to head home. I say, could you 2 move a bit faster? Why are you dawdling? Wang Qiye chided them in a gloomy mood. What's the rush? We might just stumble upon a rabbit and have a feast tonight, Liero retorted. Oh dear. Wang Qiye covered his face in exasperation. It seemed he could no longer act pretentious in front of these 2 simpletons. He had truly shot himself in the foot. With a heavy heart, he followed behind them. Chapter 13, The 6 Arts of Cultivation, Spellcasting. It was still 5 o'clock. At this hour, Wang Qiye was surprisingly still asleep. Wang Xie, why are you still in bed? It's already 6, Li Arrow and Ma Gan, arriving late, burst into Wang Xie's room and shook him awake. What, it's 6 already? Why didn't you wake me up sooner? I have important matters today. Wang Xie scrambled out of bed in a flurry, hastily putting on his clothes. I was waiting for you to wake me, but Ma Gan came to tell me it was 6. And we thought you had already left. Hurry up and get dressed. Damn it, Wang Xie could only sigh in frustration. Sometimes, the more one thinks about something, the less likely it becomes to happen. He had planned to rise early. The three of them hurried to the cafeteria, with Wang Xie stuffing buns into his arms as he spoke. You all eat slowly. I'll head over first. I don't want to keep the young lady waiting. I'll grab a few buns and eat on the way. With that, he dashed out the door. Wait, you forgot the spirit stones, Ma Gan called, lifting the spirit stone pouch in his hand. In a panic. Wang Xie rushed back, taking the pouch from Ma Gan and checking it thoroughly to ensure nothing was amiss before setting off again. The journey went smoothly as Wang Xie ran while finishing the buns, stopping briefly to cast a water sphere technique to drink a few sips before continuing on his way. After an hour, he finally arrived at the foot of Qingyun Peak. He paused again to cast the water sphere technique, washing his face and tightening the spirit stone pouch strapped to his back, a pouch that contained all his wealth, freshly withdrawn from the miscellaneous haul the night before, leaving his account with a balance of 0. Arriving beneath the agreed-upon large tree, he found no one in sight. Wang Xie let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he was early for once. He sat cross-legged to meditate while awaiting his companions. After 5 minutes, 2 figures appeared in the distance. Wang Xie was overjoyed and stood up, waving vigorously at them. Sister Morone, the pink outfit paired with the green skirt looks stunning today. Am I not good-looking? Lan Lingxing chimed in with a hint of sarcasm. You look great, truly great. Wang Xie felt utterly bemused, unsure what mood Lan Lingxing was in today. Let us hurry. We can't keep that kind-hearted uncle waiting. Wang Xie, you're always giving gifts to girls. What do you plan to give me? Morone Xiaoxiao teased. Well, I only have these 200 spirit stones left. Once I save up more, I will surely repay my sister. Wang Xie awkwardly replied, by the time you save enough, the flowers will have wilted. You might as well offer yourself in return. Morone Xiaoxiao jested, unable to resist a little teasing. Sister, you're just joking. Lan Lingxing chased after Morone Xiaoxiao, delivering a flurry of playful punches. Wang Xie chuckled knowingly, stepping forward to join the spirited pursuit of the two. The trio arrived at yesterday's stall, but the scarred man with the sword had already set up shop. Senior brother, greetings, he said. Have you brought the spirit stones? The resolute man remained as impassive as ever. Yes, I have brought them. Please take a look, senior brother. Wang Xie hurriedly unfastened the bundle of spirit stones from his back and handed it over. The scarred man nodded slightly and tossed a pair of bells back to Wang Xie. You may leave now, no need to see you off. Farewell, senior brother. Wang Xie accepted the bells, extending his hands in a respectful gesture while committing the scarred man's visage to memory once more. He then turned with exaggerated courtesy, presenting the bells to Lan Lingxing. Sister Lan, these are for you. Lan Lingxing turned her small face away, seemingly still miffed at Wang Xie. I don't want them. I want them. Morone Xiaoxiao reached out, snatching the bells and playing with them in her hands. A sister, quickly return them, Lan Lingxing exclaimed in a panic, reaching for the bells, but they were given to me by Wang Xie. The girl in the pink dress and green skirt took a step back, shaking the bells in her hand. I don't want them anymore. All right, I won't tease you anymore. The girl in pink stepped forward, extending the bells. After much coaxing, she eventually tied the bells to Lan Lingxing's twin ponytails. Lan Lingxing shot a fierce glare at Wang Xie, as if she had suffered a great injustice at the hands of her sister and was determined to retaliate. Wang Xie finally felt relieved. At last, he had successfully gifted them. Where to next? He quickly shifted the topic. First, we'll take the magic exam in the morning, and in the afternoon, I will take you to watch the grand duel. Alright, let us go, let us get in line. Accepting the 3 spirit stones tossed over by the girl in pink, Wang Xie eagerly played the role of the obedient follower. They purchased 3 ornate tokens at the 8 Immortals table, standing in line for an hour before watching a lion dance performance. Apparently such performances were standard fare at every examination venue. Soon, the trio arrived at the magic examination rules station. The rules stated, in the magic examination, one may not rely on external forces. There are a total of 5 challenges, with no time limit for each. Only the highest score from each challenge will be counted, and the total of these will constitute the final score. The examination lasts for 4 hours, and only the top 10 scores will be recorded. Foundation establishment practitioners must score at least 100 points higher than Chi refinement practitioners. Sister Morone, is there a trick to this magic examination? Wang Qiye, aware of his own lackluster magical skills after only 3 months of practice, realized he was merely relying on the remnants of his predecessor's foundation. It was purely a matter of luck. The 4 consistent aspects of the exam, weapon forging, beast mastery, talisman crafting, and alchemy, remained unchanged, but the magic and formation challenges varied each time. So, I have no idea. The trio arrived at the first examination venue labeled Gold. In the center stood a metallic tablet. An 8-year-old boy approached and said, "Dear seniors, I am the scorekeeper for this examination. Please perform your magic. Those who can break or sever the tablet will receive full marks for this challenge." "I'll go first." With her newfound gift, Lan Lingxin was in high spirits and stepped forward without hesitation. She summoned a crescent wind blade in front of her. Go. The wind blade slashed at the tablet, leaving a shallow mark. Frustrated, she summoned another wind blade, which also left only a faint trace. Defeated, she descended like a vanquished rooster. The boy awarded her a scorecard marked TEN.my turn, Wang Qiye declared, stepping up and conjuring a water sphere, which merely splashed against the tablet without leaving a mark. Scratching his head, he left the examination platform, receiving another scorecard marked 10 from the boy. Seeing his own score, he proudly raised the card towards Lan Lingxin. "Not paying attention to you anymore." Lan Lingxin's expression turned fierce again, abandoning Wang Qiye to dash towards the wood examination venue. "Hey, where are you going?" Wang Qiye noticed that Murong Xiaoxiao had not yet completed her exam. Caught in a dilemma about whether to pursue or not. In his moment of hesitation, Lan Lingxin had already run quite far. "Hurry up and chase her, you fool!" Wang Qiye, receiving the command, sprinted after the fleeting white figure. Upon entering the wood examination venue, he found no trace of the white figure, causing him to panic. Ignoring his own examination, he directly sought the scorekeeper for his score and rushed towards the water examination venue. Entering the water venue, he still could not find Lan Lingxin, and his anxiety grew. The task here was to skip stones across the water, with full marks awarded to those who could reach the floating logs. Those who skipped fewer than 30 would receive just 10 points. Spotting a girl in red idly playing with fire by the water's edge, Wang Qiye hatched a plan. "Assist her." "Greetings, may I inquire if you've seen a girl in white with twin ponytails?" "Around 13 years old, pass by." "I have not seen her." The girl in red tossed a fireball to her right as she spoke. "Thank you, sister. I've lost her." "Never mind, since I'm here, I might as well focus on clearing this challenge. This is my domain." He rubbed his hands together, conjuring a green water sphere. "Here we go." As the green water sphere spun to its peak, Wang Qiye threw it with all his might, skillfully guiding it to skip across the water. The sphere met its mark, colliding with the distant floating log. It appeared that his recent experiments had yielded results. Wang Qiye intended to continue his endeavors. "Congratulations, senior brother." The scorekeeper handed him a card marked 200. Wang Qiye's spirits soared, deciding to wait patiently for an opportunity. "This is Qingzhou Peak." "Wang Qiye, may I ask what troubles you, sister?" With nothing else to do, he struck up a conversation. The girl in red sighed softly. "Sister is troubled by this challenge, unable to find the right method." After a moment, she gently sighed again. "Sister, might you demonstrate?" Wang Qiye, unconcerned by the girl's apparent indifference towards him, given his youthful appearance, watched as she cast another fireball, which managed to skip just over 20 stones before sinking. Her face remained expressionless as she conjured another fireball. Resuming her play, Wang Qiye nodded in understanding. Fire attributes were indeed at a disadvantage in this challenge, especially during the final stages when the fireball shrank to half its size and the spell dissipated. Although he had little knowledge of fire magic, an idea struck him. "Sister, you could throw 2 fireballs simultaneously, rotating in the same direction, one in front and the other behind." The girl's eyes brightened at his suggestion. She promptly released another fireball, which began to spin, with both fireballs rotating together in the water. They managed to skip over 40 stones before vanishing. Overjoyed, the girl immediately unleashed 5 fireballs, her forehead glistening with sweat. It seemed this was her limit. The 5 fireballs danced beautifully upon the water's surface, captivating Wang Qiye with their display. At last, she achieved her dream, earning full marks. "Qinghu Cave, Lin Iran." "Thank you, junior brother." The girl finally smiled, acknowledging him. "It's no trouble. I simply lent a small hand. Your skills are truly commendable." "Senior sister," Wang Qiye felt genuinely happy for her. "Shall we head to the fire examination together?" "Senior sister will go ahead. Junior brother still has someone to wait for." The girl in red acknowledged with understanding, and they said their goodbyes. Not long after she departed, Wang Qiye was greeted by the person he had been waiting for. He waved eagerly at the 2. Lan Lingxin approached with a triumphant bounce. A look of mischief on her face, Wang Qiye realized that the girl had hidden earlier, taking advantage of his distraction. Yet, such playful antics could hardly rattle someone of Wang Qiye's caliber, having cultivated for 37 lifetimes. However, since she had ignited her competitive spirit, this was a fine opportunity. Wang Qie, how many points did you score? 110. Wang Qie hesitated, deciding to report a number first, planning to downplay it later if necessary. Wait, Lan Lingxin leaped to the water's edge, conjuring two azure crescent blades that merged into one. Go. The spinning full moon glimmered rapidly, and within moments, she had secured full marks. Bouncing over, her little tail was held high in the air. Wang Qie, understanding the situation, quickly showered her with compliments. Sister is amazing, truly impressive. Lan Lingxin accepted the 200 points card from the young scorekeeper and waved it at Wang Qie. Morong Xiaoxiao also achieved full marks using the same method. And the three of them laughed and chatted as they entered the fire examination venue. Wang Qie looked around but did not see the girl in red. It seemed she had successfully cleared her own challenge. Approaching the young scorekeeper, he inquired about the rules. Dear seniors, you must throw your spells into this fire pool and maintain them until the hourglass runs out to receive full marks. All participants may proceed simultaneously. With a time limit of 5 minutes, the three of them sat cross-legged, channeling their magic and casting it into the fire pool. After 10 heartbeats, Wang Qie feigned fatigue, allowing his water sphere to dissipate. He secretly observed the two. Lan Lingxin was the first to falter, lasting just over a minute, while Sister Morong, the strongest, held on for over 3 minutes, recognizing their chances for the top 10 were slim. They took a moment to recuperate and decided not to attempt a second round. Let's go, there's one last challenge. After resting, the trio stood up, gathered their scorecards, and made their way to the Earth examination venue. Upon entering, Wang Qie noted the absence of the girl and read once more, speculating that she might have finished and left. He inquired of the standing little Taoisti junior brother, how does one play this round? Addressing all the senior brothers and sisters, the little Taoist responded, this round is called striking the earth balls. The earth beast will expel 200 earth balls into the air. Points can be scored by striking them before they touch the ground. Failure to hit means no points are awarded. Senior sister Lan, you shall go first this time. Wang Qie had learned to be clever, realizing that it would be difficult to control the score at the outset. Lan Lingxin did not hesitate, stepping forward first and nodding in acknowledgement to the little Taoist. Let us begin. No sooner had the words left her lips than an earth ball shot into the sky. And Lan Lingxin was already prepared. Go. The wind blade technique struck the earth ball. The earth beast proved to be quite astute, expelling both hollow and solid earth balls. After missing 2, she maintained her composure and continued to score steadily. Starting from 51 balls, the spirit beast began to expel 2 balls at a time, which left Lan Lingxin momentarily flustered. After 100 balls, it escalated to 3 at once, making it increasingly challenging for her to keep up. With 1 ball slipping past in each round. As the final phase approached, it began to expel 5 balls simultaneously, which was truly overwhelming, and ultimately Lan Lingxin scored 136 points. The second to take the stage was senior sister Morong. This young lady in a pink outfit with a green skirt demonstrated remarkable prowess, managing the earlier rounds with ease, but faltered only in the final 5 balls, scoring 183 points in total. Finally, it was Wang Qie's turn. Go for it. The girl in white attire extended her little fist, feigning encouragement. How could Wang Qie afford to let it slide, with only the skills of a direct confrontation learned? During the later stages of multiple balls, he could only strike 1 per round, ultimately achieving a score of 72 points through sheer effort. Among the 3, some were elated while others were dismayed as they exited the examination hall. Preparing to find a place to dine, Lan Lingxin and Morong Xiaoxiao had both brought lunches today, and the trio entered a nearby tea house, purchasing a pot of spirit tea for a piece of spirit stone, and sat down at an empty table to begin their meal. Lan Lingxin brought fried vegetarian balls, while Morong Xiaoxiao had steamed prawns. As they dined, they discussed the events of the examination. It seems that the techniques truly favor foundation building practitioners. The methods of chi-refining practitioners are too singular, leading to significant losses. Wang Qie exclaimed indignantly. Not necessarily, junior brother. As long as a chi-refining practitioner responds appropriately and scores 900 points, they could easily secure the top position. It's important to note that equal scores do not surpass one another, senior sister Morong replied while peeling her prawns. Indeed, it seems that foundation building practitioners are not guaranteed victory either, however, with only 10 rewards available each time. It is rather stingy. Without competition, who would still harbor the aspiration to pursue the Tao, Wang Qie remarked, having just peeled a prawn and popped it into his mouth, the treasure of the Sky King. Wang Qiye realized that the realm of cultivation was indeed addicted to treasures. Nevertheless, he felt a certain anticipation for this world as silent film, as its special effects were undeniably authentic. Wang Qiye had initially planned to flaunt his wealth that afternoon. But upon discovering that tickets cost 5 spirit stones, he felt as deflated as a frostbitten eggplant. After being influenced by the girl in pink and green, they all entered the screening hall for the martial arts drama. The Treasure of the Sky King officially commenced. Upon exiting the screening hall, Wang Qiye found the 2 beautiful girls beside him weeping like rain-soaked pear blossoms. Wang Qiye, however, felt little, having been seasoned by domestic dramas. Korean dramas, Japanese dramas, and American dramas, unlike here, where martial arts dramas were only shown during large events, it made sense that they would not screen them regularly due to the sparse audience. The love story of the Sky King, Wanyan Ayumu, and the White Rose Shangwan Mingyue, was indeed touching, yet Wang Qiye was more astonished by the puppet castle Fantasyland and lamented its demise. This ancient product of the war between gods and demons had required the talents of countless artisans from the righteous deity faction. Taking 100 years to secretly forge this wisdom crystallization only to be destroyed in an instant, that hypocritical Suzhou city simply plundered others' corners, ultimately leading to its own lonely downfall, entirely self-inflicted. Why do you think the Sky King, Wanyan Ayumu, ultimately did not leave? He clearly had the means to depart, yet he was burdened by the White Rose Shangwan Mingyue, who also chose not to leave. Lan Lingxin still had tears flowing to eyes. Wanyan Ayumu still the Sky King after leaving the puppet castle Fantasyland? Wang Qiye could understand Wanyan Ayumu and let out a sigh. The 2 girls were too engrossed in the plot to have any interest in shopping, and the trio could only part ways. Agreeing to meet the next day. Chapter 14, The 6 Arts of Cultivation. Alchemy. The next day at 5 o'clock, Wang Qiye awoke to the sound of the clock striking the hour. After dressing and washing his face, he took out his spirit stones to count. Only 4 remained, his last assets. With a monthly allowance of 2 spirit stones, he could last for another 2 months before needing to venture into the mountains to gather bamboo in exchange for spirit stones. Currently, the best worker on Qingzhou Peak earned only 7 spirit stones a month, and at 10 years of age, he was still unable to do much. Where would these spirit stones come from? Never mind, Wang Qiye had always adhered to the philosophy of not dwelling on things that were unclear. He believed that a path would appear before him when he reached the mountain. And if there was none, he would simply walk the path of others and let them worry. With 3 days left until the 6 Arts of Cultivation, Wang Qiye decided to borrow 10 spirit stones from Liera to get by. Just as he shouldered his burden and prepared to set off, Liero and Magan arrived. Wang Qiye, how did your exam go yesterday? Don't mention it, it was a bust. As they walked to the cafeteria, Wang Qiye recounted the 5 exams to Magan and Lierhuda. It seems we should skip it. What's the point? If we pass, we can enter the technique tower without paying any borrowing fees. It is only 120 spirit stones a year anyway. Once we reach foundation building, spirit stones will be easy to earn. After some deep consideration, Magan concluded, yes, Magan is right. Waiting until we reach foundation building to take the exam isn't too late. Wang Qiye entirely agreed. Arrow, lend me 10 spirit stones tonight. I only have 4 left now, and I can manage for today. Will 10 be enough? That should suffice. If I conserve, I should have 1 or 2 left over. Alright, come find me tonight. We'll go to the servant hall together. Good. Aside from techniques and beast taming, how did you both fare in the other exams? With this matter settled, Wang Qiye felt considerably more at ease. As for alchemy, the 2 of us have no chance. We tried formations yesterday and felt uncertain about them. I see no reason for us to attend the talisman exam either. Today, we plan to try our hand at weapon forging. Magan sighed more and more as he spoke. Wang Qiye felt reluctant to dampen his spirits but also thought it necessary to say something. Magan, weapon forging is truly just a test of strength. Devoid of any skill, you should try the talisman exam. The odds of success are likely greater than with weapon forging. Am I not aware of my own capabilities? We've never even touched those things. How likely do you think we are to succeed at the last minute? I might as well test my strength. Wang Qiye found himself persuaded by Magan and decided not to press further. Then you both go for weapon forging in the morning, and I'll check out the alchemy exam. Let us meet at the tea house in Drum Tower at noon. Today, Lan Lingxin and senior sister Moron will bring us some good food. Really, that's fantastic. I still think about those dumplings from last time. They make my mouth water, Li Arrow exclaimed, instantly excited. After finishing the last bit of soup in his bowl, he urged Wang Qiye and Magan. This time, Wang Qiye suggested they race once more, but the 2 were not fooled, prompting Wang Qiye to lament, a hero without a platform for their talents. Subsequently, the 3 parted ways beneath the archway. Wang Qiye intended to head directly to the alchemy exam, not planning to stroll around Dai. In fact, Lan Lingxin and Morong Xiaoxiao, due to their unsuitable spiritual roots for alchemy, were not planning to attend the alchemy exam today. Alchemy required specific talents. Only those with wood, water, or fire attributes were the best candidates for alchemy. It wasn't that others couldn't learn it, but practitioners of other attributes would consume twice the time to refine medicines. For example, a water practitioner would need 50 days to refine a pill, while a metal or earth practitioner would need 100 days to achieve the same result, with the quality only reaching 70% of what a water practitioner could produce. With that time, wouldn't it be better to engage in something else? Wang Qiye, possessing both wood and water spiritual roots, was indeed an exceptional candidate for alchemy. Arriving early today, Wang Qiye saw only a dozen or so people in line, which filled him with joy. He hurriedly bought a token and took his place at the end of the queue. Upon seeing the stone lion again, Wang Qiye felt an unusual sense of familiarity. It seemed that not being part of the same family was akin to not recognizing the same door. It turned out that even the stone lions in his household were more majestic than those of others. The stone lion admitted Wang Qiye, who then stood before the alchemy examination rules. Alchemy examination rules: identify the herbs. Each time, 10 types of herbs are drawn at random, and one must determine their medicinal value. The closer the answer, the higher the score. Foundation building practitioners must ultimately score higher than chi refining practitioners by 100 points. Damn it, I've never even seen the appearance of a medicinal herb before. It seemed that every aspect of the 6 arts of cultivation could not be approached with trickery. This round could only rely on sheer luck. Accepting the brush and answer sheet from the little Taoist, Wang Qiye could only guess at the herbs based on the degree of vegetable decay. For the herbs, he recorded: Sanchi 80, summer fish grass 70, udon wheat 36, glazed insect 56, great eggplant emperor 62, lemon cilantro 73, white duous frost 50, thunder fruit 26, 5 poison toad 49, chasing wind 7, step snake 91. Wang Qiye wrote without hesitation and submitted the answer sheet to the scorekeeper at the back door. Senior brother, please wait a moment. 1 minute. Senior brother, your total score is 160, which does not place you in the top 10. We welcome your next visit. Fuming, Wang Qiye exited with a dark expression, shouting, heavenly heavens, this is too much. Having failed to gain admission to any of the 6 arts, Wang Qiye found himself in a rather dismal mood, possessing a considerable fortune of 4 spirit stones. He dared not linger on the bustling streets, ultimately seeking refuge in the Drum Tower Tea House. How may I serve you, esteemed guests? A young attendant greeted him with enthusiasm. 5, but hold the tea for now. We shall wait for others to arrive. By the way, 1 spirit stone for the tea. Wang Qiye replied, very well, please follow me inside, the attendant said, taking the spirit stone as payment. Wang Qiye chose a seat by the window. Lost in thought, with 3 more hours until the appointed time, it was still early. Suddenly, a teapot was placed before him. Didn't I say to serve the tea only when everyone arrives? Wang Qiye protested. Bewildered, dear guest, it was sent by that gentleman over there. The attendant pointed. Following the gesture, Wang Qiye observed a striking young man standing nearby, elegantly adorned with a jade crown and holding a white paper fan, who bowed in his direction. At that moment, Wang Qiye could hardly muster any interest in him. He seized the teapot and poured himself a cup without acknowledging the young man, merely raising his cup in that direction before taking a sip. It was scalding hot. Another opportunist, Wang Qiye thought disdainfully. In the past, he had held such people in contempt, seeing them as lacking in principles, yet, it seemed that in this world, such individuals thrived. Nonetheless, this was of no concern to Wang Qiye. Lost in his reverie, he was jolted back to reality when someone tapped him on the head. Looking up, he was met with the sight of 3 stunning beauties, prompting an involuntary exclamation. This place was indeed a veritable paradise for women of beauty. And among cultivators, none were unattractive. I've seen Senior Sister Lan, Senior Sister Morong, but who is this? He inquired. This enchanting lady is our culinary genius from Qingfeng Cliff, Lan Lingxin replied with a hint of pride. Qingfeng Cliff, Ji Relangsu, 7th layer of Qi refinement, pleased to meet you, junior brother. A girl clad in green chimed in with a melodious voice. Qingzhu Peak, Wang Qiye, 5th layer of Qi refinement, a pleasure to meet you. Senior sister, he responded, please have a seat and enjoy the tea, Lan Lingxin urged as they settled down, while Wang Qiye discreetly glanced at the table where the jade-faced young man had been seated. Relieved to find it empty, Wang Qiye, what are you daydreaming about all alone? Lan Lingxin's voice, like the chime of a wind bell, broke his mood. Don't mention it, I flunked all the 6 arts. He lamented, "Fear not, you are still young, the road ahead is long." Morong Xiaoxiao reassured him, her attire today a soft pink that hinted at a rivalry with Wang Qiya's own preference for simplicity. Understanding the age-old truth that three women make a play, Wang Qiya resolved to speak less and drink more tea. The three beauties sat together, chattering like birds. The sound of their laughter sent Wang Qiya's heart racing, reverberating in his chest, as the gentle breeze and warm sunlight enveloped them. "Wang Qiya," a voice pierced through the tranquility, disrupting the peaceful atmosphere. Wang Qiya felt an urge to kick out in irritation. "Hey, I'm here. No more chopping wood for me," Li Era declared as he joined them, quaffing a large cup of tea as he regarded the dejected Ma Gan. "Gone, don't lose heart. I also flunked the 6 arts," Wang Qiya consoled him, knowing full well the situation. "Are you hungry? Here, try senior sister's cooking," Ji Relangsa said, producing a food box with steaming dishes. Each dish was introduced with flair, confirming her culinary prowess. Indeed, her reputation was well-deserved, as each dish was not only fragrant but visually stunning, though regrettably they were being presented to a group of youths lacking appreciation for fine cuisine. "This is 3-flavor shredded potato, this one is mudfish tofu, this is deep-fried fish eyes, this is steamed crab, this one is braised sparrow beakfish, this is glass flower seed, this is cold mixed bean sprouts. And this is spicy fragrant pot," she enumerated, concluding with, "and finally, our signature dish from Qingfeng Cliff, the tour of the river fish soup." "What, senior sister Ji, this tour of the river fish soup is still moving. This is something you can't find elsewhere." Although the river fish are only tadpole-sized, they are the favorite food of the red cloud bird. After simmering for 8 hours over a low flame with a pinch of salt, the soup is ready, and the fish still swims within, so when you eat it, it will even jump. Lan Lingxin eagerly scooped a spoonful, and the 3 young men, initially skeptical, soon followed suit. It was as if they had discovered a new world. A sensation reminiscent of the euphoric delight of the past, amplified thrice, with the freshness of the fish adding to the experience. At this moment, Wang Qiya could no longer restrain himself, nearly clawing at the food. The 6 of them devoured the meal with abandon, leaving nothing behind, showering Ji Relangsa with praise afterward. The group soon made their way to the 6 arts stall. Chapter 15. The conclusion of the 6 arts. 5 o'clock. Today marked the final day of the 6 arts. The only solace for Wang Qiya was that he still had 11 spirit stones remaining, 10 of which were borrowed from Li Era 2 days prior. He resolved to spend all of them today. Spirit stones are mere trifles. Once spent, we can earn more. After casting a water sphere spell to wash his face, he heard a voice call out, "Wang Qiya, rise, Li Era and Ma Gan have arrived." "I'm up," he replied, pocketing the spirit stones from his desk and slinging his bag over his shoulder. "Let us go eat," he suggested, and the trio made their way to the dining hall to collect their meals. "What do you think senior sister Ji will bring today?" one asked. "I reckon it will be 3 meat dishes, 5 vegetable dishes, and a bowl of soup," Wang Qiya said, his mouth watering at the thought, making the bun in his hand seem less appealing. "I have a feeling it will be 4 meat and 4 vegetable dishes," another chimed in. "Nonsense, it will be 6 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a bowl of soup," Ma Gan countered, swallowing a mouthful of bun. "Wang Qiya, you eat so little, it's a waste." "Well, you've hardly eaten less," Wang Qiya shot back, sipping his soup. "That's called tasting." "Do you understand?" Ma Gan retorted, "with that eating style of yours, tasting? I scoff at that," Wang Qiya exclaimed, spitting on the ground in mockery. "We're not on the same wavelength, I can't communicate with you." He added, changing the subject, "Hurry up and eat, we're waiting for you." Almost done, Ma Gan mumbled, cramming another bun into his mouth and finishing his soup. Once they had eaten, they left the dining hall and made their way to the large tree at Qingyin Peak, where the 2 young ladies had already arrived. "Lan Lingxin, what has senior sister Ji prepared today?" Wang Qiya inquired eagerly. That is a secret." "What is there to keep secret, senior sister Morong? Please tell me." "Today's main dish can only be found swimming in the grass, plus the September purple star has fallen to the mortal realm, causing 2 flowers to bloom. Oh, my dear senior sister, please don't keep me in suspense," Wang Qiya exclaimed, regretting having eaten 2 extra buns that morning. "Patience, you'll miss out if you get too eager," she teased. "Let us go. Today is the last day of the 6 arts, and if we don't explore now, there'll be nothing left to enjoy. You're truly wicked," Wang Qiya lamented, trailing behind with an expression of mock sorrow. On this final day of the 6 arts, the streets were more crowded than ever. The 5 of them wandered among the stalls. "Senior sister Morong, what if we set up a stall ourselves, perhaps with senior sister Ji? With these sparkling spirit stones, we could make a fortune," Wang Qiya mused, eyeing the throngs of people with envy. "You fool, if we set up a stall, what will you eat?" "Good point," Wang Qiya conceded, realizing he had just stumbled upon a brilliant idea. "Perhaps we should add a culinary art to the 6 arts. Cooking is ultimately a minor skill. Once we reach the golden core stage, we can fast and the culinary arts will become obsolete, Morong Xiaoxiao said wistfully. At that moment, Wang Qie recalled that he was indeed in a world of cultivation. Each skill requires immense dedication. Mastering cooking would surely neglect other pursuits. It was only now that he grasped the principle of gain and loss. Then, this is her choice. Everyone has their own path to walk. He pondered silently, feeling a mix of heaviness and admiration. Breaking news: the white-browed hawk's blood has been shed in the Long River Valley, and the black skeleton's nascent soul has successfully passed its tribulation. Isn't there's still 4 days left in the month? Wang Qie turned to Morong Xiaoxiao. Something significant must have transpired. It seems that matter has reached a conclusion. Let us go see, she urged. I'll buy the monthly magazine, you guys just wait here. Wang Qie pushed forward, producing a spirit stone to purchase a copy of the Fania Monthly from a Taoist boy. The four of them quickly gathered around. Engrossed in their reading. 4 months prior, news had spread like wildfire of the Flying Eagle Fortress' eldest disciple being seduced by the demonists of the Long River Valley, leading to his betrayal of the righteous path. Becoming the subject of ridicule, the fortress master, a combined cultivation practitioner, Sima Changfeng, had ventured alone into the Long River Valley, his whereabouts undisclosed, and after 2 months of fierce battles, he had not escaped, leaving his blood to stain the valley. Reliable news from the Skeleton Mountain, which had been silent for 3 years, reported that the Black Skeleton had successfully passed its tribulation. The mountain was inviting heroes from all corners of the world to a grand feast on the 15th of next month. Heroes are often thwarted by the allure of beauty. Wang Qie couldn't help but muse. He hadn't expected such melodrama in this world. One could only imagine how enchanting the demoness must have been to lead a disciple of the Flying Eagle Fortress to forsake a promising future for her embrace. What a pity, Morong's fourth sister couldn't help but exclaim. Just think of that. By Maying Sima Changfeng. He was indeed a remarkable hero. Who would have imagined that not only would he fail to preserve his reputation in his twilight years, but he would also meet with a tragic end. The heavens are capricious, and the affairs of the world are difficult to predict. Finally, Ma Gan seized the opportunity to flaunt it. It is a pity, however, for the vast estate of the Flying Eagle Fortress, which, having lost 2 of its leaders, is now akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Morong's sister could only lament her inability to partake in the spoils. Sister Morong, what exactly is Skull Mountain? Isn't it one of the 4 pillars of the demonic path in this realm? Ma Gan inquired, puzzled. I've forgotten the past. I only remember the events of these past few months. No wonder I sensed such a drastic change in your demeanor. It turns out this is the reason, Li Arrow interjected. Skull Mountain, the Hall of Thousand Demons, the Harmony Sect, and the Pastoral Mountain Manor together form the 4 pillars supporting the demonic path. Among them, Skull Mountain instills the greatest fear in righteous cultivators. Why is that? Wang Qie hastily urged Ma Gan to continue. Because Skull Mountain preys upon righteous cultivators. At that moment, Ma Gan's body trembled. What do you mean by preying upon righteous cultivators? Wang Qie asked, utterly bewildered. Cultivators feed on heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as spiritual beasts, to break through their cultivation levels. However, Skull Mountain perceives cultivators as a type of spiritual beast. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures are rare, and spiritual beasts are hard to find, but cultivators are plentiful. Ma Gan spoke, his voice quivering. Indeed, the cultivation of the righteous is daunting. I wish to return to earth. Wang Qie gasped. Such a sect still exists without being eradicated by the righteous path. Their strength must be formidable enough to contend with the 5 major righteous sections. Thankfully, the demonic factions are not united. Otherwise, the righteous path would find it exceedingly difficult to survive. Wang Qie felt a sense of urgency. From now on, when we descend the mountain, we must remain vigilant, especially towards cultivators adorned with skulls. We should immediately call for reinforcements to surround and eliminate them, as that is the hallmark of Skull Mountain. Morong's sister was filled with indignation. Skull Mountain has been dormant for 3 years. It must be unable to contain itself now, especially in recent years. It would be best to avoid descending the mountain altogether. The group nodded in agreement. Let us first head to the tea house at Drum Tower. Sister Jiru should be arriving soon, Lan Lingxin suggested to the group. Yes, let us go to the tea house, they replied. Once seated at the tea house, Wang Qie purchased a pot of spiritual tea. The group gathered around the Flying Bird Monthly to delve into other news. An hour later, Jirulan finally arrived, albeit fashionably late. Dinner is ready. The group awaited eagerly. Today's offerings included crystal shrimp, fried mackerel, cold-dressed daylilies, fried rice cakes, spicy mountain bamboo shoots, chives with eggs, mapo tofu, and eggplant stew. Step aside, our main dish has arrived, Tata, the hot and sour soup. Having heard such mysterious descriptions earlier, everyone now focused intently on the main dish. The soup was divided into two colors of blue and green, by a snake-like ribbon running through the middle, adorned with floating purple strawberries and two unknown blossoms, each occupying a side, hinting at the hot and sour flavors. Well, let us first sip the sour, then the spicy. By the time we reach the bottom, we shall savor both flavors together, Lan Lingxin boasted. Brilliant, the group chorused, and soon the atmosphere shifted as they began to feast, brushing aside their earlier fears. After their meal, the group recounted the information they had gathered that morning to Ji Rulan, who turned pale with fright, instantly enveloping the group in a cloud of anxiety. They then retrieved the Flying Bird Monthly to study it further. Once they concluded their examination, they ventured onto the bustling streets. Though the surrounding air felt palpably tense, massive discounts, come see, everything is at a quarter of the price, rock-bottom deals. The vendors appeared to be clearing out their inventories. Sister Moron, why are these vendors slashing their prices? Wang Qiye inquired. In the next decade, the number of people descending from the mountain will surely dwindle. If they do not descend, these weapons, pills, and talismans will naturally remain unsold and become burdensome. Ah, I see, Wang Qiye replied, enlightened. Then we should seize this opportunity to stock up and sell them in 10 years, which would surely be profitable. Who can predict what will happen in 10 years? If we do not prioritize our cultivation and instead chase after these trifling gains, we may end up losing the watermelon while picking up sesame seeds, Morong Xiaoxiao cautioned. Indeed, you are right, Wang Qiye conceded. Though inwardly he pondered how to spend the 9 spiritual stones he had. With newfound courage, he approached a stall to inquire about prices. How much for this dagger? 8 spiritual stones. He assessed the dagger, which was of the wood attribute and perfectly suited for him, only the length of a hand. Yes, it can be strapped to my thigh. You should offer a bit more. This was originally priced at 50 spiritual stones. The stall owner wore an expression of difficulty. I've heard they are about to seal the mountain. You must decide whether you want the spiritual stones or the dagger, Wang Qiye said, trying to intimidate the stall owner. Just add a bit more and we can strike a deal. The stall owner hesitated, then said, I will add 1 more spiritual stone, but you must give me one of those masks. Wang Qiye pointed at the half-face black raven masks the stall owner had. These masks are made from raven feathers and are worth 10 spiritual stones each. They can obscure spiritual sight, making your face unrecognizable. The stall owner panicked. Not selling. If you won't sell, I will leave. Wang Qiye stood up as if to leave. Come back, I will sell it to you, the stall owner exclaimed, realizing he might actually lose the deal. Wang Qiye took out his last spiritual stones and handed them over. Receiving the dagger and mask in return, elated, he brushed aside his earlier fears, reflecting on how timely the arrival of Skull Mountain had been. What did you all acquire? Only Morong's sister nodded, indicating she had gained something, while the others reported no gains. At last, the moment of parting had arrived, casting a heavy pall over both parties. Remember to write to me on the 15th of every month. Certainly, Wang Qiye waved his hand emphatically. Your farewell is unbearable to witness. I shall steal glances at you until we meet again, not knowing when that day will come, with only the slow passage of time to accompany me. Chapter 16. To untie the bell, one must first tie it. 3 months remained until the demon extermination ceremony. The break from the 6 arts of cultivation had ended, returning them to their daily training routines. For the past few days, Wang Qiye had struggled to refocus his mind from the 6 arts of cultivation. Even yesterday, he had forgotten what the outer sect elder had lectured about. In the training ground, Lu Qingqing swiftly knocked Wang Qiye to the ground. Wang Qiye, you appear more agile than before, but your skills have notably declined, Lu Qingqing teased, beckoning him with her finger. Junior brother Wang, Sister Yuan requests your presence. Zhao Ruoyan and Zhang Yuyan arrived together. How could I have forgotten this matter? Right now, Wang Qiye only wished to lie on the ground and feign death, but having taken so much from her, he couldn't refuse. Sometimes, receiving too much can be even more daunting. Thus, he could only steel himself and nod in agreement. Let us go to the training ground. Beneath the large tree, spotting the familiar long black hair, though she wore attire akin to Wang Qiye's, her frigid aura was unmistakable. Sister Yuan, I am honored to be in your presence. Junior brother, please come and sit. Hearing Yuan Mengyao's tone, there was an urgency in her voice. Wang Qiye felt a headache coming on. Why couldn't this girl just give up? What was he to do? He reluctantly sat at the small table. Junior brother, please help me once more. Lend me your assistance. As soon as he sat down, Yuan Mengyao seized Wang Qiye's right hand with both of hers, pleading earnestly, even forgetting to pour the tea. If it weren't for the 6 arts of cultivation, I would have approached you long ago, sister, do not rush, speak slowly, Wang Qie stammered, unsure how to extract his hand. It seemed he would need to assist her with that divine ability once again. He prepared to confess to Yuan Mangyao but was taken aback by the sparkle in her eyes, now dimmed to it was clear that this girl was deeply infatuated with senior brother Wan Qing. Thus, he attempted to dissuade her. Sister, the technique's pavilion contains myriad methods. It only requires a rental fee of 10 spiritual stones for a month. With your resources, what need is there to worry about not obtaining techniques? That divine ability was merely a casual remark from senior brother Wan Qing. Junior brother does not understand. That technique is of great significance to me. Here are 100 spiritual stones. I hope you will strive to help me, she said, pushing a food box toward Wang Qie. Wang Qie was unwilling to accept further offerings and grew anxious. Sister, there is no need for such extravagance. Is junior brother dissatisfied with the amount? I shall add more spiritual stones right away. No, I will accept this. I will certainly help with your endeavor. Upon seeing him accept, Yuan Mengyao's dull eyes brightened, revealing a smile akin to a blooming jasmine flower. Yet, Wang Qie had no heart to appreciate this gentle spring breeze. He lamented her overwhelming obsession. Feeling shameful, he dared not linger any longer and stood up. I shall attend to sister's important matter now. I bid you farewell. He grabbed the food box and hurriedly left. After parting from Yuan Mangyao, Wang Qie had no desire to return to the training ground. He returned to his dwelling, placed the food box on his desk, and pondered what to do next. Wang Qie, what folly have you engaged in? Now that matters have escalated, how can they be resolved? As he contemplated, Wang Qie struck his own face with a resounding slap, leaving 5 distinct marks. What should I do to resolve this? Letting desire cloud your judgment. This slap truly had effect. As the saying goes, to untie the bell, one must first tie it. This matter, having arisen from the bamboo leaves, should also be resolved by them. Unable to sit still any longer, he stood up and pushed the door open to leave. Suddenly he hesitated, deciding that this matter could wait until the following morning. The next day, after finishing breakfast, Wang Qie made his way to a corner of the training ground, under the large tree. Standing in anticipation of Yuan Mengyao's arrival, his mind was preoccupied with contemplations about the feasibility of his plans. It wasn't long before a group of 3 approached, and upon spotting Wang Qie, Yuan Mengyao's heart leapt with joy as she hurried over. Has my junior brother found a lead? She inquired eagerly. Senior sister, brother Wan Qing also refrains from making rash assertions, but I dare to speculate that it may be related to our surroundings, he replied. Taking a seat, he poured himself some tea and began to elaborate. After retrieving a small table and tea utensils from his storage pouch, he poured a cup for Wang Qie, who accepted it with a nod, noting the warmth evidently freshly brewed. Senior sister, this technique must be practiced in the bamboo grove, and we must await the convergence of favorable circumstances to truly grasp its essence, he explained earnestly. Observing the lovely figure before him deep in thought, he noticed her nodding attentively. Suddenly, a flash of brilliance caught his eye. The ice-cold beauty with long black hair had returned. Thank you, junior brother, your kindness shall not be forgotten, she said graciously. Then let us toast with tea as if it were wine. Wishing senior sister swift mastery of your abilities. Young one, such fortuitous weather is rare. Should it take you months to vanquish your inner demons, I shall reveal the truth only then, when your temperament has been sufficiently tempered. Thank you, junior brother, for your auspicious words. Please, senior sister, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Wang Qie felt that it was unwise to linger, as the presence of the long-haired beauty exerted a certain pressure upon him. Upon returning to the sword practice area, he let out a sigh of relief. Feeling at ease, Lu Qingqing, let us engage in another 300 rounds. You scoundrel, prepare to meet your end, the following day at the training ground. It is said that one feels invigorated when encountering joyous events. Having completed matters concerning others, it was time to focus on his own endeavors, no, rather, the experimental targets he had planned. While surveying the sword practice area, he spotted a 9-year-old girl. This one should be relatively easy to deceive, right? Shows Shimmy, who lingers. What is it, brother Qie? The little girl, polite and adorable, caused Wang Qie to hesitate. Well, as long as I don't lead her too far astray, it should suffice. Xiao Shimmy, would you like to learn a technique? Really, brother Qie, you're so kind. By the way, I still don't know what kind of spiritual root you possess. Reporting to brother Qie, I have a gold spiritual root, wind spiritual root, and fire spiritual root. Let me think for a moment. Shimmy, if you combine the golden light technique with the fireball technique, you shall obtain a new skill. Great, I want a new skill. Children are indeed easy to deceive. With just a little coaxing, she was bouncing with excitement. Then you should quickly meditate and circulate your energy. Wang Qie encouraged her to try it once. The obedient girl sat down immediately. channeling her energy, conjuring a fireball in her left hand and golden light in her right, attempting to meld the two techniques. This step proceeded smoothly, but perhaps due to her excitement or lack of stability, the fireball suddenly expanded, emitting dazzling golden rays that momentarily blinded both of them. Oh no, I miscalculated. After the blinding light faded, both were momentarily deprived of sight, and the little girl burst into tears. Why are you crying? Wasn't he that successful? Wang Qie rubbed his sore eyes, tears of frustration streaming down his face. My eyes hurt. Your eyes will be fine soon. Why cry? 555555555. At that moment, Wang Qie regretted his decision. This child was truly difficult to handle. He felt as if he had shot himself in the foot. Unsure of how to console her, he began to cry in despair. 555555555. Brother Qie, why are you crying? 555. Joe Shimmy, why are you crying? 55. Brother Qie, 555. My eyes hurt. 555. Joe Shimmy, 55. I'm crying because your eyes hurt. 55. I've already cried for you. 55. So stop crying. 55. Upon hearing this, the little girl truly ceased her tears and peeked at Wang Qie with a sly glance. Wang Qie caught her in the act and began to cry even louder. 555 55555. This time, it seemed he was genuinely crying. The more Wang Qie thought about it, the more frustrated he became. After leaving the little girl, he realized he had lingering effects from the encounter. He couldn't help but burst into tears at the slightest provocation. All day hunting geese, only to be played by a child today. Sister Tian, please wait. Sister Lu, please wait. Chapter 17. Refining Qi at the 6th layer in the blink of an eye. It had reached the middle of the month. Wang Qie picked up a pen and bit it lightly, finally inscribing a few words. To Sister Lan Lingxi and I. In the past half-month, nothing of note had occurred. Looking at the 2 lines on the letter, Wang Qie felt quite satisfied. He took the letter to the back and arrived at the delivery station. Placing it on the counter and pulling out a spirit stone. Excuse me, senior brother, where is it to be sent, and to whom? Qing Fengcliff, Lan Lingxin, the managing senior brother, wrote the details on a label, stuffing everything into a carrier bird's leg tube. The bird, as if understanding, flapped its wings and soared into the sky. It will arrive by evening. Thank you, senior brother. Farewell. On the way back, Wang Qie felt both apprehensive and excited. The next evening upon returning, he found a sound transmission talisman waiting at the door. His heart leapt with joy as he hurriedly reached out to touch the talisman. Wang Qie, you have a letter. Upon hearing this, Wang Qie dashed away breathless to the delivery station. After retrieving the letter and returning to his abode, he did not rush to open it but instead rested his head on his arms, feet propped up on the desk, rocking his chair while gazing at the bright moon outside, chuckling foolishly. A warm current rose from his heart, swiftly coursing through his limbs, a sensation akin to floating in a hot spring. By the time the cool moonlight stirred him from his reverie, it was already midnight, and he had reached the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Elated, he poured himself a cup of the delightful wine. Intoxicated by its beauty, the next day at the training ground. Sister Mu, please wait. Wang Qie caught sight of a graceful figure, Mu Wanqing, one of the 3 flower disciples of the miscellaneous sect at Qingzhou Peak. How could he not be enchanted? It is you, Wang Qie. Recently, I've heard you've caused quite a bit of trouble for many of our junior sisters. The lovely figure stood, tilting her head to scrutinize Wang Qie. Senior sister, you flatter me. I merely seek to help others without expecting anything in return. But why is it always the junior sisters you assist, and never the junior brothers? As she spoke, a mischievous smile played on her lips. Wang Qie felt a shiver run down his spine at that smile. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, the enchanting figure covered her mouth, seemingly unable to contain her laughter, bending over in mirth. Wang Qie, you have only a month and a half before you must head up the mountain to cut bamboo. Right. At this remark, Wang Qie felt as if the world had shifted. The charming figure before him transformed into an enchanting temptress, exuding an aura of coldness that left him feeling frozen. Dang it! I was careless. These kids have no sense of martial ethics. However, having finally caught this charming figure, he hesitated to let her go easily. With courage born from desperation, he said to Sister Mu, would you care to give it a try? The charming figure appeared incredulous, her condescending, self-satisfied smile faltering, replaced by a look of indignation and fury. Scoundrel, are you still not giving up? In that fleeting moment, thoughts raced through Wang Qie's mind like a current, and he tremulously responded, what, are you afraid? The enchanting figure clenched her teeth, her gaze slanting dangerously as she shot him a cold, disdainful look, 5 words echoing in the air, you're dead meat. Wang Qie, unwilling to back down at such a critical juncture, steeled himself. Well, junior brother, how do you intend to guide your senior sister? Each word dripped with malice, as though he were picking a fight. Fortunately, he had heard enough about the three-flower disciples of Qingzhou Peak from Ma Gong, but facing her today, he was unprepared. Senior sister, allow me a moment to contemplate. Wang Qie promptly closed his eyes and began to meditate. Pondering what to do next. What should he do? What should he do? Mu Wanqing took his silence as a sign of retreat, closing her eyes to meditate as well, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. I have an idea, senior sister, junior brother, have you thought it through? Mu Wanqing's voice trembled with a hint of uncertainty. The world spun, identities reversed. Wang Qie would not allow her to backtrack. Senior sister, the path is arduous. We must be brave in our attempts. How can we retreat over such trivial obstacles? With the duality of light and dark and the opposing forces of the Earth's magnetic field, let us combine two Earth spike techniques with an electrical technique to create an electromagnetic field. When we approach the enemy, we can reverse the magnetic field, altering the direction of the Earth spike technique, which will surely throw the enemy into disarray. Upon hearing this, the enchanting figure's expression shifted through various emotions. It was no wonder so many sisters had fallen prey. Wang Qie's words held a kernel of truth that was enticing, yet, recalling the fates of her fellow sisters sent a chill down her spine. But she couldn't resist the temptation that began to spark within her. Wang Qie, unable to withstand such a dramatic display, found himself captivated, his gaze warming with newfound fervor, perhaps something beyond mere attraction. Mu Wanqing could only feel a sharp pain coursing through her. Realizing the extent of the humiliation she had endured, enraged, she slammed her hands against the ground, launching a kick that sent Wang Qie rolling like a gourd. Wang Qie, caught off guard, had no time to prepare, and he never expected such a stunning figure to act so swiftly. He rolled quite a distance from the impact, believing that his scheme had been uncovered. Wang Qie accepted his fate, recognizing that such opportunistic endeavors seldom succeed. He chose to feign vulnerability, hoping that this enchanting figure would refrain from further aggression. Remaining on the ground, he propped himself up with one hand, ready to apologize to his senior sister, yet before he could finish his sentence, the enchanting figure began to channel her powers. Instantly silenced, he feared that any disturbance might provoke her wrath, leading to a severe beating. Mu Wanqing skillfully executed the Earth Spike technique, attempting to summon lightning. After several failed attempts, she finally made progress. 10 minutes later, the two Earth Spikes buzzed with electric energy, marking the successful completion of the initial part of her spell. With a change of intent, she manipulated the technique again, and to her astonishment, the two combined Earth Spikes separated, adjusting their direction slightly. Miraculously, the spell had taken its first form. Stunned with joy, she could hardly believe her success. Goodness, I actually succeeded, so I endured that beating for nothing, she lamented. Senior sister, my heart is heavy with sorrow. The dazed figure finally moved, helping the still prone Wang Qie to his feet while brushing off the dust from his robe. I saw a strange bug on your shoulder earlier, and you were startled, she explained. I couldn't allow you to suffer alone. It seemed only fair that you should have a kick in return. Wang Qie, however, saw no reason to be courteous. The opportunity to kick such a stunning figure was worth it. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly felt a chilling breeze in the air. How could the bright sun above have turned ominous? He glanced around, noticing glinting blades aimed at him, realizing that their prolonged presence had attracted the attention of the guardians. With this kick, he might very well end up losing a few teeth. After all, his life was paramount. Senior sister, I usually fear such pests, and I thank you for rescuing me from danger, he said. I have urgent matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Having suffered two setbacks at the enchanting figure's hands, Wang Qie could hardly afford to show her any semblance of kindness. Without waiting for a response, he turned on his heels and left. Hey, junior brother, wait, I haven't repaid you yet. Senior sister, keeping your distance from me in the future would be the greatest favor you could bestow, he declared, not bothering to look back, his pace unyielding. Mu Wanqing, already in a buoyant mood, found his words amusing and couldn't help but laugh, though she quickly covered her mouth, feeling it inappropriate to do so at that moment. Wang Qie, filled with a sense of indignation, thought that if not for the enemies lurking nearby, he would have surely dragged that enchanting figure into a secluded place to teach her a lesson. Upon reaching the sword training area, Wang Qie donned protective gear, picked up a hefty sword, and approached Zhu Dashang. Consumed with a desire to vent his frustrations, he shouted, Zhu Dashang, come out and face your demise. Zhu Dashang glared back, planting the heavy sword into the ground and spitting twice with hostility before slinging the weapon over his shoulder and advancing towards Wang Qie with a menacing aura. From a distance of 3 steps, he leaped high, raising his sword to unleash a powerful strike, crashing towards Wang Qie. You dare defy me? Today, I will leave you searching for your teeth. Wang Qie spun thrice on his heels, Channeling all his strength to meet the oncoming foe. As they collided, Zhu Dacheng's foot landed squarely on Wang Qiya's chest, using the momentum to execute a backflip, landing triumphantly while Wang Qiya tumbled to the ground like a rolling gourd. Delightful, come at me again, Wang Qiya bellowed from the ground before springing back up. The two resumed their clash. Chapter 18. Everyone has their own path. As the month reached its midpoint, Wang Qiya unfolded a sheet of letter paper at his desk. After much contemplation, he finally mustered the courage to write. To senior sister Lan Lingxin, he began, this month has been uneventful. Satisfied with the 2 lines he had penned, he folded the letter and placed it within an envelope before rising to head towards the messenger's courtyard. Upon arriving at the delivery station, he placed the letter and a spirit stone on the counter. In another half-month, his 6-month leave would come to an end, and he would have to start cutting bamboo to earn spirit stones. The days of receiving spirit stones without work were now a sweet memory, although the monthly allowance was only 2 spirit stones, one for sending letters and the other for paying rent. It offered Wang Qiya a glimpse into this world of cultivation. Among the various writings, he particularly enjoyed reading the miscellaneous notes, finding little interest in the insights into various techniques, as they were hardly worthy of the technique pavilion. To him, reading them felt like a waste of time. Especially since the monthly rent for the pavilion was 10 spirit stones, a burden few servant disciples could afford. In this realm of cultivation, despite having experienced the ebb and flow of righteous and demonic forces and the loss of techniques. As long as there was a steadfast heart seeking the Tao, there would always be exceptional individuals who would create or restore techniques. New cultivators emerge like a flood, often living for hundreds or even thousands of years. Thus, in their later years, cultivators, aside from accumulating spirit stones and passing down their legacies, yearned to find their successors. Naturally, they would not easily concede that their hard-earned techniques were inferior to others. Most could not bear the thought of their cherished creations fading away with them. Those who failed to find successors often left behind tales of treasure for fated individuals, while the rest stored their techniques and insights within various sects and academies, increasing the chances of finding a worthy heir. Some even ensured that their work was preserved in every sect and academy, casting a wide net, not necessarily expecting someone to adopt their techniques but simply wishing for others to witness the fruits of their decades of labor. This, in itself, was worth it. For every spell created, there existed countless unique interpretations. Everyone has their own path to tread. Walking someone else's path makes it difficult to reach the pinnacle of the Tao. Only by drawing inspiration from others' achievements and forging one's own path can one attain enlightenment through their craft. To junior brother, who are you sending this to? Work, the managing senior brother inquired, noticing Wang Qiya lost in thought. Wang Qiya snapped back to reality, realizing he had drifted too far in his musings. Cliff Lan Lingxin, I apologize for the trouble, senior brother. The managing senior brother neatly labeled the package and secured everything into a leg of a flying beast. This time a large owl, the creature seemed to understand its task, flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. It will arrive by night, the managing senior brother assured with a smile. Thank you, senior brother, farewell. The next afternoon, Wang Qiya continued his routine at the 100 Whispers Hall. At this hour, he was the only one present. His fellow disciples were either at the servant hall receiving tasks or out gathering bamboo for spirit stones. 5.5 months have passed since I came here, Wang Qiya mused. In just 5 months, he had begun to forget his former life. Initially, he felt lost and hopeful, realizing that he lacked any extraordinary abilities or systems, which had plunged him into despair. Yet, as he settled in, he grew fond of life here. He could practice martial arts, tease his senior sister, and even write letters. Setting his book aside, he made his way to the dining hall as dinner time approached. He entered, eyeing his favorite dishes and helping himself. Just as he took a few bites, Liero sat down beside him. Liero, why did you finish your blacksmithing shift so early today? Our team finished a weapon today. The elders rewarded each of us with a spirit stone. They let us leave without overtime for those who didn't meet their goals, he replied. That's splendid, earning 10 spirit stones a month from blacksmithing, plus an extra 10 for each successful weapon, is far better than gathering bamboo. Wang Qiya genuinely congratulated him. You should also peruse those medical texts and strive to pass the alchemy exam, so you can earn that high monthly salary. Liero, having gained strength from 2 months of blacksmithing, spoke with newfound confidence. Not a chance, alchemy requires hands-on experience, and with my current low capabilities I can't even venture down the mountain to gather herbs. It's tough. Indeed, the spiritual herbs on our mountain are in limited supply, and we're prohibited from harvesting them. I've heard the secret realms are perilously dangerous, plenty of treasures within, but you must risk your life to obtain them. 10 enter, 5 return. Not if luck is against you, it's entirely possible for none to come back, Wang Qie lamented, with just 2.5 months until the end of your assessment if you manage to score 10 points in the 6 arts. You'll be in a secure position. Wang Qie couldn't help but reflect on the arrow's good fortune, who among us is truly the reincarnated one. In this cultivation civilization, the new year does not align with the old calendar. It commemorates the day the puppet castle fantasy realm emerged, celebrating the eradication of demons. In honor of this momentous occasion, the tradition of demon-slaying festivals was established. However, this is only recognized by the righteous sects. While the demonic factions do not acknowledge it, some even take advantage of this day to cause chaos. Of course, 3 months after the demon-slaying festival comes the annual grand celebration of the demonic path. The frenzied demon festival. On this day, a few righteous individuals may seize the opportunity to take action. How are your preparations coming along? After the new year, you'll be entering the field. It's practically a sure thing. Wang Qie replied, patting the back of his asking yes. Li Arrow felt greatly relieved after reading it. Last year, he relied solely on his fists, and this year, he must continue to depend on them. However, in just one more year, he would possess boxing gloves. After finishing their meal, the two parted ways. Wang Qie did not return to his small dwelling. Instead, he headed directly to the reception area. Senior brother. Greetings. Is there a letter for me? I am Wang Qie. Wang Qie bowed to the senior at the counter, feeling a bit anxious after speaking. Please wait a moment, let me have a look. Found it. Here you go, junior brother. Wang Qie was overjoyed and exclaimed, thank you, senior brother. Thank you. After retrieving the letter and returning to his residence, Wang Qie did not hastily open it. Instead, he rested his head on his arms, propped his feet on the desk, swayed in his chair, and gazed at the bright moon outside. Yearning to grow up quickly, he softly hummed an old song, suddenly grown up, like a painting blurred by the hand of time. Where are we all headed? Such foolish questions, who can answer? Longing never speaks, the hurried goodbyes are too loud, even good answers can deviate. This song that Wang Qie hummed can be listened to on a popular audio platform. It was just recorded today. Your friends who wish to listen can search for Deju Weizhong. Chapter 19. Wang Qie is ambushed while cutting bamboo. The 6-month paid sick leave had finally come to an end. After a morning of sparring with Lu Qingqing, Wang Qie went to the chores hall after lunch, collected a machete, and set off up the mountain with Megan. As they passed the main gate of Qingzhou Peak, they gazed for a long time at the two towering iron lions standing in front of the archway, filled with both admiration and a sense of awe. These iron lions must be magnificent when performing. Let's go, Megan called out to Wang Qie. I'm coming, Wang Qie replied, following Megan to the bamboo grove he often visited. Qingzhou Peak was named after the abundant black iron bamboo that grew there. The mountain was dotted with numerous bamboo groves, and as the wind blew through the bamboo forest, it created a spectacular sight. In their youth, the black iron bamboo was green, and its leaves were also green. After a century, the bamboo shed its green skin, turning black, while the leaves remained green. A millennium later, the black bamboo would again shed its dark skin and turn white, yet the leaves would still be green. The bamboo they intended to cut was the century-old black iron bamboo. As for the millennium-old black iron bamboo, Megan had never seen it. It was said that 5 white bamboos resided atop the mountain. Though their existence remained uncertain, the two youths gazed up at the towering peaks, filled with many reflections. It was said that the weapons on Wanjian Mountain were as numerous as the bamboo on Qingzhou Peak. If one could collect even a handful of wound tea that saved several hundred spirit stones, Megan remarked with a sigh. With an unspoken understanding, Wang Qie glanced toward the slanted bamboo grove, yet saw nothing, no figure in sight. He felt a peculiar sensation, as if a pair of eyes were watching him from that grove. With a few leaps, he arrived at the edge of the bamboo grove, scrutinizing it closely, looking left and right. Yet still saw no one. Who was there? Come out. Megan followed closely behind Wang Qie. Don't be so jumpy, there isn't even a feather here. Disappointment settled over the two as they began to head back. When cutting black iron bamboo, one must follow the grain, Megan instructed, demonstrating as he spoke. If you strike off the grain, that blow will be wasted. Only by cutting along the grain can you effectively chop the black iron bamboo. After making 1,000 cuts in this manner, you can fell a black iron bamboo for a piece of spirit stone. Megan swung his machete once more and continued, how much spirit stone you wish to earn depends entirely on you. No one will rush you, even if you don't cut a single black iron bamboo in a month, no one will mind. As he cut another stalk, Megan added, there are techniques to this as well. He began to impart his wisdom. First, stabilize your stance, take a deep breath, then use all your strength to deliver a single decisive strike. By cutting 1,000 times like this, you will grasp the essence. Wiping away a bead of sweat, he commented, "If your strength wanes, you'll have to make extra cuts. Also be wary of the soul-biting serpent that dwells in the black iron bamboo forest." Sensing Wang Chia's unease, Megan quickly reassured him, "But there is no need to worry. Every month, Foundation Building's senior brothers patrol for those soul-biting serpents, so the chances of encountering one are quite low." Realizing he may have spoken too freely, Megan added, "Even if you do encounter one and lose your soul to it, hurry to Qingyun Peak and consult the medical hall. If you act quickly before the serpent digests your soul, you can recover without much harm." He patted Wang Chia's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Wang Chia nodded, understanding how he had come to be in this situation. On that day, the former master had lost one soul and 6 spirits to the soul-biting serpent. Once discovered, they summoned Brother Ma from Qingyun Peak. Brother Ma, using his powers, inadvertently summoned Wang Chia's soul into the body of his namesake, the former master. Wang Chia consumed the remnants of the former master as 2 souls and 1 spirit. As for the former master, he would find it exceedingly difficult to rise again. "Well, since I am here, I might as well make the best of it," he thought. With a sudden shout, Wang Chia steadied his stance, exerted all his might, and struck the black iron bamboo. His hands tingled from the impact. It felt less like bamboo and more like he was striking an iron pillar. After 3 strikes, Wang Chia was drenched in sweat. "Let us take a break." Megan tossed him a gourd. Wang Chia opened it, took a few swigs, then tossed it back to Megan, who was seated on a rock. "Megan, how is the research on the Fani Awaken you bought for 50 spirit stones going?" Megan opened the gourd, took a sip, and replied, "It's a massive undertaking. I'm still in the transcription and organization phase." This 20-year compilation is no small feat. Have you come across any interesting news?" Wang Chia asked, curious. "I've only organized half of it, and much of the news is outdated, like so-and-so successfully transcending the tribulation, or so-and-so finding a treasure." Megan perked up and took another sip from the gourd. Continuing, however, "There are 2 pieces of news that left a deep impression on me. Firstly, one of the 10 elite foundation builders, a seasoned veteran known as the Windbreaker, who had been renowned for many years, succumbed to his injuries 5 years ago due to the resurgence of old wounds." "What are the 10 elite foundation builders?" Wang Chia inquired, intrigued. The 10 elite foundation builders are the pinnacle of foundation building stage practitioners. It is not merely about achieving peak cultivation, one must also have commendable accomplishments to their name. If after 3 to 5 years, you have no achievements, you risk being pushed off the list by others. "Are there 10 elite chi refining practitioners?" Wang Chia asked. "None. Our sect has over 5 to 6,000 chi refining practitioners. If we were to rank them, it would take ages." Megan shook his head. "Our sect has quite a few foundation builders too. Over 40,000, why should they have it, and we not?" Wang Chia exclaimed, feeling indignant. "Perhaps it's due to the limited methods in the chi refining stage, or maybe they simply don't bother with us chi refiners. It is a pity that the Windbreaker, who should have advanced to the Golden Core stage long ago, remained stagnant in the foundation building stage for over 100 years, drawing both ire and respect from others. If I could achieve the same, standing out for a century, it would not be in vain." Seeing the admiration and longing in Megan's expression, Wang Chia felt a surge of ambition. "Quickly, tell me the next piece of news." The second piece involves the stunning beauty Han Fengyue from Wanjian Mountain, who single-handedly battled 5 chess masters at the Shuiwei platform, engaging in a 3-day and 3-night match and emerging victorious. "Chess, I'm somewhat familiar with Chinese chess, but I know nothing about Go." Wang Chia was not particularly interested in this news, but seeing Megan's enamored expression, he refrained from interrupting his enthusiasm. Letting it go in one ear and out the other. "It's time to cut bamboo. We've rested long enough." "Indeed," Megan responded, jumping off the large rock, securing the gourd to his waist, picking up the machete from the ground, and heading back to the black iron bamboo they had just cut. The 2 continued to chop, pausing after every 30 to 50 strikes for a break. As dusk approached, they finally set down their machetes and walked down the mountain together. On the 3rd day of cutting bamboo, Wang Chia steadied himself, exerting all his strength for a powerful strike against the black iron bamboo. "Wang Chia, take a break," Megan called out, opening the gourd and taking a large swig before resealing it and tossing it to Wang Chia, who had walked over. Megan sat down on a large rock. Wang Chia caught the gourd, drank half, capped it, and returned it to Megan before finding a nearby rock to sit on. "Wang Chia, how is your chopping? Have you found your rhythm yet?" Megan secured the gourd at his waist. "Yes, I no longer view this as merely chopping wood, I consider it practice for swordsmanship." He chuckled. Wang Chia smiled proudly. "You're practicing on bamboo?" "Not a sword," Megan snorted dismissively. "Then tell me, why are they sending us chi refining disciples to chop instead of those foundation building seniors?" "Fear not, for it is not the swiftness of the bamboo chopper that troubles me. but rather the bamboo's inability to grow quickly enough to keep pace. Wang Qie found himself at a loss for words, thoroughly vexed by the relentless jabs of the rattan. Our thoughts are not aligned. Communication between us is futile. I shall fetch myself some water. The rattan unfastened the gourd from its waist, opened the lid, and drank heartily, leaving Wang Qie to fetch water alone. This rattan knows not. Wang Qie mused inwardly. Each time I chop this bamboo, I am left sore, yet through years of practice, my body has naturally become hardened. Furthermore, when chopping this bamboo, precision is paramount. One must strike the cross-section to penetrate, which requires a harmonious coordination of body, mind, and skill. Is this merely bamboo chopping, or is it akin to sword training? Feeling sufficiently rested, he rose to his feet, approached the black iron bamboo, picked up the hatchet from the ground, took a deep breath, lowered his center of gravity, and with all his might swung the hatchet at the black iron bamboo. After delivering 50 strikes, Wang Qie was drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. He lifted his robe to wipe his brow and ambled over to the rattan. Rattan, may I have a sip of water? The rattan immediately halted, unfastened the gourd from his waist, tossed it to Wang Qie, and then settled beside a large rock, raising his rear to sit down. After quenching his thirst with gusto, Wang Qie capped the gourd and tossed it back to the rattan. Rattan, how much longer until your bamboo falls? Not long now. It should be down before mealtime. The rattan took several deep gulps and sealed the gourd. Wang Qie nodded, quietly calculating in his mind approximately 1 black iron bamboo felled every 10 days. Which amounts to 3 spirit stones in a month. Whether the spirit stones are of significance or not is inconsequential. Wang Qie felt that chopping black iron bamboo suited him well. After a sufficient rest, the two resumed their efforts on the black iron bamboo. It's down, it's down. With the rattan's jubilant shout, the arm-thick black iron bamboo succumbed to the ground, and Wang Qie rushed over to assist in clearing away the excess branches and leaves. Let us go. We have half an hour until mealtime. Indeed, let us proceed. The two hoisted the front section of the bamboo and began their descent down the mountain. As they walked, Wang Qie sensed something amiss ahead and promptly halted. Why have we stopped? Just as the rattan spoke, a group of over 20 masked youths leapt forth from the shadows. Quick, run back. Alarmed, Wang Qie felt his heart race. Trouble had arrived as anticipated. He dropped the bamboo and turned to flee. Yet, after just 2 steps, another group of masked youths emerged from the grass. Wang Qie's heart sank. He regretted his momentary folly in provoking his senior sister. Rattan, hurry, cover your head and lie down. The masked youths encircled the two, raining down punches and kicks upon them before departing with satisfaction. Damn it, they hit hard. These youngsters have no sense of restraint, Wang Qie grumbled as he brushed off the footprints on his robe. Rattan, are you alright? I'm fine, just a bit sore. I dragged you into this. I apologize. What are you saying? Let us go, it's time to eat. The two resumed their journey, dragging the black iron bamboo down the mountain. Though Wang Qie felt the bamboo had become heavier, they had been attacked, yet no one helped carry their burden. What a bunch of brutes. Chapter 20, the demon extermination ceremony. In recent days, the entire sect had become bustling with activity, cleaning, renovating houses, and repairing roofs. The annual demon extermination ceremony was finally upon them. On that morning, the day of the ceremony, excitement was palpable among the brothers and disciples as they gathered in the square. By the time Wang Qie arrived, the area was already filled to capacity. Wang Qie, over here. From a distance, the cacophony of noise reached him. Wang Qie settled himself cross-legged at an empty table beside Li Eru. Wang Qie, I heard there will be a dance performance by Sister Gu. The rattan wore a foolish grin. Aren't you a die-hard fan of that month's idol? Wang Qie admired the rattan's sudden infatuation with Sister Gu, the one among the 3 flowers of the outer sect. Gu Ruoshi. Of course, who else could it be? The rattan chuckled. Oh, what spirit fruit did we eat last year? Was it the oleander? Do you know what we will have this year? Wang Qie nodded and inquired further. I even volunteered to help with that. It's the 5-year matured Lengsingzi. After eating the spirit fruit and drinking the spirit wine, our cultivation will surely soar. The 5 outer sect elders took the stage, and the ceremony was about to commence. After a loud call from Brother Wanqing, the demon extermination ceremony begins now. The festivities officially commenced. The first performer was none other than Gu Ruoshi, whose beauty and grace captivated the audience. The second act featured Mu Wanqing and 8 other sisters performing a sword dance, equally mesmerizing. The third act showcased 8 brothers demonstrating their staff techniques, which were less impressive. After the 3 performances, the highlight of the demon extermination ceremony finally arrived. Elder Gongsun stood up, gestured downward, and over 100 wine cups soared into the air. With another gesture, a barrel of spirit wine ascended as well. The barrel opened itself, filling the cups below. All disciples, receive your wine, Elder Gongsun proclaimed, pushing his hands forward. The filled cups shot down to land gracefully on the tables. Thank you, Elder Gongsun. The disciples offered their thanks with a bow. After Elder Gongsun settled back down, he nodded to Elder Lu on his right, who understood the cue. The disciples then received the spirit fruit. Elder Lu gestured downward again, and over 100 empty plates flew up, followed by a small bamboo basket. The basket spilled forth a glass bead-sized Langsingzi onto each empty plate, with another push of his hands. A platter of spirit fruit appeared before the disciples. Thank you, Elder Lu. The disciples again offered their thanks with a bow before Elder Lu sat down. At this moment Elder Gongsun raised his wine cup and shouted, "Let us drink this wine to celebrate the extermination of demons." Wang Qiye promptly followed suit, lifting his cup of spirit wine and echoed, "To the extermination of demons." He then tilted his head back and drank deeply from the cup of spirit wine brewed from the waters of Lingxi Valley. Crafted from high-quality spirit grains and aged for 5 years, it was sweet with a hint of spiciness, leaving a lingering aftertaste. The disciples hurriedly consumed the spirit fruit and began to meditate and restore their energy. Elder Gongsun spoke again, urging everyone to quickly consume the spirit fruit, which they did, activating their cultivation techniques. Wang Qiye grabbed a Langsingzi from the platter and popped it into his mouth, initially slightly bitter. It soon developed a tingling sensation, followed by a wave of sweetness that flowed down his throat, making it utterly irresistible. Without hesitation, he began to channel his energy, absorbing the 2 streams of power. As he completed the absorption, he felt an intense heat envelop his body, his head spinning like a top. The sensation was overwhelming, and before he could fully process it, he collapsed onto the table. Drunk, when he awoke, the moon was high in the sky. As Wang Qiye groggily rose from the table, his head still felt heavy, and he instinctively began to meditate and restore his energy, just as he began to circulate his technique. A warm current enveloped him, making him feel as if he were being roasted over a fire. Though the heat was not unbearable, then, a slightly moist warmth extinguished the flames, and the rising steam quickly enveloped him. As if he were soaking in a 42-degree hot spring, bobbing up and down. Suddenly, Wang Qiye found himself tumbling out of the steamy hot spring, only to be placed back over the flames. As if he were being roasted again, the tantalizing sensation was yet to be savored fully when the warm current surged back, allowing Wang Qiye to swim back and forth in the hot spring. Suddenly feeling playful, he dove down with vigor. However, his plunge was too forceful, piercing through the hot spring and landing on a fiery rack, subjected once more to the scorching heat. As his blood bubbled from the heat, another warm current rushed in, and Wang Qiye felt as if he were trapped in a washing machine, tossed and turned like clothing. Finally, after releasing a satisfying groan, he digested the 2 streams of energy. Reaching the 8th level of Qi refinement, only then did Wang Qiye gradually open his eyes, noticing that half of the crowd in the square was still meditating, observing the empty seat beside him. He realized Li Arrow had already departed. Wang Qiye did not disturb the rattan, rising to walk towards the dining hall, feeling as though his chest had pressed against his back. He was starving. After dining in the hall, Wang Qiye returned to his room, utterly exhausted, not bothering to change out of his clothes and shoes, collapsing into bed and sleeping for a day and a night. Wang Qiye, are you awake? The sound of a raucous clang roused Wang Qiye from his slumber. Slowly opening his eyes, he felt his spirited energy and essence returning. Now I'm here. Wang Qiye sat up to dress, only to realize he hadn't changed out of his clothes and shoes. He stood up, cast a water sphere technique to wash his face, strapped on his long knife, and finally opened the door. Let us eat, Wang Qiye called out to Li Arrow, who was seated on a large stone at the entrance, whereas the rattan still hasn't risen him. Let us eat first. The 2 made their way to the dining hall. Each selecting their preferred dishes, they settled in a corner of the hall, where the diners were sparse. Shall we go to the lottery after we finish eating? Li Arrow bit into a steamed bun. What, the lottery? Wang Qiye exclaimed in confusion. It's been 5 days already. The battle begins tomorrow. Li Arrow took a sip of soup and spoke. Good, has it already been 5 days? Wang Qiye sighed inwardly, feeling as though the demon extermination ceremony had just occurred yesterday. Indeed, the passage of time in the world of cultivation is elusive. Following this ceremony, the year-end assessments would officially commence. The methods employed by Lingxi Valley to nurture disciples starkly contrast with those of most sects. Adopting a dual approach of focused and free-range training, those with exceptional talent and high aptitude would be directly admitted to the inner sect for specialized training. Once in the inner sect, they need not fear elimination from the sect. Each of these elite individuals is destined to become a pillar supporting the sect's future. The remaining individuals would be placed in the outer sect. where a more relaxed approach would be taken. While the guidance of a master is essential, the path of cultivation ultimately lies in personal effort, although the outer sect disciples enjoy a degree of freedom. There is still pressure of elimination, however, it is not overwhelming. Those who have not established their foundation by the age of 20 will be asked to leave the mountain after the demon extermination ceremony, making it their final opportunity to enter the inner sect. The remaining outer sect disciples, age 10 and below, are exempt from combat. Those above 10 must participate in the year-end competition, facing off against disciples from other peaks in 5 matches. Winning a match earns 20 points, a draw yields 10 points, and a loss results in 0 points. Having proficiency in any of the 6 arts grants an additional 10 points, though possessing multiple skills still only allows for a maximum of 10 points. Lingxi Valley is home to a total of 47 spiritual mountains and blessed lands, except for the 3 central peaks, which do not host outer sect disciples. The remaining 44 peaks must eliminate 2 disciples each based on a system of cumulative scores. For instance, if Green Grass Peak has 5 disciples who all score 0, the outer sect senior disciple will decide which 3 will remain and which 2 will depart. Conversely, if Green Grass Peak has only 1 disciple scoring 0 and 11 others scoring 20, the disciple with the 0 score will certainly be asked to leave. The remaining vacancy will also be determined by the outer sect senior disciple, rather than through another round of competition among the 11 scoring disciples. The day before the year-end examination, a lottery will be held to determine the matchups. The drawn numbers will indicate the opponents each participant will face. These numbers are not arbitrarily assigned but are fixed according to the sequence of participation. For instance, if Wang Qiya's number for this year is 7, and next year someone ahead of him successfully establishes their foundation and cannot participate in the year-end competition, his number will advance to 6. This lottery brings both joy and sorrow. Drawing a high number like 86 or 93 signifies a stable position for the year-end, while drawing low numbers like 9 or 8 suggests a challenging battle ahead. After dining, Wang Qiya and Li Ero headed towards Qingyun Peak. Indeed, Qingyun Peak, along with Qinghu Peak and Qinglian Peak, serves as a comprehensive service platform for providing activity venues and medical facilities to the other peaks. Li Ero, what is your cultivation level? I've reached the 7th level of Qi refinement. The effects of the spirit fruits and spirit wine are truly remarkable. They directly elevated me by 2 levels. What about you, Wang Qiya? I've also risen by 2 levels and now stand at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Wang Qiya smiled proudly, though he secretly felt astonished. The treasures here are indeed extraordinary. In the past, he had read novels where such treasures were consumed without consequence, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Did they eat radishes while I feasted on ginseng? Absorbing spiritual veins and consuming spirit fruits is truly addictive. Chapter 21, The Lottery. Wang Qiya and Li Ero arrived at the activity square of Qingyun Peak, where the archway now displayed the words year-end competition. 20 martial arts platforms had been constructed, arranged in an orderly fashion along the mountain path. After passing through the archway, they proceeded towards the lottery area, where a notice beside it listed the participating peaks for the year-end competition. The participating peaks for the Qingyun Peak Arena competition include Qingyun Peak, Qinggrass Peak, Qinghua Peak, Qingzhou Peak, Qinghua Cave, Qingtao Peak, Qingping Peak, Qingyu Terrace, Qingshi Pavilion, Qinghua Pavilion, Qingtong Tower, Qingyao Peak, Qingyao Pavilion, Qingshui Pavilion, and Qingmei Island. Wang Qiya rechecked the list but still could not find the name Qingfeng Cliff, indicating that it had been assigned to the Qinghu Peak Arena, which is closest to Qinghu Peak. He felt a twinge of regret for missing out on the delicious food prepared by Ji Rulengsu and lamented. Let's go, it's time for the lottery. Li Ero nudged Wang Qiya's shoulder, urging him to move. Wang Qiya sighed. As they reached the lottery area, they formed a line. Arriving early, there were not many participants, and they soon reached the front. What is your name? An elderly man with a long beard inquired. I am Wang Qiya from Qingzhou Peak, Wang Qiya promptly replied, bowing respectfully. Please wait a moment. The old man then began to flip through a ledger. After a short while, he found the information, took up a brush, and swiftly wrote 5 numbers on a blank bamboo tablet before handing it to Wang Qiya. Next. Senior brother, I also need to collect a number for my fellow disciple, Lu Junfei from Qingzhou Peak. Wang Qiya quickly informed the old man. Please wait a moment. The elderly man resumed searching through the ledger and soon found the relevant information. He picked up another blank bamboo tablet, wrote 6 lines of text, and handed it to Wang Qiya. Next, Wang Qiya stepped out of the queue, waiting for Li Ero. Suddenly, a 9-year-old junior sister approached him. Greetings, senior brother. I am Yun Xiaoxiao from Qinggrass Peak. May I inquire if you wish to purchase information about your match? Information about the match? Wang Qiya looked at the little girl, dressed in a robe similar to his own, feeling somewhat bewildered. Senior brother, the number you received, which reads Wang Qieju 69, is your own number. The one labeled Y11 indicates your opponent for tomorrow's match. If you wish to know the name, age, Qi refinement level, personality, spiritual roots, preferred weapon, and commonly used techniques of the individual with number Y11, you can purchase that information for a spirit stone, the little girl explained patiently. I understand now, Wang Qie realized. So this is the business of information trading. It seems they do not practice their skills and instead keep a watchful eye on the circumstances of the outer sect disciples, likely keeping notes on them. At such a critical moment, it would be difficult not to profit. 1 spirit stone for a piece of information. Indeed, senior brother, she answered innocently. So purchasing information for these 5 numbers would cost 5 spirit stones? Wang Qie felt a pang of regret. This transaction could amount to 300 to 400 spirit stones, a lucrative opportunity he had not considered. Yes, senior brother, gathering this information is quite arduous, and if incorrect details are provided, it could lead to enmity over a single spirit stone, resulting in unavoidable confrontations in the future, the little girl coaxed. Indeed, who would jeopardize their path to immortality for a spirit stone? Wang Qie was tempted to purchase the information on these 5 numbers, but his pockets were empty. Sending a letter each month costs a spirit stone, and after a day of cutting bamboo, reading a book costs another spirit stone. He was practically broke. I want to buy. Upon hearing this, the little girl displayed her disappointment. What are you doing? Li Arrow approached and patted Wang Qie. The little girl, noticing another customer, changed her demeanor and turned to him. Senior brother, would you like to buy information about the match? Yes, I'll buy 3, lead the way. Li Arrow was evidently a regular customer, requiring no introduction as he navigated the process with ease. This way, please. The little girl led them to an area beside the queue where several individuals stood, all wearing identical attire, with the bamboo tablets affixed to their arms. She brought them to a friend who was wearing a bamboo tablet, and Li Arrow began conversing with him. Don't you sell information yourself? Wang Qie asked the little girl, feeling bored. I only recruit customers for each number sold. I earn a commission, which is far more profitable than earning a single spirit stone by sweeping the grounds for a month, she replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement and pride. How much do you earn from a single arena competition? It seemed not everyone was cutting bamboo. Wang Qie mused, reflecting on the last time he saw those little disciples practicing the 6 arts. He guessed they were also working part-time to earn spirit stones. The little girl mischievously raised 2 fingers, gesturing. Wang Qie felt she was likely underselling herself. With her intelligence and liveliness, earning 30 spirit stones should be a breeze. He couldn't help but admire her and gave her a thumbs up. Li Arrow finalized the deal with the person in front of him. The little girl guided them to purchase information on other numbers, and only then did Wang Qie and Li Arrow head back home. What number did you draw, Wang Qie? Li Arrow inquired as they walked back. Here, take a look. Wang Qie handed his bamboo tablet to Li Arrow. Wang Qieju 69, first match Y11, second match U33, third match U27, fourth match U86, fifth match U14. Only the 4th match is against someone like you, a first-time participant. You need not consider the 1st and 5th matches, focus on strategizing for the 2nd and 3rd matches, Li Arrow advised. What number did you draw? Let me see. Li Arrow handed his bamboo plaque and Wang Qie's bamboo plaque to him. Li Arrow's bamboo was 40-7, I in the first match. A cloud is 36. In the second match, fire is 60-3. I in the third match, medicine is 8. I in the fourth match, bird is 40-4. I in the fifth match, peach is 12. After Li Arrow finished reading, he began to analyze for Wang Qie. My third and fifth matches are hopeless. What I just purchased were the battle information for the first, second, and fourth matches. You still bought that fire 63, Wang Qie exclaimed in surprise. To know oneself and no one's opponent is to win 100 battles. I am currently earning a high salary. With such a stake, how could I afford to stumble? Li Arrow was so engrossed in his own musings that he completely failed to notice Wang Qie's increasingly dark expression. Where's Ma gone? Shall we take a look? Upon hearing this, Wang Qie took out a bamboo plaque from his pocket and the two of them leaned in close to examine it together. Lu Junfei's bamboo is 56. In the first match, water is 50-9. I in the second match, copper is 20-2. I in the third match, cloud is 9. I in the fourth match, a flower is 30-7. I in the fifth match, fire is 60. This Magon is better than I am, Wang Qie said indignantly. Li Arrow also agreed, continuing his analysis. The first and fifth matches of Magon are closely matched, while the estimates for the second and third matches seem to be lost. As for the fourth match, if it can drag on for 30 minutes to reach a draw, it would be even better. This kid, damn his luck. Wang Qie felt a twinge of envy, jealousy, and resentment. Should we go find Magon later? Let us have lunch first. he is probably still asleep. We can go tonight, after dinner. I plan to go to Baiwentang to look through some materials and find the weaknesses in the techniques of those three individuals. Do you want to come? Sure. Wang Qie thought to himself that since he had nothing to do in the afternoon, he might as well read a couple of books at Baiwentang, and he immediately agreed. After the two finished lunch, they headed to Baiwentang. One perused the materials, while the other began reading biographies. They stayed there for an entire afternoon, and by evening, the two of them roused Ma Gong from his bed, handing him his bamboo plaque, and the three went to the dining hall for dinner. During the meal, the three once again took out the bamboo plaques to analyze. Chapter 22, The Year-End Competition, Part 1, at 6 in the morning. On the first day of the year-end competition, Wang Qie rose as usual at this hour. He performed a water balloon technique to wash his face, strapped Wentiang on his back, secured Jishui at his waist, and bound a palm-sized dagger to his leg, fully armed as he stepped out the door. Liaro, hurry, and get up, I'm coming, I just woke up and was about to head out. Has Ma Gong not arrived yet? Liaro opened his door and walked out. I just got up too, let us go look for him. The two arrived in front of Ma Gong's room and called for him. After they all had breakfast, the trio made their way to Qingyun Peak. Wang Qie, Liaro, and Ma Gong arrived at the archway of the year-end competition, noticing that the mountain path was already crowded with numerous people. Look, the list has been posted, Ma Gong exclaimed. Let us hurry and check it out. Liaro, unable to contain his excitement, urged the three to move closer. First arena match list: Bamboo 3 vs Copper 6, Cloud 21 vs Water 34. Second arena match list: Fire 3 vs Grass 4, Tiling 33 vs Flower 36. 19th arena match list: Bamboo 69 vs Tiling 11. Wang Qie, have you found it? Is it in the morning or afternoon? Ma Gong nudged Wang Qie's shoulder, inquiring closely. I found it. It's in the 19th arena, scheduled for the afternoon. What about you? Excited to participate for the first time? Wang Qie could hardly conceal his thrill. I'm at the third arena. My match is next. What about Liaro? Ma Gong, equally excited, was preoccupied with the list and had not noticed. I'm going to line up now. When you find him, come and watch my match. Alright, you go ahead, I'll look for him. Wang Qie nodded and began searching for Liaro amidst the crowd. Liaro, I've found you. Which arena are you in? The 11th arena, scheduled for the morning. What about Ma Gong? Liaro asked. He is lining up at the third arena. Let us go, his match is next. The two found Ma Gong just as the first match of the third arena was about to begin. With a referee's shout, the year-end competition officially commenced. In the first match, Peach 1 faced Stone 3.2. Qi refining practitioners flipped several somersaults before standing firm on the stage. Qingtao Peak Li Shan, please enlighten me. Qingstone platform, Lu Jialiang, please enlighten me. With that, the two engaged in combat. The audience watched in excitement as the two battled fiercely, with Li Shan and Lu Jialiang exchanging blows, each taking turns to shine. After 20 exchanges, half an hour had passed, resulting in a draw as the referee called them off the stage. Next match. Bamboo 56 vs Water 50-9. Ma Gong, it's your turn, good luck. Wang Qie and Liaro cheered for him. Ma Gong turned to the two and nodded before gracefully leaping onto the stage. Qingzhou Peak, Lu Junfei, please enlighten me. Qingshui Pavilion, Sun Xiaoyu, please enlighten me. Begin, with the referee's command. Ma Gong decided to take the initiative, sliding forward and lunging at the girl with a punch. However, he unexpectedly shattered the figure before him, his heart sinking in alarm. Oh no, a substitute technique, before Ma Gong could halt his momentum. A powerful kick struck his back, sending him soaring into the air. After several rolls to dissipate the impact, he landed outside the arena. The referee promptly jumped onto the stage. The winner of the third match is Qingshui Pavilion. Sun Xiaoyu, next match. Seeing the despondent Ma Gong, Wang Qie and Liaro hurried over to offer comfort. Ma Gong, don't be discouraged, there is still a chance. First, go by the battle information and prepare well for the next match. Just drag it out and aim for a draw. Ma Gong regained his confidence upon hearing this. Liaro, you should line up first. It'll be your turn soon. Wang Qie, you should go as well. I'll handle buying the battle information myself. Alright then, the earlier you go, the sooner you'll return. Come watch my match later. After saying this, Liaro and Wang Qie headed towards the 11th arena. Finally, it was Liaro's turn. As one match ended, a referee jumped into the arena and shouted, next match. Bamboo 47 vs Cloud 36. With that, the two youths leaped onto the stage. Qingzhou Peak, Liaro, please enlighten me. Qingyun Peak, Wu Damao, please enlighten me. After the two exchanged greetings, they began to battle. Although their strengths were comparable, Liaro was at a disadvantage without a weapon, and after being feinted by Wu Damao, He was pressed into defense. Ultimately, a lapse in his defense led to his defeat. The referee timely declared the winner of this match is Qing Yun-Peak Wu Damao. Next match, Arab, you fought well. Next year, you'll get gloves. No one will be your match. Wang Qie and Ma Gan rushed forward to comfort him. Yes, there are still 2 more matches where the strengths are evenly matched. I'm confident I can win at least one. Plus I have bonus points. Li Arrow, feeling reassured after a few comforting words, quickly shifted his mood. Let us go have dinner first. Wang Qie beckoned the 2. During lunch, the 3 continued to chat and eat. Wang Qie, what about your match this afternoon? What can be done? I'll just take it easy. I'll charge at Tiling 11 head on. You 2 don't need to come watch me embarrass myself this afternoon. You should go practice at the martial arts field. Alright then, there are still 4 days of competition left. Don't lose heart over one match. Ma Gan took a bite of his bun and spoke to comfort everyone. After finishing lunch, the 3 of them parted ways. Wang Qie, prepared for defeat, arrived at the venue for the year-end competition. Unfazed, he looked forward to the matches on other stages, hoping to learn some experience since he had only traversed here for 7 months. Having never been exposed to martial arts or techniques before, he was eager to gather knowledge. Isn't that Mu Wanqing? She is competing. Just in time, Wang Qie spotted Mu Wanqing, one of the 3 flower disciples. As her opponent kicked her off the stage, when Mu Wanqing approached, Wang Qie stepped forward. Mu Wanqing, that technique you used to dissipate force was truly impressive. Revenge is a virtue for a gentleman. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing's dark and terrifying gaze locked onto Wang Qie, causing a chill to run down his spine. Wang Qie regretted provoking this fierce woman. Just then, someone passed between them, blocking their line of sight, and Wang Qie swiftly stepped back. Alas, fate is cruel. Just when I thought I could enjoy a few peaceful days, I found myself wandering dangerously close to disaster again. Wang Qie shook off his thoughts and arrived at the 19th arena, watching and learning from others' matches. While he waited, the referee jumped into the arena and announced, next match, Bamboo 69 vs Tiling 11. Wang Qie stomped the ground, performing several aerial flips before landing firmly on the stage. Qingzhou Peak, Wang Qie, please enlighten me. Qingtao Pavilion, Lin Xiaolan, please enlighten me. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Qie drew Wenyang, pointing the blade at his adversary, and cautiously lunged forward. Yet halfway through, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, and everything went dark. When he regained consciousness, Wang Qie found his head resting on someone's legs. His limbs sprawled out on the grass, while 2 hands gently rubbed the bump on the back of his head. As he began to move, do not move. Are you feeling better now, listening to this voice? Is that not Mu Wanqing? Still a bit dizzy. Allow me to massage you again. Wang Qie, consider this a repayment from your senior sister for your guidance last time, by some twist of fate. Wang Qie agreed. This fierce woman is not entirely without merit. After all, Chapter 23, the year-end competition, Part 2, at 6 in the morning, the day after the year-end competition. Wang Qie, rise and shine. Ma Gan and Liara had arrived together. Here we come. Wang Qie sat up, rubbing the back of his head. After donning his attire, he cast a water sphere technique to wash his face, strapped on his weapon, and secured his dagger to his leg. Once prepared, he opened the door and called out to the 2 who were seated on a stone at the entrance, let us go eat. After their meal, the trio set off towards Qing Yun Peak. To conserve their energy, they maintained their usual pace without rushing. Wang Qie, how was the battle yesterday? Ma Gan inquired. Oh, don't mention it. I barely even saw the opponent before getting knocked on the head and defeated in one move. My head still aches, Wang Qie lamented, rubbing the back of his head once more. Ah, you fared worse than I did. Ma Gan appeared to be in good spirits today. If you think you can handle it, go ahead. That opponent is ranked among the top TEN.BY next year. He'll likely be at the foundation establishment stage. My opponent today is ranked 22nd. I wonder how many moves I can withstand against him. Ma Gan, do not lose heart. You've thoroughly analyzed that competitor from the 5th match. Haven to you. After we return this afternoon, let us practice again. Consider today's match as a warm-up, Li Arrow chimed in. Alright. As they conversed, the trio arrived at the venue for the year-end competition. Quick, let us check the announcement board for our match times. The matchups for the second day of the year-end competition were as follows. First arena matchups, Jade vs Plum. Second arena matchups, Flower vs Stone. Wang Qie, is that you? You're up at the 17th arena, and it has already begun, Ma Gan exclaimed in a panic, slapping Wang Qie's shoulder. What the heck? I forgot to check yesterday. Why is my first match scheduled for today? Hurry, Ma Gan pushed Wang Qie along. In a flurry, Wang Qie rushed to the 17th arena, darting forward and executing several graceful rolls before landing breathlessly on the stage. Apologies for being late, Qingzhou Peak. Wang Xie, the referee nodded in acknowledgement. Those arriving more than 3 minutes late will be deemed to have lost even if the match ends in a tie. You have 10 minutes to begin. Upon seeing Wang Xie unfasten his weapon and prepare for the match, his opponent revealed a cruel grin. Can you stop dodging? Let us face off honestly. If I lose, I'll accept it. Wang Xie was already anxious. And his opponent, slippery like an eel, kept dragging out the time. With only 3 minutes remaining, Wang Xie was growing increasingly frustrated. Fine, toss your knife away, discard that from your waist, and remove the one from your leg. Let us throw a few punches. The slippery opponent sidestepped effortlessly, evading Wang Xie's blade. Seriously, am I supposed to engage in a fistfight with a swordsman? Ultimately, time ran out. The referee separated the two and announced, in this match, Xingzhu Peak's Wang Xie loses. Next match. Wang Xie felt a sense of indignation at his loss, casting a fierce glare at the boxer before storming off to find Li Arrow and Ma Gan. After searching in vain, he decided to give up or forget it. I'll check the announcement board for tomorrow's match times. I must not be late again. To his surprise, he found the two at the announcement board. As there were few people present at this hour, I've been looking for you two everywhere. Why are you here? We both have matches in the afternoon, so we thought we'd see when tomorrow's matches are scheduled. How did your match go? Ma Gan asked. Oh, don't get me started. I was late, and that guy from the Qingyu arena just kept dragging out the time, avoiding confrontation until he won by default. Ma Gan and Li Arrow expressed their condolences. Let us head to Arena 1 and observe some matches. It'll broaden our horizons. Sure, the trio watched intently from the sidelines, enjoying the lively matches taking place on the arena. As mealtime approached, they felt they had gained significant insights. However, they still needed to eat, so they returned to the cafeteria at Xingzhu Peak. Wang Xie, will you join us at the arena later? Ma Gan asked. Taking a bite of his bun, you two go ahead. I feel I've learned quite a lot these past few days. I plan to visit the 100 Texts Hall to study for a while and return with the results. Wang Xie sipped some soup without raising his head. Fine, we'll head out this afternoon. Li Arrow responded. Have you checked the match times for tomorrow? Don't be late again. Ma Gan stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth and followed it with a bite of bun. No worries, all three of us are competing tomorrow afternoon. We'll practice in the morning at the training ground, and after lunch, we'll head over. Sounds good, let us do that. Li Arrow nodded in agreement. You two take your time eating. I'm off to the 100 Texts Hall. Wang Xie swallowed the last of his soup and stood up. Go on. After bidding farewell to the two, Wang Xie arrived at the 100 Texts Hall and began meticulously searching the martial arts section. I regret having only focused on the history, biographies, and legends of this cultivation civilization. I'd neglected the martial arts. Many things from the arena remain unclear to me. The short time since my arrival is a significant disadvantage, and this cannot be remedied in a short span. Oh well, I'll leave it to fate and do my best. I'll cram at the last minute. On the third day of the year-end competition, Wang Xie rise and shine. Li Arrow and Ma Gan had once again come to summon Wang Xie, having settled by the large stone at the entrance. Coming, Wang Xie took a deep breath, sat up dressed, and performed a water sphere technique to wash his face. He then strapped on his weapon, secured his dagger to his calf, knowing that an arduous battle awaited him that afternoon. Only then did he push open the door. How did you two fare yesterday? We won a match, Li Arrow proclaimed, standing up from the stone with a hint of pride on his face. And you, Ma Gan? Wang Xie replied, nodding at Li Arrow, pleased for him. At least one of them had secured a victory. 3 moves and I was defeated. Ma Gan's expression remained stoic, neither sad nor happy. Wang Xie noted that he had adjusted his mindset and secretly approved. Let us head to the cafeteria for breakfast. Cheers. As the words rang out, their bowls clinked together. The three youths toasted with soup in celebration of Li Arrow's accomplishment. Wang Xie brought the bowl to his lips, taking a hearty sip of soup before setting it down. Li Arrow has set a good precedent by winning the first match. It lifts our spirits. My opportunity lies in the fourth match. Ma Gan, you should focus entirely on the fifth match. Ma Gan, have you gathered enough information on the fire competitor rank 60? I've gathered all the information. Yesterday, Li Arrow and I focused our practice on it. We've even learned that Wang Kursen prefers spicy food over sour, often curses a few words, and has a penchant for certain colors in her undergarments. Wang Xie wiped the sweat from his forehead, astonished at how the information brokers in this world rivaled the old-school paparazzi. Let us finish our meal and then head to the training ground to refine our skills. We need to prepare for Wang Kursen. Agreed. The three finished their meal and proceeded to the training ground, where they practiced with Ma Gan, brainstorming 3 different strategies to ensure a foolproof plan. Wang Xie, I feel bad for having you train with me all this time. How will you handle your fourth match? Don't worry about me. With this luxurious equipment, I could easily pin down that fledgling. Wang Qiye declared proudly, his confidence evident. If it weren't for being late yesterday, he believed that with his gear a draw would have been easily achievable. Ma Gon looked on with envy. This was his second year participating in the year-end competition. And he was still barehanded. Wang Qiye's advantage in equipment was overwhelming. Had he been able to utilize the attributes of the equipment, he surely would have borrowed it to flaunt as well. Come on, Ma Gon, let us practice the third strategy again. This time, I'll play the role of your mock enemy. Liero rolled up his sleeves and beckoned to Ma Gon, feeling a warmth in his heart. Ma Gon nearly shed tears. After lunch, the trio made their way directly to the year-end competition venue, which was already bustling with people, and cheers echoed throughout. As they were assigned to different arenas with matches scheduled closely together. They parted ways beneath the archway. Wang Qiye walked alone towards Arena 11. Due to his affiliation with the Moonlight Clan, he hadn't acquired the match details, and he was unaware of the identity of his water opponent ranked 27. However, as long as he could secure a victory against the stone competitor ranked 86 in his fourth match, he would be satisfied. Thus, he felt little pressure for this match. Winning would be excellent. But losing wouldn't matter much. With this thought in mind, he reached Arena 11, observing the ongoing battles while patiently waiting for his turn. As the contest concluded and a victor was determined. An elderly judge clad in a long white robe leapt into the arena. The next match would feature Bamboo number 69 against Water number 20-7. At last, it was my turn. Wang Qiye propelled himself forward. Effortlessly landing firmly on the stage. Qingzhou Peak. Wang Qiye, I seek your guidance. Qingshui Pavilion. Niu Yutsong, I humbly request your instruction. In a gesture of courtesy, Wang Qiye unfastened his weapon, Wendiang, from behind, grasping it in his left hand while subtly adjusting the hilt with the other. Quietly observing his opponent, Niu Yutsong produced a half-man-high shield from behind him, its surface adorned with a grotesque and fearsome beast carving. He positioned the shield before him and, seemingly from nowhere, drew a short knife. Bowing slightly and concealing himself behind the imposing shield, it appeared this tortoise shell would not be easy to contend with. Wang Qiye felt a pang of unease as he discarded the tip of his blade. Opting to wield his weapon with both hands instead, he casually spun the blade, taking slow, measured steps as he sought an opportunity. Ultimately, no opportunity presented itself. This shield was impervious to Wang Qiye's agile maneuvers. And Niu Yutsong seized his chance, forcefully pushing Wang Qiye off the stage with his shield. Thus, this round concluded with a victory for Qingshui Pavilion. Niu Yutsong. This outcome had long been anticipated by Wang Qiye, resulting in neither sorrow nor joy. Though it was undeniably frustrating, still, he accepted his defeat with grace, finding it far more palatable than his previous match against that slippery eel. With this in mind, he decided to check the schedule for tomorrow's matches before reuniting with Liero and Ma Gon. Contemplating this, Wang Qiye departed the arena, making his way to the announcement board by the mountain path. Chapter 24, The Year-End Competition, Part 3. On the fourth day of the year-end competition, at 6 in the morning, Wang Qiye rose early. After dressing, he splashed water on his face and tightened the straps of Wendiang securely on his back. He reattached Jishui to his belt and strapped on a dagger, finally releasing a sigh of relief. Today, he would finally have the chance to dominate, which invigorated his spirit. Liero, are you awake? The prospect of good fortune elevated his voice a notch. I'm here. Wang Qiye, seated on a large stone, did not wait long before Liero emerged. Let us go summon Ma Gon. The two of them set off toward Ma Gon's quarters. Encountering a tall, slender figure midway, after reuniting with their companion, they proceeded to the dining hall. Ma Gon, do you feel confident about today's match? Can you secure a draw? Wang Qiye inquired, taking a bite of his steamed bun. Ma Gon shook his head after sampling a dish. Not much confidence. Wang Qiye silently calculated the trio's records. Liero had 1 victory, 2 defeats, and 30 points. Wang Qiye had 0 victories and 3 defeats. With no points, Ma Gon also had 0 victories and 3 defeats, with no points. Liero, are you competing this morning or afternoon? This afternoon. Then I shall fight this morning, after you finish your meal. Practice with Ma Gon to ensure he can manage a draw in the afternoon. Absolutely, we will await your good news, rest assured. Wang Qiye downed half a bowl of soup with exuberance after breakfast. Wang Qiye strode with purpose, standing gallantly before the year-end competition archway. At that moment, he couldn't help but glance up at the 4 characters. Feeling his mood shift dramatically, taking a deep breath, he stepped firmly toward the 9th arena. Upon arriving at the 9th arena, Wang Qiye closed his eyes and patiently awaited his turn, immersing himself in tranquility, indifferent to the ongoing battles around him. When he finally heard Bamboo number 69 announced, He gracefully ascended the stage. Qingzhu Peak, Wang Chia, I seek your guidance. Qing Shitting, Su Xiaohua, I humbly request your instruction, senior brother. Before him stood a young girl of merely 11 years, unarmed and vulnerable. Wang Chia's hand trembled as he undid the bindings of his weapon. It was finally his turn to dominate. Grasping Wentiang in his left hand and the hilt of his blade with his right, he slowly drew forth its gleaming edge, his eyes glinting with cold intensity, causing the little girl to shiver in trepidation. Ha, we haven't even begun, and she is already terrified. How shall I deal with her? He mused. If I were to dispatch her with a single strike, would that not diminish the thrill of victory? Wang Chia relished the thought of reliving the exhilaration of his past triumphs in the valley. He felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a mighty roar to express his elation. Should you kneel and call me grandfather? Before he could finish, Su Xiaohua suddenly knelt with a thud, bowing her head in submission. Grandfather above, thank you for granting me this match. The sound of her 3 resounding bows echoed like thunder, shattering Wang Chia's pride and freezing his expression in disbelief. Blood trickled from the girl's forehead as Wang Chia slapped himself awake, cursing, damn it, and turned to leave. I end this round. Qing Shitting, Su Xiaohua emerged victorious. As he walked away, Wang Chia grumbled, I merely granted you a reprieve, not a victory. This little girl was cunning beyond measure. Just then, he heard someone call his name, prompting him to stop. Turning toward the voice, he was met by a familiar figure, Mu Wanqing, one of the disciples from the auxiliary roles. Wang Chia, that slap you gave yourself was truly impressive, she remarked, playfully caressing her own cheek, her eyes shimmering with a flirtatious glint. Misty and alluring, it dawned on Wang Chia that his face was still stinging, and he rubbed his right cheek, glaring at her with venomous intent, as if wishing to transfer all his previous embarrassment onto her. He turned away. During lunch, Wang Chia was in low spirits, while Li Arrow and Ma Gan were at a loss as to how to console him. Ma Gan has scored 0 points, Li Arrow finally revealed. How is that possible? Wang Chia exclaimed, his earlier excitement evaporating. Weren't we well prepared? Did we receive false intelligence? Wang Chia was taken aback, his face devoid of joy. Everything was supposed to go smoothly. In the end, Tsinghua Cave's Wang Kurson was heavily injured but refused to surrender, and clung to Ma Gan, dragging him off the stage together. Ultimately, Ma Gan was the first to be eliminated. As he spoke, Li Ara slammed his fist down on the table. Wang Chia, upon hearing this, wished to console Megan, yet his mouth opened several times without uttering a sound. Surely Megan was not the only one to score 0, the results were in, and our King Xufeng had 2 zeros. What is it to descend from hell to paradise, only to plummet back to hell? Wang Chia experienced this entire arc in a single day, and at this moment, it felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. Chapter 25, Megan descends the mountain. The following evening, Wang Chia and Li Arrow each cradled a large vat of wine as they made their way to Megan's abode. The first bowl was met with a heavy silence, and all 3 downed it in one go. Megan, when do you plan to leave? Wang Chia refilled each bowl. I shall depart by noon tomorrow. Why the rush? Aren't you allowed to stay for 3 more days? Everything is packed. An extra day or 2 makes no difference. Very well, we shall come to see you off. Having ascended the mountain at the tender age of 3, now 12, he had spent 9 years in these heights. As he spoke, Megan's eyes welled with tears. Unable to articulate further, he could only sob softly. Come, let us drink. The 3 bowls clinked together again. Wang Chia downed the contents of his bowl in one swift motion, refilling it once more. Alas, having just formed a friendship over the last 7 months, and now it is gone, it weighs heavily on my heart. To suggest that Wang Chia should ease his heart by descending the mountain was something he could not utter. For the 37th incarnation of Wang Chia had endured too much. Are there still any family members left? The steward of menial tasks checked the ledger, claiming those who had fled the famine were sold off to the mountains. I plan to enroll in the academy at the mountain's base upon my descent, and later, seek a spiritual sanctuary to serve as a guest scholar. Come, let us drink another. They clinked their bowls again. The sound crisped. Wang Chia down another bowl, the fiery liquid stinging his eyes. Perhaps this is the best conclusion for Megan. Thus, they continued to drink from the vats, and soon all 3 youths felt the effects of intoxication. Megan slumped over the table, while Li Arrow collapsed to the floor. Wang Chia pushed back his chair, swayed unsteadily, and, with the wall as his guide, managed to stumble back home. Yet, upon arriving, slumber eluded him, but he sat at his desk, gazing out at the bright moon, lost in thought, his mind both foggy and racing. He pulled forth a blank sheet of paper, trembling as he took up his brush, contemplating deeply. Dear senior sister Lan Ling, an incident has transpired this month. Megan has been asked to leave the mountain after scoring 0 in the competition and will depart tomorrow. Senior sister Lin Iran has graciously conceded a portion of her score to me. allowing me to achieve 20 points. Li Arrow, are you awake yet? Coming. It was only when Li Arrow knocked that Wang Qie roused from his chair, realizing dawn had broken. Is Megan leaving? Yes, he is already waiting under the archway. I'll be right there. Wang Qie quickly washed his face and opened the door. Wait, after a moment's thought, he returned to his desk and picked up the food box. Let us go. The two hurriedly made their way to the archway. Wang Qie stepped forward to embrace Megan, handing him the food box. Take care on your journey, Wang Qie. This 100 spirit stones are too precious. I cannot accept them. Megan resisted, pushing against the handle of the box. Wang Qie felt as though the box weighed 1,000 pounds. Li Era stepped forward, embracing Megan as well. Take care. He placed a cloth bag into Megan's hands. It contains 10 spirit stones for your travels. Go back. After walking some distance, Megan turned to wave at the two, who waved back in farewell. Let us go eat now, Liara suggested, turning away. Megan didn't even get to share his stories of the Bagua with us before he leaves. How unpredictable life can be. Wang Qie followed suit. Indeed, it was evident that Liara was still burdened with sorrow. After their meal, Wang Qie returned to his room alone, after placing the food box back in its spot. He noticed the hastily written letter on the table. The scrawled handwriting was crooked, but Wang Qie lacked the inclination to pen another, so he sealed the letter and left the room, heading towards the correspondence office in the back garden. Senior brother, thank you. As was customary, Wang Qie placed a spirit stone and a letter on the table. After mailing the letter, he still felt a heaviness in his heart. By chance, he passed by Lingjing Zhai and decided to enter. Welcome, esteemed guest. The innkeeper, noticing a customer, set aside his ledger and approached. What price range of wine would you like to purchase? About 1 spirit stone. From the north, we have sorghum fermented for 2 years. Aged 5 years, smooth and rich. 10 vats for 1 spirit stone. The innkeeper assessed Wang Qie, who remained silent, and continued. From the south, we have floating fish rice fermented for 2 years. Aged 5 years, fragrant and mellow. 5 vats for 1 spirit stone. From the west, we have black-scaled barley fermented for 2 years, aged 5 years, spicy and robust. 2 vats for 1 spirit stone. From the east, we have golden bean corn fermented for 3 years, aged 5 years, fiery hot. 1 vat for 1 spirit stone. I'll take the black-scaled barley. 1 vat to go and 1 to store. Wang Qie tossed a spirit stone onto the counter. The innkeeper adeptly accepted the stone. Very well, what is your esteemed name? Wang Qie. At that moment, a young attendant entered the main hall, carrying a large vat of wine to Wang Qie. He cradled the wine in his arms and exited Lingjing Zhai. Take care, esteemed guest. Embracing the wine, Wang Qie realized he had acted impulsively, and now he found himself without a companion to drink with. Li Arrow had gone off to forge iron. Who could he drink with now? Ah, the owner of this spirit stone would surely have time for a drink. Wang Qie wandered around Shui Pavilion, eventually discovering a fair maiden in a shadowy bamboo grove. She wore the same azure robe as Wang Qie, her skin resembling a water lily, slightly pale and haggard, her icy demeanor lending her an ethereal beauty. As he gazed at her in quiet meditation, Wang Qie found himself momentarily entranced. Junior brother Qie. It was only when a pair of indifferent eyes met his that Wang Qie snapped back to reality. Sister Yuan, it has been 3 months since we last met. I came today specifically to visit you. He approached and sat beside her in the bamboo grove. Yuan Mengyao produced a small table from her storage pouch and set it before herself, preparing to pour tea for Wang Qie. He quickly grasped her wrist. Sister, today we shall not drink tea, we will indulge in this. Please put away the tea set and bring me 2 large bowls. Once Yuan Mengyao had stowed the tea set and retrieved 2 large porcelain bowls. Wang Qie uncorked the wine and filled both bowls to the brim. What brings such enthusiasm to you today, junior brother? Her voice remained as melodious as ever, imbued with a cool detachment. Wang Qie plucked 3 bamboo leaves from atop her head. I have greatly benefited from your kindness, sister, and could not bear to see you suffer in solitude. Come, let us drink a bowl. Wang Qie downed his bowl in one go and promptly filled it again. How has your cultivation progressed of late? Yuan Mengyao shook her head slightly. Drink another bowl. Perhaps it will help you forget your troubles. Cheers. Yuan Mengyao also downed her drink, watching as Wang Qie filled her bowl once more. Junior brother, I can see through your ruse. Your visit is merely an excuse to drink. Nothing escapes the keen eyes of my sister. While she had not been lax in her cultivation, she reminded him. Remember, haste makes waste. Sometimes, one must learn to loosen the taut strings. Wang Qie raised his bowl again, and after a moment's contemplation, Yuan Mengyao did the same, clinking their bowls together. How refreshing, after consuming several bowls. Both began to feel the effects of the alcohol. A junior brother, if cultivation is not the path, why must there be so many trials? Could it not be simpler? As she spoke, the ethereal beauty leaned against Wang Qie's shoulder. and he instinctively wrapped his left arm around her slender waist. "What are you doing? If we drink until we are inebriated, let us drink." He brought the large bowl to her lips, and as the wine flowed from her mouth, it trickled down her porcelain skin, leaving him parched up. He swiftly finished the remaining half-bowl, yet it did little to quench his thirst. He filled his bowl again, downing 2 more large bowls in succession. "Good wine, let us drink again." As he embraced her waist, his grip tightened slightly, guiding the bowl to her lips once more, sharing half of his drink with her. When Wang Qie finally regained some awareness, the moon hung high in the sky. He realized they were entwined, his heart racing as he broke free from her embrace, careful not to disturb the still drunken maiden, hastily fleeing the scene. Chapter 26. The first encounter with the soul-biting serpent. The day after his drunken escapade unfolded much like any other. After completing his morning lessons and array practice, he went for breakfast. In the morning, he sparred with Lu Qingqing, exchanging a few moves, yet, the solitary path up the mountain after lunch felt particularly arduous. Passing by the inner gate, he noticed the once mighty iron lions, now reduced to but one. Sighing, Wang Qie chose not to visit the bamboo grove he often frequented with Megan, even disregarding the half-chopped black iron bamboo. Instead, he sought a new path on the mountain's backside, feeling quite content with his choice after clearing a new trail. This thicket of black iron bamboo was wild and dense, and not far off, a small stream promised easy access to water. After Wang Qie selected a sturdy piece of black iron bamboo, he steadied his breath, sank into a horse stance, and gripped the hatchet tightly with both hands. With a swift motion, he struck the bamboo, leaving a mark. He continued this rhythmic action, pouring every ounce of strength into each blow. The reverberations coursed through the hatchet in his arms, resonating deep within his very core, creating a tumultuous sensation throughout his body that allowed Wang Qie to grasp the true essence of the blade. Show yourself." After striking the bamboo over 30 times, drenched in sweat, Wang Qie contemplated taking a break. It was then he sensed a pair of eyes watching him, as though they had been fixed on him for quite some time. Turning around, he saw no figure, which left him perplexed, almost instinctively. Wang Qie focused on a large stone, behind which peeked a small black head. Was that not the soul-devouring snake? The scene was quite surreal, with one human and one beast silently exchanging glances. Wang Qie felt an urge to flee or draw his weapon to slay the spirit beast, yet he found no justification for either action. Growing weary of their silent standoff, he decided to sit down, unfastened the gourd at his waist, and took a couple of hearty swigs of water. The slender soul-devouring snake then slithered up the stone, coiling itself and basking in the dappled sunlight filtering through the bamboo grove. What on earth was this little creature up to? Wang Qie was momentarily at a loss. When faced with the inexplicable, he typically chose to disregard it. Why invite unnecessary troubles? After a sufficient rest, he picked up the hatchet once more and resumed chopping the black iron bamboo with renewed vigor. The afternoon passed uneventfully, and even as dusk fell, the little creature did not attempt to halt him. The following day, Wang Qie returned to the newly established area, swinging the hatchet with brute force against the black iron bamboo. Once again, he felt a presence. This time, the little creature did not hide away but boldly climbed onto the stone to soak up the sun. Once more, they spent the day in peaceful coexistence. On the third day, after delivering a powerful stroke to the black iron bamboo, the crisp sound echoed through the forest. Having struck 30 times, it was time for a break. Wiping his face with his robe, Wang Qie turned to the large stone, and there was the little creature once again. Without hesitation, he plopped down, removed the gourd cap, and pondered while sipping water. Was it merely coincidence that they had crossed paths for 2 days? Or was it something more significant? It couldn't be. Could it be the very snake that had devoured its previous master's soul? Such thoughts resonated deeply within him. The little creature seemed to sense something as it crawled over and nuzzled against Wang Qie's pant leg before returning to its perch on the stone. Indeed, there existed an almost ethereal connection between them. Wang Qie marveled at the wonders of the cultivation world, filled with mysteries and marvels, pondering if this was his kin in this realm, a bizarre creation born from the shared essence of the fallen master. Regardless of Wang Qie's acceptance, this was now the undeniable truth. However, he found it hard to come to terms with. No one could comprehend the tumult of emotions within him, a sentiment he dared not share with others. Perhaps another bout of drunken revelry. The thought of his reckless antics in the bamboo grove from days past extinguished his desire to drink. Whatever will be, will be. Wang Qie picked up the hatchet from the ground and approached the black iron bamboo once more. Lowering his center of gravity, he focused his energy, exerting all his might in a powerful chop that resonated through the trees. The days that followed were much like any other morning exercises, array formations. martial training, and chopping black iron bamboo. Yet, the little black snake grew increasingly bold. Initially, it would only approach Wang Qie during his breaks, brushing against his pant leg, but soon it began to climb onto his lap during his reading sessions and even perched upon his shoulder at times. Wang Qie felt helpless against the little creature, unable to communicate with it. Thus, he decided to name it Dehei. Returning home after a day's work, he noticed a sound transmission talisman fluttering at his doorstep. Prompting a smile to break across his face, trembling slightly, he reached out to touch the talisman. Wang Qie, there is a letter for you. It had finally arrived. Filled with excitement, he dashed towards the back of the servant quarters. Arriving at the mail distribution area, senior brother, I have come for my letter. I'm getting anxious. His name, Wang Qie, please wait a moment while I search. Found it. Here you go. The managing senior brother pushed the letter towards Wang Qie. Wang Qie bowed slightly. Thank you, senior brother. Once back in his room, seated at his desk, he finally felt a rare sense of cheerfulness after these past few days. Taking a deep breath, he opened the envelope and pulled out a piece of stationery. Dear Wang Qie, Sister Ji Relangsu has devised a new dish, but I must keep it a secret for now. It will surely tantalize your taste buds. By the year's end, the three of us have all advanced. I have won one match, Sister Ji Relangsu has won one, and Sister Murong Xiaoxiao has triumphed in 3. By the way, can you guess what level I am at in Qi refinement now? Hee, I fear it might give you a shock. I am now at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Sister Ji Relangsu is at the 7th level, while Sister Murong Xiaoxiao surpasses me by 1 level at the 11th. Master has promised to prepare a gift for me once I reach the 10th level of Qi refinement. I am truly looking forward to it. We are all saddened by the departure of the Magon. So please do not grieve too deeply. The path of the Tao is merciless, and some sadness is destined to confront us. However, this is not our end. Additionally, this month I have learned a new talisman. The Mountain Opening Talisman. After 2 months, I finally grasped the essentials. It is a formidable array-breaking talisman. Impressive, right? As Wang Qie read the words, myriad thoughts flooded his mind, bringing to mind the girl with twin ponytails clad in pink. And the delightful dishes crafted by Sister Ji Relangsu. He glanced out the window at the crescent moon, which appeared unchanged from yesterday. At this moment, while his mood was elated, he felt as if something was still amiss. Wang Qie hastily propped his feet on the desk, resting his head on his arms, swaying in his chair while gazing at the moon. And now, this felt right. Chapter 27, The South Forest Secret Realm. It was the 1st of the month. The day when the outer sect elder would deliver a lecture. Wang Qie arrived early at the Cultivation Pavilion, where only a few individuals were present. Primarily, he wished to attempt climbing the bamboo. With a surge of energy, he leapt into the air, landing on a branch of the black iron bamboo, only to have it snap under his weight, sending him tumbling down. Luckily, he landed on his feet. Wang Qie quickly scanned his surroundings and, upon noticing no one was paying attention, he let out a sigh of relief and found an empty space to sit and meditate, closing his eyes to restore his spirit. Greetings, Elder Xiang Hai, with Ouyang Qingfeng being the first to greet. The other disciples also perked up. Greetings, Elder Hai. Elder Hai cast a casual glance over the disciples below. You may all sit. Wanqing has begun seclusion to break through the foundation establishment. And from today onwards, Ouyang Qingfeng will temporarily take over as senior brother. After speaking, Elder Hai unfastened the gourd from his waist, took a swig of wine, and his already red nose became even redder. Today, we will discuss the Secret Realms. The Secret Realms were ancient training grounds crafted by celestial sages for practitioners initially intended to find their rightful heirs. A few checkpoints were set up. Those who passed would earn immense wealth, while those who failed would become nothing more than a speck of dust within the Secret Realm. This was the original essence of celestial fate. Some extraordinary beings saw merit in this idea and began to search for stable spatial fissures. Using their powers to connect the two realms, they transplanted various flora and seedlings of spiritual trees and flowers to adorn the environment and placed several array treasures for competition. However, these plants, after millennia, became far more valuable than the array treasures, leading to fierce competition, with clashes that could darken the skies. Ultimately, the spatial passage of this secret realm collapsed, prompting all parties to scramble, utilizing their various abilities to escape through the collapsed passage. Those who emerged were left shaken, while those who could not escape were trapped inside, and to this day, the secret realm remains unfound. It is assumed that those who failed to exit cannot survive. Later, a powerful being decided to develop a new secret realm, this time with targeted arrangements for those who entered. Anyone exceeding the secret realm's carrying capacity would invariably perish within. This incident had profound implications for future secret realms. Presently, the carrying capacity is the foremost principle. Let us discuss what carrying capacity means. Take, for example, the South Forest Secret Realm set to open next month. The carrying capacity of the South Forest Secret Realm is the Chi refinement stage. Practitioners who exhibit strength beyond the 13th level of Chi refinement will be struck down by the spirit of the artifact, should the spirit be destroyed or subdued, or if it cannot suppress the intruder. It will trigger the self-destruction of the South Forest Secret Realm, ensuring that there is no time to escape before being reduced to ashes alongside the realm due to the sophisticated self-destruction systems of modern secret realms. Practitioners above the nascent soul stage no longer take risks lightly. Although the carrying capacity of the South Forest Secret Realm is set at the Chi refinement stage, Foundation establishment practitioners may also enter. Provided they do not exceed the 13th level of Chi refinement in strength, all secret realms emphasize small-scale combat. Some even impose restrictions on the number of participants. Exceeding the limit will provoke the spirit of the artifact, which will indiscriminately strike down those within until it has reduced half of the participants. In other secret realms, for reasons unknown, indigenous spirit beasts may emerge, thriving due to the favor of the artifact spirits, allowing them to exceed the carrying capacity without consequence. Elder High, does this mean these natives can surpass the carrying capacity, growing ever stronger until they ascend and face tribulations within the secret realm? Indeed, such circumstances have arisen, and in response, the various esteemed sects have devised countermeasures. Should they prove inadequate, one must reluctantly abandon the pursuit of this secret realm. Historically, there have been only 5 instances where indigenous forces were so formidable that they caused the destruction of the connecting passage. Consequently, the subsequent secret realms incorporated a third regulation: until the native strength surpasses that of the artifact spirits, they must either voluntarily exit the realm or face annihilation at the hands of the artifact spirits. The gathered crowd nodded in agreement. However, these are not the primary culprits behind the significant loss of life among cultivators within the secret realms. The true villain lies within the hearts of men. Countless individuals have drawn swords over spirit herbs and treasures, thus giving rise to the 4th rule of the secret realm. Matters within the realm, life and death are fated, wealth and honor are determined by heaven, must not be revisited upon exiting the realm. The disciples below dared not even breathe, for the secret realm was indeed fearsome. Elder High raised his gourd and took a sip. Although perilous, the secret realm also harbors great opportunities. Spiritual flowers bloom every 3 steps. Spiritual herbs every 5, and within a mere mile, one is sure to encounter spiritual treasures. Observing the disciples' eager expressions, Elder High took pride in his drink, his wine-red nose twitching slightly as he delivered a stern admonition: opportunities coexist with dangers. Since our sect began organizing disciples to explore the secret realms, it has never seen a complete return of all participants. There have even been instances where none return at all. The gasps of astonishment echoed from the crowd. Elder High, satisfied with the effect of his words, grinned and took another hearty swig from his gourd. Those who emerge from the secret realm possess, at the very least, a fortune of 1,000 spirit stones, while some have been known to possess as much as 100,000. Another wave of golden light emerged from the crowd. One could either cling to survival like a creeping insect at the realm's edge, ignored by others until the time comes for the realm's door to reopen, allowing escape via the guiding talisman, or engage in fierce battles within the realm, vying for supremacy. Elder High, with his wine-red nose twitching, bellowed once more. Do you all understand? Those final words rang like thunder in the ears, causing dizziness and disorientation, with several disciples even tumbling from their seats. Wang Chiet, too, felt lightheaded, hastily circulating his energy to quell the turmoil within. Next month, the Nanlin Secret Realm will open, a medium-sized realm with a legacy spanning over 10,000 years, truly an ancient domain. It accommodates cultivators at the Chi refinement stage, and we shall set forth in 20 days. Are there any disciples from our peak willing to venture forth? Most of the crowd remained lost in the aftermath of the earlier tumult, and no one responded immediately. After a brief pause, a graceful figure stood up. I beseech Elder High, I am willing to go. Guruwashi, having contemplated the dangers of the secret realm, displayed neither sorrow nor joy on her face, her voice resonating with strength. Excellent! Our Chinju peak is fortunate to have such talent. This is indeed a cause for celebration. Elder High, gourd in hand, clasped his fists in respect to the peak's summit, his expression one of genuine admiration. Then, with a warm demeanor, he addressed Guruwashi. Please take your seat. Given your resolve, allow me to elaborate further on the Nanlin secret realm. Thank you, Elder High. With that, Elder High retrieved a scroll from his left sleeve and tossed it into the air. Where it unfurled gracefully, the Nanlin's secret realm is roughly the size of a small county named for its suitability for the growth of trees. Its dangers arise from the presence of 3 indigenous spirit beasts, one at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, another in the mid-foundation establishment stage, and a third newly established. It is precisely due to the presence of these indigenous spirit beasts that the cultivators entering the Nanlin secret realm are generally not overly powerful, merely scavenging on the periphery for opportunities. Should they encounter formidable foes, they need only lead them to the territory of the indigenous beasts, who, out of caution, will likely allow them to depart unscathed. This realm serves as a hell for the strong and a paradise for the weak. Guruwashi, your choice of this secret realm is quite fitting. Hearing this, several disciples expressed regret, and one stood up immediately. I beseech Elder Hai, is there still a chance to enroll? No, individuals like you who dither and hesitate would merely become cannon fodder if they entered. It is best to cultivate peacefully on the mountain. Elder Hai's wine-red nose curled in disdain as he took another swig from his gourd. Within the Nanlin secret realm, the most powerful spirit beast is known as the Crimson Flame Serpent. It resides in a grove of fire phoenix trees, guarding the realm's most valuable treasure, the seeds of the fire phoenix tree, known as Crimson Flame Phoenix Nest. This is a treasure coveted even by nascent soul stage cultivators. Following that is the spirit beast occupying the central region of the realm, the gold-eating beast, known for its fondness for gold and silver ingots. This creature is known for its gentle temperament. Indeed, wherever there are gold and silver ingots, there exists its companion plant, the infernal fire jujube tree. This beast does not consume the spirit fruit infernal fire jujube, which is truly a waste of heaven's gifts. Yet it delights in rolling about amidst the jujube grove. Each time cultivators attempt to harvest the infernal fire jujube, it assumes they are after its gold and silver ingots and kills them. The final spirit beast is a fire toad, discovered during the last opening of the secret realm. The Nanlin secret realm opens once every 10 years, and this fire toad guards a hot marshland where the spirit herb 7-hole white lotus grows. This lotus takes a century to mature, and the ones that were ripe previously have already been harvested. Thus, this area has not been visited during the last opening, coupled with the indigenous beast's presence, making it a less than ideal venture. Elder Hai pointed to the large toad depicted on the map and continued, taking several swigs from his gourd and burping. Aside from these 3 prime locations, traversing the edges of the realm will yield at least 1,000 spirit stones upon exit. Guruwashi listened intently, mentally noting several key points. Guruwashi, do you have any further questions? May I inquire how many individuals the sect intends to send into the secret realm? This time, the sect plans to dispatch 10 individuals. 1 from each peak. However, the sect believes this exploration should prioritize survival, so the traditional ratio of inner to outer sect members is being altered. This expedition will consist entirely of outer sect disciples. Is there a limit on the number of participants in the Nanlin secret realm? There is no restriction on numbers, but due to its relatively small size, the more individuals that enter, the more crowded it becomes. Therefore, the Alliance of 5 Sects has agreed with the Demon Path's 4 temples to limit the total to 500, with each site contributing half. So, the Demon Path will also be participating? Indeed, one must not harbor any illusions upon entering that realm. Aside from relying on one sect, those who appear righteous may also include hypocrites. Upon hearing this, Guruwashi nodded thoughtfully, without treasures at stake. Unfamiliar disciples from differing sects may coexist amicably to fend off the demon path, but once an enticing treasure appears, who would still be courteous? May I ask which righteous sects are sending participants? The 5 sects, for academies, 1 mountain, and 1 water source, along with 1 tower and 3 furnaces, will each send 10 individuals, with the remaining 100 being filled by heroes of the green forest and scattered cultivators. How many days until the secret realm opens? From the moment the realm opens, 10 days later, those sensing fluctuations in the guiding talisman must activate it immediately to escape the realm. Those who do not return within half a day will find the passage closed, and the artifact spirits will emerge, bringing bloodshed. Guruwashi listened attentively, hastily recording the information. Confirming that she had missed nothing, she rose and bowed to Elder Hai. Thank you, Elder Hai, for resolving my queries today. When I return from the secret realm, I shall surely express my gratitude. Elder Hai fixed her with a stern gaze. The fortunes gained from the secret realm are solely your merit. When you emerge from that realm, I shall bask in your glory. There is no need to mention any rewards. Elder Hai's teachings are duly noted. Do you all have any further inquiries? We have no further questions. We bid farewell to Elder Hai. After Elder Hai, with his wine-red nose, departed, those familiar with Gu Ruoshi approached her to offer their well wishes. Wang Qiye, wishing to extend a blessing, realized their unfamiliarity and merely gestured from afar before heading off to the dining hall for a meal. Chapter 28, Bloodshed in the Nanlin's Secret Realm. Extra, Gu Ruoshi, the senior disciple, spills blood in the Nanlin's secret realm. The Demon Hall's enchantress conducts a blood sacrifice among the heroes, while Li Gan of 5 Tiger Mountain shatters the invincible Iron Corpse. What? The crowd in the martial arts arena halted, rushing toward the messenger boy. The greatest victor of this Nanlin's secret realm is the Demon Hall. They have decided to auction off 3 surplus Crimson Flame Phoenix nests at the Yihong Courtyard's auction house. Hoping to quell the fury of the 486 heroes who perished in the Nanlin's secret realm, the once undefeated Iron Corpse of the Pastoral Mountain Villa has suffered defeat at the hands of a fledgling Golden Core cultivator. Li Gan of 5 Tiger Mountain, bringing shame to the nascent soul stage. To it is said that the famed Iron Corpse could not even be preserved. Was this a disgrace of the nascent soul or a triumph of the heavenly mandate? How could this happen? Impossible. Everyone look. This month's issue features a colorful illustration of that enchantress. Remember her visage, so we may avenge Senior Gu. Let me see. Wang Qiye eagerly leaned in, fixated on the magazine. The illustration depicted a masked woman clad in a flowing purple veil and skirt, cradling a massive crimson flame phoenix nest, racing through the woods, while a colossal serpent ablaze with flames lurked nearby. Poised to devour her whole, the sheer transparency of the veil rendered it almost as if she wore nothing at all, merely covering essential areas. The exposed, glistening skin shone under the dappled light of the forest, revealing an alluring hint of red, accentuating her enchanting figure. If it were not for the large crimson flame Tonglu cradled in her arms, she would have likely been fully exposed, revealing the springtime beauty of her bosom. The veil adorning her face, of an unknown material, obscured her features, while her flowing purple hair danced in the wind, unveiling a pair of enchanting eyes that seemed startled by the giant python lurking behind her. Evoking a sense of pity. One could not help but want to embrace her, whispering reassurances that the monstrous creature would be dealt with. The Demoness Yunfian from the Hall of 1,000 Demons is indeed formidable. Even Wang Qiye, having been tempered by the trials of the island nation, could not resist stealing a few glances. Wang Qiye believed that the artist had deliberately portrayed the crimson flame Tonglu in such a manner. How shameless! What a disgrace! The senior brothers and sisters, encountering such a provocative sight for the first time, reacted differently. The brothers cursed fervently, their faces flushed, yet soon after, they furtively cast glances her way. The sisters, however, were incensed, their indignation palpable. Enough of this commotion. The elders have decided to erect a burial mound for Sister Gu tomorrow on the back mountain, and after 49 days, we shall transport her remains back to her homeland. Proclaimed Ouyang Qingfeng loudly to the assembly. Comply with the orders of the senior brother, you may disperse. After lunch, Wang Qiye resolved to grant himself a respite for the day. On the day he had paid his respects to Sister Gu Ruoshi, he had noticed the ice-cold beauty Yuan Mengyao nearby, who must now be heartbroken. He returned to his quarters, retrieving a piece of spirit stone from his desk, intending to purchase 2 large jars of wine from Ling Jingzai to console Yuan Mengyao. Upon entering Ling Jingzai, the enthusiastic proprietor greeted him warmly. Welcome, esteemed guest, please come in. 2 large jars of black scale wheat brew, 1 to take away, and the other to remain on account. Wang Qiye wasted no time, tossing his spirit stone to the proprietor. Very well, esteemed guest, please wait a moment while I prepare this for you. Shortly after, a young attendant emerged from the back courtyard, carrying a large jar of wine. Indeed, it was Wang Qiye's black scale wheat brew. Without hesitation, he accepted the jar into his embrace and made his way toward the exit. Safe travels, esteemed guest. The afternoon at the Xiui Pavilion felt desolate. As he walked along the dimly lit stone-paved path, where only the rustling of bamboo leaves could be heard, the surrounding dense black iron bamboo grew wildly, with only the area around the pavilion and the vacant land below it receiving some sunlight. Elsewhere, the bamboo leaves formed an impenetrable barrier, only revealing glimpses of light when the wind stirred. In that shadowy corner, the long flowing black hair of the beauty appeared like a rain-drenched pear blossom. Sister Yuan, it seems my humble presence has once again disturbed you. Observing her in such a state, Wang Qiye lamented that he had arrived just in time. Settling down beside Yuan Mengyao, she skillfully produced a small table from her storage pouch, along with 2 large porcelain bowls. As Wang Qiye removed the clay seal from the wine jar, the rich aroma wafted through the air, filling both bowls to the brim. They raised their cups, clinking them together, yet Wang Qie hesitated to drink, stealing glances at the beauty beside him. He saw Yuan Mangyao down her wine in one swift motion, her eyes brimming with tears. He sighed, realizing she sought intoxication to numb her pain, and promptly finished his own cup. As he poured more wine into the empty bowls, he noticed Yuan Mangyao lifting her cup again, prompting him to grasp her arm. Sister, death cannot be reversed, the path to immortality is long. We must learn to let go, sister. How could such a wonderful person as Gu have simply vanished? She lamented, tears streaming down her face once more. Though Gu has departed, did not brother Wanqing recently succeed in his foundation establishment and enter the inner sect? There is still joy to be found. Hearing Wanqing's name only deepened her pallor, and after shaking off Wang Qie's hand, she drank deeply from her cup once more. Wang Qie could only join her in this act of solace. Brother Wan possesses great talent and fortune. Entering the inner sect is indeed a cause for celebration, yet, we do not know when we shall meet again. How tragic it is to be unrequited in love. Just a few days apart feels like an eternity, and with the departure of dear sister Gu, the sweet and naive heart can hardly bear the weight of such sorrow. Suddenly, perhaps from intoxication or sheer weariness, Yuan Mangyao began to slump. Wang Qie quickly supported her against his shoulder, her head resting against him. Brother, why do good people not live long? Sister, the ways of fate are unpredictable, we must remain steadfast. But how did sister Gu truly meet her end? The demoness Yunfian from the Hall of 1,000 Demons is indeed wicked. Yuan Mangyao uttered these words with gritted teeth. Wang Qie noticed the shift in topic had a positive effect. Sometimes voicing one's feelings can bring a measure of relief. He then raised a bowl of wine, offering it to the beauty. Sister, have a sip to soothe your throat, and let us speak of it slowly. Before entering the southern forest's secret realm, the Hall of 1,000 Demons had already conspired with over 30 other demon folk. Once they convened in the southern forest, they swiftly targeted the newly established fire toad, which had only been thriving for a little over a decade. It is said they battled for 3 days and nights, ultimately slaying the fire toad. All beings possess a spirit, and this angered the most notorious native, the Crimson Flame Serpent, which, enraged, left the fire tonguewoods to pursue the demon folk. Little did they know that the demoness Yunfian, with audacious intent, had designs on the Crimson Flame Tonglu. How many she stole remains a mystery, for perhaps those who knew have perished. With the theft of the Crimson Flame Tonglu, the native lost all semblance of reason and transformed into a colossal crimson python, wreaking havoc throughout the southern forest. In the ensuing chaos, many could only flee for their lives, and poor sister Gu ultimately fell victim to the jaws of that native. Only 14 souls managed to escape from its clutches. Wang Qie felt a heavy heart. This expedition into the southern forest had likely resulted in the most devastating losses yet. He raised a bowl of wine to Yuan Mangyao. Perhaps a drunken stupor would be a blessing for her in this moment. That demoness is truly loathsome. She did not perish in the jaws of that native, a true oversight of fate. Come, let us drink, sister. When next we encounter that demoness, we shall ensure she knows neither life nor death. Indeed, Wang Qie did not harbor much animosity toward the demoness. Life and death are but the whims of destiny. His extra glances at her were merely for future avoidance. It seemed that from the very beginning, the demoness had planned this diversionary tactic, her cunning and malice evident in the bloodied count of 486 cultivator lives, enough to chill the bones. Sister, let us continue to drink. The 2 large bowls clinked together once more. Perhaps it is true that those who are most sorrowful find it hardest to become inebriated. As the last jar of wine dwindled, the beauty in his embrace fell silent. Wang Qie's vision blurred, and he shook his head, lamenting the potency of the drink. Fearing he might inadvertently commit some indiscretion by holding her through the night, he gently laid Yuan Mangyao down on the small table. Swaying as he stood up and staggered toward the small room, after taking only a few steps, he lost his balance against a black iron bamboo, which fell to the ground and did not rise again. Chapter 29, The Funeral. Brother, wake up. It was not until Yuan Mangyao shook Wang Qie awake that he realized the sun had already risen. Brother, we must hurry, sister Gu's funeral has likely begun. It dawned on Wang Qie that today was the day they would erect a burial mound for sister Gu Ruoshi. He stood up, performed a water sphere technique to wash his face, brushed off the bamboo leaves from his robe, and followed Yuan Mangyao, Zhaoruoyan, and Zhang Yuyan as they made their way toward the back mountain. Perhaps having voiced his concerns, Wang Qie noticed that although Yuan Mangyao's mood was still heavy, it had improved significantly since yesterday. The 4 walked in silence until Yuan Mangyao suddenly halted, leaping into the bamboo grove to gather several bouquets of flowers. A sister Gu loved these mountain bamboo flowers most in life. With that, she led the way in silence. Wang Qie pondered whether he should also pick a bouquet. Spotting some unknown wildflowers by the roadside, he gathered a handful, feeling pleased, and hurried to catch up with the 3 women. Upon arriving at the back mountain graveyard, they found that the funeral had been underway for quite some time. The four took their place at the end of the line to pay their respects to Guru Washi. One by one, the attendees approached to bid their final farewells. When it was Wang Chia's turn, he gently set down the bouquet he held, straightened his robe, and bowed deeply. Sister Gu, in your next life, do not pursue immortality, this path is fraught with danger. After glancing at the engraved characters on the tombstone, he turned and departed. Following lunch, Wang Chia took a hatchet and ventured into the mountains. With another echo resounding through the forest, he dropped the hatchet, wiping the sweat from his brow with his robe. He walked over to a large rock and sat down, unfastening the gourd from his waist and drinking deeply. The large black creature climbed onto Wang Chia's shoulder. He reflected on how closely life and death had brushed against him, feeling a sense of unease. He had not brought a book with him today. With nothing to occupy his mind, he began to play with the large black creature. Having become familiar over the past 2 months, he no longer felt any fear. Wang Chia poked its tail and then its belly. Enjoying the playful interaction, this was his first time engaging with the small creature, and it scurried about on him. It appeared harmless, though its scales were quite hard and felt cool to the touch. After toying with Dahe for a while, Wang Chia placed Dahe atop a large stone, stood up and walked towards the black iron bamboo. He picked up a machete from the ground, assumed a horse stance, swung it with all his might, and brought it down with a resounding thud that echoed through the forest. After finishing dinner, Wang Chia returned to the wooden cabin, spread a blank sheet of paper on his desk, picked up a brush, gazed at the bright moon outside, and pondered for a moment before writing. To my esteemed senior sister Lan Ling, the ways of heaven are unpredictable and life and death are easily forgotten. Senior sister Gu Ruwashi bravely ventured into the secret realm of the southern forest, only to be schemed against by vile individuals, becoming a stepping stone for others. The next day at 6 o'clock, Wang Chia rose early. After dressing and casting a water sphere spell to wash his face, he sighed, marveling at the convenience of the water sphere spell, so simple and efficient. He picked up the book Wen Tian from his desk, slung it over his shoulder, and stepped outside. Though life had been lost, the days must continue. In the training ground, Lu Qingqing kicked Wang Chia's shoulder, sending him sprawling. Lu Qingqing, I am not Yunfian, why the excessive force? He exclaimed. You men are all worthless. She retorted, that Yunfian is a woman. Wang Chia shot back, his irritation palpable. Lu Qingqing glared at him with her reddened eyes. At this moment, rather than diligently practicing their celestial arts and martial skills, they could only think of fleeing upon encountering that demoness, leaving any thoughts of avenging senior sister Gu behind. Damn it, Wang Chia thought, realizing that Lu Qingqing had a point. He found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He certainly couldn't tell her that upon seeing that demoness, they should just run in greetings, senior brother. Suddenly Lu Qingqing retracted her sword and saluted. Turning around, Wang Chia saw that it was Ouyang Qingfeng who had arrived. Greetings, senior brother. Wang Chia returned the gesture. No need for excessive formalities, fellow junior brothers and sisters. Come, Wang Shidi, Lu Shimi, Zhu Shidi, allow me to introduce you to our new junior sister, Tian Jianjin, who just joined us this year. Wang Chia then noticed a young girl with 2 little horn braids poking her head out from behind Ouyang Qingfeng. Junior sister Tian, quickly greet your senior brothers and sisters. Greetings, senior brothers and sisters, the little girl said in a sweet, childish voice. Hello, junior sister Tian. The three responded in kind. Now, everyone come over, let us sit and talk. Ouyang Qingfeng beckoned. He sat cross-legged on the ground, and the others followed suit. Forming a circle, junior sister Tian is 3 years old and has been on the mountain for just 2 months. Recently, she was assigned to our Qingzhou Peak. I observed that she is suited for sword training, so I brought her in, and from now on, besides learning swordsmanship from me, the 3 of you must also look out for her. Of course. By the way, how many new disciples have been assigned to our Qingzhou Peak this year? Xu Dechang inquired curiously. This year, 2 were sent down the mountain after failing to establish their foundation, while 3 succeeded. A few days ago, senior brother Wan Qing also succeeded in establishing his foundation and entered the inner sect, and we went to congratulate him. Just the other day, we received the unfortunate news about senior sister Gu. Since the beginning of the year, our Qingzhou Peak has lost 7 outer sect disciples. Thankfully, due to the hard work of our fellow disciples who went out to recruit this year, we finally welcomed a bountiful harvest, gaining 10 new disciples at Qingzhou Peak. Although senior sister Gu's sudden demise is tragic, the junior brothers and sisters need not worry. On the day I complete my training, I shall descend the mountain and avenge senior sister Gu. Wang Chia understood. Ouyang Qingfeng had just become the senior brother and was quickly trying to win everyone's hearts. Indeed, senior brother, you must avenge us against that demoness. As Ouyang Qingfeng spoke a few flattering words, Lu Qingqing's eyes sparkled with admiration. Senior brother is magnificent. Wang Chia could only echo her sentiment. Thinking by the time you descend the mountain, who knows what month it will be. By then, the grass on senior sister Gua's grave may have grown taller than a person. It was astonishing that Zhu Dachang and Lu Qingqing could believe such nonsense. Junior brothers, if you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask your senior brother. Senior brother is righteous. Senior brother, has it been peaceful down the mountain lately, since that skeleton mountain unleashed a demon? We have heard that it has been stirring again in recent months. However, with the upcoming frenzied demon festival, those demonic sects have been relatively quiet. Once the festival passes, I fear they will stir trouble once more. Indeed, everyone nodded in agreement. Will the demonic sects go mad and attack our righteous sect's gates during the frenzied demon festival? Wang Qie voiced his concerns. The frenzied demon festival is a day of rewards and recognition for the demonic sects. They wouldn't fear us coming to their gates. What a pity, the frenzied demon festival doesn't allow us righteous sects to observe. Wang Qie lamented. If you wish to go, they certainly won't stop you. Ouyang Qingfeng chuckled, teasingly. His senior brother, tell us about Li Gan from Wushan. Wang Qie recalled the recent sensational news. Li Gan from Wushan. Before this, there had been no rumors about him. He was quite ordinary, a rather dull person. If it weren't for his recent victory over Tai Wudi, to be honest, I would not have known there was such a figure in the cultivation world. Ouyang Qingfeng straightened himself, his expression filled with admiration. I inquired about him from various sources in the inner sect and only learned bits and pieces. Li Gan lost both his parents at a young age. Before arriving at Wushan, he was already over 10 years old and was so malnourished he was almost skin and bones. Once he arrived on the mountain, he was able to eat his fill and began to grow. He could consume the equivalent of 5 people's meals in one sitting. At first, everyone thought he was simply starving. But it turned out he maintained such an appetite every meal. This man rarely speaks except while practicing martial arts. Even when spoken to, he responds minimally. Did you know he has a peculiar habit? What is it, senior brother? Do tell. He enjoys walking on his hands. Other than that, there is nothing particularly special about him. He only established his foundation at 20 after grasping the tail end of the demon exterminating festival. Nearly descending the mountain, for a long time, in the eyes of others, he was merely a peripheral figure. It wasn't until he reached 100 years of age that he successfully formed his core. If he hadn't descended the mountain for training this time, I fear even the disciples of Wushan wouldn't have known of such a low-key character. Oh, I see. Has that demon, Tai Wudi, died? Not yet, but he is close. The techniques from the pastoral mountain manor mainly revolve around corpse refinement. As long as the corpse remains, he will not perish for 3 years. Once the corpse decays, Tai Wudi will surely meet his end. He deserves it. It's his own doing. Truly a testament to our righteous path's lingering might. Alright, it's getting late. Let us go have lunch. Ouyang Qingfeng stood up first, dusting off his robe, and led the group towards the dining hall. Chapter 30. The Frenzied Demon Festival. 3 months had passed since the Righteous Sect's Demon Exterminating Festival. Finally, on this day, the Demonic Sect's Frenzied Demon Festival was held. The Skeleton Mountain, Pastoral Mountain Manor, and Haoan sect were undoubtedly involved, but today, even in a small branch of the Thousand Demon Palace, the atmosphere was charged. Today marks our Demonic Sect's annual holy ceremony. On the dimly lit platform in front of the hall, 5 monks clad in black hooded robes. Saturday, perhaps due to the hoods, their faces were shrouded in black mist, and under the flickering red candlelight, only their eyes could be discerned. Below, several hundred chi refinement cultivators knelt, all similarly attired. A hoarse voice echoed from the platform. Today, we shall confer rewards and recognition. Where is Yun Fian? Step forward. As the words were spoken, there was a hint of flattery. A black-robed cultivator stood up and positioned themselves before the platform. It could only be discerned from the graceful silhouette that she was a woman. Yun Fian has achieved great merit for the sect, and even the sect leader has taken note of this matter, praising you thrice. The master of the fire refining hall specifically wishes to take you as an inner disciple and has generously gifted you the 9-dance firevine whip, a renowned weapon from his early years. Accept it. As the black-robed figure spoke, a fiery red whip was tossed down to the platform, and a delicate hand emerged from the crowd, smoothly catching it and wrapping it around her wrist. Thank you, Elder. Junior Sister Yun. There is no need to be modest. We are all fellow disciples now, and we must look out for one another. The hoarse voice dripped with flattery. Junior Sister Yun can set off for the fire refining hall tomorrow. I hope you will speak kindly of us in front of the master. I want to go with my sister. Another hoarse voice interrupted. Of course, the master has also gifted a jar of blood wine. The 5 of us pooled our resources to acquire an ice spike suitable for chi refinement, which can serve as a congratulatory gift for Junior Sister's apprenticeship. The graceful black-robed figure accepted the 2 items. Nodding in acknowledgement, junior sister, please take a seat on this bench. Once the graceful black-robed figure settled on the benches on either side of the hall, another black-robed figure presented a cup of blood wine and a spirit fruit. Junior brother is not being stingy. At your current stage we cannot hasten your growth, but if you consume too many spirit fruits and your cultivation increases too rapidly, it may provoke the master of the fire refining hall. And my life would be at risk. The graceful black-robed figure did not reply, merely nodding in agreement. Junfeiyu stepped forward. Another black-robed figure emerged from the crowd, standing firmly before the platform. You too. Take a seat on this bench, and here is a cup of blood wine and a spirit fruit for you. Thank you, elder, the hoarse voice responded to Judakian. A black-robed figure stood up. Here is a cup of blood wine and a spirit fruit for you. Thank you, elder, Yi Jilin. Another black-robed figure rose. Here is a cup of blood wine and a spirit fruit for you. Thank you, elder, Hu Xiahong. A black-robed figure stood up once more. Bestow upon me a cup of blood wine and a spirit fruit. Thank you, elder. The voices that had called out earlier all echoed the same request. A cup of blood wine and a spirit fruit. Yet, as the event progressed, some received only a cup of blood wine, while others were given merely a spirit fruit. By the time it came to the last 50 individuals, they found themselves with nothing at all to drink the blood wine and consume the spirit fruit. As the hoarse voice resounded from the stage, the crowd below raised their cups and downed their drinks, consuming the spirit fruits and settling into meditation to circulate their energy. 3 to 5 days later. Within a stone cave, one sister exclaimed, "Sister, I have reached the 11th level of cultivation." The other replied, "Sister, I too have attained the 10th level." The two women in black robes embraced, tears of joy streaming down their faces. "Sister, let us visit the alchemy hall tomorrow." "Very well, sister. I cannot express how much hardship you have endured for my sake over the years, nearly becoming that person's furnace." "Oh, sister, you mustn't speak so, you reckless little sister. Daring to venture into that secret realm with such low cultivation. Thank the heavens you returned alive. Otherwise, how could I continue on without you?" "It is fortunate that he did not succeed. Otherwise, just imagine how I would settle the score with him." "Hush, sister, do not utter such words again, lest we meet our end before even reaching the alchemy hall." "However, sister, our good days are finally upon us. I shall never allow you to suffer again, foolish sister. Within this demonic lair, once you lose your value, you become nothing but meat on the chopping block for others. Only by becoming the master of a hall can one escape the shackles of others." "Then I shall become the master of a hall. You will, sister. I will assist you. Before that, we have matters to attend to. Bring forth the jar of blood wine." The red-haired woman retrieved a small jar of spirit wine from her storage bag and handed it to the silver-haired woman. Knock, knock. A quarter of an hour later, there was a knock at the door. "Come in." Four black-robed figures entered, with the last one shutting the door behind them. They removed their hoods and knelt on one knee before the two women. "Yuan brothers, Tu Wei Lu Yi, since you are here, let us depart immediately. We shall consider this matter as if it never occurred. However, if you drink this cup of blood wine today and do not serve my sister and me wholeheartedly in the future, I assure you, it will be either your death or mine." Tu Wei Lu, the largest among the four, initially thought his bulky black robe was brimming with spiritual energy. Upon removing his hood, he revealed a large head, making it clear that the robe fit him like a second skin. The Yuan brothers appeared to be around 10 years old. Without their distinct black and white hair, one would struggle to tell them apart. One had lost his left eye, and the other his right. Unexpectedly, while separated they were disabled, but together they could share each other's vision, making them inseparable. Yee was the only female among the four. But one of her black-robed arms hung limply, leaving it unclear whether she was born that way or had lost it during a previous mission. Perhaps to facilitate her movements she kept her hair short. After waiting a while and seeing no one leave, the silver-haired woman opened the jar of wine and filled the prepared cups. She sighed inwardly, lamenting the absence of Fu Haishan, whom she had favored the most, but understood that everyone had their own aspirations. All four had received a meager reward during the Mad Demon Festival. Those who tread in darkness will grasp at even the faintest light. Now, with spirit wine before them, a bit more strength meant a greater chance of survival. Should the two women perish unexpectedly one day, it would be a grave loss for them. "We shall serve our master with utmost dedication," they declared, drinking from their cups before rising to leave. "A sister, do you think these four will genuinely serve us?" "Humph, they certainly will not. The milder ones will likely curse us as they leave, and the more ruthless among them would wish for our early demise." "Then why share this spirit wine with these ingrates?" "Sister, our foundation is still weak. We must understand that the position of hallmaster cannot be upheld by the two of us alone. Previously, survival was difficult. Now that we have some strength, we must plan ahead. It is wonderful to have you to rely on." "Sister, relying on external forces is ultimately a minor path. the most crucial thing is our own strength. As long as our power surpasses theirs, they will surely serve us diligently. However, if any of them possess strength greater than ours, they will inevitably harbor ulterior motives, and come the time, they will not hesitate to betray us. Understood, sister. Now let us tidy up. Tomorrow at dawn, we shall head to the alchemy hall. Alright, sisters. Chapter 31, Thunder, Tribulation and Heavenly Lightning. After a considerable upheaval within the secret realm, life seemed to return to normal. Wang Qie lay on the ground of the training field, a blade of dogtail grass in his mouth, extending his right hand to gaze at the sun above. The light filtering through his fingers was indeed the essence of youth. Turning his head, he observed the cheerful trio. Tian Jianzhang was sprawled on the back of Zhu Deshang, who was doing push-ups, while Lu Qingqing counted out loud how childish, since Tian Jianzhang arrived. She had taken Wang Qie's training partner, Lu Qingqing, away from him. It seemed that girls were naturally adept at caring for others. After Zhu Deshang joined them, Wang Qie felt as though he had become superfluous. Wang Qie, come join us, Lu Qingqing called, waving him over, while Tian Shimi also beckoned from Zhu Deshang's back. Wang Qie stood up, spat out the dogtail grass, brushed off the dust from his green robe, and turned to leave. Where are you going? Having left behind the harmonious scene, a water balloon splashed against his face, prompting Wang Qie to turn around. There stood Li Linger, her hair cascading as she wore a mischievous grin. Wang Qie, it wasn't intentional, it was deliberate. Wang Qie felt no sorrow or joy, merely nodded. He was too old to squabble with a child. Suddenly a flash of light appeared before him as the water balloon technique took shape. Go, this was not a matter of retaliating, it was merely that he had nothing else to do, and here was a free sparring partner. Thus, the two engaged in a water balloon battle for the entire morning. The next day, Wang Qie continued to wander around the training field. After a day of water balloon fights, he had no intention of seeking out Li Linger today. Playing with water balloons for a day was enjoyable, but doing so every day would be excessively dull. He preferred the thrill of physical combat. Suddenly, a soft jade-like figure collided with him, and upon seeing Mu Wanqing sprawled on the ground, Wang Qie was taken aback. He truly hadn't seen her. Was this the third time he had bumped into her? Wang Qie, how can you walk without looking? The lovely figure stood up, tilting her head to scrutinize Wang Qie. Mother Tiger, care for a spar? What did you say? A whip of electricity lashed out towards him. Wang Qie cursed inwardly, realizing he had spoken his thoughts aloud. He hurriedly raised his weapon to block. The long whip coiled around the tip of his weapon, and electric currents surged up Wang Qie's body, leaving him in a state of exquisite agony, just as a kick sent him sprawling far away. Lying on the ground, he could still feel the electric currents swirling within him. Looking up, he saw the triumphant expression of the lovely figure before him, stirring a mix of sensations within him, making him want to moan. Shaking his head, he managed to regain some clarity. It seemed Mu Shiji had made considerable progress in her skills. Don't think that your smooth tongue will spare you. Wang Qie, prepare to receive my blade. With a swift kick, she sent his weapon into his hands, and another electric whip struck out at him. Wang Qie quickly dodged to the left, the whip retracted, and another struck from the right. This was not a viable approach. Her lightning-based abilities were maddeningly relentless. Touching her was out of the question. What was the point? As the saying goes, a prolonged defense will inevitably lead to a loss. Wang Qie, caught off guard, was pursued by the whip. He raised his weapon before him, and just as tragedy was about to repeat itself, he quickly tossed the weapon aside and charged toward the lovely figure. Caught unprepared by this sudden turn of events, she failed to react in time. Once Wang Qie closed the distance, she hurriedly dropped her whip, but after receiving a punch to her abdomen, she retaliated with a leg sweep that sent him crashing to the ground. Due to the proximity, in that moment of falling, Wang Qie instinctively grasped at the lovely figure as if she were a lifeline. The two rolled on the ground for 3 revolutions, and upon halting, Wang Qie found himself beneath the lovely figure, who wore a radiant smile akin to a blooming poppy flower, sending chills down his spine. No, the electric current hit him with such predictability that, after being stunned by the shock, he ceased to think. When consciousness returned, he found himself still lying on the ground, and the lovely figure was toying with his hair. Noticing he had awakened, she turned to him. Wang Qie, have you surrendered? It felt as if the campus bell was playing with her hair while asking him if he was up to the challenge. I yield. Humph. The lovely figure smiled as if she had received a sweet treat. I submit in body, but not in spirit. The lovely figure smirked dismissively. I await your response. You better last a bit longer next time. Wang Qie chose to disregard her, embarking on the practice of wood-based techniques for self-healing. The sensation of harmonizing this wood technique with the electric currents coursing through her body was intoxicating, sending delightful tingles throughout her being, although Wang Qiye considered herself devoid of any self-masochistic tendencies. She found herself swayed by this exquisite sensation at that moment. Rising once more, Wang Qiye found herself utterly at a loss against this electric beast. Was she truly destined to be shocked into developing antibodies? Lost in contemplation, she was suddenly struck by a whip, causing a surge of electricity to surge chaotically within her. The wood-based energy swiftly converged to envelop this errant energy, gradually dissipating it. If each encounter involved merely this much electricity, she had to admit, it was rather pleasurable. Wang Qiye was acutely aware that she would be unable to part from this electric beast for quite some time. Mu Wanqing, has your discharge become excessive, rendering you limp and weak? Upon hearing this, the enchanting figure froze, choosing not to respond. Suddenly, her hair stirred as if animated by an unseen wind, and when the whip lashed out once more, it transformed into 6. Help, someone's trying to kill me. Recalling the previous day's scene, Wang Qiye felt a pang of regret. The outcome was all too evident. It culminated in Wang Qiye being once again overwhelmed by electricity. Thus, today, she sought out Mu Wanqing, one of the 3 miscellaneous disciples of Qingzhou Peak. Wang Qiye, feeling a sense of irritation, dared to approach again. This time, it was Mu Wanqing, the poppy flower, who was taken aback. With her soft whip in hand and arms crossed behind her back, she circled around Wang Qiye, scrutinizing her. Wang Qiye could hardly admit that she had become addicted to the shocks inflicted by this girl. Sister Mu, I am here today to seek your guidance after my defeat yesterday, Wang Qiye declared, brandishing her sword in greeting. The enchanting figure nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Qiye, I must admit, I hold a measure of respect for you now. You are the first to stand before me so promptly after experiencing my Plum Blossom 6 strikes. Sister, the Plum Blossom 6 strikes are simply insurmountable for me. Today, could you perhaps ease up a little and just offer a single strike? That is not out of the question. With a compliment that flattered her, the enchanting figure blossomed with pride like a peacock. Shall we commence then? Prepare yourself. The two soon engaged in a spirited duel within the martial arts arena. Though the intensity of the current had lessened, it remained uncomfortable, yet this current was far more tolerable than the previous 6. After deftly dodging another whip strike, Wang Qiye called out, Stop a sister, let us take a moment to rest. I cannot endure any longer. Finally the enchanting figure relented, wiping the fragrant sweat from her brow. She accepted the gourd. Wang Qiye tossed her way, opened the lid, and took several hearty gulps of water before sealing it again and tossing it back to Wang Qiye. After receiving the gourd, Wang Qiye also took a generous swig before fastening it back to her waist. Sister, your lightning-based spiritual root is simply cheating. What can I say? It's a natural gift, the enchanting figure replied. Her smile radiant. Is there truly a distinction between your lightning and heavenly thunder? There is indeed a difference. The lightning techniques I currently wield do not yet reach the level of heavenly thunder. Only when I advance to the nascent soul stage will I attain that degree of power. Is the lightning from a tribulation akin to heavenly thunder? Certainly not, you fool. Throughout history, no lightning cultivator has ever produced lightning techniques that rival the intensity of a tribulation. It has been speculated by powerful lightning cultivators that tribulations are not merely techniques, they merely exhibit the appearance of lightning. Do lightning cultivators possess an advantage in resisting heavenly tribulations? There is indeed a slight advantage. How so? Records suggest that we lightning cultivators can recover more swiftly from the numbing effects of heavenly tribulations. I am not well versed in the specifics, and since heavenly tribulations are still far removed from us, I have only skimmed the surface. Wang Qiye inwardly cursed, pondering why she had not transmigrated into a lightning cultivator's body. Sister Mu, your lightning techniques coupled with your whip are truly remarkable. Do I need to say more? By the way, how is that divine ability you were practicing? It's coming along. Then why haven't I seen you utilize it? With your lack of skill, I haven't had the chance. Wang Qiye, feeling somewhat demoralized, covered her face, lamenting how Mu Wanqing was overwhelmingly strong while others were woefully weak. There was no fairness in the cultivation world. Come now, let us exchange a few more moves. I believe I am ready to continue. Wang Qiye stood, rotating her wrist. The enchanting figure also rose to her feet, no words wasted, and lashed out with her whip. Chapter 32. Encountering the 6 arts again as spring blossomed and the birds sang. The seasons flowed by seamlessly. The life of an 11-year-old boy held little in the way of intrigue. Mornings were spent honing skills under Mu Wanqing's electric whip. Afternoons were dedicated to cutting bamboo on the mountain. And once a month, he would indulge in a day of drinking and discussing dreams with Yuan Mengyao. Time flew by swiftly, and soon it was once again the day for the 6 Arts Grand Competition at Qingyan Peak. That morning, Wang Qie rose unusually early. After donning his azure robe, he cast a water sphere spell to wash his face, grabbed a book from his desk, and tucked it behind him after counting out 5 spirit stones from his food box. He contemplated for a moment before retrieving 2 more spirit stones, securing them before finally opening his door and heading towards Li Error's small dwelling. Li Error, rise quickly, coming. Li Error was swift, ready in just 3 minutes. Opening the door, let us go. Wang Qie, wait, we must first call Mu Wanqing. Why? Li Error inquired, his gaze curious. Isn't it the case that during our sparring, she insisted on joining, and after I boasted, the two made their way to Mu Wanqing's door. Mu Wanqing, get up quickly, coming. Half an hour later, Mu Wanqing finally opened her door, and Wang Qie's face darkened. My lady, why are you taking so long? None of your business. Wang Qie, have you not noticed that I am different today? Isn't it still the same azure robe? Hurry, let us eat breakfast. The trio arrived at the dining hall, each selecting their favorite dishes. Arrow, your boxing gloves should be ready soon, right? Almost there, just about 10 days more. You'll see then. Time passed swiftly. After the 6 arts competition, it would be just 4 months until the year-end competition. Wang Qie sighed, at least this year, I won't have to go empty-handed. Mu Wanqing, did you pass the 6 arts examination? No, with my whip techniques I can hardly grasp them. Wang Qie, do you feel confident this year? Alas, the year of idleness has yielded no progress, Wang Qie lamented. Lately, I have been hearing about the incidents at Skeleton Mountain. When will those hideous creatures cease their disturbances? Mu Wanqing chuckled, just think of it as a dream. Anything can happen in dreams. Today at noon, I will let you experience the taste of everything that exists in dreams. Wang Qie grinned with pride, as if you were the one to prepare it. At least I will get to eat it. That's a skill in itself. Hurry up and eat. I've finished, Li Error urged. The two quickly shoveled in a few bites, and the 3 youths clad in azure robes exited the dining hall. Making their way towards Qingyun Peak from a distance, they spotted 2 enchanting figures beneath a large tree at Qingyun Peak. The moment Wang Qie laid eyes on the girl in white attire with twin ponytails, he found it impossible to look away. He circled around the 2 girls twice. After a year apart, the transformation was remarkable. Wang Qie, aren't you going to introduce this new girl? Teased Morong Xiao. Dressed in pink, this is my sparring partner from Qingzhou Peak, Mu Wanqing, 14 years old, with dual earth and lightning spiritual roots, at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Mu Wanqing, allow me to introduce these 2. The girl in white is called Lan Lingxin from Qingfeng Cliff, 13 years old, with a single wind spiritual root, at the 10th level of Qi refinement. The girl in pink is Morong Xiao. Also from Qingfeng Cliff, 17 years old, with dual gold and wind spiritual roots, at the 11th level of Qi refinement. Mu Wanqing has met both of you. No need for formalities, sisters. Let us hurry and move along. It is the first day of the 6 arts competition, and there is the most to see. With that, Morong Xiao took Mu Wanqing's hand, leading the way to the 6 arts plaza, with the others following closely behind. Entering together, 3 women in unison create a spectacle, and it was no exaggeration. Having only visited a few stalls, the 3 women had already formed a close-knit group. Li Arrow and Wang Qie felt somewhat superfluous. Yet Wang Qie paid no mind. As long as he could gaze at the girl in white, he was content. Let us head to the tea house at the Drum Tower. Senior Sister Jiru should be arriving soon. The 5 arrived at the Drum Tower's tea house, where Wang Qie ordered a pot of tea for 1 spirit stone. Mu Wanqing eagerly paid for the spirit stone, earning a much more favorable glance from Wang Qie. Senior Sister Jiru, over here. Li Arrow, with keen eyes, spotted Jiru Lanxue first, waving vigorously. Did I arrive late? Jiru Lanxue placed down her food box, jesting. Senior Sister, I am famished from waiting. Sister, this is my sparring partner. I have long admired you. Hello, Senior Sister. I am Mu Wanqing from Qingzhou Peak, at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Sister, no need for formalities. I am Jiru Lanxue from Qingfeng Cliff, at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Come, today let me treat you to my culinary skills. With that, Jiru Lanxue opened her food box and began to take out the prepared dishes. Today, I have prepared for everyone a delightful feast, featuring sweet and sour fish, octopus delicacies, spicy and sour green beans, cold spicy purple strawberries, papaya tofu, apple salad, stir-fried asparagus with meat, and 5 spice pig's trotters, and of course, our final main dish. Drumroll please. As she spoke, Sister Jiru took out the last dish from the food box and placed it at the center of the dining table. Wang Qie hurriedly leaned in to take a look, only to see an unremarkable soup filled with white flowers, in which a red cloud bird was stewing. Wang Qie realized that since this was the main dish, it must possess some secret, yet he could not discern it. He immediately turned his gaze towards Jiru Lanxue. Jiru Lanxue, clearly pleased with herself, snapped her fingers, causing tiny flames to bloom among the white flowers. As the petals of these flowers burned away, the stamens sank into the soup, only to resurface as translucent little meatballs dig in. With that, several magical claws descended upon the dish. Wang Qiye snatched a meatball, blew on it for a moment, and then eagerly took a bite. It is indeed Sister Jiru. This meatball carries the delicate sweetness of flowers, the fragrant sweetness of honey, and after absorbing the broth from the red cloud bird, it possesses a unique meaty aroma. When these three flavors mingled in his mouth, it was not only utterly intoxicating but also a tad hot. Delicious, sister, truly delicious. Sister Jiru is indeed worthy of her reputation. Hot. You all better leave one for me. Those who were quick to eat left with grease-laden mouths, while those who were slower felt only half satisfied after returning the empty plates to the food box. Everyone sipped tea and engaged in light conversation. Sisters Morong and Lan, are you planning to take the 6 arts exam this year? Wang Qiye inquired, picking at his teeth. Sister Morong has already passed one of the 6 arts. Jiru Lanchu interjected, indeed, that exam was for formations. Lan Lingxin eagerly chimed in, Wang Qiye, how many of the 6 arts are you planning to take this year? Not even one, I suppose. Why not? I wasted a year squandering time. He. Lan Lingxin chuckled lightly. Aren't you going to take a chance with beast taming? Oh, don't even mention it. I have no hope there. Don't give up so easily. Let me share a secret with you. But you must promise not to tell anyone. What is it? Hurry up, Mu Wanqing urged. I've caught the eye of a wild spirit beast. Ah, is that true? Li Arrow exclaimed, astonished and disbelieving. Perhaps my charm is simply too great. It's that soul-devouring serpent that once swallowed my soul. It has taken a liking to me. It didn't swallow you again, did it? You're pulling my leg. I don't believe it. The crowd was filled with surprise and skepticism. All while Wang Qiye observed quietly. He then began recounting the extraordinary experiences he had with the soul-devouring serpent since their first encounter. You never mentioned this before. I've never heard of anyone in the sect having a soul-devouring serpent as a spirit beast. Sigh, this matter has weighed heavily on my heart for quite some time. I've longed for an opportunity to share it. I want to see it. You must bring it next time for us to admire. That might not be possible. I still can't communicate with it. Being wild, it has not been tamed by the sect, and bringing it to a crowded place would likely cause chaos. You're just boasting. Hey, don't dismiss me. If you have the chance, come with me to Kingsufing to witness it for yourselves. Wang Qiye was anxious, fearing they wouldn't believe him. All right, Sister Lingxin, it seems you're the only one intending to take the 6 arts exam. The rest of us will go watch the battle performance first. You should head to the talisman exam, then tomorrow, we can all go see the beast taming together. How about that? Sure. Last time I saw a big cat, it was so cute. I want to check if that rhinoceros is still around. And my howling tiger, please don't let anyone take it away. Then let us split up. We'll meet later. The group sipped their tea and parted ways at the entrance. Morong Xiaoxiao, Jiru Lanchu at Li Arrow, and Mu Wanqing teamed up to watch the battle performance, while Wang Qiye and Lan Lingxin headed to the talisman exam venue. As they walked along the path to the talisman exam, they chatted merrily amidst the crowd, yet fell silent when alone. Upon reaching the large yellow flag, Wang Qiye finally mustered a few words. Shall I help you buy a ticket? Lan Lingxin did not respond, instead retrieving a spirit stone from her storage bag and tossing it to Wang Qiye. He caught the spirit stone. Beaming with joy like a child, turning to the 8 immortals table, he placed the spirit stone on the surface and gently pushed it forward. Junior brother, 1 entrance ticket. The 7-year-old attendant picked up a pre-written token and handed it to Wang Qiye before taking the spirit stone and stacking it at the edge of the table. Senior brother, take care. After securing the ticket, the two took their places at the back of the line. Sister Lan, how confident are you about this talisman exam? I've been practicing for 2 years now, so I should have about an 80% chance, Lan Lingxin replied proudly. Once they began conversing, the awkwardness of a year apart faded considerably. Was Sister Morong the one who passed the formations exam last year? Yes, that was the one. These 3 swift movement talismans are for you. I just practiced drawing them yesterday. As she spoke, Lan Lingxin produced 3 talismans from her storage bag. Wang Qiye was overjoyed and quickly accepted them. Examining them closely, how long is the validity period for these talismans? My current strength is limited, and I only used the lowest grade materials, so they can only last about a month. That's still quite good. By this time next year, if you write more, we can set up a stall. You fool, Lan Lingxin laughed upon hearing this. Wang Qiye was left confused, a large question mark hovering above his head. Did I say something wrong? Selling talismans means they must be freshly drawn. Only then did Wang Qiye realize the truth. Why must talismans be freshly drawn? Sister, the issue with talismans has never been the talismans themselves. As long as you have the appropriate talisman paper and the heart's blood of spirit beasts, you simply need to follow the model and the talisman will take shape in an instant. Do you understand? So it turns out that the material is the crux of the talismans. The lowest grade talisman paper takes 5 years to produce a single sheet. If the heart's blood of a spirit beast is of too high a grade, ordinary talisman paper cannot bear such powerful energy. Higher grade talisman paper is required. The type of talisman must correspond to the type of beast blood used, and there are many nuances involved. If the beast blood is stored for too long, its spiritual energy dissipates and becomes useless. Moreover, once a talisman is drawn, the spiritual energy begins to evaporate, hence the various factors influencing the duration of validity. In fact, the artistry of drawing the talisman is the least important aspect, though it cannot be neglected. Lan Lingxin, well versed in talisman crafting, spoke with gleaming eyes, her words flowing effortlessly. Wang Qie listened in a daze, marveling at how each aspect felt like a towering mountain. He only grasped the significance of the materials but understood that the resource-consuming craft was indeed not for impoverished cultivators. A simple swift movement talisman required the heart's blood of 3 fast-running terrestrial spirit beasts. A lightness talisman needed the heart's blood of 3 flying spirit beasts. If you were to use the heart's blood of terrestrial spirit beasts to draw a lightness talisman, its effectiveness would be reduced to a mere quarter. This was merely the realm of ordinary talismans. As for advanced talismans, not only did they demand the paper's bearing capacity, but one must also adeptly blend several types of spirit beast heart's blood. The difference in ratios was so vast that even a box of spirit beast heart's blood could become worthless if mishandled. If one aimed to blend the heart's blood of over a dozen spirit beasts, a slight error could lead to financial ruin. Goodness gracious, Wang Qie gasped, having never heard of such risks associated with talisman crafting. Alright, I'm going in now, wait for me at the back door, Lan Lingxin said, handing her token to the gatekeeper. Good luck. Wang Qie raised a fist in encouragement. Lan Lingxin nodded, and as the gate swung open, she stepped inside. Only after she vanished from sight did Wang Qie turn his gaze towards the back door of the talisman exam venue. The waiting felt interminable, but after 2 hours, he finally spotted her return. How did it go? Wang Qie rushed forward to ask. I won't tell you. Observing her triumphant demeanor, he guessed it was likely that she had finally fulfilled her wish. Come on, good sister, hurry and tell me, I beg you. Perhaps I will pass. Sister Lan, you are amazing, a genius girl. Perhaps it was pride, or perhaps Wang Qie's praise was too fervent, but Lan Lingxin's face flushed with excitement. However, she still needed to secure a place in the top 10 and wait for the 6 arts exams to conclude without being pushed out by others. A Sister Lan, how formidable, those are merely small fry. They won't stir up much of a storm. After a year apart, while their skills had not improved much, their banter had certainly flourished. As time pressed on, the 2 young women and men bid farewell beneath the archway. Chapter 33, Reunion with Beast Tamers. The next morning at 6 o'clock, Wang Qie, wake up, it's time. Wang Qie hurriedly got up, addressed, cast a water sphere spell to wash his face, and took Wenti in before stepping out. Oh, Mu Wanqing, the sun must be rising from the west today. Up so early. Wang Qie tied the Weniang to her back while casting a glance at Mu Wanqing, who stood beside a large rock. Who resembles you, you great sloth? Let us go, we must hurry to our meal. Li Arrow rose from the rock. The 3 of them proceeded to select their favorite dishes and settled together in a corner. How did you fare in yesterday's exam, Lan Ling? Li Arrow inquired, taking a bite of his steamed bun. I made it into the top 10. Not even if I get squeezed out this time, I shall surely secure it next time. That is quite commendable. It's a pity you missed the duel performance yesterday, Mu Wanqing lamented. What was it about? The legendary life of Sword Saint Shifang Hao. Is that so? Will it be replayed? Want to watch? Perhaps next year. Oh heavens, what wrongs have I committed? Would you like me to narrate the plot? Mu Wanqing said smugly. Do I need your help? I've nearly worn out his biography. Serves you right. Some people ought to remember their debts more quickly. Wang Qie took a sip of soup, a pained expression on her face. When will you show us your little snake? Oh please. It wouldn't even come out if I waved a straw at it. Some people are just full of hot air. Wang Qie ignored her, taking a bite of vegetables and focusing on her meal. Suddenly recalling something, she pulled out a swift movement talisman from her pocket and handed one to each of them. In a month, this will be nothing more than scrap paper, use it while you can. Wow, you drew this? Mu Wanqing exclaimed, looking at Wang Qie with newfound respect. Is that possible? Lan Shiji, give it a try. I told you so. How about we use it after our meal and have a little competition? Sounds good, I'm in. Wang Qie thought the girl had finally shown some cleverness. Opportunities to use this talisman on the mountain were rare, and this proposal was perfectly timed. The loser pays for lunch. Wang Qie said ominously, hoping to save a spirit stone. That won't do, Wang Qie, you must wait 10 more minutes before setting off. Li Arrow swallowed his bun and took a bite of vegetables. Just let you two have 10 minutes. Wang Qie quickly finished her bowl of soup. Once they had eaten, they stood at the entrance of the dining hall, ready to go. Just as Wang Qie yelled, Li Arrow and Mu Wanqing simultaneously activated their swift movement talismans. The talisman's power transforming into a stream of azure flowing around their bodies, and they dashed off, leaving a cloud of dust behind. Looks like it works well. This was Wang Qie's first time using such a talisman, and she felt a twinge of anticipation. Just 10 minutes later, Wang Qie activated her talisman, and as the azure flow entered her body, she felt a rush of wind at her feet, taking off in quick strides. This is truly impressive. Too bad it can't be stacked. If all went as expected, she would catch up to Li Arrow in 40 minutes. Li Arrow, did you eat too much this morning? Can't you run? Don't be arrogant, Li Arrow panted as he ran. Goodbye, watch me catch up to that little girl and bring honor to us men. Wang Qie sped ahead, pursuing a shadow in the distance. Wait for me. Mu Wanqing called out, you can keep Li Arrow company at a leisurely pace. I shall go ahead. Wang Qie overtook Mu Wanqing and reached the foot of Qingyun Peak, where the azure wind around her feet gradually dissipated. It seems a swift movement talisman lasts for an hour. Only by experiencing it firsthand can one truly grasp the difference between having the talisman and not having it. The key is to use it frequently to master this power. Using it occasionally just to get familiar with it is enough to wear one out for half a day. Isn't this akin to the standard for those extravagant spenders of old? Considering how much spirit stones are consumed in the talisman industry, if it weren't for those big spenders burning a few talismans each month to stabilize their power, relying solely on casual buyers would have led to their downfall long ago. With no hope of relying on main consumers, Wang Qie, are you human, running so fast? Where's Li Arrow? Almost there. Li Arrow, hurry up. Wang Qie spotted Li Arrow's figure, finally standing up from her meditative state. Damn it. I am never racing again. Li Arrow, breathless, accepted a gourd from Wang Qie. He uncorked it and drank heartily. Refreshing. Let us go. The three of them then set off towards the large tree on the mountainside. Upon arrival, they found no one under the tree, indicating they had come early. Their efforts with the talisman had not been in vain. They had finally arrived ahead of schedule, after a brief wait. Two figures approached. Over here. Wang Qie waved energetically. Wang Qie, it's rare to see you arrive early. The three of us rushed here using swift movement talismans. How could we not be swift? You received it yesterday and used it today. You're truly impressive. What business could there be on the mountain that requires talismans? Let us go. The beast summoning event has the longest lines, and if we arrive late, we'll be stuck at the back. The group wasted no time and promptly headed towards the beast summoning examination area. Here, give me your spirit stones. I'll buy the tickets for you. You all go queue first. The others handed their spirit stones to Wang Qie, who eagerly returned with 5 intricately carved tokens. Initially, Wang Qie had no intention of entering. She knew the spirit beasts in the cages would not look kindly upon her again. However, considering the value of witnessing over 500 types of spirit beasts for just one spirit stone, she decided to join the fun.my. Heavens, we stood in line for 3 hours just to see this lion performance. How will Sister Jiru find us? Exactly. Don't worry, I've already told her to meet us at the beast summoning area, near cage number 200 on that high ground. We'll have someone wait there, but how will she get in? The line is so long. She can buy a ticket from a scalper. Damn, those scalpers are making a killing. Wang Qie felt a pang of heartache. It was more painful than being killed. Let us start with cage number 1. The 5 of them began to peruse the zoo, tossing in a couple of spirit stones for feeding. Though the effect seemed minimal, Wang Qie, why don't you go wait for Sister Jiru? Moron Xiaoxiao, feeling particularly enthusiastic, prepared to feed again. Alright, I'll head over first. Yes, you have your spirit beasts now. Hurry along. Cage number 200 was easy to find, and upon arrival, Wang Qie plopped down on the high ground. Calculating the time, she figured Sister Jiru would arrive in about 30 minutes to an hour. After waiting for 40 minutes and feeling somewhat bored, she suddenly felt a tap on her back. Turning around, she saw Sister Jiru. Sister, you arrived just in time. What delicious treats did you bring today? Jiru Lanxua set down her food box, wiping the fragrant sweat from her brow. I guarantee it'll make you drool. Wang Qie. Go call them over for a meal. Alright. Wang Qie rushed off to find the 4. Finally cornering them at cage number 300. Mealtime. Wang Qie, has Sister Jiru arrived? That's wonderful. Let us hurry, we must eat first. I've been starving. Li Arrow urged everyone forward. leading the way to cage number 200. Upon reaching the high ground near cage number 200, Jiru Lanchua had already laid out a dining cloth, and the utensils were neatly arranged as she sat waiting with a smile. Wow, it smells amazing, Sister Jiru, please tell us more. Wang Chia, don't you dare steal a bite. Liero held Wang Chia's arm firmly. Everyone gather around and sit down. Today, I've brought spicy and sour cabbage, vinegared cucumbers, crucian fish and tofu soup, stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, lotus leaf chicken, crystal shrimp, boiled bullfrogs, and stir-fried vegetables, and of course, our main dish, Tada, the bamboo tube drunken immortal. Saying this, Jiru Lanchua finally took out a large bamboo segment from the food box, removed its lid, and poured the main dish into a large bowl at the center of the dining cloth. A fragrant aroma of wine wafted into the air, followed closely by the rich scent of meat. Jiru Lanchua then took out the prepared fragrant cilantro from the food box, scattering a layer over the dish, which released a fresh vegetable fragrance. Sister Jiru, please tell us more about this dish. Liero, unable to contain his excitement, knew it was Jiru Lanchua's moment to shine, swallowing hard as he restrained Wang Chia. First, catch a few yellow eels from the mountains and keep them in a clean water tank. Aside from changing the water once daily, you also need to add a spoonful of sorghum wine every 6 hours. After nurturing them for a month, clean them and place them into the bamboo tube, filling it 8/10 full with sorghum wine and baking for 8 hours. The bamboo tube drunken immortal is then ready. There is nothing particularly special about this dish, just that raising the yellow eels takes time. Alright, everyone dig in. With those words, it was as if 5 ancient beasts had been unleashed. Jiru Lanchua smiled knowingly, enjoying the phrase. Sister Jiru's culinary skills have become increasingly superb. Indeed, enough with the flattery. As everyone began to assist Jiru Lanxu in tidying up the tableware, once everything was in order, Lan Lingxin retrieved a pot of tea from her storage bag, setting out several teacups. This pot of tea, of course, was purchased by Lierhud. It was unclear who had cast a fireball spell to heat the tea. One person poured a cup. Wang Chia picked up the teacup, blowing gently on it before taking a few sips. Although the flavor was somewhat peculiar, he did not mind it. Sister Ji, what inspires your passion for cooking? At this moment, Jiru Lanxu appeared quite lively, playfully toying with her hair while savoring the tea. Perhaps it is a family trait. I heard that our family ran a tavern before I ascended the mountain. After coming here, I lost interest in everything else, but I developed a deep affection for the culinary arts. With your culinary skills, sister, you would surely prosper if you opened a tavern upon descending the mountain. Liero exclaimed anxiously. Sister, I wish to enjoy your cooking for many more years. Indeed, after 6 arts. Returning to the mess hall's food feels akin to eating swill. Jiru Lanxu laughed heartily. If you wish to eat, just come to Qingfeng Cliff. Alas, it is too far. A round trip costs 2 spirit stones. And I only earn 3 spirit stones a month. Wang Chia sighed, resigned to his thoughts. So, did you achieve anything this morning? That spirit beast has such discerning taste. Even when fed, it ignores me, Liero grumbled. Oh, come on. The carnivorous spirit beast you chose has no interest in you. You couldn't afford to keep it anyway. Wang Chia scoffed. Indeed, if you had selected a herbivore, you could simply release it on the mountain and save on feed. Liero blushed furiously. I just thought that the rampaging rhinoceros looked quite imposing. Alright, shall we continue observing the spirit beast cubs? Yes. The group tidied up the tea set and placed it into Lan Lingxin's storage bag before resuming their exploration of the beast cages. After exiting the zoo, they felt an insatiable longing, convinced that if only they stayed a little longer, they could surely capture a spirit beast. As dusk approached, they parted ways at the back gate of the zoo. The young man gazed at the 3 figures disappearing into the crowd, reluctantly withdrawing his gaze. Let us return as well. He took the lead, stepping away. Chapter 34. The arrival of the Demon Extermination Festival. Several days had passed since the 6 arts, and Wang Chia continued to savor the experience, albeit with a few extra lashes as a consequence. Wang Chia deftly dodged a whip strike. Mu Wanqing, your whip technique has greatly improved. Of course, watch closely. Another whip lashed out, and Wang Chia quickly sidestepped. Unbeknownst to him, Mu Wanqing had secretly exerted force with her wrist, and the whip strike had enough residual power to pursue Wang Chia, accompanied by a surge of electricity. After months of training, he had acquired some skills. Wang Chia swiftly redirected his wood-type energy to encase the surge, gradually dissipating its strength. If he could intercept and contain this energy early, he could minimize the damage. Should this energy run rampant within his body, his techniques would slow, and if Mu Wanqing followed with a bolt of lightning, he would be incapacitated, left vulnerable to defeat. No more fighting, let us take a break. Wang Qie plopped down on the ground, beginning to meditate and dissipate the two surges of lightning energy within him. When will you show me that little snake of yours? Mu Wanqing approached and sat cross-legged beside him. Didn't I take you to the mountain a few days ago? It refuses to come out. Humph, you're just deceiving me. Wang Qie felt helpless and chose to ignore her ever since that day in the 6 arts. This girl had been pestering him. Unfortunately, the big black snake was shy, leaving Wang Qie with no recourse. Yes, I was just boasting, trying to fool you, big liar, after dissipating the two surges of energy and relishing the tingling sensation. Wang Qie felt he had developed a slight immunity. Come on, let us continue. He stood up first, brushing off the dust from his backside. What on earth are you doing with that Mehua Liaonon? Serves you right. If you have the guts, don't run, you crazy woman, you can't handle this. Boastful king, aren't you asking for trouble? Sister Yuan, I'm here to see you again. Look, I brought new wine from the mountain. Wang Qie sat beside Yuan Mengyao, patting the wine he had brought. Yuan Mengyao skillfully retrieved a small square table from her storage bag and set out 2 large porcelain bowls. Junior brother, you come bearing wine every month. You're truly generous. Wang Qie internally sighed, realizing what it meant to use someone else's spirit stones to treat others to drinks. Sister, it is said that a drinking companion is hard to find, and a confidant is even rarer. Wang Qie removed the clay seal from the wine jar and opened the lid. He first savored the aroma before pouring the wine into the 2 bowls. Come sister, let us drink to the present moment. After proclaiming this, Wang Qie downed 1 bowl of wine in a single gulp. Delightful. Come, let us drink again. The 2 large bowls clinked together. A junior brother seems to be in high spirits today. Yuan Mengyao placed her empty bowl down, sliding it toward Wang Qie. He refilled their bowls while observing Yuan Mengyao's complexion. It seemed that after nearly a year of wine, the sorrow from Sister Guo's departure had somewhat faded. Sister, remember, a day of joy is still a day, and a day of sorrow is also a day. Why burden yourself with unnecessary worries? Yuan Mengyao's pale face revealed a faint smile. I understand many profound truths, yet I still struggle to live this life. This statement left Wang Qie in deep thought, lost in contemplation. To those profound truths, Yuan Mengyao raised her large bowl in agreement. To this life, cheers. The 2 downed their bowls in unison, revealing that after many months of drinking, Yuan Mengyao's tolerance had notably improved. It was not until the wine jar was nearly empty that Yuan Mengyao leaned over the small table. Wang Qie shakily stood up, using the sturdy black iron bamboo for support as he made his way toward the wooden house. After taking just a few steps, he suddenly felt his footing give way, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. In the days that followed, the sect busied itself with preparations, tidying up the premises, renovating houses, and repairing roofs. The annual Demon Extermination Festival was approaching once more. This would mark Wang Qie's second celebration of the event since his soul had transmigrated. He deliberately donned the new clothes he had received from the miscellaneous hall the day before. After a brief grooming, he picked up the Wentiang, reflecting that today was a day for drinking spirit wine and eating spirit fruits to enhance cultivation. Before placing it back down, he opened his door and stepped toward the miscellaneous disciples' square. Upon arrival, he found he had arrived late. Many senior brothers and sisters were already seated at small square tables. Wang Qie lifted his gaze to the high platform of the square, where 5 small square tables remained vacant, awaiting the outer sect elders to distribute spirit wine and spirit fruits. Last year, he had tasted the spirit fruit Lanxingzi. He was curious what spirit fruit would be distributed this year. Wang Qie, over here, Li Era shouted, waving him over. Coming. Wang Qie hurried to an empty small square table beside Li Era, feeling a surge of excitement as he began to circulate his energy to calm his nerves. The elders have arrived. Let us greet them. Ouyang Changfeng stood up first, extending his hands forward in a respectful gesture. The other disciples promptly rose to their feet. Let us greet the elders. Please be seated. Let the performances commence, Elder Gongsun announced. The first to take the stage was the newly initiated outer sect miscellaneous disciple, one of the 3 flowers, Dong Jiangai. This 9-year-old girl was indeed a beauty, performing a captivating sword dance. Wang Qie couldn't help but marvel at how new generations replaced the old. Regardless of the world, the aesthetic tastes of the senior brothers remained consistent. The second performer was the eldest senior brother, who along with 5 junior sisters, staged a dramatic duel. How is it that you're everywhere, Ouyang Changfeng? Wang Qie mused. The third performer was surprisingly Mu Wanqing. No wonder she hadn't sparred with him in the past month. She had been rehearsing for this performance. Mu Wanqing showcased a whip dance, and being a dance, it was naturally extravagant and delightful. At the climactic moment, she seemingly prepared in advance, casting 9 whip shadows that struck a bouquet of flowers thrown onto the stage. causing it to disintegrate and shower the audience with petals, evoking thunderous applause. After the performances, the main event began. Elder Gongsun stood up. Fellow disciples, it is once again time for the annual Demon Extermination Festival. We must remember the achievements of our predecessors as we eradicate the demonic sects and create new glories. Spirit wine, please. Elder Gongsun gestured downward, sending over 100 wine cups soaring into the air. With another hand gesture, a vat of spirit wine ascended. The vat opened automatically, filling the cups below. Disciples, receive the wine. Upon finishing this, Elder Gongsun pushed his hands forward. The filled cup shot downwards, landing steadily on the tables. Thank you, Elder Gongsun. The disciples offered their thanks with a respectful gesture. Once Elder Gongsun sat down, he nodded to Elder Lu on his right, who understood. After the disciples received the spirit fruits, Elder Lu also gestured downward, causing over 100 empty plates to rise. With another gesture, a small bamboo basket floated up, and as if pouring beans, tender white bamboo shoots appeared on each empty plate. Then, Elder Lu pushed his hands forward, and another plate of spirit fruits appeared before the disciples. Thank you, Elder Lu. The senior brothers and sisters again offered their thanks with a respectful gesture. Afterward, Elder Lu finally took his seat. At that moment, Elder Gongsun raised his wine cup and shouted, "Let us drink this wine together to celebrate the vanquishing of demons." Wang Qiye promptly followed suit, lifting his own cup of spirit wine from the table and echoing, "To the celebration of demon extermination." With that, he tilted his head back and downed the cup of spirit wine brewed from Lingxi Valley. Today's spirit fruit, named Jijiego, is derived from the black iron bamboo shoots, which have been buried in the earth for 5 years, only to be harvested at the moment they break ground, capturing their essence. Such spirit fruits possess the ability to refine the body. Disciples, quickly consume the spirit fruits and meditate to regulate your breath, Elder Gongsun instructed. The crowd hurriedly stuffed the spirit fruits from their plates into their mouths and began to circulate their techniques. Wang Qiye also picked up a tender white segment of black iron bamboo shoot, took a bite, and was met with a delightful crunch accompanied by a creamy sweet broth. "Delicious," he exclaimed, finishing it off in just a few bites. Without further ado, as the warmth surged through his body, he commenced his technique to absorb this newfound energy. Once he had absorbed the two forces, he had no time to digest them before feeling as if he had been set ablaze. His head spinning like a top. Of the intensity of this sensation was so overwhelming that Wang Qiye was rendered unconscious, collapsing onto the table. When he regained consciousness, the moon had already ascended high above. As he stirred from the table, his head still felt somewhat foggy, and with instinct guiding him, he settled into a meditative posture to regulate his breath. As he began to circulate his technique, a wave of warmth enveloped him, coursing through his limbs and bones, transforming into steel needles that pierced various parts of his body. The suddenness of this pain caught him off guard, and just as he was about to cry out, another surge of energy enveloped him, swiftly converting into flames that melted the steel needles, making him feel as though he were trapped in a furnace, the essence of the needles merging into his very bones. Until yet another wave of energy swept over him, transforming into a multitude of steel needles that rendered him momentarily speechless. These needles were once again subjected to the fiery energy, melting away. Wang Qiye felt as if he were a whole lamb roasting on a spit, every pore exuding steam until both energies had been fully digested. At that point, he could no longer suppress his cultivation. Having reached the 9th level of qi refinement, slowly he opened his eyes, his weary gaze scanning the surroundings. Li Era was still meditating, and 2/3 of his fellow disciples were engaged in their own practices in the square. Wang Qiye rose, careful not to disturb Li Era, and with his fatigued body, made his way to the dining hall, where he began to eat voraciously. After satisfying his hunger, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he finally returned to his wooden cabin, unable to resist the urge to collapse onto the floor and sleep. Chapter 35. Parting. Wang Qiye, have you risen? A voice, akin to the sound of a broken gong, roused Wang Qiye from his slumber. Slowly he opened his eyes, feeling his vitality gradually returning. Sitting up, he prepared to dress, only to realize that he had not removed his clothes or shoes. He promptly stood, performed a water sphere technique to wash his face, strapped on his long knife, and finally opened the door. "Let us go eat," he called to Li Era, who was seated on a large stone at the entrance. The two gathered their favorite dishes and found a corner to sit together. "Era, what level of cultivation have you reached?" 8th level of qi refinement. "Not bad," Wang Qiye replied. "And you, what level are you?" "He, I'm a step ahead of you, 9th level of qi refinement," Wang Qiye boasted, taking a bite of his steamed bun. "Shall we go draw lots after we finish eating?" "Sure, let us go once we're done." Wang Qie and Li Arrow arrived at the activity square of Qingyun Peak, where the archway now bore the words Year-End Competition. 20 martial arts arenas had been set up, arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner along the mountain path. As they passed through the archway, they headed towards the drawing area, where a notice detailed the list of peaks participating in the year-end competition. The list of peaks for the year-end competition includes Qingyun Peak, Qingsong Peak, Qinghua Peak, Qingzhou Peak, Qinghua Cave, Qingtian Peak, Qingping Peak, Qingyu Terrace, Qingshi Pavilion, Qinghua Pavilion, Qingtong Tower, Qingyao Peak, Qingshui Pavilion, and Qingmei Island. It's the same peaks as last year. Let us hurry and draw lots while there aren't many people in line. Li Arrow urged. As they queued, there were only 3 people ahead of them, and soon it was Wang Qie's turn to senior brother. Qingzhou Peak, Wang Qie, please wait a moment. A burly bearded elder began flipping through his ledger and, upon finding the necessary information, produced a blank bamboo plaque, transcribing the number from the ledger onto it. He then slid the plaque towards Wang Qie. Take it. Next, after completing the final match of the year-end competition. Wang Qie did not wait for Li Arrow and hurried back to the wooden cabin, eager to share the good news with Lan Lingxin. Upon entering, he approached his desk, pulled out a chair, and took a moment to calm himself before laying a blank sheet of paper before him and picking up a brush to write fervently. To Sister Lan Lingxin, it has been 4 months since we last met. How have you been? After the demon extermination ceremony, Li Arrow has advanced to the 8th level of Qi refinement, and I have ascended to the 9th level. In this year's year-end competition, I have no rivals, having won 3 matches, all thanks to Jishua's assistance. Otherwise, I would have had to fight much harder, except for 1 match where I faced a novice. The other 2 I won through my own skills, though I relied heavily on weaponry. Weapons are a part of strength, after all. After reviewing the completed letter with satisfaction, Wang Qie folded the paper and placed it into an envelope. He then made his way to the letter dispatch area in the backyard. Senior brother, I'd like to send this. Wang Qie placed a spirit stone and the letter on the table. Who is it addressed to, and where? The managing elder took the spirit stone and letter. Xingfeng Cliff. Lan Lingxin, the elder nodded, wrote on a note, approached a messenger hawk, and placed it in the bamboo tube attached to its leg before opening the cage. The hawk flew out eagerly, not looking back as it departed. It will arrive by this afternoon, the elder remarked. Thank you, senior brother. After leaving the dispatch area, with nothing else to do, Wang Qie returned to the Baiwan Hall to rummage through the stacks of books. By the time he emerged, it was already time for dinner. Wang Qie entered the dining hall and filled his plate with his favorite dishes. After finishing his meal and returning to his wooden cabin, he was surprised to find a sound transmission talisman at the door, which left him bewildered. Nonetheless, he reached out to touch the talisman. Wang Qie, you have received a letter. Has it arrived so quickly? Are we both writing to each other? Could this be the connection of kindred spirits? With a multitude of thoughts, he headed back to the dispatch area in the backyard. Senior brother, I'd like to collect a letter, please. The managing elder nodded. What is your name? Wang Qie. Please wait a moment, I'll find it. The elder rummaged through the records and then pushed a letter towards Wang Qie. Take it, no need for thanks. Thank you, senior brother. Once back in his cabin, Wang Qie could hardly contain his excitement as he tore open the letter. Meet at the old place tomorrow afternoon. Wang Qie read the 2 lines again, unable to suppress the sweetness swelling within him, his heart racing. Unable to contain himself any longer, he rested his feet on the desk, laid his head on his arms, and gently rocked in his chair, gazing out at the crescent moon, lost in a foolish smile. As the afternoon approached the next day, his anxiety only heightened, his restless heart constantly beating for her. Finally finishing lunch, Wang Qie could wait no longer and set off immediately. The journey was swift, and soon he arrived at the foot of Qingyun Peak. Wang Qie cast a water sphere technique to wash his face and slowly made his way to the large tree on the mountainside. Initially, Wang Qie thought he had arrived too early, but to his surprise, he found a figure in white already standing beneath the tree. Sister Lan, he called from a distance, waving his hand, but received no response. He shouted her name several more times. Lan Lingxin, Sister Lan. As he approached, he saw the beauty had tears in her eyes, likely having cried for too long, her expression somewhat dazed. What's wrong? Wang Qie felt a pang of sympathy at the sight of her tear-streaked face and reached out his right hand to stroke her hair in a gesture of comfort. This sudden action seemed to startle her, and she instinctively stepped back. Once she recognized him, her expression morphed into one of confusion, sadness, and regret, overwhelming Wang Qie. As he momentarily lost focus, Lan Lingxin returned to her previous position, as if she had never moved from beneath the tree. It was then that Wang Qie noticed a bitter taste in his mouth and, with a voice slightly trembling, inquired, "What has happened?" The once dry eyes of the maiden overflowed with tears. each drop as large as a bean. My master sent me to find someone from Cliff. Since ascending the mountain, I have always been by my master's side, who has treated me as if I were his own child. As she spoke the words own child, her voice broke into sobs, rendering her unable to speak further. Wang Qie felt as though a thunderclap had struck him, leaving him motionless, and as the shock dissipated, the world around him faded into grey. This day, Wang Qie remains oblivious to how he returned to Qingzhou Peak. Perhaps he wished to spare that maiden clad in white the depths of sorrow. Merely uttering, "Alright, I understand." Chapter 36. The agony of separation. Indeed, long-distance relationships are utterly unreliable. Following that day of parting, Wang Qie's spirit felt lost once more. He became akin to a wound-up machine, devoid of self. Each day that passed, the occurrences around him, the words exchanged by others, and his own actions seemed to vanish from memory. Beneath the somber, grey sky, he lost all interest in everything. Each day felt like a monotonous existence, akin to a mere shell of a human. Even on the first of each month, during the elder's lecture, Wang Qie no longer exhibited his usual caution and restraint. Instead, he chose to recline upon a great stone, listening to the lecture. As for the content of the elder's teachings, Wang Qie regrettably absorbed not a single word. From that moment forth, the outer martial arena of Qingzhou Peak gained an individual who lay daily upon a stone, basking in the sun. In the afternoons, this body still remembered its purpose of cutting bamboo. Yet from that day forward, this man never again descended the mountain with a single stalk of bamboo. For even he failed to realize that, despite his relentless hacking, he wielded only the back of the blade. Though this body was striking bamboo with the dull side, fatigue would still necessitate rest and hydration. When one window closes, another door often opens unexpectedly. Who could have anticipated that Wang Qie would so effortlessly attain a state of self-forgetfulness and sword intent? If given a choice, Wang Qie would rather grasp that maiden's hand than endure this absurd state of oblivion. Originally, it was thought that Wang Qie would continue to languish in this manner, destined to be cast down the mountain upon failing to establish his foundation at the age of 20. Until the arrival of that fateful day. That day marked Elder Hai's lecture, and as usual, Wang Qie lay on the great stone, lost in thought, until a thunderous sound shattered his stupor. Wang Qie finally returned to himself. "I am willing." These three simple words, akin to a spring thunderclap, awakened Wang Qie at last. With both hands pressing against the stone, he executed a few somersaults in the air, landing steadily in the open space before the Xiui pavilion. "Wang Qie, what brings you here?" Elder Hai, sealing his wine gourd, inquired with evident annoyance. Wang Qie paid no heed to Elder Hai, instead turning to gaze at the trembling figure of Yuan Mangyao, who was rendered speechless, only managing a gentle shake of her head in response. The vacant expression in Yuan Mangyao's eyes mirrored Wang Qie's own, yet her demeanor remained resolute as she lightly shook her head at him. The two stood in silent communion. "Wang Qie, what brings you here?" Elder Hai, clearly incensed, exhaled hot breaths through his wine-red nose, his voice rising in pitch. Typically, he would overlook Wang Qie's habitual laziness during lectures. But now that Wang Qie dared to publicly defy him, Elder Hai could scarcely tolerate it. Reporting to Elder Hai, "The disciple is also willing." Wang Qie turned, bowing towards the Xiui pavilion. Good. Elder Hai gritted his teeth in response. "It is indeed a cause for celebration that our Qingzhou Peak boasts such talent. Wang Qie, rest assured, I will ensure your entry into the 5 Caves secret realm." Upon hearing that he would surely enter the secret realm, Wang Qie felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Thank you, Elder, for your support." Go on. Yes. Observing Yuan Mangyao, who walked ahead like a leaf drifting in the wind, Wang Qie's heart ached once more. Had it truly been just over a year since he last cared for her, and now she appeared in such poor condition? Alas, senior sister, in this state, how can you hope to venture into the secret realm? It would be akin to seeking death. But fear not, even with this battered body, I shall protect you. Now let us delve into the details of the 5 Caves secret realm. Elder Hai continued, opening his gourd and drinking deeply before continuing. The 5 Caves secret realm is an early secret realm of medium size. Initially, it housed 5 trial treasures, which once taken rendered the realm devoid of value. It was not until a millennium later that it was recalled. Though the treasures had long since vanished, the name has persisted through the ages. The 5 Caves secret realm opens every 30 years, and next month marks its opening. As he spoke, Elder Hai flashed a cruel smile at Wang Qie, then took another deep swig from his gourd. He then produced a scroll from his sleeve and tossed it into the air. The scroll unfurled, revealing the depiction of the 5 Caves secret realm. Within the realm, the upper limit is for those in the Qi refinement stage, and 30 years ago, there were no natives inhabiting it. The center lies the Great Way Temple, known for producing the spirit herb Monkey head mushroom, which matures every 100 years. To the north on the map is the Upper Chang Mountain, abundant with iron heartwood and iron stone orchids, the former maturing in 500 years and the latter blooming every 30. To the south is the Azure Water Pond, yielding blue pearls and azure water crabs, with the former maturing in a century and the latter reaching full size in a mere decade, thus ensuring that the Five Caves secret realm yields plentiful crabs each time. To the west lies the Earth Mound, known for producing frosty dew, which blooms every 30 years and bears fruit in the same span. To the east is the Divine Wood Forest, home to the hallucinogenic red umbrella mushroom, which remains buried underground for 100 years before sprouting, taking another 100 to unfurl its cap, and yet another 100 to yield its seeds. After sharing this information, Elder High eagerly opened his gourd and drank several more mouthfuls of wine. Do you have any questions? What is the maximum number of participants allowed in the Five Caves secret realm? Given the stakes involved, Wang Qie cared little for his own life, but he was determined to ensure his senior sister's safety. The limit has always been 500. Wang Qie nodded thoughtfully before inquiring further. How many individuals will our sect be sending? 10 individuals. The sect originally planned for each of the 10 peaks to contribute one person, with 5 from the inner sect and 5 from the outer sect. However, this year, there may be 11 participants. Elder High flashed a charming smile at Wang Qie, seemingly relishing the moment. Wang Qie was grateful for his consideration and quickly pressed on, and which sects will participate in this endeavor? 5 sects, 4 academies, 1 mountain, 1 water, 1 tower, and 3 furnaces, each contributing 10 individuals, while the remaining 100 will be shouldered by the Green Forest Heroes. This secret realm, only opening once every 30 years, will not be accessible to loose cultivators. Wang Qie silently noted this information. How long will the secret realm be open? The duration is 20 days, providing ample time for thorough exploration. 20 days. This duration poses challenges, nonetheless, considering the rarity of the event. Wang Qie found solace in the thought, how will we locate our fellow disciples within the realm? The sect will issue special positioning talismans. Those bearing the same talisman can find each other by following the talisman's directions. Naturally, if captured by enemies, you must destroy the talisman at the earliest opportunity. After confirming he had no further inquiries, Wang Qie rose and bowed. Thank you, Elder High, for your elucidation. There's no need for excessive courtesy. Wang Qie, fleeing at the critical moment will be dealt with according to sect rules. And now let us conclude for today. You may disperse. With that, Elder High's wine-red nose twitched slightly as he cast a sidelong glance at Wang Qie. His gaze reminiscent of one observing a corpse. Farewell, Elder Hai. Once Elder Hai departed, Li Arrow, Lu Qingqing, Mu Wanqing, and Zhu Dacheng surrounded Wang Qie. Wang Qie, you are truly foolish, Mu Wanqing exclaimed, her eyes red with urgency. Wang Qie chose to ignore her, merely nodding at the approaching Li Arrow. Wang Qie, do you truly intend to go? Wang Qie, please don't perish within. The gathered crowd clamored with concern. At that moment, Wang Qie lacked the inclination to engage with them. Everyone, please disperse. I wish to be alone for a while. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, understanding his current state, and reluctantly departed. Mu Wanqing, however, cast one last fierce glare at Wang Qie before leaving, finally enjoying a moment of tranquility. Wang Qie glanced towards Yuan Mengyao, who was still surrounded by onlookers. Recognizing that the opportunity had passed, he turned and headed towards the dining hall. Upon arriving at the bamboo grove in the afternoon, he found Yuan Mengyao seemingly waiting for him. Junior brother, what is the purpose of this? Gazing at Yuan Mengyao, who appeared pale and in meditation, Wang Qie was suddenly beset by a wave of headache and guilt. Senior sister, why must you do this? Please leave. I wish to be alone. Yuan Mengyao remained in meditation, her expression calm yet slightly detached. Wang Qie opened his mouth but could not utter a sound. Silently vowing in his heart, Senior sister, I shall surely protect you. Now that the die was cast, he could only turn away in resignation. That evening, Li Arrow arrived bearing a large jar of wine and knocked on Wang Qie's door. The two exchanged a glance and proceeded to bring chairs and tables, downing 3 large bowls in silence. Their conversation was sparse, and as the wine jar neared the bottom, they had scarcely spoken a word. Yarrow, if I do not return, remember to take the spirit stones from my room. Chapter 37. The bluebird flies 8,000 miles. The day that was destined to arrive had finally come. Over the past 20 days, Wang Qie had perused all the materials regarding the 5 Cave secret realm at the 100 Sounds Hall, including the explorations of those who had returned from it. And with each turn of the page, his heart felt heavier. Could it be that he was destined to perish in this alternate world at the tender age of 13? This morning marked the day of their scheduled departure. And Wang Qie could only muster the courage to rise, dressed in a cerulean robe. After casting a water sphere spell and washing his face, Wang Qie solemnly picked up the Wentian book from his desk and strapped it to his back. "Good brother, I shall rely on you this time," he sighed as he grasped the Jishui, tying it to either side of his waist along with a gourd. He then seized a dagger from the table and secured it to his leg. Tucking the final edition, a black raven mask, into his bosom, taking a deep breath, he opened the door and stepped out. "Sister Yuan, we are ready to set off." This was Wang Qie's first visit to Yuan Mengyao's room. After calling out, he promptly seated himself on the grass in front of her Dori junior brother. "Please wait a moment." After a 10-minute wait, Yuan Mengyao, donned in the same azure robe, opened the door. Her delicate face bore no makeup. And although slightly pale, perhaps from the courage required to confront death, her eyes finally exhibited a hint of vitality. With a simple bamboo hairpin securing her hair at the back, she carried no possessions. Likely all stowed in the storage pouch at her waist. "Junior brother, sorry to keep you waiting, shall we go have breakfast?" Wang Qie rose and nodded to her in acknowledgement. During their meal, conversation was sparse. One was heavy-hearted while the other wore a serious expression. After finishing breakfast, the pair arrived at the outer gate's archway, sitting cross-legged to meditate and quietly await their turn. Half an hour later, Elder Lu from the outer sect approached them, prompting both to hastily rise and bow out. "We pay our respects to Elder Lu. I see everyone is here. Let us depart." Elder Lu nodded at them and turned to head towards Qingyun Peak. Wang Qie and Yuan Mengyao quickly activated their Lingxi likeness technique. Following closely behind, the trio soon reached the mountainside of Qingyun Peak. The activity square appeared somewhat desolate, featuring only an archway and a pavilion. Devoid of any other structures, Elder Lu did not linger at the archway, proceeding directly to the pavilion's corner, where several figures were already present. "Elder Zhao, the participants from Qingzhou Peak have arrived." Elder Lu bowed to a middle-aged cultivator standing before the pavilion. "No need for excessive courtesy, we are all here to serve the sect. You two must be the young ones. Come up to the pavilion, hurry." Elder Lu turned and called out. Wang Qie and Yuan Mengyao, albeit somewhat awkwardly, paid their respects to Elder Zhao and ascended the pavilion. "I am Wang Qie from Qingzhou Peak. It is a pleasure to meet all the senior brothers and sisters." "I am Yuan Mengyao from Qingzhou Peak. It is a pleasure to meet all the senior brothers and sisters." Wang Qie bowed to the 7 individuals within the pavilion while observing them intently. "Please have a seat over here." A youthful, handsome cultivator of around 20 gestured for Wang Qie and Yuan Mengyao to join him. Once they settled beside him, he introduced himself. "I am Song Wujie from Qingyun Peak. Before we set off, allow me to share some important reminders. Please be patient. Once everyone has arrived, we will discuss further." "Thank you, senior brother Song. We are all fellow disciples. No need for formalities." After half an hour, the last participant finally arrived. Song Wujie stood and cupped his fists in greeting. "I am Song Wujie from Qingyun Peak. I have had the fortune of being ahead of you all on the path to longevity for a few years, having just established my foundation last year. Today, before we depart, I would like to explain some precautions." "Thank you, senior brother Song. No need for excessive courtesy. I hold great admiration for all of you who dare to enter the Wuzong secret realm on behalf of the sect. Let us introduce ourselves before we proceed. I am Sun Haoren, an inner sect disciple of Qingyun Peak at the 12th level of Qi refinement." A young man stood first to introduce himself, cupping his fists before sitting down. With this prompt, others began to introduce themselves as well. "I am Sui Chen, an inner sect disciple of Qingyao Peak at the 13th level of Qi refinement." "I am Mu Yunxian, an inner sect disciple of Qingshi Pavilion at the 12th level of Qi refinement." "I am Lin Xiaofeng, an inner sect disciple of Qinghua Pavilion at the 13th level of Qi refinement." "I am Wu Mingqi, an inner sect disciple of Qingyao Peak at the 13th level of Qi refinement." "I am Tang Sini, an outer sect disciple of Qingtong Tower at the 13th level of Qi refinement." "I am Zhong Li Che, an outer sect disciple of Qinghua Peak at the 11th level of Qi refinement." "I am Wang Yuxuan, an outer sect disciple of Qinghua Cave at the 12th level of Qi refinement." "I am Wu Chenxi, an outer sect disciple of Qingyu Platform at the 11th level of Qi refinement." "I am Yuan Mengyao, an outer sect disciple of Qingzhou Peak at the 10th level of Qi refinement." "I am Wang Qie, an outer sect disciple of Qingzhou Peak at the 9th level of Qi refinement." Upon hearing Wang Qie was only at the 9th level of Qi refinement yet dared to venture into the Wuzong secret realm, Song Wujie exhibited a momentary surprise. Though it quickly faded as he spoke. "For this secret realm, the elders have decided to divide you into 3 teams. Sun Haoren, Sui Chen, Mu Yunxian, and Wu Mingqi will form the main force, having collaborated closely for over 3 years. Inserting yourselves now would only hinder their efforts. Lin Xiaofeng and Tang Xini will each take the lead, guiding a team to assist. You two may select your team members. As soon as Song Wujie finished speaking, Tang Xini swiftly gathered the remaining outer sect disciples around her, leaving Wang Qie and Yuan Mengyao feeling somewhat awkward. Lin Xiaofeng, seeing this, broke into a hearty smile and approached Wang Qie and Yuan Mengyao. In that case, I shall take on the role of your team leader. Thank you for your consideration, senior brother. Wang Qie understood that the three of them would now be inextricably linked, speaking with utmost sincerity. Well then, since the teams are formed, I will now teach everyone how to use the positioning talismans. Saying this, Song Wujie produced the prepared positioning talismans from his storage pouch, laying them out on the table in 5 distinct colors: red, orange, yellow, green, and blue. Each color could only communicate with its OWN.I. In the event of danger, they must destroy the talisman immediately. To prevent enemies from using the talismans to lure fellow disciples into traps. All talismans must be destroyed on the first day of entering the secret realm. After saying this, Song Wujie scanned the group with a serious expression. The crowd nodded in understanding. Wu Mingqi, Lin Xiaofeng, and Tang Xini, you three will each hold a red positioning talisman. Tang Xini, you will lead with the orange talisman. Lin Xiaofeng, you will lead with the yellow talisman. Wu Mingqi, you will lead with the green and blue talismans. As he spoke, Song Wujie distributed the talismans accordingly. Wang Qie looked at the yellow talisman in his hand, bewildered, before tucking it into his bosom. All right, everyone, please take your seats. I will now discuss the second matter regarding entering the secret realm, the opening battle. Wang Qie promptly seated himself on the stool, perked up, and focused intently upon entering the secret realm. The opening battle consists of 2 stages. The first stage occurs before you have joined your teammates. Regardless of whether one hails from the righteous or demonic paths, do not harbor any delusions. They are all our competitors. In the initial moments before uniting with your teammates, it is best to avoid confrontation. If avoidance is impossible, lead the enemy away. Only as a last resort should you engage in direct conflict. The second stage occurs once you have joined a few teammates, upon merging with 3 or 4 comrades. You will enter the sect's first wave of dominance. This wave must be seized. Take the initiative to strike. If the enemy is isolated, swiftly eliminate them. If their numbers are less than ours, a preemptive attack is viable. If they outnumber us, avoid their strengths and do not engage. Is everyone clear on this? The crowd nodded in unison. Understood. Wang Qie followed suit, feeling somewhat embarrassed that he had underestimated the secret realm. Now, I will move on to the third and final point. As you all contribute to the sect will certainly not forget your merits. Everything you obtain in the secret realm, aside from spiritual herbs and spiritual treasures, will not be taken by the sect. These spiritual herbs and treasures must be exchanged for equivalent contribution points, with the sect only taking half of the points earned. The remaining points will be your harvest from this expedition, essentially serving as spirit stones within the sect. Therefore, upon your return from the secret realm, when the sect conducts inspections of your storage pouches, I hope you can accept this. Do you have any objections? We have no objections, Wang Qie echoed, thinking to himself that as long as he and Yuan Mengyao could return alive, he would gladly accept any inspection of their storage pouches. Well, since there are no objections, the sect will also provide talismans as gifts for the secret realm expedition, 10 for each person. 2 speed talismans, 2 shield talismans, 2 signal flares, 2 earth escape talismans, and 2 tree concealment talismans. Afterward, Song Wujie retrieved the prepared talismans from his storage pouch and distributed them among the group. Wang Qie tightly clutched the talismans in his hand, deeply moved, recognizing their potential as lifesavers, with time still to spare and lunch approaching. Song Wujie declared, "Allow me to host a farewell meal for you all." With that, he produced a food box from his storage pouch and placed it on the table, with a gesture of his fingers. The food box levitated, opened automatically, and an array of delectable dishes floated out, neatly settling on the stone table, still steaming. After filling the table, the food box closed once more and landed in Song Wujie's hand, which he then returned to his storage pouch. He also directed a wine jug to fill each cup at the table before raising his own. I have prepared a modest wine from the foothills. May you all achieve victory in your endeavors. To the senior brother's well wishes, cheers. Wang Qie downed his cup of fine wine, a spicy richness flooding his palate. Now let us dig in and enjoy the meal. As the crowd dined and conversed, this particular lunch was quite leisurely and enjoyable, momentarily alleviating some of the tension and deepening the bonds among the participants. After the meal, Song Wujie collected the dishes and chopsticks into a food box, from which he produced a kettle of tea to treat everyone. Thus, they spent 2 hours sipping tea, when suddenly a melodious cry resonated through the air, heralding the arrival of a magnificent azure bird that appeared above the activity square. Som Wujie was the first to rise, exclaiming, "It's here." Wang Qiye also stood up, gazing in awe at the large azure bird that gracefully descended onto the square, the famed Qingniao Ai in the realm of cultivation. It was said that the Qingniao could traverse 8,000 miles in a single flap of its wings, and its lanterns could illuminate dreams, connecting individuals across vast distances. This bird was indeed the very embodiment of that legend. With each flap of its wings, the Qingniao could cover a distance of 8,000 miles. The lantern, a marvel of ingenuity, would illuminate upon knowing the coordinates of another lantern, allowing two individuals' dreams to intertwine regardless of the expanse between them. The brilliant mind behind this creation was none other than the duplicitous puppet master of Goose's city, known for his penchant for undermining others. A venerable elder, clad in a black robe and sporting a goat-like beard, leaped down from the Qingniao. Wang Qiye felt as though a sun had collided with the earth. Despite the elder's considerable restraint, the overwhelming disparity in strength left him momentarily disoriented. We welcome Elder Mo. Som Wujie was the first to speak, followed by the others in unison. Elder Mo merely nodded and waved his hand, encouraging them to ascend. Compelled, the crowd found themselves soaring onto the back of the Qingniao, eventually landing within a glowing dome. Elder Mo followed suit, instructing everyone to sit cross-legged within the dome. The Qingniao flapped its wings and took flight, and in a mere breath, Wang Qiye sensed a deceleration as they descended. He opened his eyes to find himself in an unfamiliar location, a towering peak, its summit truncated. Numerous individuals were already gathered on this platform, seated in clusters, surrounded by exotic beasts and flying vessels. A true feast for the eyes, yet, the crowd was distinctly divided into two factions. As the Qingniao glided overhead, Elder Mo gestured, guiding the group downward. Before they touched the ground, a booming voice called out, "Ah, this Elder Mo still favors tardiness, arriving last as always." The voice belonged to a man with a wild red beard, carrying a massive white gourd on his back, his chest exposed. "Siejuker, I did not keep you waiting," he retorted. Enough, let us commence." Starting early means finishing early. A middle-aged man in scholarly robes chimed in, "Hurry up, the children are eager." An elderly one-eyed crone approached, leaning heavily on a staff as tall as herself. A cloaked cultivator took flight, ascending to the center of the platform. The others followed suit, and as 9 individuals formed a circle, they each produced a token. Upon activation, these tokens emitted a myriad of lights. Coalescing into an eye, after a brief moment, the eye began to rotate, eventually forming a black hole that exuded a terrifying gravitational pull, lifting the crowd off the ground and toward the void. Only when the last trial participant was absorbed did the 9 cease their actions. In the blink of an eye, the black hole dissipated like smoke. As everyone retrieved their tokens and landed, they settled into meditation. Chapter 38, The 5 Treasures Secret Realm, Part 1. When Wang Qiye awakened from a dizzy spell, he found himself lying on a patch of grass. As his consciousness gradually returned, he slowly regained control of his body, struggling to rise and enter a meditative state. After an hour, he had somewhat recovered and dared not waste any more time. Every moment was a race against death. Opening his eyes, he began to survey his surroundings. Towering trees surrounded him, filled with the sounds of chirping birds and fragrant flowers. With an abundance of unfamiliar plants, the dappled sunlight filtered through the broad leaves, casting a dim hue over the forest. Initially, the map did not seem to indicate the vastness of this secret realm, but upon entry, he could not ascertain his location. With a sudden determination, he leaped into the air. Climbing the branches toward the treetops, halfway up, he hesitated, realizing that such conspicuous behavior was unwise, and opted for caution. Taking out a positioning talisman, he activated it and discreetly moved toward the nearest target. As he hastened through the forest, Wang Qiye was abruptly halted by the sight of 7 menacing pairs of eyes. A pack of gray-furred wolves, each of approximately 5th-tier Qi refinement strength, blended seamlessly into the dim, shadowy forest. The oppressive aura emanating from the wolves grew stronger with each step they took. With his right hand gripping the hilt of his Weniandeo, he slowly drew the blade, inching backward without daring to breathe. While his peripheral vision caught sight of 4 more gray wolves lurking behind him. But hadn't it been said that there were no natives here? These Qi refinement beasts were clearly beneath their notice. Only those of Foundation establishment strength were worthy of their attention. This was truly a predicament. At last, one wolf could no longer contain itself and launched an attack with a few powerful strides. Its massive head drew nearer. In the past, training with his peers had been a matter of sparring without real danger, but now, in a life-and-death situation, Wang Qiye, who had never taken a life even as trivial as a chicken, felt the specter of death looming uncomfortably close. His body trembled, and he collapsed in fear. Just as he dodged the wolf, its claws grazed his head, leaving 3 bloody marks. Having narrowly escaped death, Wang Qiye knelt propped up by his Wendiandeo, gasping for air as beads of sweat mixed with blood trickled down his wounds. Burning with pain, the wolf that had just attacked landed and turned, letting out a howl that seemed to signal a full-on assault. Two more gray wolves charged forward, with the rest following suit. After the initial shock and fear subsided, although his body still shook and his heart raced, the icy grip of terror was less intense. Instinct for survival compelled Wang Qiye to roll to the side, evading the combined assault of the two wolves. However, another wolf lunged from behind, leaving him with no escape. In a moment of desperation, still on the ground, he kicked the attacking wolf in the stomach with such force that he felt utterly drained afterward. Collapsing back to the ground, the wolf that had been kicked was sent tumbling into another gray wolf that had charged from behind. As the latter fell, it struggled to rise, emitting pain howls, creating an eerie silence among the pack, which slowly encircled Wang Qiye. With a wolf's howl breaking the tense standoff, two more gray wolves charged from either side. Still on the ground, Wang Qiye summoned a dagger tied to his leg into his hand and hurled it towards the wolf on the left without looking. Grabbing his Wendiandeo, he sprang to his feet and thrust the blade into the mouth of the oncoming wolf on the right. The sharp tip pierced through its neck, but the force of the collision still knocked Wang Qiye to the ground. Rolling over, he placed his foot on the wolf's belly and withdrew the Wendiandeo. The air filled with the stench of blood, and the scent drove the remaining gray wolves into a frenzy, their eyes turning a menacing red. Wang Qiye braced himself, beads of cold sweat dripping from his neck. Not daring to relax for a moment as he pressed against a large tree for support, another wolf's howl signaled the next wave of attacks. It seemed that the fall of three wolves had not deterred the remaining pack. Wang Qiye kicked off the tree and narrowly avoided colliding with an incoming wolf, his Wendiandeo slicing a long gash across its belly. The wolf fell, blood and entrails spilling onto the ground. And it too collapsed, unable to rise again. The other wolves paid no heed to their fallen companion. As Wang Qiye moved away from the tree, two more gray wolves surged forward from the encircling pack. Having overcome his initial fear and trembling, Wang Qiye's ferocity was ignited. Seizing the moment when he had leaned against the tree, he unleashed a crescent slash, cleaving the two wolves before him in half. The remaining gray wolves finally recognized their peril and scattered in all directions. Wang Qiye knelt, gasping for breath, too exhausted even to wipe the sweat from his brow. Suddenly, a piercing howl echoed through the air. The five fleeing gray wolves began to regroup around him once more. Slowly he rose, using his Wendiandeo for support. As a larger gray wolf emerged from the front, Wang Qiye realized this must be the leader. It seemed that as long as this formidable beast remained alive, escape was not an option. Reaching into his robes, he retrieved a speed talisman and a shield talisman, channeling energy to activate them. Now was not the time to hold back. Over the years, Wang Qiye had managed to balance his spiritual stone finances, but following a heartbreak, he had seen no income nor had he sent any letters. With expenses for the 100 news halls, monthly rent and alcohol weighing heavily on him, before setting off, I employed 50 spirit stones to commission the creation of 5 swift movement talismans and 5 armor talismans. There remained over 20 spirit stones in my food box, which I intended to reserve for Li Erhu. As a faint luminescent armor enveloped Wang Qiye, and 2 strands of azure wind coiled around his legs. He felt a considerable sense of reassurance. Damn it, I had been so frightened earlier that I forgot to use my abilities, otherwise I would not have found myself in such a dire predicament. The Wolf King slowly advanced to within 5 steps of Wang Qiye, its 4 claws low to the ground, baring its sharp fangs, with its eyes gradually turning a menacing shade of red. Wang Qiye assessed his remaining spiritual energy, finding it at 40%. The earlier crescent slash had consumed a third of it, leaving him reliant on talismans to fend off the beast. The Wolf King let out a low growl. And 2 gray wolves charged from either side. Wang Qiye ignored the one on his right and thrust the tip of his blade into the mouth of the left gray wolf. The luminescent armor endured the attack from the other gray wolf. Though he sustained no injuries, the force of the assault sent him rolling along the ground with the gray wolf for several rotations. Fortunately, he clutched the hilt of the Wendiandeo tightly, otherwise, he would have lost his grip. With his left hand, he drew out Zhishui and plunged it into the throat of the gray wolf still gnawing at his shoulder. Twisting his wrist, the gray wolf finally released its hold and lay motionless upon him. The blood gushing from the wolf's neck stained half of Wang Qiye's robe crimson. At that moment, he dared not concern himself with such matters. He checked his shoulder and found no wounds, only that the luminescent armor had dimmed slightly. Lying on the ground, Wang Qiye kicked the deceased wolf off himself towards the approaching gray wolf. Then executed a nimble roll to regain his footing and sheathed Zhishui back at his waist. Just then, the remaining 2 gray wolves charged again, and Wang Qiye could only brace himself against one. thrusting Wentiandeo into the mouth of the other. Before he could be tackled by the other grey wolf, a greater force struck him sideways, sending both him and the grey wolf tumbling away. It was the Wolf King making its move. Wang Qiye silently lamented his misfortune. Damn it, he had lost his grip on Wentiandeo. Rising to his feet, he gently rotated his swollen right wrist, a sharp pain radiating from his palm, prompting him to channel somewhat energy for self-healing. The lone grey wolf and the Wolf King did not keep him waiting long before launching another round of attacks. Wang Qiye understood that his life hung in the balance at that moment. Thus, he resolved to fight back fiercely, drawing Jishui and charging towards the Wolf King. The confrontation between man and beast unfolded in the air. The Wolf King clamped down on Wang Qiye's neck. Despite the protection of the luminescent armor, its elongated fangs pierced through, leaving several holes in the armor and embedding into his flesh. The instinct for survival compelled Wang Qiye to hasten his left hand's movements, driving the blade into the Wolf King twice more. However, the disparity in strength remained in favor of the Wolf King, which overpowered Wang Qiye, slamming him to the ground. His head struck a protruding rock, rendering him unconscious as the luminescent armor expended its last energy and dissipated. When Wang Qiye regained consciousness 5 minutes later, the Wolf King still had its jaws locked around his neck. Now deceased for some time, while the remaining grey wolf had fled in terror, ignoring the aches throughout his body, Wang Qiye pried the wolf's jaws open and pushed the Wolf King off him. Retrieving Jishui from the Wolf King's belly and resheathing it at his waist, a chill ran through him. Had he not stabbed the Wolf King's heart in desperation, he would have ended up in its belly today. Dismissing his sentimental thoughts, Wang Qiye sought the grey wolf, drew Wentiandeo from its mouth, and rearmed himself, acutely aware of his dire condition, with only 10% of his spiritual energy remaining and injuries to tend to. He could not afford to search for the dagger. Instead, he channeled a small amount of energy to cast a cleansing spell, washing away the dirt and wolf blood from his robe. Without further hesitation, he reached into his robe and pulled out a tree talisman, slamming it against a nearby large tree, melding into its trunk. Just as Wang Qiye settled cross-legged on a thick branch, he sensed an approaching presence below. The heavy stench of blood in the air indicated that he had been discovered. Fortunately, had he lingered on the ground any longer, he might have been struck down by this newcomer. Holding his breath, he gradually lowered his heartbeat, acutely aware of the eerie silence in the forest. Suddenly, the figure below darted westward, leaving the area, and while Wang Qiye pondered this development, he noticed another shadow arriving, pausing briefly before pursuing the first. Finally able to exhale, he retrieved a gourd, uncorked it, and drank deeply until empty, then secured it back at his waist. He settled into meditation to restore his energies and heal his wounds. After 2 hours, his injuries had largely healed, and his spiritual energy had recovered to half. During this time, 2 groups of people had passed beneath the tree, examining the chaotic footprints on the ground, yet failing to investigate the tree trunk where Wang Qiye remained concealed. Indeed, the most perilous places often provide the greatest safety. Just when one assumes the danger has passed, Wang Qiye found himself drained of energy and spirit, yet still present. He took out the last 2 prepared cakes from his robe and began to eat. It would be troublesome to reunite with Yuan Mangyao later, as managing 3 meals a day would already be a headache for him. After finishing the cakes, he cast a water sphere spell to quench his thirst. Although he had only restored half of his spiritual energy, time was of the essence, and Wang Qiye decided against lingering any longer. Rising to depart the area. Chapter 39, The Secret Realm of 5 Treasures, Part 2, Wang Qiye gasped for breath. Glancing back, damn it, they're still pursuing me. Just as he exited the woods, he was confronted by a large man wielding a spear, who had been lying in wait at the forest's edge. Finally catching a rabbit, upon seeing the figure, Wang Qiye activated the swift movement talisman he had prepared, not even glancing at the path, and bolted in a determined direction. The spear-wielding man, too, activated a swift movement talisman, closely trailing behind him. This marked the second swift movement talisman Wang Qiye had deployed, and as he noticed the azure wind fading, his anxiety heightened. In the chaos, he briefly crossed paths with a cultivator whose features he could not discern. Yet the large man had fixated on him, refusing to let go. The swift movement talismans were secondary. The primary concern was that Wang Qiye had only 30% of his spiritual energy remaining. If he continued running for another 2 hours, he would collapse from exhaustion before the man even struck. Just as Wang Qiye reached into his robe to retrieve the third swift movement talisman, an instinctive sensation surged within him. Glancing at the positioning talisman in his possession, a plan formed in his mind. Wang Qiye produced a swift movement talisman and a shield talisman, halting his flight and activating both simultaneously. Two currents of fresh wind dispelled the previous fading gusts, forming three luminous shields around him that began to rotate slowly. The large man halted 10 paces away, activating his own swift movement talisman and armor talisman. A faint luminescent armor enveloping him. Damn, how cautious! This was the fourth swift movement talisman Wang Chiye had used. Had he underestimated the number he brought? May I ask which esteemed friend you are? He called out, wishing to know who he might perish by. The large man offered no reply, instead charging forward with the spear raised in a fierce assault. Wang Chiye, unwilling to be outmaneuvered, gripped his blade tightly and charged as well. They collided and passed each other. Wang Chiye's shield was diminished by one, while the large man's armor trembled yet stabilized, its glow dimming slightly. They turned and charged again, and as they crossed paths once more, Wang Chiye's shield was reduced to a single layer, while the large man's armor dimmed further. Hold on. The large man aimed his spear at Wang Chiye but refrained from advancing. Good sir, as you can see, I possess no storage bag. I have only a few talismans left. If you would allow me to depart today, I would gladly offer you these talismans as a gesture of goodwill. Should you refuse, I shall be forced to use them all, even in death. I intend to take you down with me. Upon hearing this, the large man hesitated, seemingly deep in thought. Since you remain silent, I shall take it as your agreement. To demonstrate his sincerity, Wang Chiye produced a firework signal talisman, gently placing it on the ground and slowly retreating. With each step back, the spear-wielding man followed suit. When the man reached the spot where Wang Chiye had placed the talisman, he beckoned with his right hand, and the talisman was swiftly in his grasp. Without even glancing at it, the large man tucked it away. Wang Chiye then retrieved another firework signal talisman and placed it on the ground. Continuing his retreat, just as he prepared to produce a third talisman from his robe, the large man seized the opportunity while Wang Chiye was fatigued and unsteady, merging with his spear into a dark flash that shattered Wang Chiye's final shield. The shield crumbled in an instant, and the dark flash surged forward, the spear tip piercing Wang Chiye's chest. He barely managed to grasp the spear, attempting to slow its advance, but his strength paled in comparison, and he was thrown to the ground. The large man pressed his foot upon Wang Chiye's abdomen, a malicious grin spreading across his face as he prepared to deliver a series of fatal thrusts. Suddenly, a slender sword pierced through the large man's back, freezing the grimace on his face. Lin Shixiang, you finally arrived. Upon uttering those words, the tension in Wang Chiye's body dissipated, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awoke, the light of day had vanished within the secret realm. He and another person found themselves in a low-lying cave, where darkness enveloped them, illuminated only by the faint glow of spiritual energy. Wang Chiye felt an overwhelming ache throughout his body, particularly in his chest where he had previously been pierced by a bullet, the pain searing. He instinctively reached for his chest and discovered it had been bandaged. Stirring a wave of gratitude within him, Senior Lin, how long have I been unconscious? Junior Wang, you have been in a coma for 8 hours, Lin Xiaofeng replied. Upon hearing this, Wang Chiye grew anxious and attempted to rise from the ground. Then we must quickly search for Senior Sister Yuan. Alas, Junior, lie down, your spiritual energy is nearly depleted, and you are severely injured. It would be wise to recuperate before embarking on any further actions. Lin cautioned. Moreover, traveling at night, your spiritual aura, though faint, would be as conspicuous as the sun in this darkness. If spotted, how could you survive? Wang Chiye felt a surge of frustration, lamenting his own helplessness. Do not concern yourself with me. Senior Lin, hasten to reunite with Senior Sister Yuan and assist her. Wang Chiye pleaded earnestly. Junior, we are comrades. How could I bear to abandon you? Enough of this foolishness. Quickly take this sustenance pill. It will sustain you for a day. Lin Xiaofeng insisted, offering the pill. After consuming the sustenance pill that Lin Xiaofeng had placed in his mouth, Wang Chiye, seeing that his senior was unwilling to risk venturing out at night, ceased his insistence. He sat cross-legged, channeling his energy to recover his spiritual strength and heal his injuries. Oh, Senior Sister Yuan, please be cautious. After 8 hours of unconsciousness, the fatigue had dissipated, and after an additional 4 hours of meditation, his injuries had healed significantly. As long as he refrained from excessive movement, he would be nearly recovered by the following day, and his spiritual energy would be restored as well. Suddenly, Wang Chiye felt his cultivation surge beyond its previous limits. The spiritual energy within him, once filled to capacity, swelled even further. A wave of joy washed over him, and he resumed his meditation. As his internal energy gradually stabilized, he realized he had reached the 10th level of Qi refinement. After a year and a half without any progress, he had unexpectedly broken through after several brushes with death. No wonder it was said that combat was the quickest path to breakthroughs. Indeed, this was true, though such a method carried the risk of becoming a stepping stone for others. Lin Xiaofeng, witnessing Wang Qiye's breakthrough, was equally astonished. Senior Lin, I have nearly recovered, let us depart, do not rush. Junior Wang, since we entered this 5-cave secret realm, 20 hours have elapsed, and I have not rested my eyes. Now that you are feeling revitalized, please guard while I take a brief respite. We shall set out in 4 hours, how does that sound? What about the locator talisman? Wang Qiye exclaimed, grasping his head in distress. Oh, Junior Wang, why are you so pedantic? In dire situations, orders may be disregarded. As long as we destroy the locator talisman before the end, we shall be fine. With this, Lin Xiaofeng ignored him and settled into a meditative state, closing his eyes to sleep, although Wang Qiye felt anxious. He knew that his life had been saved by Senior Lin, who had provided him with healing herbs and sustenance pills, demonstrating profound benevolence. Moreover, Senior Lin had vigilantly guarded him without resting, and he would still rely on his senior once they emerged. This kindness was beyond repayment. He approached the cave entrance, which was now obstructed by overgrown weeds taller than a person, yet in the realm of cultivation, there were always means to search for others. Sitting at the cave's mouth, Wang Qiye closed his eyes, straining to listen to the sounds around him. Fortunately, the next 4 hours passed without incident, and when the time was up, Lin Xiaofeng opened his eyes. Ah, Senior Lin is awake, let us hasten. Do not rush. Do you recall that deceased gunman? Yes, I remember, Wang Qiye replied, unsure of Lin's intentions. After that villain's demise, he left behind a long spear and over 20 talismans. I took it upon myself to keep the spear, and the remaining talismans I shall share with you, Lin Xiaofeng said, producing the prepared talismans from his storage pouch and placing them into Wang Qiye's hands. Senior, you saved my life. How can I accept your belongings? Fair is fair, we killed him together, thus it is only right we share the spoils. Do you think I have secretly hoarded other treasures? Lin Xiaofeng feigned indignation. Senior, Wang Qiye was profoundly moved, feeling warmth he had never experienced before. Quickly take them, we must be on our way. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, enough, let us depart. Wang Qiye wiped his tears from the corners of his eyes. Ah, he thought, glancing at the talismans, noticing that over 10 were speed talismans, significantly replenishing his previously dwindled supply. He felt a sense of peace and hastily tucked them away. The two emerged from the cave, surveyed their surroundings, ensured no one was watching, and obscured the entrance with weeds before setting off into the darkness. As the secret realm's night lacked stars, they primarily relied on the faint glow emitted from their bodies. Thus their pace was cautious, ever wary of the potential emergence of an adversary from behind a boulder. After half an hour of travel, Wang Qiye felt a stirring within him and glanced at Lin Xiaofeng, who met his gaze. Just then, Yuan Mengyau's previously unmoving locator suddenly shifted. Hurry! Without hesitation, the two disregarded the risk of exposure, activating speed talismans beneath their feet and sprinting forth. After activating another speed talisman, they traveled swiftly for another hour and finally spotted 5 glowing figures congregated in the distance. Upon noticing their approach, the group halted, uncertain of the situation, and separated into 2 groups. In the midst of the dark night, the sudden appearance of 2 additional lights was impossible to overlook. Senior Sister Yuan, we have come to assist you, Wang Qiye called out excitedly, and upon nearing, he was overjoyed to see Yuan Mengyao unharmed. Let us go. The 3 individuals also made a decisive choice. Seeing no advantage, they retreated. Now you wish to leave? It is too late. The 5 had been fighting for an hour and a half. And Lin Xiaofeng, confident in his abilities, positioned himself before the 3 adversaries while Wang Qiye, Yuan Mengyao, and a mysterious woman blocked their escape. Split up. The 3 thieves, realizing the precariousness of their situation, knew they had to separate. Having barely managed to subdue the 2 women before the arrival of 2 more, Wang Qiye drew a protective talisman from his pocket, activating it to envelop himself in a shimmering armor. As one of the assailants charged at him, Wang Qiye refrained from countering, instead choosing to assist the 2 women by surrounding and overpowering one of the thieves, while Lin Xiaofeng engaged another. After 3 exchanges, the thief found himself besieged by the man and 2 women. Sustaining numerous wounds, Wang Qiye delivered a decisive strike to the thief's back. Withdrawing swiftly, unable to withstand any longer, the thief collapsed to the ground. Grant me a swift end. Wang Qiye drew his dagger, delivering a lethal blow that pierced the thief's throat. Only then did Wang Qiye realize the gravity of his actions. His legs weakened, he fell to his knees, trembling uncontrollably, his heart racing like a drum, gasping for breath as waves of shock coursed through him. 5 minutes later, Lin Xiaofeng concluded his battle and approached. Let us leave this place of chaos. Yuan Mangyao and Lin Xiaofeng supported the incapacitated Wang Qiye and hurried away. After half an hour of travel, they discovered a valley and took refuge within. Chapter 40, The Five Caves Secret Realm, Part 3, Fey Insect. Zhang Yasi greeted the others. Lingxi Valley, Lin Xiaofeng, this is Lingxi Valley. Wang Qiye, Jr. Wang, do not take offense. When I killed my first person, I was even more unsteady, Lin remarked, offering a gourd of water to Wang Qiye, who eagerly drank several gulps, feeling significantly better. Having experienced the tremors following his first kill, Wang Qiye felt utterly drained. After quenching his thirst, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he succumbed to sleep. Let him rest, he will be fine upon awakening, Lin said. There are still 12 hours until dawn. Shall we each take 4-hour shifts? I shall keep watch first. Thank you, Senior Lin, you all look exhausted, go rest. Hot, Junior Wang is awake. Come, let us share a meal, Yuan Mangyao cheerfully called out to the groggy Wang Qiye. Stretching lazily, Wang Qiye noticed the morning sun just beginning to rise, casting a soft, misty light across the valley, evoking a sense of survival mixed with the sweet freshness of the surroundings, prompting him to take a deep breath and savor the moment. Life was indeed precious. What are you grinning about? Come over and eat. I want to introduce you to a stunning beauty. Coming, Wang Qiye approached the trio, sitting down at a small table, taking in the sight of Yuan Mangyao and the unfamiliar woman. Perhaps due to the previous day's battle, the typically reserved beauty now bore a hint of vitality on her pale face, clearly in good spirits. Turning his attention to the stranger, he noticed her bright smile. Long black hair cascading down her white robe adorned simply with a jade hairpin, accentuating her curves. Fey insect, Zhang Yazi, I greet you, junior brother. Her melodious voice jolted Wang Qiye from his reverie. Lingxi Valley, Wang Qiye. Greetings, senior sister, junior brother, come, have a treat. I specially prepared this before our departure. Thank you, senior sister Zhang. Wang Qiye was somewhat taken aback, hurriedly extending his hand to receive the offering. Since his arrival in this realm, he had only encountered young girls, and having just fallen into the chasm, his eyes were wide with astonishment. It was evident that this senior sister had discovered him in an attempt to mask his embarrassment. He inevitably rushed his eating, resulting in a choking fit. Cough, cough, take it slow. There's no one competing with you. Yuan Mangyao gently patted Wang Qiye's back. Water. Lin Xiaofeng grabbed the gourd from the table and handed it over. Wang Qiye quickly opened the lid and took several hearty gulps, feeling significantly better afterward. The pastries made by Sister Zhang are truly delectable. Since you enjoy them, Wang Shidi, do indulge further, Zhang Yasi remarked. Nudging the pastries toward him, Wang Qiye picked up a piece and took a delicate bite. Where exactly are we now? We are at the edge of the Earth Mound in the western part of the secret realm, Lin Xiaofeng replied, biting into his biscuit, his expression somber. So what should we prepare for next? Wang Qiye inquired, taking another bite of the delicacy. To be honest, I cannot discern what these are made of, yet the flavor is quite unique. I have something to share with everyone. Lin Xiaofeng first glanced at the three of them before continuing. Last night, while I was on night watch, the crimson locator spontaneously ignited. Both Wang Qiye and Yuan Mangyao's expressions changed simultaneously. Though they had mentally prepared for this, however, there is no need for alarm. Our two teams have already joined forces. Indeed, the destruction of the locator could imply either an encounter with enemies or a decision that our team is not needed for assistance. The likelihood of being completely annihilated is slim, Wang Qiye reassured, though he still felt a nagging discomfort. Glancing toward Zhang Yasi, Sister Zhang, what are your plans? Currently, it is certain that most individuals outside have gathered. Alone, I would not dare to wander recklessly. I hope the three of you do not mind taking care of a little girl like me. Sister, do not say such things. If you hadn't saved me, I would have been captured by those three long ago. Exactly, running around alone is perilous. To be honest, Wang Qiye found Zhang Yazi quite pleasant to look at. In that case, we should discuss our course of action for the next few days, Lin Xiaofeng suggested. Glancing at the group of the three nodded in unison, deep in thought. Does Lin Xixiang have any good ideas? Wang Qiye turned to him, feeling a sense of reliance on this dependable brother who was not only courageous and resourceful but also possessed formidable martial skills. Well, I believe that among the four of us, we have sufficient means for self-preservation, but we might be lacking in strength to seize the 5 types of spiritual herbs. As he spoke, Lin Xiaofeng surveyed the trio once more. However, we need not engage in direct conflict with others. Oh, Lin Xixiang, please elaborate, Wang Qiye exclaimed, inwardly sighing with relief at their good fortune, realizing that there are indeed greater talents beyond their own. Lin Xiaofeng broke his biscuit into 3 small pieces, placing them on the small table, pointing at one piece and saying, this is the Earth Mound. We are currently at its periphery. This is the Great Way Temple, and this is Shinqing Mountain. I believe our future activity should revolve around the edges of these 3 locations. Brilliant, Lin Shixiang, do continue, Wang Qie urged. Afterwards, we will familiarize ourselves with the surrounding environment and seek out 2 suitable hiding spots. If we encounter any isolated or peripheral spiritual herbs, we will attempt to procure them. However, should we face a group of 3 or more, we shall go into hiding. If, and I emphasize if, we find ourselves in the worst-case scenario, we will signal with 2 fireworks and scatter to escape. That sounds perfect, Lin Shixiang truly thinks ahead. Even Zhang Yasi nodded in agreement, casting an appreciative glance at Lin Xiaofeng. Those daring enough to seek the 5 types of spiritual herbs are undoubtedly confident in their abilities. These individuals would likely be avoiding confrontation, but just because they are on the periphery does not mean there are no herbs to be found. Alright, let us proceed as planned, Wang Qie concurred. Deeming the strategy sound, since there are no objections, let us discuss how to confront potential threats. Please, Lin Shixiang, take the lead. We shall follow your guidance. Wang Qie marveled at the comfort that comes from having a reliable ally. Lin Xiaofeng nodded and said, I will present my thoughts, and if anyone has better suggestions, please feel free to voice them. We can set ambushes at these 2 locations. As he spoke, Lin Xiaofeng pointed to 2 of the pieces of crushed biscuit. Whether we drive people here or lure them, these will be the best opportunities to strike. Agreed, let it be so. Wang Qie felt a chill run down his spine, questioning whether Lin Xiaofeng had grown up in the mountains. Thankfully, such a person was on their side. However, as for the choice of bait, naturally someone of lesser strength would have a higher chance of ensnaring the enemy. Lin Xiaofeng struggled with this notion. I will serve as the bait. Wang Qie immediately understood his implication and naturally could not allow Yuan Mengyao to take such a risk, so he stepped forward himself. Shitty, do not overexert yourself, adapt to the situation, if things become too dangerous. Retreat early. Lin Xiaofeng provided a few more instructions. Wang Qie was deeply moved by his concern. Alright, now that we've settled the main matter, it is time to divide the spoils. The spoils of war. Yuan Mengyao produced a dozen talismans, a large knife, and more than 20 spiritual stones from her storage pouch. Sister Zhang, Wang Shidi, these are what we looted from the bandit we dispatched last night. Let us divide them now, Yuan Mengyao exclaimed excitedly. This knife shall belong to you, Yuan Shimi. Wang Shidi and I shall split the talismans and spiritual stones evenly. How can that be, Sister Zhang? You contributed significantly last night. Yuan Mengyao insisted, somewhat flustered. Dear sister, I lack a storage pouch at the moment, and these talismans and spiritual stones will serve me better. Please do not refuse. After a moment's thought, Yuan Mengyao produced 50 spiritual stones from her pouch and placed them on the table. Since you insist, I cannot decline. Please accept these spiritual stones. I did not bring many with me into this 5 hiding secret realm, leaving only 10 for myself. I hope you will not think it insufficient. Seeing that her refusal was futile, Zhang Yasi, alongside Wang Qie, divided the talismans and spiritual stones among them. In total, Wang Qie received 30 spiritual stones and 5 talismans, and when combined with what he had previously acquired, he now possessed 37 talismans, of which 16 were speed talismans. He tucked 2 spiritual stones and the talismans into his robe and pushed the remaining spiritual stones towards Yuan Mengyao. Sister, please hold on to these for me for now. Very well, Shitty. I shall keep them for you and return them once we exit. Wang Qie couldn't help but marvel at how fortunate he was. Just 2 successful heists had already compensated for years of labor. Let us depart and survey the terrain. Agreed. The group gathered their belongings and cautiously began to explore the periphery of the 3 regions. Be careful, Lin Xiaofeng said, patting Wang Qie's shoulder. Understood. Wang Qie nodded at the others. Once they had distanced themselves considerably, he took a deep breath. It was his first time acting as bait, and to say he was unafraid would be a lie. He glanced at the sleeve of his robe, where a shield talisman was tucked away, and steeled himself. The earth mound was essentially a series of rolling hills, the lowest being as tall as 3 stories and the highest reaching 5. Naturally, Wang Qie dared not tread atop the hills, instead sticking close to the lush vegetation at the edges. As he moved slowly forward, the dense foliage impeded his progress, and after stepping on some weeds, he wiped the sweat from his brow. Yesterday, after the 4 had scouted the area, they ultimately located 2 safe spots to sleep at the edge of the earth mound and the periphery of Shanqing Mountain. Having spent an afternoon digging to establish a semblance of safety, this gave Wang Qie a glimmer of confidence as they prepared to endure the next 17 days. After squatting to observe for some time, he was startled by a rabbit. Just as he stood up to proceed, an energy fluctuation emanated from the hill. Wang Qie looked up to see a figure in a blue robe suddenly appear before him. At that moment, he felt his entire body tense, his heart racing uncontrollably. Instinctively, he activated the speed talisman and shield talisman he had prepared, feeling the wind at his feet as 3 luminous shields encircled him. and he took off running. "Hey, fellow cultivator, please wait." The blue-robed cultivator, noticing Wang Qiya's flight, hurriedly chased after him, calling out, "Fellow cultivator, please do not run, hear me out." Wang Qiya was as startled as a frightened hare. Drenched in cold sweat, and had no intention of stopping to listen to his explanations. He lamented not having 8 legs to flee faster. The two continued this chase for half an hour until Wang Qiya spotted a sunflower beside a willow tree and finally came to a halt. Drawing his sword, Wentiang, turning around, he said, "Fellow cultivator, you finally stopped." The words of the blue-robed youth were cut short as 3 figures emerged from 3 directions, causing his expression to shift dramatically. "A fellow cultivator, misunderstandings abound. I merely wish to inquire about directions." However, his response was met with a spinning iron pear blossom, which the blue-robed cultivator barely managed to dodge, though his ear was grazed, leaving a streak of blood. With a deft strike of the whistle staff, he deflected 2 incoming ice spikes, barely managing to parry a nearby flying sword with the same staff. No longer daring to be reckless, he activated both a speed talisman and an armor talisman. In an instant, the wind surged beneath his feet, and a luminous armor enveloped his body. "Fellow cultivators, this is all a misunderstanding. I am willing to forfeit all the spirit stones and talismans I possess. I hope you will show mercy, and in the future, the Bema Villa will surely repay your kindness." Wang Qiyi silently lamented the naivety of the young man in the blue robe. Just moments ago, in his frantic attempt to escape, he had not even dared to look back, nearly shaking him off twice. Yet, here he was pursuing him relentlessly even though there had been a monumental misunderstanding. He could only proceed down this misguided path, delivering a powerful strike that sent sparks flying as it cleaved through the brilliant armor. The young man in the blue robe stumbled under the force from behind. Unable to withstand the onslaught of the flying sword, which grazed his luminous armor, causing it to flicker brightly for an instant before dimming, just as he prepared to catch his breath, an iron pear blossom and 2 shadow spells surged towards him. He could only kick the iron pear blossom away and sidestep the shadow spells. "We are all practitioners of the righteous path. You are being too oppressive." Upon uttering these words, Wang Qiyi felt a weight lift from his heart as he swiftly approached the blue-robed youth. Wielding his sword to execute a crescent slash, though the blue-robed man managed to block it just in time with his staff, he was still sent flying by the overwhelming force of the blow. The luminous armor ultimately met its demise, flaring brightly 3 times before dissipating. 3 radiant shields circled around him, only for one to be shattered by a passing flying sword. The iron pear blossom and 2 ice spikes followed closely behind, forcing the young man in blue to roll on the ground to evade them. Alas, despite his defenses, he was struck by an ice spike that pierced his right foot, leaving him unable to dodge the subsequent onslaught that rained down upon him. And he could only brace himself to endure. After activating 5 defensive talismans, he ultimately failed to properly activate the next one, resulting in a flying sword piercing through his neck from behind. "Quickly gather your belongings, we must retreat to our hideout in the Shangqing Mountains." Zhang Yasi and Yuan Mengyao hurried forward to scavenge the blue-robed youth's belongings, then set him ablaze, leaving nothing but ashes. "Let us go." Wang Qiyi snapped back to reality, feeling as if everything was surreal, especially the vengeful and resentful gaze of the blue-robed youth before his demise lingered in his mind, haunting him until they reached their hideout in the Shangqing Mountains. "Everyone, quickly sit down and divide the spoils." Yuan Mengyao enthusiastically urged everyone to settle in the cramped cave, which was now blocked by a large stone. "Well done, Brother Wang." Lin Xiaofeng patted Wang Qiyi on the shoulder as they sat down. Wang Qiyi turned to him, bewildered, and asked, "Brother Lin, do you think what we did was right? Perhaps he was merely asking for directions?" "Junior brother, I understand you may still be struggling to accept this, but the world of cultivation is one where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. If one day we find ourselves at the mercy of another, will bowing and begging for mercy do us any good?" Lin Xiaofeng spoke earnestly. "I know, but..." Wang Qiyi shook his head in regret. "Junior brother, you've worked hard this time. Here are 5 spirit stones as an additional reward for your efforts." As she spoke, Zhang Yasi took 5 spirit stones from the pile they had confiscated, gently prying open Wang Qiyi's hand to place them in his palm, her eyes unwavering as she looked at him. "Brother Wang, we only wish to survive, living humbly like ants." "I understand, thank you, Sister Shang." Wang Qiyi nodded, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. They had seized 1 staff, with 17 spirit stones remaining and 22 talismans in total. "This time, I will take the staff, and you all can divide the spirit stones and talismans. In the future, we'll take turns, and each of us must wield a weapon," Lin Xiaofeng declared, glancing at the others. Wang Qiyi felt warmth in his heart. Although the weapon held great value, it would be of no use if it did not match their attributes. They could only sell it for a fraction of its worth after exiting the secret realm. But they needed to survive first. The talismans and spirit stones that could immediately enhance their combat power were of utmost importance. Without any further objections, Wang Qiyi received 5 spirit stones and 9 talismans. Adding these to his previous haul, he now possessed 40 spirit stones, and after accounting for the 2 talismans he had used, he still had 44 remaining. For future battles, there would be no need to hold back. Otherwise, once they exited, these talismans would be rendered as useless as blank paper, causing even more distress. Observing that Wang Qiyi seemed a bit out of sorts, Lin Xiaofeng surveyed the others. I can see that everyone is fatigued. You all performed admirably today, especially you, Brother Wang. Let us call it a day. Everyone should rest well. That we'll take turns standing guard for 4 hours each. I'll go first. Thank you, Brother Lin. Regardless of their differing opinions, Wang Qiyi held a measure of respect for Lin Xiaofeng. One could only wonder what experiences had tempered the resolve of this fellow cultivator to such an ironclad degree. Get some rest. Lin Xiaofeng nodded at Wang Qiyi before moving to the large stone that blocked the cave entrance, peering through the gap to observe the outside world, though he seemed to be merely gazing into space. Wang Qiyi glanced at the 2 women, seeing that they were already seated in meditation, and felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, they were in a secret realm. As he thought of this, memories of the blue-robed youth's resolute gaze before his death flooded back, causing a wave of pressure to crash over him. Not daring to let his mind wander any further, he began to regulate his breathing and circulate his energy, absorbing the ambient spiritual energy to replenish his own. Chapter 42, The Secret Realm of 5 Reserves. Yi, Junior Sister Yuan, only those of lower cultivation can easily be deceived when serving as bait. Lin Xiaofeng began to coax Yuan Mangya gently. After a day of rest, everyone had regained their composure. Wang Qiyi touched his chest, marveling at how mysteriously he felt healed. I see, I have experience in serving as bait. He would never allow Yuan Mangya to take such risks, so he volunteered immediately. Upon hearing this, even Zhang Yasi regarded Wang Qiyi with newfound respect. Brother Wang is bold, but do prioritize your own safety. Fear not. As long as you bring people back, I will personally present you with 5 spirit stones. Well, since Brother Wang is so determined, it shall be so. Today, Brother Wang will try his luck at the Dai Temple while we lie in ambush beneath that pear tree. Lin Xiaofeng nodded in agreement and added, Junior brother, do not push yourself too hard, wait for my good news, Wang Qiyi declared, turning away and heading toward the outskirts of the Dai Temple. This ancient temple, weathered by millennia, had been reduced to mere remnants, its former grandeur lost to time and overrun by wild vegetation. One could only wonder what kind of wood had been used to construct the temple, as it had decayed to give rise to the spirit herb, monkey head mushroom, that now flourished among the colossal trees. Naturally, Wang Qiyi dared not venture into this desolate ruin in search of monkey head mushrooms. Today, he moved particularly slowly, hoping to return empty-handed by afternoon. He nibbled on the biscuit Yuan Mengyao had given him before his departure, which served as his lunch. Hey, fellow cultivator, it's been days since my companions and I have eaten. Could you spare us some food? A handsome young man in red, whose appearance belied a history of indulgence, jumped down from a tall tree. Wang Qiyi's heart skipped a beat. He quickly gathered his strength, activating the wind steps technique, surrounding himself with 3 radiant shields, and turned to flee. Yet, after just a couple of steps, he found his path blocked by a stunning woman clad in sheer silk. She was dressed in a single red veil, leaving little to the imagination. Brother, my companion, and I have been here for many days and are truly starving. We implore you to show us some mercy and spare us a few bites of food. We will surely repay your kindness. The enchanting woman took a step closer. As the young man in red also moved in closer, Wang Qiyi broke into a cold sweat. The woman's captivating gaze made his face flush. Yet he could not tear his eyes away. Sister, I only have this one biscuit left. If you do not mind, please take it to quell your hunger. He tossed the biscuit to her right side and attempted to dart left. However, the woman ignored the biscuit entirely, sidestepping to block Wang Qiyi's escape. Why the rush, dear brother? Such a great favor. I have yet to repay you. With that, she took a bite of the biscuit he had just thrown, her eyes shimmering with moisture. Wasn't that the very biscuit he had just tossed? It still bore his bite marker. Sister, it's a mere trifle, no need for repayment. I shall not disturb you any further. I have urgent matters to attend to. Wang Qiyi swallowed hard. Ever since embarking on the path of cultivation, he had yet to encounter an unattractive woman. Each was more exquisite than the last. But today's encounter was particularly striking. The woman extended an arm, blocking Wang Qiyi once more. Dear brother, you mistake my intentions. If I do not repay you for your kindness today, how shall my companion and I face the world of cultivation in the future? Her voice was as melodious as a lark's. Had it not been for the red-clad youth behind her, Wang Qiyi might have truly fallen for her charms. What form of repayment do you have in mind? The woman fidgeted with the hem of her dress, feigning shyness. My companion and I possess nothing of value. Perhaps you might choose one of us to repay you in flesh. Very well, I choose you. With his energy having built up sufficiently, Wang Qiyi unleashed a crescent slash towards the alluring woman before him. Haha, the woman chuckled softly, her sheer garments seeming to sprout tendrils that shielded her, and with a mere 3 steps back, she deftly absorbed the blow. Wang Qiyi, upon seeing that the woman finally relinquished her hold on the path, was reluctant to linger any longer and fled in haste, ignoring the courtesy of a toast in favor of a penalty drink. He braced himself for a fight. The youth in red, unbeknownst to him, had already crept up behind Wang Qiyi, his gloved fists glowing ominously as he delivered a powerful blow to Wang's back. The luminous shield shattered like glass, and the force of the punch struck against a layer of shimmering armor, causing it to flicker erratically. Wang Qiyi was sent flying a considerable distance, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seizing the opportunity afforded by the distance, he raced forward, feeling a tumultuous surge of qi within, as if a foreign power was igniting his spiritual energy. Desperately, he called upon the powers of the wood element to counter this force. Damn it, had it not been for the protective talisman he used, he would have truly met his end this time. Nevertheless, he felt his spiritual energy was burning too rapidly, so he retrieved a wood elemental spirit stone from his bosom and absorbed it, just managing to counteract the burning pace. At that moment, Wang Qiyi dared not look back, fearing any hesitation. The two cultivators were like ravenous wolves, closely pursuing him. Occasionally, he would endure a strike from a stone spike technique. Observing the increasingly dimming armor, Wang Qiyi hastily took out another talisman, activating it to don a fresh set of luminous armor. Damn it, you little brat, if you have the guts, don't run, the youth in red cursed furiously. Ha, you little scoundrel, why aren't you fleeing now? Has your spiritual energy run dry? Ha! Seeing Wang Qiyi come to a halt, the youth in red rejoiced and charged forward with a punch. Suddenly 3 more figures emerged, dividing the battlefield between the brother and sister pair. It was Lin Xiaofeng, Yuan Mengyao, and Zhang Yasi. You two go assist junior brother Wang. I will deal with this demonist. Be careful not to let those two from the Hahuan sect reunite, Lin Xiaofeng instructed, sweeping aside the veil cast by the ethereal woman with his sword before turning to the 2 ladies. Senior brother Lin, be careful. As she spoke, the 2 ladies closed in on the youth in red. Wang Qiyi, witnessing the aggressive advance of the youth, dared not be complacent, drawing forth a shielding talisman to bolster his defenses before daring to engage in combat. Senior sisters, be cautious. The technique of this youth in red is exceedingly malevolent, igniting one's spiritual energy upon contact. I have already utilized 2 spirit stones. The little bastard actually dared to ambush us siblings. He truly deserves to die. The youth in red, clearly enraged, crushed a protective talisman, intensifying his strikes. With the addition of an iron pear flower and a sword into the fray, Wang Qiyi felt a significant reduction in pressure after the luminous shield absorbed a punch from the youth. It was sent hurtling out of the fray, and Wang Qiyi spat out another mouthful of blood. Not daring to show off any further, he focused on regulating the turbulent spiritual energy within while observing the battlefield for an opportunity. Yuan Mengyao met the punch-wielding youth head-on, thrusting her slender sword forward, unleashing 6 sword blossoms that promptly pierced through the luminous shield before the youth could fully react. He raised his fists in a feeble defense, dissipating the remaining sword blossom. A punch was then hurled at Yuan Mengyao, causing her luminous armor to flicker uncertainly. Just as he prepared to follow up with a left punch, an iron pear flower surged toward the back of his head. The youth in red seemed to sense it, deflecting the iron flower with an upward swing of his left fist. Seizing the fleeting moment, Yuan Mengyao thrust her sword once more, but this time in haste, producing only 3 sword blossoms that shattered a shield before continuing their assault toward the youth's back. However, the youth dropped to his knees, evading the lethal strike, and activated another protective talisman, rolling forward as 3 new shields materialized around him. What a fortunate turn of events. Having rested long enough, Wang Qiyi was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Descending with a crescent slash, the youth displayed a disdainful expression, seemingly having anticipated the move. Crossing his fists protectively over his chest as he amassed red energy, utilizing the momentum of his advance, he forced Wang Qiyi into a nearby tree, another mouthful of blood escaping Wang Qiyi's lips. He felt a numbing sensation in his hands, and the storm of qi within him became tumultuous. No longer daring to act recklessly, he focused on suppressing the surging spiritual energy, having lost the strength to continue fighting. Junior brother Wang, upon witnessing this, Zhang Yasi hastily controlled the iron pear flower to strike at the back of the youth in red, with Yuan Mengyao following closely behind with her sword. The youth in red summoned another armor talisman, activating it to don yet another layer of luminous armor, smashing the iron pear flower away before glancing back at the battlefield, where his junior sister was evenly matched with the man in the green robe. Feeling a sense of reassurance, he punched away 3 sword blossoms and charged at the sword-wielding woman before him. Wang Qie, observing the tense battlefield, felt a surge of anxiety yet was powerless to intervene. Needing first to heal before seeking further opportunities, the demon from the Hahuan sect was indeed formidable. Having engaged the 2 women in combat for several rounds, however, the youth's spiritual energy was also depleting rapidly. Until one of his spirit stones crumbled to dust. A smug expression crossed his face. As long as he could keep fighting for another half hour, these 2 women should be exhausted soon. He thought, licking his dry lips. Yuan Mangyao and Zhang Yasi each held a spirit stone, drawing from its energy as they continued to grapple with the youth in red after such a lengthy battle. Neither side's talismans ran out, but both had taken their share of hits. The youth's spiritual energy indeed behaved peculiarly. Upon being struck, it seemed to ignite, depleting at an alarming pace. Whirling storm, taking advantage of the moment when the youth in red punched Yuan Mangyao away. Zhang Yasi unleashed her ultimate move. The accumulated spiritual energy burst forth, causing the iron pear flower to split into 3, encircling the youth in red and forming a storm to ensnare him. Wang Qie's eyes widened in shock. The youth's expression grew serious for a rare moment. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly produced a silver talisman, activating it to conjure a silver pagoda that enveloped him. Blocking the strike. You are truly damned, forcing me to use this pagoda talisman worth 50 spirit stones. Everyone understood that this was the youth's trump card, and they immediately ceased their actions, awaiting the pagoda's dissolution. After 5 breaths, the pagoda dissipated without any attacks, as if it had never existed, yet the youth's fury was ignited. Look out! Wang Qie felt that this battle had dragged on long enough. He was beginning to feel somewhat better and believed he could assist in the fray. He promptly activated 3 talismans, a luminous shield, a light armor, and a swift wind underfoot, launching himself toward the back of the youth in red. Only after one of the luminous shields shattered did he sidestep to taunt, "You little scoundrel, I should have taken you down when you were vulnerable." The 2 exchanged kicks, both striking the other's armor. While Yuan Mangyao seized the opportunity to unleash several sword blossoms upon the youth's back, the iron pear flower also sparked against the armor, which finally could not withstand the assault and vanished. The youth activated another armor talisman, donning yet another layer of light armor, his eyes flashing red as he launched a punch toward Wang Qie. Wang Qie, unyielding, retaliated with a horizontal slash. The youth in red flashed a wicked smile. His left fist arriving first, meeting Wang Qie's blade with a forceful clash. Wang Qie could no longer maintain his grip on the hilt, the overwhelming force sending Wen Tian flying. In a moment of desperation, Wang Qie lunged forward, clutching the waist of the youth in red. "Strike now, you seek death." The youth in red, infuriated, rained down punches upon Wang Qie's back, even though the blows were absorbed by the luminous shield and armor. They still caused Wang Qie to spit blood. His spiritual energy rattled. The 2 women recognized the opportunity and unleashed their full strength, attacking the youth's lower back. The youth finally panicked, intensifying his punches. But the one clinging to him refused to let go, even as his luminous armor shattered. Wang Qie held on tenaciously. At last, the youth's armor broke apart, a sword blossom piercing through his back. While an iron pear flower penetrated his skull, both the youth in red and Wang Qie collapsed simultaneously. Junior brother Wang, quickly apply a revival talisman to him. We must assist senior brother Lin, or soon we shall all be captured. Zhang Yasi urged. Yuan Mangyao, tears brimming in her eyes, retrieved a talisman from her storage bag and affixed it to Wang Qie, causing green light to emanate from his body. After a brief glance, Yuan Mangyao wiped her tears and rejoined the fray against the demoness. With the addition of 2 fresh forces, the balance of power was instantly shattered. Lin Xiaofeng seized a moment of vulnerability from the demoness, and with the assistance of the 2 women, he beheaded her within 3 exchanges. "You 2 clean up the battlefield, I will carry junior brother Wang back to recuperate." It turned out that Lin Xiaofeng had been secretly observing the battlefield all along. He promptly left the 2 women behind, carrying Wang Qie toward their hiding place. The 2 women, not daring to delay, quickly tidied up and set fire to the 2 demons before hastening to their refuge. Chapter 43, 5 Hidden Realms. 6. How is junior brother Wang? Yuan Mangyao and Zhang Yasi gathered around. After assisting with his healing for an hour, his condition has finally stabilized, Lin Xiaofeng replied. Retrieving a green gourd from his storage bag, he poured the potion into Wang Qie's mouth and laid him down on a bed of grass. "I have given him a soothing potion. Let him rest a while, thank you, senior brother Lin. You two take turns guarding the cave entrance, each watch for 4 hours, then call me. Lin Xiaofeng, likely exhausted, spoke this as he sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Junior sister, you are also quite injured. I will keep watch first while you rest, Zhang Yazi said to Yuan Mengyao. Then I will leave it to you, senior sister. With that, Yuan Mengyao sat cross-legged and began to cultivate to heal her injuries. Zhang Yazi cast a fleeting glance at the three individuals within the cave, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Unbeknownst to them, the four had already engaged in 2 rounds of chaotic skirmishes. And their bonds had deepened considerably. However, they dared not let their guard down. Through the crevice of the cave's entrance, they vigilantly observed the surroundings. How Wang Shidi has awakened. Shidi, how do you feel? How long have I been unconscious? Wang Qie still felt a bit dazed, his body ached all over, and his limbs felt weak. Recalling the final punches from the young man in red, he distinctly heard the sound of several bones cracking. A wave of fear washed over him once more. Quickly lie down, Shidi, you've been unconscious for 12 hours. Zhang Yazi hurried over to assist Wang Qie. Come Shidi, have something to eat. As she spoke, Yuan Mengyao approached Wang Qie, breaking off a piece of pastry and feeding it to him. Enjoying the attention of the two beautiful ladies, Wang Qie felt his heart flutter. How I wish it were Lin Xiaofeng who were injured instead. Lin Xiaofeng looked at Wang Qie being attended to by the two lovely women, filled with envy. If senior brother Lin desires to experience such treatment, I, as your junior sister, would be more than happy to assist. Zhang Yazi's phoenix eyes sparkled with mischief. I dare not, junior sister, you jest. Lin Xiaofeng quickly waved his hands. Yuan Shimi, what treasures did we acquire this time? Everything is here, senior brother, Yuan Mengyao replied, retrieving the items from her storage bag and laying them on the ground, all the while continuing to feed Wang Qie. One storage bag, which is worth 1,000 spirit stones, a magical artifact belonging to the lady in light fabric. A pair of magical boxing gloves from the man in red, and surprisingly, a spirit herb, the monkey head mushroom, which is also valued at 1,000 spirit stones. Additionally, there are over 10 kinds of 10-year-old spirit herbs, worth about 150 spirit stones, and more than 40 talismans valued at 230 spirit stones, culminating in a total of 112 spirit stones. As Lin Xiaofeng counted and estimated the worth, a smile spread across his face. These two individuals are remarkably powerful. Who would have thought their possessions were so affluent? Wang Qie's spirits were lifted upon hearing this. Shidi, would you consider giving this storage bag to your senior sister? Next time, I assure you no one will contest you for the next one. Zhang Yazi spoke softly, gently swaying Wang Qie's body as she supported him. Feeling the softness behind him, Wang Qie's heart stirred. Alright, I will defer to senior sister Zhang. This is the 10 spirit stones that you alone have earned, Wang Shidi. If there are no objections regarding this storage bag, it shall belong to junior sister Zhang. As he spoke, Lin Xiaofeng handed the storage bag to Zhang Yazi and pushed 10 spirit stones in front of Wang Qie. This time, Shidi has worked diligently. This monkey head mushroom, which is equivalent in value to the storage bag, shall be shared with you. Does everyone agree? Lin Xiaofeng inquired, looking at the others. Agreed. Zhang Yazi perused the storage bag in her right hand, her joy evident. Senior brother, I do not wish for the spirit herbs. Could you perhaps divide the talismans and spirit stones with me? Wang Qie had used 10 talismans and 5 spirit stones during this hunt. This extravagant battle had made him realize that to survive in the days to come, he would need to rely on such external resources. Though spirit herbs were of greater value, he knew he could not safeguard them. Are you certain? Lin Xiaofeng asked, surprised. I am sure, senior brother Lin. Let us divide it this way. Wang Qie nodded. In that case, I will allocate 25 talismans to you. Our trio also expended a considerable number of talismans and cannot give you all. I will give you 80 spirit stones, and we shall equally share the remainder. Additionally, I will share one of the magical artifacts with you. How does that sound? Lin Xiaofeng queried tentatively. That sounds excellent. Wang Qie was quite pleased. Then Yuan Shimi, the spirit herb, the monkey head mushroom, shall be given to senior brother, and the remainder shall be yours. This time, Shidi received slightly less, but we can make it up next time. Alright, I will defer to senior brother Lin. Yuan Mengyao nodded. Yuan Shiji, I will keep the talismans myself. I hope you can store the others for me, Wang Qie said with a smile. Of course, Yuan Mengyao happily gathered her belongings, turning back to smile at him. Accepting the talismans she handed over, Wang Qie tucked them into his robe, his heart brimming with joy. Even the pain in his body lessened a bit, after calculating his gains in his mind. He realized he had acquired a pair of magical boxing gloves, 59 talismans, and 125 spirit stones. His worth had significantly increased. I have observed Wang Shidi's injuries. He will require approximately 20 hours to recover fully. Given the commotion from yesterday, it certainly attracted the attention of those with ill intentions. I suggest we remain in this hideout for a few days to recuperate, and once the situation calms, we can venture out to see if any opportunities arise. What does everyone think? Lin Xiaofeng proposed while contemplating. Senior brother Lin is indeed astute. We shall heed your guidance. Very well, Wang Shidi, focus on your recovery. Thank you, senior brother Lin. Wang Qie no longer hesitated, settling down cross-legged to practice healing techniques. At the Baishui pond, under the blazing sun, 7 or 8 cultivators clad in various colored robes scattered along the pond's edge. Combing through the area, among them were righteous and demonic cultivators, surprisingly coexisting harmoniously. Hey, there's a Baishui crab, Sun Haoran exclaimed excitedly, having turned over a large stone. The others, upon hearing this, converged with envy in their eyes. Yet none rushed to seize it. Sun Haoran grasped the crab by its back and placed it into the woven pouch at his waist, beaming with pride as he scanned the crowd. Thinking to himself that he could enjoy a sumptuous meal tonight, he then resumed searching among the stones by the pond, joining the group in their foraging. In the distance, a pair of watchful eyes, having observed for a long time, quietly crouched down and stealthily retreated. After moving away from the area, the individual clad in white finally dared to wipe the sweat from their brow, glancing back to ensure no one was pursuing them before hastening their pace along a path etched in memory. Weaving through the tall grass, after turning 3 corners, they arrived before a large stone, casting a glance behind them before reaching the stone's rear, lifting the weeds above to reveal a wooden board. They knocked on the board a few times. Who is it? Wu Yukai. It's senior brother Wu returning. With that voice, the wooden board opened from the inside, revealing a deep, dark cave. Wu Yukai jumped into the cave, vanishing from sight, and the board was closed once more, with the weeds covering it again as if nothing had transpired. You've worked hard, Shitty. Come have some water, and tell us what you've learned. A similarly robed youth tossed over a water gourd. Thank you, Brother Jia. Wu Yukai took the gourd, gulping down half before sealing it again and wiping his mouth. Brother Jia, I've gathered all the information. There are 5 demons at Skeleton Mountain, one of whom has a severed arm. I observed the bandage on his arm for quite a while, and blood was seeping from within, undoubtedly a wound sustained from a recent altercation. Additionally, they have captured 9 cultivators, all bound with spirit-binding talismans. Wu Shixiang, did you see any other demons nearby Shui Pond? Asked a delicate lady sitting cross-legged in the cave, idly twirling her hair. Rest assured, Shimmy, I observed by Shui Pond for a full day and night, making 3 rounds, and saw no trace of any other demons, only those 5, Wu Yukai asserted confidently. Really, that's wonderful, but don't celebrate too soon, Brother Jean. Since those demons have enslaved 9 cultivators, their strength is indeed formidable, and we must proceed with caution, Jiaorini said calmly, his expression steady. With Brother Jia's intervention, those demons are merely a bunch of clumsy fools. Jin Shimi looked at Jiaorini with admiration. It's a pity we couldn't contact Zhang Yasi. I wonder if she has perished or is hiding somewhere, missing out on witnessing Brother Jia's prowess. Indeed, what brother you said is true. It is a stroke of luck that our Feiyan sect has managed to gather 9 members. We should seize this opportunity to extinguish the arrogance of those demonic forces. A white-clad female cultivator interjected. Sister Qing is right. We must eradicate evil and uphold righteousness. The brothers and sisters nodded in agreement. Eradicate evil and uphold righteousness. Jiaorini surveyed the 8 white-robed cultivators in the cave, silently acknowledging their morale. He then turned to Jin Jiannan. Jin Shidi, how do you suggest we deal with these demons? Jin Jiannan pondered for a moment before replying. Though our Feiyan sect is numerous, we must strike unexpectedly. How shall we strike? What is your plan, Brother Jean? Quickly tell us, Brother Jean, Jiaorini urged the others with a wave of his hand. We shall lie in wait nearby Shui Pond, and when any of their members venture alone, we will all rush in and strike one down first, then surround the remaining 4 demons. They will surely flee in panic, and if they attempt to escape? Jin Jiannan thought for a moment before saying, it would be best to stop them. If we can't, letting 1 or 2 slip away is no issue. We can track their movements later and ambush them again. This plan is feasible. Let us proceed with it. Jiaorini nodded. Now let us eat. After our meal, we will rest for 6 hours, and once the sun sets, we shall set out. We shall comply with Brother Jia's orders. Chapter 44, The 5 Hidden Realms, 7. What do you think? Jiaorini lowered his voice and discreetly inquired. Brother Jia, have we yet discerned the situation? Wu Yukai cautiously leaned closer to Jiaorini, urging himself to remain vigilant and continue observing. Brother Jia, we've been on watch for 2 hours now. What shall we do if there is no opportunity tonight? Wu Yukai whispered, peering around. Let us wait for another 3 hours. If no chance presents itself, we shall withdraw and return tomorrow night, Jiaorini replied. Hush, something's happening. Jin Jiannan gently tugged at Wu Yukai. The trio quickly lowered their heads and peered into the makeshift pavilion, where a bald man clad in a yellow robe adorned with a string of skulls around his neck emerged. The three were so frightened that they dared not breathe. The bald man walked 30 paces away from the pavilion, unfastened his belt, and retrieved an item to begin a small ritual. After a moment of relief, his bleary eyes suddenly caught sight of a grazing rabbit. This could make for a delightful side dish, he thought, bending down to pick up a stone, which he hurled with great force. The rabbit, sensing danger, sprang upright and narrowly evaded the lethal throw, startled into a swift retreat. You won to escape, the drunken man shouted, quickly pursuing it. He snatched a branch from a nearby tree, infused it with some spiritual energy, and with a flick of his wrist, he brought the rabbit crashing to the ground. He, quite a plump rabbit. Tonight will be a feast. The bald man grinned as he bent down to collect the rabbit, examining it with glee. Just then, 3 magical artifacts sprang to life, wielded by the lurking Wu Yukai, Jin Jiannan, and Jiaorini. They encircled the man, springing from their hiding spots to catch him off guard. Who are you? The bald man exclaimed in alarm, tossing the rabbit at Wu Yukai with his left hand. He fumbled for 3 talismans, activating them swiftly. Just as the shimmering light of his shield began to manifest, Jin Jiannan and Jiaorini struck from both sides, sending him rolling on the ground. Before he could regain his footing, Wu Yukai slashed his sword across the man's neck, and his bald head soared into the air. Well done, Junior Wu. Jin Shimi and 6 other disciples of Fei Yin sect arrived shortly thereafter. The individuals inside the pavilion had clearly heard the commotion, and 3 young men dressed in yellow robes burst forth. Who dares to invade Skull Mountain? They shouted. You shall perish today at the hands of Fei Yin sect. One of the 5 sects, Jiaorini rallied his fellow disciples to confront them, noting that the 3 had no intention of fleeing. With one even bandaged, Jiaorini felt reassured and stepped forward, tossing the severed head of the previously slain Skull Mountain cultivator onto the ground. Lay down your weapons, and you may die swiftly. Suddenly, a raucous laughter emerged from within, and a muscular young man, bare-chested and similarly adorned with skulls, strode forward, standing 9 feet tall, with fiery red hair and eyebrows like flames. His face bore an aura of brutality as he approached the 3. I was planning to seek you out in a few days, but here you are, delivering yourselves to me. He grinned wickedly, revealing his excitement and cruelty. With a gloved hand, he beckoned Jiaorini with a single finger. Jiaorini felt a strange familiarity but could not place the figure. No need for Brother Jia to intervene. Brother Chen, let us confront this demon. Eager to prove himself, Wu Yukai nodded at Brother Chen and charged ahead, brandishing his blade, with Brother Chen closely following. Demon, remember this, it is Wu Yukai of Fei Yin sect who will vanquish you. When you reach the netherworld, simply mention my name. Excellent, how amusing that a mere clown dares to act so brazenly. Today, you shall witness the might of Skull Mountain. The young man grinned wider, nearly manic, as flames enveloped his fists. I know who you are now. You are Fire Fist Hu Zonghai. Wu Yukai shouted. Brother Wu. Brother Chen, retreat, Jiaorini cried, panic-stricken, but it was too late. Wu Yukai had already closed the distance to Hu Zonghai, delivering a powerful slash. Hu Zonghai evaded with a sidestep, and one of his flaming fists struck, shattering Wu Yotsai's protective shield in an instant. The fiery blow pierced through Wu Yotsai's body, leaving him engulfed in flames. Hu Zonghai extended his left hand to catch the iron rod that swiftly approached, extracting his fire fist from Wu Yotsai's body, then swung the rod towards Brother Chen's helmet. Chen only perceived the incoming fiery fist growing larger, yet was powerless to resist. His armor shattered with a single blow, and blood erupted, saturating the scene with a gruesome stench. Brother Wu, Brother Chen. In a single encounter, 2 disciples of Fei Yin sect were lost. Instilling dread among the others, the horrific sight caused some disciples with weaker constitutions to falter, while 2 others succumbed to nausea, collapsing to the ground. Everyone flee, he is one of the 10 talents of Foundation establishment. Fire Fist Hu Zonghai? Jiaorini shouted, casting 5 talismans into the air. Fireballs, ice shards, and earth spikes flew toward Hu Zonghai as he turned to escape. The 10 talents of Foundation establishment. Fire Fist Hu Zonghai? Run! How tiresome, do not let these chickens escape, Hu Zonghai shouted at the trio spectating, leaping after Jiaorini, effortlessly swatting aside the incoming spells, targeting the one who appeared to be their leader, Brother Jia. Fleet Vision Shimi interjected, trembling as she stood before Hu Zonghai. How intriguing. Hu Zonghai appraised the beautiful disciple of Fei Yin sect, his eyes glinting with malice, before launching a punch at her. Vision Shimi hurriedly swung her artifact, only for it to be a feint. His fist vanished, and with a decisive strike, he seized her wrist. Unable to resist the force pulling her, Vision Shimi found herself hoisted onto his shoulder. The rest are yours. Hu Zonghai called back to the remaining disciples as he carried the struggling Jin Shimi toward the pavilion. A young man in yellow robes wielding a ghostly blade, having felled a nearby disciple of Fey insect, shook his head in resignation and pursued a fellow disciple nearby. Spare the surrendering. After an hour of running, Jeremy collapsed onto a large rock, breathing heavily and glancing back in fear. Who goes there? He gasped, startled by a noise ahead. It is I, brother Jia. Jin Jiannan emerged from the tall grass. Junior Jin, are there any other disciples who managed to escape? Jiarini asked anxiously. Jin Jiannan shook his head vigorously. Brother Jia, when I fled, I glanced back, and all the other disciples were being pursued. The demon was carrying Jin Shimi. Oh, they have entered the pavilion. Oh, I have condemned my fellow disciples. Jiarini's face clouded with remorse, his heart heavy with sorrow. Brother Jia, do not blame yourself. Who could have anticipated that Fire Fist Hu Zonghai would stoop so low as to prey upon us at the Qi refinement stage? Jin Jiannan shared in his grief, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. After all, the disciples had followed him, choosing to trust him, and this had led to their demise. As they spoke, Jiarini's tears began to flow. Jin Jiannan, moved by Jiarini's sorrow, embraced him, and they wept together. This misfortune is not your fault, brother Jia. It is a calamity of fate. Our immediate course of action must be to inform more people swiftly. Otherwise, once that fiend unleashes his wrath, it shall be impossible for us to escape this. 5. Indeed, you speak wisely, Junior Genie. Jiarini wiped his tears. The demon has already captured over 10 cultivators. I fear many of our comrades have already fallen victim to his treachery. Even if we unite with powerful allies, can we truly defeat him? Jin Jiannan also dabbed at his eyes. Brother Jia, you are mistaken. We need only relay the information about that demon. If everyone is prepared, they will not be easily slaughtered. Should a few foolish souls dare to challenge him, he will be too preoccupied to pursue us. In due time, even if he possesses unparalleled strength, he shall not be able to catch us. Brilliant, 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 Jiarini exclaimed 3 times, feeling a spark of hope ignite within him. What had once felt like despair now seemed to shift towards a brighter path, and he was overcome with joy. Realizing he had grown too loud, he quickly covered his mouth and glanced back, relieved to find no signs of pursuit. Brother Jia, we should leave this place at once. The other disciples have not witnessed the methods of Skull Mountain. Should they fall into the enemy's hands, they may inadvertently divulge our location. Yes, Junior Jin is right to consider this. Let us depart immediately. I know of a concealed tree hollow nearby. We shall reach it within an hour. We can rest there, and once we regain our strength, we will seek to confront that demon. Jiarini peered back once more, confirming that they were not being followed before pulling Jin Jiannan along. Chapter 45, The 5, Part 8. How are you feeling, Junior Wang? You seem to be recovering well these past few days. Thank you for your concern, Sister Zhang. I feel as though I could take down a bull. Wang Qie replied with a silly grin. Indeed, Brother Lin, do you think we will encounter any issues while roasting the rabbit here? The sight of the rabbit dripping with oil over the fire, its enticing golden aroma wafting through the air, made Wang Qie swallow hard with anticipation. Rest assured, the concealment formation has been expertly set up, ensuring not even the faintest trace of our scent will escape. Zhang Yasi proclaimed confidently, a proud smile gracing her features. It had been 7 or 8 days since they last indulged in meat. Their meals had consisted solely of pancakes and pastries, leaving them yearning for something more substantial. To their surprise, they had spotted a rabbit just moments ago at the cave entrance. With a swift motion, Lin Xiaofeng had captured it, and now it was being roasted over the fire. Is it nearly ready? Wang Qie felt an insatiable craving, akin to a kitten scratching at her heart. It should be just about done. Yuan Mengyao produced a small table from her storage bag, placing it on the ground, and retrieved a large empty plate. She sprinkled a touch of salt and some chili flakes over the rabbit, gently rotating it to ensure the seasoning was evenly distributed, instantly elevating the aroma to new heights. It is ready now. Lin Xiaofeng removed the rabbit from the fire and placed it onto the empty plate. Accepting the kitchen knife that Yuan Mengyao offered, he proceeded to expertly disassemble the rabbit. Everyone, let us each take a rabbit leg. Lin Xiaofeng handed over one of the rabbit legs. Wow, it's so hot. Wang Qie eagerly accepted the leg, unable to resist taking a bite, even as the heat made her exhale in puffs. She savored each mouthful, reluctant to part with the delectable morsel. The meat was slightly spicy, tender, and succulent, imbued with a unique herbal fragrance characteristic of this mystical realm, mingled with the rabbit's rich fat, creating an unforgettable taste. After swallowing the delicious meat, she gazed with a silly grin at Yuan Mengyao, whose cheeks were flushed with happiness, and at Zhang Yasi, who was blissfully licking her fingers, while Lin Xiaofeng appeared equally content. At that moment, Wang Qie felt an overwhelming warmth, and tears unexpectedly welled in her eyes. "Why is junior brother crying?" Zhang Yasi asked, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the tears from the corners of Wang Qie's eyes. "The rabbit leg made my eyes sting. It's truly spicy." Wang Qie bit into the rabbit meat again, tears streaming down her face, mixing with the flavors as she swallowed, adding another layer to her experience. "Is that so?" Zhang Yasi, skeptical, took a small bite herself and began to laugh, saying, "Haha, junior brother, this level of spice is nothing compared to what we have back home." Wang Qie couldn't help but join in the laughter. Feeling particularly joyous now that brother Wang's injuries have healed, "Shall we take a stroll after finishing this meal?" Lin Xiaofeng took a sip from his water gourd before biting into the rabbit meat again. "Sounds great. I've been cooped up in this cave for 2 days. I'm going stir crazy." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yasi's eyes lit up as she bit into the rabbit leg. "This time I'll be the bait." Yuan Mengyao nodded in agreement. "Sister, spare yourself, you lack my experience." Wang Qie feigned disdain, taking another bite of the rabbit leggy. "Junior brother." Yuan Mengyao shot Wang Qie a reproachful glance. Wang Qie felt a jolt of electricity from her gaze. Leaving him unable to look her in the eye, he grabbed the water gourd on the table and drank voraciously, feeling a rush of satisfaction before he set it down and took another hearty bite of the rabbit leg. Exclaiming in contentment, "Despite the fact that nothing has gone awry thus far, it's still wise to exercise caution." Lin Xiaofeng chuckled, nodding at Wang Qie. Wang Qie returned the gesture with a slight nod. Then resumed his battle with the rabbit leg. As Wang Qie walked along the edge of the upper Qing mountain, he upsetly stroked his flat stomach, still savoring the delicious rabbit meat from earlier. Unconsciously licking his lips and lamenting the scarcity of such fine food, the snacks brought by Zhang Yasi had just been finished, and now only the days of eating flatbreads lay ahead. How would he manage that? Standing beside an oddly shaped rock, he glanced up at the upper Chang mountain, a modest hill no taller than 20 stories, surrounded by peculiar stones, perhaps the tallest structure in this mystical realm. Accordingly, it also represented the most perilous location. Anyone daring to show their face at the mountain's front would surely be seen, while those engaged in battle at its rear would remain unnoticed. Wang Qie settled down in the shadow of a strange rock, feeling a bit fatigued after an hour of leisurely wandering. He unscrewed the cap of his water gourd and took a long swig. Leaning against the rock, he felt a wave of contentment wash over him. In 13 days, the passage to the secret realm would open, allowing for their return. Brother Lin suggested they linger a few more days before retreating to their hiding spot for the last 5 days. Allowing the madmen and strong fighters to stir up trouble, should he focus his efforts on the rabbit during the baiting process. Reflecting on the delicious meal, he took another swig of water. Then capped the gourd and fastened it to his waist. After sitting there for 20 minutes and then meandering for 4 more hours, he concluded it was time to return. With that thought in mind, Wang Qie stood up. In an instant, their eyes met across a height of half a person's stature of the strange rock, and both were taken aback to see a stranger before them. After the initial shock wore off, they broke into a cold sweat. Wang Qie tremblingly fished out 2 talismans from his pocket, infusing them with energy. Upon witnessing the 2 beams of light flash from Wang Qie, the cloaked youth finally reacted. An enemy, capture him. Wang Qie quickly produced 2 fireball talismans from his pocket, injected them with energy, and hurled them at the leaping black-clad youth without looking back, immediately turning to flee. 2 more black-clad cultivators emerged from behind the rock. One brandished a pair of melon-shaped hammers, while the other drew a soft sword from her waist to neutralize the threat posed by Wang Qie's talismans. The woman with the soft sword then retrieved a spear from her storage bag and tossed it to the youth who had just jumped out. Chase. The leading black-clad youth caught the spear, affixed a speed talisman to his foot, and leaped off the rock, pursuing Wang Qie. Wang Qie, in turn, pulled 2 ice spike talismans from his pocket and threw them behind him, but one of the spear-wielding cultivator's attacks redirected the ice spikes into the ground. He had initially hoped to take his time and return empty-handed, yet here he was. As he ran, a fragment of his light shield shattered behind him. Wang Qie was startled, watching a metallic object zoom past him. Turning back, he saw the woman with the soft sword raise her hand, and a flash of light surged forth. Wang Qie quickly sidestepped, realizing too late that she was also adept with hidden weapons. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his foot down hard and continued to flee. In his frantic escape, it was only as he neared a sunflower tree that he pondered whether their group could defeat the opponents. Whatever, if it comes to that, Brother Lin will handle it. When the time comes to fight or retreat, it 1TB is concerned. Just as he dodged a flying dart, Wang Qie quickly activated 3 talismans. Knowing that a fierce battle awaited, regardless of whether they could win, he would not hold back on using them. In an instant, he donned his light armor, surrounded by 3 light shields, and summoned 2 gusts of wind at his feet. Turning to face his adversaries, the 3 black-clad cultivators halted their pursuit, standing 10 steps away from Wang Qie, as if they sensed something. The trio, also cloaked in radiant light, prepared for battle, meanwhile, hidden in the shadows. Lin Xiaofeng, Yuan Mengyao, and Zhang Yasi revealed themselves, forming a surrounding formation. However, the 4 exchanged glances, each assessing the other, and for a moment, no one dared to make a move. Ladies and gentlemen, this young junior brother of mine caught me bathing. And my 2 senior brothers could not overlook it. We have pursued you 3 in haste, might you allow us to leave? We are willing to offer 20 talismans as compensation for this young brother's fright. It was the black-clad girl who broke the silence. Both Yuan Mengyao and Zhang Yasi cast incredulous glances at her, while Wang Qie felt his face flush with embarrassment. You must be joking. Lin Xiaofeng raised his hand to silence Wang Qie. Very well, place the talismans on the ground, and you may leave. Wang Qie felt a sudden tightness in his chest as he cautiously retrieved 17 attack talismans from his pocket. Careful not to let the 3 black-clad cultivators see. He had witnessed Lin Xiaofeng's gesture, indicating the execution of the 3rd plan, just as the black-clad girl bent down to place the talismans on the ground. Yet to rise strike, Wang Qie quickly infused the talismans with energy and hurled them toward the 3 black-clad cultivators, causing a flurry of chaos. Other directions also unleashed a barrage of attack talismans, all at once raining down into the fray. You despicable scoundrels, you're not keeping your word. The 3 dared not linger any longer, braving the onslaught of attack talismans and desperately pushing forward. Once he released the talismans, Wang Qie felt somewhat drained. He took a deep breath, retrieving a spirit stone from his pocket to draw energy into his body, feeling a bit better afterward, seeing the hammer-wielding black-clad youth closing in within 5 steps. Wang Qie had no time to hesitate. He flicked his right hand, unleashing the asking heaven thorn to meet him head-on. With that cry, a head soared through the air. It was Lin Xiaofeng who seized the moment to behead the spear-wielding black-clad youth with a single strike. Wang Qie, witnessing the scene, rubbed his chest where he had been kicked, feeling no pain, and crushed his shield talisman to engage the hammer wielder. Brother Lin, come help me. The youth wielding the melon hammers had considerable strength. With a single swing, he shattered the light shield before Wang Qie, and he received another kick, sending him flying. Hold on, Brother Wang. Lin Xiaofeng charged in from behind the black-clad youth, and Wang Qie rolled on the ground to evade a hammer blow. The black-clad youth, now distracted, turned to confront Lin Xiaofeng, granting Wang Qie a moment of respite. Wang Shidi, utilize the defensive talismans to assist me. Simply entangle him and wear him down. I just witnessed that woman suffer 2 strikes from the talismans. Lin Xiaofeng found himself in an arduous battle against the youth wielding dual hammers. Fortunately, his extensive combat experience allowed him to narrowly evade the strikes after his shield was shattered. Wang Qie steadied the tumultuous energy within his chest, drawing forth a new shield talisman and launching an attack from behind the young boy, striking his luminescent armor and creating a shower of sparks. The young boy in black, infuriated, repelled Lin Xiaofeng with one hammer before turning to fiercely hammer at Wang Qie. In a single clash, he destroyed 2 of the light shields. Wang Qie quickly retreated, while Lin Xiaofeng landed another strike on the armor of the boy in black. The brilliance of the armor began to fade, prompting the boy to replenish it with another armor talisman. This delay allowed Wang Qie to distance himself by 5 steps, forcing him to join Lin Xiaofeng in their struggle. With 2 strikes, they shattered one of Lin Xiaofeng's remaining light shields. Wang Qie produced another shield talisman. Despite still having 1 shield intact, he utilized it directly, summoning 3 new light shields to replace the old ones, and launched a sudden thrust towards the boy in black. It was evident that the boy wielding the dual hammers possessed great power, but also required significant energy. Since the battle commenced, he had not ceased drawing upon spirit stones. Yet, with Lin Xiaofeng on the offensive and Wang Qie attempting ambush, their defensive talismans remained unbroken, leading to a balanced war of attrition, which only caused the boy in black to grow increasingly anxious. Yuan Mengyao pierced the chest of the girl in black with a sword before swiftly retreating. I will fight you all. The youth with the hammers, upon witnessing his junior sister grievously injured, hastily retrieved a vial from his robes. As he opened it, a foul stench assaulted the air. Brother, no. The girl in black seemed to sense impending doom and cried out loudly. The boy, undeterred, consumed the liquid within the vial, and in moments his body radiated a crimson glow, even his eyes emanating a terrifying red light, causing Wang Qie and Lin Xiaofeng to hesitate. Transformed, the boy in black, despite his previous weakness, now reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. He forced Lin Xiaofeng back with several strikes, rushing madly towards his sister with little regard for the attacks behind him. Moon Crescent Slash. Lin Winian aimed a strike at the dimmed armor of the boy in black, shattering it and leaving a deep bone-revealing scar on his back, yet that scar healed rapidly in the crimson glow, as if he had never been injured, and the boy's movements remained unaffected. Observing that Wang Qiye had only 3/10 of his spirit energy left, he could only call him a monster, quickly retrieving a spirit stone to replenish his energy while pursuing the boy. His sister run. The boy in black finally reached his sister's side. The girl in black clutched her wounded abdomen, tears streaming down her face as she shook her head at him. Sister, hurry, I can't hold on for much longer, surround them, that man is close to death. Lin Xiaofeng, seasoned and perceptive, recognized that the boy in black could not last long in such a state. Just as the girl in black attempted to leave the fray, she was intercepted by Zhang Yasi due to her serious injuries. You are being too cruel. The boy in black charged forward to shield his sister. With the three of them quickly surrounding the pair once more. Brother, you could have escaped. The girl leaned against the boy, her dress stained red, extending a pale, delicate hand to caress the face of the boy consumed by rage. Ah! The boy in black let out a heart-wrenching roar, instilling fear in all four who dared not approach. Wang Qiye observed this doomed couple, biting his lip, his eyes reddening, and the hand holding the sword trembled slightly. Thus, both sides remained locked in a standoff for 5 minutes until the boy in black suddenly erupted into flames, reducing him to ashes in mere moments. The girl in black cast a sorrowful, piercing gaze upon the others, surveying the area. All her talismans ignited spontaneously, and with a swift motion her soft sword slid across her own throat, causing her body to collapse lifelessly. Quickly, clean up the battlefield. Lin Xiaofeng was the first to awaken from the silence. Wang Qiye wiped the dust from his eyes, casting one last dazed glance at the body of the girl in black before turning away and following Lin Xiaofeng as they departed the scene. Chapter 46, The Secret Realm of the Five Caves, Part 9. Not long after Wang Qiye and Lin Xiaofeng returned to their hiding place, Yuan Mangyao arrived supporting Zhang Yasi. Surprisingly, it was Zhang Yasi who had sustained the most severe injuries. During the confrontation with the girl in black, she had failed to evade a blow from the boy in black, resulting in a dent in her chest despite the protective armor. How severe is the injury? Lin Xiaofeng inquired with concern. I can manage, thank you for your concern, brother Lin. Zhang Yasi coughed lightly and sat down cross-legged. Lin Xiaofeng approached a large stone blocking the door, peering through a crack to confirm no one was following. Then pressed his palm to the ground, activating the concealment array, which masked their presence. After Lin Xiaofeng sat down at the small table, Yuan Mangyao presented the spoils of their battle, over a dozen talismans, 230 spirit stones, a soft sword artifact, a spear artifact, and a pair of sweet melon hammers. 70 or so 10-year-old spirit herbs valued at over 1,000 spirit stones, and 5 iron-hearted orchids valued at 200 spirit stones. A storage bag valued at 1,000 spirit stones. I propose we give this storage bag to Wang Shidi. Does anyone object? Lin Xiaofeng initiated the distribution meeting for their spoils. Upon hearing this, Wang Qiye felt a sense of gloom lift, welcoming the rays of sunlight. Thank you, brother Lin, thank you. He reached out to accept the storage bag handed to him by Lin Xiaofeng, examining it with delight. Such a possession had once been beyond his wildest dreams. The storage bag, measuring 1.5 meters in length and width, and standing as tall as a person, was fairly standard among beginner spirit artifacts. Here, Wang Shidi, this is your share. 15 spirit stones, 2 iron-hearted orchids, 20 10-year-old spirit herbs, and 50 spirit stones. Are you satisfied? Lin Xiaofeng pushed these items towards Wang Qiye, inquiring. Brother Lin is fair, Wang Qiye replied, feeling even more content with so many treasures now. He beamed joyfully, carefully placing each item into his newly acquired storage bag, his happiness evident. Lin Xiaofeng nodded. Yuan Shimi, I will replenish your 13 spirit stones, along with 17 10-year-old spirit herbs. The remaining items will be evenly divided among the three of us, but you will choose your artifact last. What do you think? Yuan Mangyao nodded, ready to heed brother Lin's instructions. Well then, let us divide the spoils. As he spoke, Lin Xiaofeng divided the items into 3 equal portions. The spoils, amounting to nearly 4,000 spirit stones, were finally distributed, and each person wore a satisfied expression. Once everyone had stored their belongings, Lin Xiaofeng raised his hand. This time, we have exhausted our offensive talismans. I plan to cease our activities here and remain hidden until the secret realm's passage opens. Brother Lin, have you sensed something? Zhang Yasi inquired, her expression shifting. Yes, I fear future hunts may prove as challenging as today. We barely survived thanks to the abundance of talismans. Should we encounter a similar situation again? Escaping may become exceedingly difficult. Lin Xiaofeng's countenance revealed a touch of self-deprecating melancholy. However, each has their own ambitions. If anyone wishes to leave and hunt, I shall not force anyone to stay, but I must emphasize. Once you leave, you cannot return. Lin Xiaofeng's serious gaze swept across the group. Wang Qiye, already resolved to endure until the end, eagerly declared, "Brother Lin, count me in." "Me too." Yuan Mengyao nodded at Lin Xiaofeng. "In that case, I also wish to join." "Count me in," Zhang Yasi added, feeling somewhat regretful, but sighed after realizing her decision. "Very well, from now on each person will take turns keeping watch for 4 hours. I will begin." "Everyone disperse." With that, Lin Xiaofeng stood up first, positioning himself beside the large stone at the cave entrance and sitting cross-legged. "Wang Shidi, these are the items you left with me. Now that you have a storage bag of your own, quickly store them." Yuan Mengyao smiled as she presented the items. "I must also thank Sister Yuan for her assistance." Wang Qiye gratefully received the items into his storage bag, casting a thankful glance at Yuan Mengyao before surveying the others and finding a corner to sit cross-legged, cultivating to recover his spirit energy while contemplating his gains. 1 storage bag, a pair of boxing gloves, 2 30-year-old iron-hearted orchids, 20 10-year-old spirit herbs, 185 spirit stones, and 27 talismans. Reflecting on how he had toiled for a year on Qingzhou Peak to accumulate only 36 spirit stones, this trip had yielded nearly 2,000 spirit stones. Could he ever return? At the base of a mound, an icy beauty sat in meditation, clad in black robes and a veil that obscured her face. Her exposed jade hands and graceful figure sparked the imagination. Such beauty was complemented by her long, flowing black hair. "Brother Tang, is the rabbit soup ready?" "What is the hurry? I haven't added the seasoning yet." Tang Yi retrieved a jar of salt from his storage bag, sprinkling a bit in and stirring with a ladle. "He, I added a 10-year spirit herb, dew flower. It's great for beauty and complexion. You must let Sister Yi taste it first, understand?" The lecherous, portly man stole a glance at Yi Hansuang, who was practicing not far away. Feeling secretly pleased when he saw she was oblivious, there's movement. Zhou Yuxiang, who had been fixated on the rabbit soup, suddenly sprang to his feet and scrambled up the mound, peering out, and upon seeing something, he froze as if struck by a spell. "This week, junior brother Zhou, last time a wild boar also hinted at some trouble, yet didn't it end up in our bellies?" Xiao Zishuan said disdainfully. "Enough, junior brother Zhou, come down quickly, I will serve you the second bowl shortly." Tang Yi glanced at Zhou Yuxiang and noticed he remained unmoved, prompting him to call out once more, "Junior brother Zhou?" At this moment, the group finally realized something was amiss. 2 quick-witted individuals rushed towards the earthen mound, and even the usually stoic ice-cold beauty who had been practicing her skills opened her eyes. Upon ascending the mound, the two first noticed Zhou Yuxiang, who was trembling uncontrollably, and leaned in to take a look. "The skeleton mountain has arrived." These two assisted Zhou Yuxiang down, while the other 3 gathered around. "How many people from Skeleton Mountain have come?" "We see 3, one of whom is holding a compass, walking in this direction. Surely it must be a treasure for locating people. What shall we do, junior Sister Yi, since the rogues from Skeleton Mountain dare to come? They must be quite confident. Although we have 6 people, we should avoid confrontation. Retreat." The black-clad, veiled ice beauty spoke, her voice resonating like a cold nightingale song in the frigid wind. "If it weren't for the current situation, one could imagine others would be captivated by her presence. Let's go." Tang Yi cast a pained glance at the rabbit soup and hurriedly followed the crowd. "I say, where are you all planning to go?" 2 monks clad in yellow robes with a string of skulls around their necks blocked their path. Having traveled only 5 miles, they were intercepted, and among them, panic ensued. "What now, junior Sister Yi?" "Quick and decisive, let's charge together." Yi Hansuang glanced back, noting the 3 behind were still quite distant, yet evidently aware of the situation and heading their way, estimated to arrive in 10 minutes. Tang Yi brandished his hammer, leading the charge towards the man in yellow robes, while the others also drew their weapons, all aware that this was a crucial moment, their hearts tinged with trepidation. "I will battle you." The languid yellow-robed monk, who had been resting an iron rod on his shoulder, casually flicked his hand, wielding the rod to sweep upwards. The 2 clashed in a fierce confrontation. Zhou Yuxiang's junior brother followed closely, only to be intercepted by the sinister yellow-robed youth, who wielded an iron hook with a mocking grin. Tang Yi staggered back 3 steps, his hands trembling from the impact of wielding the hammer. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the Skeleton Mountain youth had not retreated at all and was engaged in a fierce battle with junior Sister Yi. Causing a wave of dread to wash over him, realizing he had been overpowered in strength, quickly he steadied his churning blood, took a deep breath, and swung the hammer once more. Yi Hansuang was forced back by the youth with the rod and retaliated with a whip strike to the back of the sinister youth, whose gleaming armor sparked with electricity, the sinister youth, using his artifact, drew a circle, forcing both of them back. Turning around, his piercing eyes narrowed, emanating a lascivious glint as he scanned Yi Hanswang from top to bottom and back again. "Little beauty, my name is Jun Nanju. May I ask how to address you?" Asked in the underworld. Yi Hanswang for the first time felt such blatant disrespect as Jun Nanju's cold, lewd gaze fell upon her like a serpent eyeing its prey. Igniting a mixture of fear and unease within her, she could only mask her panic with a surge of anger, retaliating with a whip strike. Jun Nanju, while sizing up Yi Hanswang, still had the presence of mind to fend off others. His iron hook combining with his other weapon, his free left hand caught the incoming whip. With a smirk, he licked his lips. "I hope when I play with you later, you can still act tough." Yi Hanswang pulled forcefully on the whip, but to her dismay, she couldn't retrieve it. Her heart racing, lustful thief, let go of junior sister Yi. Zhou Yuxiang thrust his sword towards Jun Nanju's neck from behind. However, Jun Nanju deftly locked his artifact with the iron hook. Seeing this, Yi Shixiang also advanced with his sword, prompting Jun Nanju to reluctantly release the long whip, sending the iron hook towards the sword in Yi Shixiang's body. "Little beauty, just wait a moment. Once I deal with these annoying pests, I will take good care of you." Ha ha! Yi Shixiang clashed with this villain but quickly retreated, suffering only the loss of a light shield at the front. He then produced a talisman from his pocket, activating it, and 3 luminous shields reappeared around him. Noticing Li Ergo was ensnared by Jun Nanju, he charged forward to provide assistance. While Yi Hanswang was flung out of the fray. Glancing left to see the skeleton mountain man with the rod Sentang Yi flying far away, the approaching Wu Shiji realized she was also at a disadvantage and quickly cracked her whip towards the back of the yellow-robed man. "Junior sister Yi, you should leave first." The 3 demon cultivators behind her closing in, Zhou Yuxiang rushed over, grasping Yi Hanswang's hand and pulling her away from the battle. The two sides had fought for 3 rounds. Lasting 5 minutes, however, the outcome was still undecided, and Yi Hanswang was thrown into disarray. "If we don't leave now, none of us will escape," Zhou Yuxiang urged anxiously. While Yi Hanswang cast a frantic glance at the 3 demon cultivators drawing nearer. Momentarily indecisive, seeing Yi Hanswang's reluctance to leave, Zhou Yuxiang gritted his teeth, shook off her hand, and fled alone. "Junior brother Zhou, where are you going?" Yi Hanswang was taken aback by Zhou Yuxiang's apparent betrayal. Unable to accept it, she whipped the skeleton mountain youth back, rushing to Tang Yi's side. "Senior brother Tang, junior brother Zhou has fled alone. What should we do now?" Tang Yi surveyed the surroundings, drawing 3 talismans and launching them into the sky, where they blossomed into 3 splendid fireworks. He turned to Yi Hanswang, gazing deeply into her eyes. "Junior sister Yi, run quickly. If fate allows, we shall meet again in the future." Without looking back, he too fled. The other brothers, seeing the fireworks in the sky, understood what had transpired and fought their way through the enemies before scattering to escape. "Little beauty, where do you think you're running?" Seeing the disciples of Beima Mountain scattering like birds and beasts, the youth with the rod turned his attention to the already distant Yi Hanswang and pursued her with all his might. "Hey, Mo Wohan, that girl is the one I laid my eyes on first. If you don't bring her back for me to play with, we will settle this later." Jun Nanju shouted at the youth from Skeleton Mountain, then immediately fixated on the not-so-distant Wu Shiji. Licking his lips as he chased after her, the 3 from Skeleton Mountain hastened their pace, each targeting a disciple from Beima Mountain, closely trailing behind. Chapter 47, The 5 Treasures Secret Realm. 10. Little Beauty. "Where do you think you're going?" Mo Wohan, wielding his rod with one hand, performed a few somersaults in the air, landing in front of Yi Hanswang, blocking her path, gazing at the veiled beauty before him, whose chest rose and fell with each breath. A cruel smile crept across his face. While Yi Hanswang glanced back, realizing that only the 2 of them remained, her fellow disciples nowhere in sight, causing her to panic slightly. Breathing heavily to alleviate the strain from her sprint, she slowly coiled her whip, cautiously observing her opponent. At such a young age, you possess the strength of the 12th level of Qi refinement. I admire talent. If you remove your veil, I promise to treat you gently. Mo Wuhan's eyes glimmered with lewd intent as they roamed over Yi Hanswang's figure, appraising her like a work of art. "Even if I die, I will not let you succeed." Yi Hanswang's pride, nurtured through countless flattery from men throughout her life, surged forth as an inexplicable anger ignited within her, overpowering her fear. "Even if you die, I can still have my fun. You must remember, your man is called Mo Wuhan." Mo Wuhan licked his lips, finding himself increasingly unable to contain his desire as his breathing grew heavier. Yi Hanswang felt as if her skin were being caressed by a venomous snake, sending tremors through her body. Unbeknownst to her, her teeth began to chatter in response to Mo Wuhan's advancing steps, and as he drew ever closer, she could only retreat slowly to create distance. Realizing she could not afford to remain passive, she decided to strike first, swinging her right hand to unleash 3 whip shadows towards him. Mo Wohan smirked dismissively, extending his right hand to grasp at the incoming strikes. Yi Hanswang fiercely lashed out the whip's tail, transforming 3 shadows into six. Mo Wohan reached out but grasped at nothing, surprised, and by the time he tried to change tactics, it was too late. He paid the price for his overconfidence. The 6 whip shadows spread like a vast net, ensnaring Mo Wohan's body. They coiled around him like serpents, and in no time, he found himself bound tightly, resembling a dumpling. Yi Hanswang, elated at her successful maneuver, transferred the whip from her right hand to her left, retrieving a willow leaf dart from her storage pouch. Seeing Mo Wohan's triumphant grin, she realized the danger and hastened her movements. The dart glowed brightly in her hand as Mo Wohan made a sudden move, prompting her to urgently launch the willow leaf dart. Suddenly, one of the skulls hanging from Mo Wohan's chest flew into his mouth. He crunched down on it like a snack, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he swallowed it, a red glow emanating from within him, causing his body to swell like a balloon, tightening the whip that bound him even further. As the willow leaf dart drew nearer, Mo Wohan inhaled deeply. Grounding himself with a firm stance, he arched his body backward, executing a headbutt that deflected the incoming dart. With no further reservations, his body began to swell gradually, the whip that coiled around him unable to withstand the immense force of his expansion, ultimately snapping under the strain. Mo Wohan propelled himself off the grass, twisting in midair to deliver a powerful punch towards Yi Hanswang. In that critical moment, Yi Hanswang finally regained her composure, narrowly evading the forceful blow by sidestepping, her entire being drenched in cold sweat. Before she could stabilize herself, Mo Wohan closed the distance once more. In a panic, she fell to the ground, kicking off Mo Wohan with all her might, propelling herself away. The little beauty, why are you so eager, so desperate to be intimate with your husband? Mo Wohan paused, having been halted by her kick, and now gradually returning to his normal size, he lightly patted the spot that had been struck, leering at Yi Hanswang with a lascivious grin. Lecher, may you meet a wretched end. Yi Hanswang, infuriated, felt her already heaving chest tighten with anger, her breath quickening as she noticed the glint of mischief in his eyes intensifying, which only fueled her rage further. Take this. Yi Hanswang swung her whip, aiming a strike at him. Mo Wohan merely chuckled lightly, sidestepping the attack. Yi Hanswang retracted her whip and struck again, only to have Mo Wohan evade once more. You cowardly cur, stop dodging. Yi Hanswang, exasperated, lost her composure entirely, oblivious to her own disarray. Sister, so eager to throw yourself into my embrace? No need to rush, first let me unveil your veil, so I can admire your beauty properly. As he spoke, Mo Wohan continued to evade while inching closer to her. Once he was within 4 steps, Yi Hanswang lashed out again with her whip. As the whip approached, Mo Wohan evaded once more. Yet Yi Hanswang's expression turned triumphant as her right hand flicked, splitting the whip into 2, one of which swiftly coiled around Mo Wohan's left foot, tying it firmly. Only then did Yi Hanswang exhale softly, gripping the whip with both hands and yanking backward with force, determined to send Mo Wohan crashing to the ground. However, to her astonishment, the other end of the whip remained completely still. Yi Hanswang could scarcely believe it and exerted all her strength, yet still could not budge him. Cold sweat broke out on her face, her heart sinking with dread. Could it be she had encountered a formidable body refinement master? Mo Wohan observed the myriad of expressions flitting across Yi Hanswang's face, from initial arrogance to current panic. Relishing the moment, with a powerful tug of his bound foot, he drew closer to the now pale beauty, extending his right hand toward her delicate throat. As Yi Hanswang was pulled toward him, her mind went blank, watching helplessly as his hand approached her neck, tears streaming down her face as she instinctively shut her eyes. However, as she fell to the ground, the pain jolted her awake, and she found herself sprawled 5 steps away from Mo Wohan. Yi Hanswang widened her eyes in disbelief, frantically checking her throat, relieved to find no gaping wound, her heart racing with confusion, when she finally glimpsed the object in Mo Wohan's hand. Her fair, aloof face flushed a deep crimson. A wave of feminine embarrassment surged forth, humiliation forcing tears from her eyes. Mo Wohan reveled in the sight of the stunning beauty, her tear-streaked visage presenting a unique charm. He gently brought the veil to his nose, inhaling the lingering faint fragrance, intoxicated by it, and took another breath, a sickly flush creeping onto his cheeks. All of Yi Hanswang's pride, accumulated over 17 years, was ruthlessly trampled at this moment. Her mind spun as the world seemed to tilt, feeling like a leaf caught in a tempest, utterly powerless against the fierce winds. This man had been toying with her from the very beginning. When a person reaches the depths of despair, what remains? Yi Hanswang, in confusion, reached into her storage pouch and grasped a dagger tightly. Upon seeing her produce a weapon, Mo Wohan's expression shifted to one of alarm. Wretched woman, Dare you? As he approached, his face altered in color. Yi Hanchuang's heart swelled with triumph. She had finally gained a measure of victory over this vile cultivator. He was afraid, with a clenched jaw and a malevolent smile. She plunged the dagger into her own heart. Damn you, you vile wretch, you deserve to die. Mo Wohan was a moment too late to prevent this act of self-destruction. His eyes blazed with unrestrained fury as he began to tear at the exquisite beauty's garments. Wretched woman, do you think this ends here? No, I will ensure your journey to the underworld is anything but peaceful. As he shredded her clothing, the lifeless body before him suddenly transformed into wood. A warning bell rang in Mo Wohan's mind, yet it was too late. A whip coiled tighter around his neck, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. He attempted to pull it away. It was a substitution talisman. Die, lecher! Yi Hanchuang exerted all her strength, yanking the whip, and a head soared into the air, her own body tumbling to the ground under the force. With bloodied hands, she covered her face and wept. Once her grief had finally been purged, leaving her with no more tears to shed, she took a deep breath and shakily rose to her feet. Using a cleansing spell, she washed away the bloodstains from her face and body. And in a flurry, she retrieved a garment from her storage pouch, hastily donning it to cover her exposed skin, and with small, hurried steps, she approached the headless corpse and kicked it with a sense of satisfaction. Summoning the storage pouch belonging to Mo Wohan, her pale, bony hand grasped it. She then extracted a fireball talisman and hurled it at the body, turning away without looking back as flames engulfed it. As she passed by the discarded magical tools of Mo Wohan, she seized an iron rod, placing it in her storage pouch. This could fetch 200 spirit stones without much trouble. Looking back one last time, she saw the corpse reduced to ashes. A wave of relief washed over her as she surveyed the scene, and she let out a few maniacal laughs. Feeling a surge of weakness, she realized that returning to find her fellow disciples was no longer feasible. Her immediate priority was to find a safe place to recuperate. With that, she turned and left the tumultuous scene behind. Chapter 48, The Secret Realm of the Five Caves. 11. Who dares to show themselves? Yi Hanchuang, now clad in a new black outfit, was by the riverside drawing water, her veil replaced after being burned. Gazing across the river at the dense forest, she stealthily reached into her storage pouch. Ready to spring into action, Sister Yi, it has been 3 days. I trust you are well. From the thicket emerged a figure clad in a black robe, adorned with the emblem of the White Horse Manor. You dare to return? Get lost, while I still have the mind to spare you. Vanish at once, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Yi Hanchuang, having calmed her earlier sorrow, glared at the newcomer with rare indignation. Indeed, this was none other than Zhou Yuxiang, the White Horse Manor cultivator who had fled first. Sister Yi, please do not be angry. I have something to say. Zhou Yuxiang, taken aback to encounter Yi Hanchuang here, felt a flush of shame for his previous actions. How dare you face the deceased brothers and sisters? Yi Hanchuang's fury mounted, and she turned her face away, refusing to look at him. Zhou Yuxiang, aware of his guilt, thought that Yi Hanchuang's escape from the clutches of those wicked cultivators might be an invaluable asset. I know my sins are grave, and I cannot argue. Every night I am haunted by the memories of our fallen brothers, and I feel profound regret, wishing I could take their place. How dare you speak? Yi Hanchuang declared, her eyes ablaze with indignation. Today had opened her eyes to the depths of human depravity. The secret realm of the Five Caves had utterly shattered her perceptions accumulated over 17 years. She had encountered the shameless before, but Zhou Yuxiang, usually a meek and timid fellow, had surprised her with his utter lack of dignity in the face of life and death. Sister, hear me out. I am not like you. I know you are angry, but the dead cannot be brought back to life. We must live to avenge our fallen brothers. Zhou Yuxiang spoke earnestly, even shedding a few tears. Wretched scoundrel, get lost. Yi Hanchuang could no longer tolerate this coward, pulling out 2 earth-spike talismans from her pouch and hurling them at him. As the 2 spikes hurtled toward him, Zhou Yuxiang chose not to evade. Bracing himself against the blows, Yi Hanchuang was caught off guard by his unexpected resilience, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. His sister Yi, do you dare to avenge our fallen brothers? Zhou Yuxiang wiped the blood from his lips and clambered to his feet, albeit awkwardly. Yi Hanchuang cast a disdainful glance at him. You, truly, the sun must have risen from the west. I know you harbor resentment, and I do not expect forgiveness, but my desire for vengeance for our fallen brothers is as strong as yours. Zhou Yuxiang coughed twice, likely affected by the earlier spikes. Yi Hanchuang, at a loss for words, sank onto the grass, hugging her knee with one arm and turning her head away, refusing to meet his gaze. Junior sister, senior brother has gathered 7 or 8 valiant heroes, all of whom harbor deep-seated grudges against the Skeleton Mountain. Like us, they have lost loved ones at the hands of those evil cultivators. Most importantly, these individuals possess the courage to stand before those malevolent beings. after much build-up, Zhou Yuxiang finally revealed his intentions. That night, Han Shuang indeed turned her gaze towards him, scrutinizing Zhou Yuxiang from head to toe. If you dare deceive me, you won't have to wait until the day the passage opens. I'll make your head relocate. Junior sister, how could senior brother dare to deceive you in this matter? You know well that I value my life above all else. Upon realizing he had let slip a moment of vulnerability, Zhou Yuxiang couldn't help but offer an awkward smile. Han Shuang nodded slightly, pondering for a moment. Lead the way, but if I am not satisfied. As she spoke, she stood up and cracked her whip sharply. I might lose control and give you a good beating, senior brother, so do not hold it against me. Seeing his junior sister agree, Zhou Yuxiang immediately displayed a confident demeanor. Rest assured, junior sister, please follow me. If our group cannot handle the demons of Skeleton Mountain, then no one in the Five Caves secret realm will be able to. With the conversation reaching this point, Han Shuang could not help but believe Zhou Yuxiang's demeanor held some truth. She exerted force with her feet, leaping across the riverbank, re-wrapping her whip around her waist. Lead the way. Junior sister, this way please. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Yuxiang took the lead down a narrow path, winding through for an hour until they stood before a rocky cliff. Han Shuang looked on with curiosity, and Zhou Yuxiang, understanding her expression, nodded before stepping forward to knock on the stone wall. Knock, knock, knock. After a long knock followed by two short ones, Zhou Yuxiang shouted, annihilate the Skeleton Mountain, in the coming year. The flowers will bloom even brighter. Who approaches? A crisp sound echoed from within. As soon as Zhou Yuxiang's words fell, the stone wall opened of its own accord. He gestured to Han Shuang. Night, junior sister. Please, having already faced life and death, such trivial trials could not intimidate Han Shuang, who stepped forward to follow Zhou Yuxiang inside. Just as the two entered, the stone wall closed behind them. The cave's ceiling was embedded with luminous pearls, providing ample light. Though not extensive, the cave was just large enough for one person to pass through. Zhou Yuxiang, why have you returned so early today? Han Shuang then noticed a recess beside the cave's entrance, where a figure sat in meditation. Mind your own business. Zhang Yuqing, Jeremy, are you in there? Yes, inside. Who is this? He. This is my junior sister, a true expert. From now on, I'll be looking out for you. They entered as Zhou Yuxiang, a bit carried away, spoke with pride. Zhang Yuqing seemingly disregarded the remark. Returning to his meditative state, the two continued deeper into the cave, passing through a narrow section that allowed only one person to pass at a time. After traversing this stretch, they soon arrived at a vast natural cavern in Jinjiannan, where his brother Jia, Zhou Yuxiang, inquired of a man in a white robe who was sharpening his sword. The man turned to glance. Zhou Yuxiang. Jeremy is inside practicing. How was your harvest today? Zhou Yuxiang beamed with pride, allowing Han Shuang to step forward, revealing her graceful form. This is my junior sister, Yi Hanshuang, a formidable talent. Jin Jiannan nodded. Fey insect. Jin Jiannan, pleased to meet you, Miss Yi. Han Shuang merely nodded in response, exuding an air of mastery. It is still early. Zhou Yuxiang, please find a place for Miss Yi to sit and wait for everyone to return tonight for discussion. Jin Jiannan, unfazed, resumed sharpening his sword after speaking. Junior sister, follow me. With eagerness, Zhou Yuxiang led her to a spot where he often sat, wiping a large stone with his robe sleeve before turning to gesture. Junior sister, please sit here. Han Shuang, without hesitation, decided to observe Zhou Yuxiang's true intentions. The gatekeeper they encountered earlier differed significantly from Jin Jiannan's demeanor. With this in mind, she sat cross-legged on the stone, beginning her meditative practice. As more people arrived in the cavern that evening, Han Shuang had long ceased her cultivation. Quietly observing the gathering, each person found a corner of the cavern to sit, respecting one another's space. A Gu Daoyu has returned. Quickly take a seat, now that we are all here. After Gu Yanqing sat down, the man who appeared to be in charge gestured towards Han Shuang. Everyone, today we welcome a new member, Miss Yi Hanshuang from the Beima Villa, who is Zhou Yuxiang's junior sister. Han Shuang stood and bowed slightly, introducing herself. Miss Yi, I am Jiarani of Fei Insect. You may call me Brother Jia. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. The man who seemed to be in charge exhibited great warmth. Fei Insect, Jin Jiannan. The man who had been sharpening his sword finally sheathed it. Wanjian Mountain. Gu Yanqing, the last to enter, spoke up. A robust youth stood, catching Han Shuang's attention, exuding a significant presence among those present. He seemed the most formidable, embodying the traits of a martial arts master. Yee from Chen Mahal. A woman cloaked in black emerged from behind a stone, her voice hoarse and her features obscured, leaving only the outline of her figure discernible. Had she not emerged, even Han Shuang would have overlooked her. A chill ran down Han Shuang's spine. This group was indeed not to be underestimated, for there were at least a couple of experts among them. She took note of the black-robed woman, committing her to memory. Shishan Courtyard. Wu Haning, a young man clad in black attire, stood Brandishing a spear, bowing towards Han Shuang, with a sharp gaze and an imposing demeanor, he emanated an aura of battle-hardened ferocity. Another expert, Han Shuang nodded, carefully observing this handsome youth bathed in the soft green light from the luminous pearls above. Could it be that Xishan Courtyard emphasizes martial prowess over scholarship? Indeed, the black-clad youth spoke succinctly, his words resonating with clarity. Han Shuang regarded him with newfound respect. It was said that those from Xishan Courtyard were often perceived as wild and reckless, their bloodlust awakening at the sight of combat, rendering them unrecognizable even to their allies. Based on their seating arrangements, it seemed the rumors were not unfounded. Jiaoren stood up. Friends, we gather here for a common purpose, to eradicate Skeleton Mountain. Therefore, as we have chosen this place, we must set aside past grievances and biases to combat the demon, otherwise, we shall all perish in this 5 cave secret realm. Missy, as you are new here, please explain the situation to her. The hoarse voice emanated from the cloaked figure. Regarding Skeleton Mountain, among the 10 who entered the 5 cave secret realm, one Qi refining expert has been confirmed dead at the hands of Feiyan sect. Of the remaining 9, for our Foundation establishment experts, and their leader is none other than the infamous Hu Zonghai, one of the top 10 Foundation establishment experts. The 10 Foundation establishment experts, Hu Zonghai. The Fire Fist, Han Shuang exclaimed in astonishment as Zhou Yuxiang had awaited this moment. Seeing his junior sister's face pale with fear filled him with a sense of elation, a thrill coursing through him. Jiaoren, taken aback by the beautiful girl's fright, was momentarily entranced, unable to look away. Is it truly Hu Zonghai? Indeed, Jiaoren, who had been observing the newcomer, nodded affirmatively. The atmosphere grew heavy and somber. A weight akin to a mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts. One might not care who the current senior brother is or who among the 7 fiends of Foundation establishment has risen to prominence. But none would be unaware of the 10 Foundation establishment experts. Each month, a segment in the Fei Niao Monthly is dedicated to these 10 individuals. To secure a place among them is a feat that inspires admiration. Most of them are destined for golden core status. In this ranking, if one fails to update their achievements within 5 years, they will be removed from the list. Now, these renowned figures of the Foundation establishment stage are present in the Qi refining battlefield, indicating their ambitions are significant. Among the 10 Foundation establishment experts, 3 are particularly illustrious, and Hu Zonghai, the Fire Fist, holds a prominent position, also known as the Tyrant. Hu Zonghai is known for his reckless behavior and eccentric temperament. Should one provoke him, no matter their influence, he would swiftly send them to the underworld with a single punch, earning a fearsome reputation. There was once a descendant of a god transformation cultivator from Skeleton Mountain who dared to challenge Hu Zonghai, boasting of their ancestral lineage, believing who would shy away from confrontation. To their shock, Hu Zonghai obliterated the arrogant heir with a single blow, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Hu Zonghai, now alive and well, has further solidified his record among the 10 Foundation establishment experts. Lady Yi, please continue your narration. After a brief silence of 5 minutes, Jiaoren spoke with a hint of desolation, having achieved the intended effect. The raspy voice resumed. Aside from Hu Zonghai, the remaining 3 Foundation establishment cultivators are, one who wields a ghostly-headed broadsword named Zhu Gui with a square face. His broadsword is typically carried on his back, making him easily recognizable. The second cultivator employs a silver-hooked iron weapon and is called Jun Nanju. He has a sharp, monkey-like visage. The third, known as Imo Wohan, wields an iron staff and is a robust figure, a master of body refinement. However, I have not seen him for 3 days and am uncertain what schemes are brewing in Skeleton Mountain. Mo Wohan, wielding an iron staff, a Foundation establishment cultivator, a master of body refinement? Yi Hanswang pondered. I killed a cultivator from Skeleton Mountain who shouted that his name was Mo Wohan. Could it be the same individual you mentioned, Lady Yi? Upon hearing this, the others instinctively took a step back, regarding Yi Hanswang with apprehension. Even Zhou Yuxiang, who had previously appeared at ease, now jumped up, retreating a few steps, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. His composure shattered. Sister, this is not a matter to be trifled with, he stammered. Yi Hanswang understood that even if she were to convince herself, she would remain incredulous. Even recalling the events of that day felt like a dream. She retrieved the confiscated iron staff from her storage bag and tossed it onto the ground. The others gazed at the fallen weapon, then at the delicate and graceful Yi Hanswang, momentarily at a loss, exchanging glances with Jiaoren. At that moment, Jiaoren wished to slap himself. He had impulsively taken the lead. The sight of the seemingly fragile girl transformed in his mind into a formidable serpent demon, bearing its fangs. Just a glance sent chills down his spine. If possible, he would have preferred to avoid approaching her. But the pressure of the others' gazes made it clear that failing to do so would not merely be a matter of relinquishing leadership. Steeling himself, he inhaled deeply, his legs trembling as he slowly approached Yi Hanswang. Yet not a single person mocked him. He gently bent down, grasped the iron staff, and with a few agile leaps, returned to his original position, finally exhaling in relief, bringing the iron staff closer to his eyes. He realized that even his hand holding the weapon trembled. Taking another deep breath, he feigned calmness. "Does it resemble that one, Lady Yi? Could you take a look?" The girl enveloped in a black robe extended a gloved hand toward the iron staff. Her gloved fingers probing its surface, her bare eyes scrutinized the weapon intently. The others followed her gaze, holding their breath. After examining it 3 times, she nodded solemnly. The group turned their wary eyes toward Yi Hanswang. Their vigilance heightened. Had the spiritual imprint on the iron staff not dissipated, they might have acted upon their suspicions. Jiarini glanced at Jin Jiannan, pondering, surely they wouldn't risk losing a Foundation establishment master over us insignificant figures. Jin Jiannan contemplated for a moment, hesitating. "It seems we have misjudged the young lady," he acknowledged respectfully, bowing to Yi Hanswang. "However, our curiosity compels us to request further clarification from you, Lady Yi." Zhou Yuxiang directed his gaze toward her. Feeling as though this familiar sister had become a stranger, it was a peculiar sentiment to witness someone he had known intimately now reduced to gazing at her heels on the ground. A mixture of emotions swirling within him. This matter is indeed extraordinary, and somewhat difficult to articulate. Yi Hanswang sensed their lingering skepticism. If she did not clarify now, she would likely remain trapped in this cavern. She carefully considered her words. "That day, the cultivators from Skeleton Mountain arrived at the Earth Mound to search for the 6 of us from Bema Village. I presume you are already aware of this?" She turned to Zhou Yuxiang, who nodded in affirmation. "I have already shared this with those present, sister. Please continue," Zhou Yuxiang urged, curiosity piqued. "Then I shall recount what transpired after we parted ways," she continued, the group attentively straining to listen. "I ran alone for 30 minutes when I was confronted by the Skeleton Mountain cultivator who called himself Mo Wuhan. After engaging him in combat, I realized the disparity in our strengths was insurmountable. He toyed with me from the outset." As she spoke, Yi Hanswang found herself at a loss for words, unsure how to proceed. The others exchanged knowing glances, their expressions confirming their suspicions. "Lady Yi, please do not hesitate to speak. I, Jiarini, swear by the heavenly path that I will not disclose a single word regarding you from the 5 caves secret realm, lest my heart shatter and my spirit ignite," he declared. Although Yi Hanswang had reached this point, Jiarini felt compelled to press further. Given the extraordinary nature of the events, which concerned their lives, the others joined Jiarini in swearing a similar oath. Yi Hanswang felt her cheeks flush with warmth. With a determined bite of her lip, she confessed, "The scoundrel seemed to revel in his cruelty, throwing me to the ground just when I had lost all hope. I miraculously found a dagger and, without a second thought, plunged it into his back, thus ending his life." After uttering these words, she touched her face, relieved that her veil concealed her expression, allowing her to breathe freely. Otherwise, she could never have uttered those lines. Although the others had their questions resolved, their vigilance remained unwavering. "Lady Yi, please continue," Jiarini urged, tossing the burning iron staff back to Yi Hanswang. His earlier nonchalance had evaporated. Replaced by a newfound restraint, the remaining 5 Qi refinement cultivators possess strength comparable to those present. Among them, 3 are severely injured. Their wounds will likely remain untreated before we exit the 5 caves secret realm. One has an injury to his right arm, another to his left, both of whom are bandaged and easily identifiable. The last has a wounded left foot and relies on a cane for support. Serving as the guard, the raspy voice remained unchanged, yet it was evident to all that there was a subtle shift in its tone. "Jin Jiannan, it is your turn," Jiarini stated calmly, his expression betraying no hint of joy or sorrow. Gone was his usual flamboyance. "Our strategy is to divide our forces into 2 groups, sending 4 individuals to conceal themselves around the perimeter of Doi Temple daily, hoping to seize an opportunity when the enemy dispatches their forces for hunting. The remainder will guard the cavern. We will take turns surveilling the Skeleton Mountain stronghold," Jin Jiannan articulated methodically. "I will take up permanent guard duty. Do not assign me to rest," Yi Hanswang declared. Knowing that even if she wished for a break, the others would undoubtedly remain unconvinced of her safety, "There is no need for such actions. We all trust you," Jiarini said, though even he doubted his own words. "No, I have made my decision. You need not persuade me further." "Very well, we shall respect your choice, Lady Yi," Jiarini sighed, finally aware of the sweat soaking through his back. "Our primary observer of the Skeleton Mountain brigands will be this esteemed lady." Adept in the 5 elements escape technique, Lady EE, please share with us the details of the Skeleton Mountain stronghold. The girl in the black robe nodded slightly. The brigand's lair is guarded by 3 separate warning arrays and 1 offensive array. As long as we do not trigger the warning arrays, we can silently evade the offensive array and enter the inner sanctum. The methods to dismantle these warning arrays will be explained shortly by the martial friends from Shishing Courtyard. Once inside, there is an open-air platform amidst the ruins where Hu Zonghai frequently resides. He occasionally ventures out for hunting, making his movements unpredictable. Aside from Hu Zonghai, the usual sentinels at the stronghold include Zhugui, with his ghostly-headed broadsword, and 3 chi refinement cultivators from Skeleton Mountain. Below that high platform stands a large tripod. These vile cultivators sacrifice 2 cultivators for every meal, resulting in the slaughter of 6 cultivators daily. At this point, the girl, with a seemingly casual glance, directed her gaze toward Yi Hanswang, noticing her lack of response, and continued. The truth was, Yi Hanswang had been rendered speechless by the horror of it all. Thanks to the veil, the others could not see her pale complexion, mistakenly believing her to be composed and steely in the face of adversity. If they bring back corpses from the outside, they would not need to slaughter the captives. If they find themselves short, they would resort to these living sacrifices. These captives are marked with spirit-binding talismans, approximately 47 of them, rendering them powerless as they absorb spiritual energy, their limbs twitching helplessly. The most tragic are the captured female cultivators. It would be better for them to take their own lives than endure such a fate. As she concluded, her voice noticeably faltered. They possess an artifact specifically designed to locate cultivators, but they disdain night operations due to their own prowess, thus making nighttime relatively safer. Most have been frightened stiff by the name Skeleton Mountain. After several days of propaganda, we have gathered this meager number of allies, which must surely amuse you, Lady Yi Hanswang. The sincerity in Yi Yi's words was palpable. Each has their own aspirations, she added. Nighty nodded slightly. The leader who frequently ventures out for hunting is Jun Nanju, wielding a weapon of exquisite craftsmanship. Each time he sets out, he is accompanied by 3 masters in the chi refinement stage. It is indeed shameful to admit that we have been lying in wait at this lair in Skeleton Mountain for 3 days without finding an opportunity, Jarani interjected. As long as we remain hidden near this lair, we have already achieved half of our success. Miss Yi need not be disheartened. To strike a snake, one must aim at it 7 inches. Once the opportunity presents itself, even the top 10 foundational cultivators will find themselves beneath our feet. Jarani was instantly reinvigorated by Night Yi's words. Moreover, that Imo Wuhan in the foundation establishment stage met his demise, did he not? Patience is key. The opportunity will eventually arise. The expressions of the crowd sharpened, their earlier despondency dissipating. The situation is precisely as described. Miss Yi Hanswang, tomorrow, you should accompany Night Yi and the others to familiarize yourself with the terrain. 3 fireworks will signal exposure, and everyone should flee. 8 fireworks will indicate that the opportunity has arrived. Remember that. Jarani nodded at Yi Hanswang, who returned the gesture. Still concerned, Jarani added, Miss Yi Hanswang may not yet have a clear understanding of that fiend Hu Zonghai. He is not one to confront directly. We must wait for him to leave the Skeleton Mountain lair before seeking opportunities. Among others, in the past, 2 skilled members of our Feiyan sect attacked that fiend simultaneously but fell beneath his fists without lasting even a round. Yi Hanswang nodded gravely. Very well, we have discussed enough for today, let us disperse. Perhaps the recollection of past sorrows had rekindled his melancholy, for Jarani appeared somewhat dejected. Yi Hanswang rose and bowed to the man from the Shishing Courtyard. Fellow cultivator, I hope you can enlighten me regarding the formations of Skeleton Mountain. Missy, there is no need for such formality. It is my honor to assist you, he replied. Please take a seat, and let us converse while we dine. Suddenly, Lin Xiaofeng froze, his face drenched in cold sweat. What is it, Brother Lin? We have been here for 5 days without venturing outside. Zhang Yasi rushed over to inquire. I hope it's merely coincidental, but I have spotted a demon from Skeleton Mountain. Skeleton Mountain, is that true, Brother Lin? Wang Qiye gasped. The thought of the man-eating rumors about Skeleton Mountain flooding his mind like a nightmare. It must be a coincidence. Do not frighten yourselves. We have a concealing formation. They cannot sense us at all. Yuan Mengyao, too, patted her chest, clearly shaken. But what if it is not a coincidence? What if they are coming for us? Lin Xiaofeng was now drenched in sweat upon hearing this. Wang Qiye's heart sank. He hurriedly peered anxiously through a gap. 3 miles away, a cultivator clad in a yellow robe, with a string of skulls around his neck and a circular artifact in hand, was approaching. Turn. Wang Qiye silently prayed. The skeleton mountain cultivator came within 2 miles but showed no signs of changing direction. The group now understood that the item in the cultivator's possession was likely a treasure for locating individuals. Leaving no room for hope. Brother Lin, what should we do? I will count to 3. We each flee, Lin Xiaofeng declared after a moment of internal struggle. The atmosphere grew heavy. The day had finally arrived. As they beheld the 3 approaching skeleton mountain cultivators, Wang Qiye felt an immense pressure. Like the others, he retrieved 2 talismans from his storage bag, activating them instantly, causing 2 gusts of azure wind to wrap around his legs and a layer of shimmering armor to envelop his body. 3, 2, 1, Lin Xiaofeng pushed aside the boulder blocking the entrance and dashed to the left rear. Zhang Yasi followed suit, running towards the right rear. Wang Qiye nodded to Yuan Mengyao. Sister, let us head straight back. They have already spotted us. Stop, don't run. The previously leisurely skeleton mountain cultivator, having spotted his prey, lunged forward with swift strides. After merely 20 minutes of fleeing, a figure appeared ahead of them, and Wang Qiye felt parched. His heart pounding like a drum as he and Yuan Mengyao retreated step by step. Suddenly, Wang Qiye fell to his knees. I beg you, if you spare my sister, I will do anything you ask. The yellow-robed cultivator, adorned with skulls, bore a mocking expression as he stepped closer. Junior brother, rise. The demon will not spare us. Yuan Mengyao brandished her sword, assuming a defensive stance. Oh, this girl is quite clever, but if you serve me well, I might consider letting you go. Jun Nanju continued to advance. Having crossed over, Wang Qiye had never felt such despair. The pounding of his heart echoed in his ears, his blood boiling in his veins. Consumed by a singular thought, please spare my sister, Wang Qiye bowed repeatedly, raising clouds of dust as his forehead began to bleed. Not a chance. I would rather die than submit to you, Yuan Mengyao exclaimed. Charging forward in a desperate thrust, yet her speed was met with swifter reprisal. With a single blow, she was sent flying, landing 3 steps behind Wang Qiye, rolling twice before coming to a halt. Seeing this, Wang Qiye scrambled to the feet of the skeleton mountain cultivator, grasping his robe in desperate plea. Please spare my sister, I will do anything. Get away. Jun Nanju kicked Wang Qiye aside, disdain evident in his demeanor. If you had the audacity to strike me, I might have regarded you with a modicum of respect. Spitting on Wang Qiye, Jun Nanju approached the now recovering Yuan Mengyao. Suddenly, he felt someone clutching his leg. Looking down, he found the bloodied Wang Qiye crawling toward him. Please spare my sister, I will do anything. Wang Qiye coughed blood, clinging desperately to Jun Nanju's foot. This clearly infuriated Jun Nanju, who violently kicked Wang Qiye, berating him. You little brat, do you think you are worthy of negotiating with me? Just wait, I will ensure you witness your sister's humiliation. After kicking Wang Qiye into unconsciousness, Jun Nanju turned his attention to Yuan Mengyao, his expression betraying admiration. Your junior brother's pathetic sobbing pales in comparison to your fortitude. Haha, curse you, I shall fight you, Yuan Mengyao cried out, raising her sword once more. Jun Nanju smirked, sidestepping her strike. As they crossed paths, a swift chop struck the back of Yuan Mengyao's head, rendering her unconscious. Who would have thought this girl was still a novice? Haha, I shall offer her to Hu Zonghai. What a grand achievement, Jun Nanju chuckled, his joy uncontainable. Oh, this brat has a storage bag too. Truly heaven favors me. Jun Nanju gleefully collected the storage bags and possessions of the 2, then inscribed a binding talisman on their foreheads before tucking them under his arms and heading toward the hideout of the 4. Chen Bailu, you have been remarkably swift this time. Jun Nanju tossed the 2 captives aside. Wang Qiye felt a piercing pain surge through him as he stirred awake, his eyes fluttering open. It hurts. Haha, Jun, look at this exquisite girl, she is still a novice, Chen Bailu exclaimed, presenting Zhang Yasi's head like a treasure. Yes, you have done well this time. I will grant you half the credit when we return. Jun Nanju wiped Zhang Yasi's face, scrutinizing her with a grin. What a day this has turned out to be. Thank you, Jun. Chen Bailu immediately bowed and expressed gratitude. Where is Xin Lincheng? Jun Nanju asked, glancing around. That he is yet to return. Lane Lu went to find him. In a cheerful mood, Jun Nanju sat down cross-legged. As Wang Qiye slowly regained consciousness, he realized he was still on the ground. He attempted to circulate his energy but felt a force suppressing him at his forehead, followed by an inexplicable weakness in his limbs. Junior brother Wang, do not use your spiritual energy. We are under the influence of a binding talisman. It will only backfire, Zhang Yasi said, wiping the corners of her eyes while cradling Yuan Mengyao's head. After a moment of stillness, Wang Qiye finally gathered enough strength to rise, witnessing the dismal state of his comrades, which drew him closer to Zhang Yasi's grief. He crawled over, embracing the 2 girls and weeping bitterly. Just then, Yuan Mengyao awakened, wiping Wang Qiye's tears with her hand. Junior brother, do not fear, death is nothing to dread. With a gentle smile, she reassured him. Sister, Wang Qie, comforted by Yuan Mengyao, began to sob even louder. Hey, Xian Lincheng and Lame Lu are back, Chen Bailu called out, and with that announcement, half the credit was claimed. Upon hearing this, Wang Qie raised his head towards the direction of Chen Bailu's call, only to feel his mind whirling in a haze. On Xian Lincheng's shoulder rested an object resembling a pole, from which dangled a headless corpse clad in a robe of the same hue as that worn by Wang Qie. Who else could it be but Lin Xiaofeng? Never had Wang Qie felt death so intimately close. A realization that momentarily dulled his sorrow. Xian Lincheng, take these three back as well. Zhu Nanju rose, turning first towards their lair. Very well. Xian Lincheng approached, placing Wang Qie's limbs upon the pole, to which Wang Qie clung desperately. Gazing at the brother in arms beside him, Wang Qie found the unfolding reality utterly surreal and insignificantly small. Chapter 50, The Secret Realm of Five Treasures, 13, Upon reaching the lair at Skull Mountain, Zhu Nanju unceremoniously dropped the four individuals, then turned his attention to the headless corpse on the ground. Striding towards the large cauldron still emanating smoke, Wang Qie cast a glance around, astonished at the multitude of cultivators present. There appeared to be over 40, not counting those clad in yellow robes. These individuals merely glanced their way before averting their eyes, yet the vacant stares lingered in Wang Qie's mind, reminiscent of miners who had toiled for decades, devoid of joy or sorrow. A thud. At the sound, Wang Qie shuddered, his gaze locking onto Xian Lincheng. The corpse in his hands had already become unrecognizable. Wang Qie trembled uncontrollably, for it was said that Skull Mountain feasted upon the living. A truth only grasped through first-hand experience of such terror. Zhu Nanju approached, lifting Yuan Mengyao and Zhang Yazi with one hand each. What are you doing? Release my senior sister. Wang Qie, summoning unexpected courage, suppressed his tremors and crawled over, wrapping his arms around Zhu Nanju's leg. Get away. Stripped of his spiritual power, Wang Qie was kicked backward by Zhu Nanju, who then leapt, taking the two women down to the platform below. Brother Hu, your junior has a grand gift for you, Zhu Nanju declared, releasing the two ladies. A sharp pain pierced Wang Qie's left thigh, where he had collided with a rock, unsure whether a bone was dislocated or shattered. Ignoring the agony, he hastened to pursue Zhu Nanju, but he could not stand, crawling in search of him, only to find the figure had vanished. Tears streamed down his face, unleashed like a broken dam. Senior sister, on the platform, Hu Zonghai, embracing two beauties, shoved them aside and stood intrigued as he made his way down. But if you two serve me well, you may escape death. Are you willing? Gazing at the two striking women, Hu Zonghai felt a stir of desire. After enduring such tribulations, Zhang Yaxi's psychological defenses crumbled, and disregarding her dignity, she crawled towards Hu Zonghai, clinging to his leg. I am willing. Hu Zonghai glanced at the curvaceous beauty at his feet, then at Yuan Mengyao, the newly blossomed young woman. Experiencing an unexpected thrill, Yuan Mengyao defiantly rose from the ground. You must be dreaming. Her words struck like thunder, leaving Wang Qie, who lay on the ground weeping, stunned. As the shock dissipated and he regained control of his body, he attempted to look up at Yuan Mengyao's predicament, but feeling unworthy to face her, he slammed his head against the ground repeatedly. Senior sister, woe is me. Senior sister, since you wish to die, I shall grant you that wish. Jump into the cauldron. Hu Zonghai's face twisted with wicked glee as he pointed at the great cauldron. This did not deter Yuan Mengyao, who, without a moment's hesitation, dashed towards it. Splash! Wang Qie, still banging his head against the ground, froze at the sound, yet tears and snot flowed uncontrollably. It was as if he witnessed Yuan Mengyao's resolute leap into the cauldron firsthand. Damn you! Just as Wang Qie attempted to prop himself up, the shame of facing Yuan Mengyao overwhelmed him, and he lowered his head in despair. Suddenly, he noticed a corner of a mask peeking from his garment. Was this not the Black Raven mask? Wang Qie reached into his clothing, retrieving the mask and donning it. Rising to his feet, miraculously, his injured left foot could support him once more. Hu Zonghai, I curse you. You are the spawn of a wretched lineage. Come here and call me father. What did you say? Hu Zonghai's rage ignited, and with a swift kick, he sent Zhang Yazi sprawling. His eyes ablaze, he advanced towards Wang Qie. Feeling emboldened, Wang Qie unfastened his belt, brandished himself, and urinated towards Hu Zonghai, experiencing a sense of liberation, perhaps the most exhilarating moment since his arrival in this world. Ha ha ha, my son is so obedient. Hu Zonghai had never endured such humiliation. The fire in his eyes spread throughout his being. You seek death. Stop! Zhu Nanju exclaimed in alarm, but it was too late. A bolt of lightning surged into the now fiery Hu Zonghai. who suddenly froze. Moments later, the flames extinguished, and he collapsed to the ground lifeless. This unexpected turn left the captives in a daze. Even the cultivators of Skull Mountain were momentarily stunned, unsure of what had transpired. Ah! As this cry shattered the eerie silence, Jun Nanju's head was severed by a whip, soaring into the sky. Annihilate Skull Mountain. The shout echoed alongside the bursts of fireworks, as several figures emerged from all directions. Go! In the wake of such chaos, none could process the events swiftly enough. Even the pig-headed ones were terrified, let alone the remaining 5 Skull Mountain cultivators, who immediately exuded black smoke and prepared to flee. Stop them! A youth brandishing a spear and carrying 4 short spears dashed into a cloud of smoke, while a burly young man followed suit. Knight Hanchuan, who had just slain the stunned Jun Nanju, took a deep breath and charged towards the nearest plume of smoke. From beneath the smoke, a black hand suddenly emerged, seizing a foot. The captives, fearing the battle would engulf them, scurried for cover, clutching their heads. Wang Qiye, having released the tension, felt his injured leg give way and collapsed to the ground. The cacophony of battle echoed around him, yet it failed to penetrate the void in his eyes. As the black mist dissipated, only 2 of the Skull Mountain cultivators remained, the limping Lu, who had injured his foot, and Shen Bailu, who was captured by Yi Yi and unable to escape. Faced with the onslaught of the 4 elite cultivators in this secret realm, these 2 lacked the means to retaliate. Within 2 exchanges, Lu was pierced through by a spear, while Chen Bailu was punched against a wall. And before he could hit the ground, a dagger emerged from the wall, slitting his throat. He rolled twice on the ground, landing at the feet of Jiaorenyi, who promptly kicked him back against the wall. Ensuring his demise, quickly, we must leave. Hu Zonghai's fiery fists will come for us. Jiaorenyi surveyed the surroundings, hastily urging everyone to depart. A figure lunged into Jiaorenyi's embrace. Brother, woe is me, the demon Hu Zonghai is dead. Shinshimi, dead? Jiaorenyi was momentarily stunned, unable to believe the news. How did he die? He exceeded his limits and was slain by a spirit weapon. The girl in his arms wept uncontrollably. Heaven be merciful. A heavy stone was lifted from Jiaorenyi's heart, and in a moment of euphoria, he embraced Shinshimi and wept. Knight Yi approached, lifting the sobbing pair from the ground. Jiaorenyi, quickly break the talismans for everyone. We still have 4 Skull Mountain cultivators outside. Only then did Jiaorenyi snap back to reality, releasing Shinshimi and retrieving the prepared items from his storage pouch, a talisman and a bowl of water. He placed the talisman in the water and offered it to Shinshimi. Here, Shinshimi, drink this dye. In 3 days, you will regain your powers. Shinshimi looked at him gratefully, drank the talisman-infused water, and her cheeks flushed with color. Jiaorenyi then approached Jin Jiannan, Knight Yi, and Wu Han, urging, come on everyone, let us hurry and distribute the talismans. The group received the talismans and began to pass out the talisman water to the captives. Even Knight Hanchuan, despite her exhaustion, assisted in distributing the talisman water to both righteous and demonic cultivators alike. This gesture was a true act of kindness, though it paled in comparison to the grace of the masked cultivator. It would not be forgotten by those who survived. To some captives, astonished that they could escape such dire straits, wept tears of joy. Having heard the tale, Jiaorenyi couldn't help but sigh at the mercy of heaven, which always provides a glimmer of hope. The group lifted the masked youth to the platform. His leg injury had been realigned and healed, yet the trauma of recent events left him in a daze. Resting in Zhang Yasi's embrace, esteemed guests, I am Jiaorenyi from Feiyan sect. Jiaorenyi straightened his posture, returning to the spotlight, and this is Miss Yi Hanchuan from Beima Mountain Villa. Jiaorenyi commenced introducing the captives seated before him to their benefactors, ensuring they understood whom to express their gratitude to in the future. This esteemed individual is the Wuhan Eagle from the Shishan Courtyard. This is Lu Dake from Changha Valley. This is Yi Yi from Chenma Hall. This is Jin Jiannan from Feiyan sect. This is Gu Yanqing from Wanjian Mountain. This is Zhou Yuxiang from Beima Villa. And of course, we must not forget our greatest contributor today, this young brother, the Black Raven. Jiaorenyi expressed heartfelt gratitude, recognizing that without the Black Raven, the heavens of the 5-Song secret realm would remain unchanged. Therefore, we plan to establish a skull removal squad in 3 days, consisting of 15 members per team, with 1 team remaining behind while the other 2 search for any remaining practitioners of Skull Mountain and seek the opportunities within the 5-Song secret realm for mutual support. Observing the stirring emotions among the crowd, Jiaorenyi knew it was time to ignite their enthusiasm further. Esteemed guests, after our deliberations, it has been decided that aside from the spoils contained in the storage bag of the Fire Fist Hu Zonghai, which shall be exclusively claimed by the Black Raven, the remaining spoils will be divided, with 4 shares allocated to us 8 individuals and the remaining 6 shares distributed among you all. Jia Daoyu is truly wise, 6 shares indeed a stroke of brilliance, 8 individuals a force to be reckoned with. Witnessing the cheers below, Jia Rini realized his plan had succeeded and commenced the spoils distribution assembly. Yi Hanswang secured Hu Zonghai's storage bag to the waist of the youth adorned with the raven mask. She gently brushed aside a few strands of hair from his ear. How is he faring? Zhang Yasi continued to cradle the youth's head. He remains unchanged. It is his own heart's entanglement, and he simply refuses to awaken. Yi Hanswang sighed softly as the events of that day were etched in the memories of all present. One could only wonder how they themselves would fare under such a blow. She rose, unable to bear the sight of this pitiful soul any longer. The Wuhan eagle approached, holding a storage bag. An iron pear flower, a Wen Tian, and a Ji Shuai. He handed the storage bag and iron pear flower to Zhang Yasi. There are not many items left in the storage bag. Please do not look down upon it. In 3 days you can join us to enjoy the autumn breeze. Thank you, Wu Dao friend. I am content to have preserved a life, and I shall forever remember your kindness. Wu Dao friend. Zhang Yasi accepted the items and performed a respectful bow. The Wuhan eagle hastily raised his hand to prevent her. There is no need for such formalities, Zhang Daoyu. If you continue this way, I shall be too embarrassed to meet you again. I ought to have returned the original items, but I am not in a position to make that decision. They were all too shy to approach. And I happen to be a bit more thick-skinned, taking on this duty. I hope you will not hold it against me. Not at all, Wu Dao friend. Should you visit Fei Insect in the future, I shall treat you. Indeed, I shall. The Wuhan eagle nodded, placing the 2 weapons into the black raven's hands. He glanced at the youth once more, opening his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately could not find the words. And with a resigned sigh departed. Jin Jiannan hesitated for a moment before approaching and offering Zhang Yasi a water gourd. Zhang Yasi accepted it, took a couple of sips, and then brought it to Wang Qia's lips, giving him a few mouthfuls. It's wonderful that senior sister is alright. Jin Jiannan's words carried a hint of nostalgia. Zhang Yasi capped the gourd and handed it back to Jin Jiannan. I suppose you have heard about the events, but I must apologize for my last disgraceful display. Senior sister, I admit, I would not dare mock you. After that day, when Brother Jia and I narrowly escaped from that fiend, I spent my days hiding. Not faring much better than you. Jin Jiannan chuckled wryly. Zhang Yasi tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, shifting her position for comfort, and turned to observe the bustling Jia Rini below. Scoffing, Jia Rini truly possesses great fortune. Brother Jia has a good heart. Although he can be somewhat ostentatious, he does possess some strength. When do you intend to step into the limelight, you cunning strategist? At this rate, he will eventually be played to his demise by you. Senior sister, such words are misguided. Brother Jia is truly enjoying himself. I fear that if one day I cease to play with him, he might find that more difficult than death. As he spoke, Jin Jiannan also cast a glance at Jia Rini below. Jia Rini, beaming with vitality, shouted boisterously for the next individual, as if he possessed boundless energy. Passing a storage bag to a practitioner stepping forward in line, and retrieving a handful of spiritual herbs from his own bag, Ojin Shimi diligently recorded details in a ledger beside him. With such prowess, how could he allow that fiend to remain so rampant for so long? Zhang Yasi finally discovered the chink in his armor and gazed at Jin Jiannan with keen interest. Jin Jiannan's previously composed demeanor shifted, revealing a hint of awkwardness. Senior sister, are you not intentionally mocking me? You are well aware of that fiend's notorious reputation, even if I possess 3 heads and 6 arms. Against such a powerful opponent, I could only kneel and beg for mercy. Who would have thought that Jin Shidi would also have his moments of misfortune? Zhang Yasi, seizing the opportunity, pressed her advantage. Reveling in the chance to strike while the iron was hot, ultimately Shidi must rely on sister for support. Jin Jiannan, noticing Zhang Yasi's current good spirits, flattered her. Little did he know that upon hearing his words, Zhang Yasi's expression suddenly grew somber. Resting her chin on Wang Qia's head, Jin Jiannan realized he had misspoken. Senior sister, you know my feelings for you have always remained unchanged. Zhang Yasi tightened her embrace around Wang Qia. Jin Jiannan, do you know, sometimes your feelings frighten me. Jin Jiannan sighed once more, rising to offer a formal bow. Please take care, senior sister. With that, he did not wait for Zhang Yasi's response and turned to leave. Chapter 51. Conclusion of the 5th Song. Secret Realm. 3 days later, the binding spirit talismans upon the individuals were finally lifted, and the oppressive weight of Skull Mountain was removed, no longer subjecting them to the pressures of survival. It was as if a caged beast had been set free. Observing the spirited crowd, Jia Rini divided the 8 commanders of Slay Skull Mountain into 3 groups. I must ask Lu Daoyu from Changha Valley and Yi Yi from Qian Mahal to lead one team. Ludek and Yi acknowledged their orders with respect. I must ask Wuda friend from Shishin Courtyard and Zhou Daoyu from Feiyan sect to lead the second team. The Wuhan Eagle and Zhou Yuxiang complied with a bow. Night Girl from Feiyan sect and Brother Jin, shall we three lead the third team? Naturally Jin Jiannan and Yi Hanswang nodded in agreement. Jiaorenyi, standing on the high platform, felt a surge of pride. For he had never experienced such glory within his sect. With fervor he addressed the three groups. First team and second team, set forth, each team shall search for 24 hours and return to the base camp for rotation. Our third team will stand guard. The first team will return after 12 hours to relieve us, allowing each team only 12 hours of duty at the base camp, thus ensuring ample rest. As soon as Jiaorenyi's words concluded, two groups of individuals dashed forth from the ruins, disappearing from sight in an instant. Jiaorenyi glanced at the few practitioners who were too frightened to venture out and turned his gaze back. The youth atop the platform remained slumped as if his soul had been lost, prompting Jiaorenyi to lament the capriciousness of fate, never imagining that this young man would become so incapacitated. He stepped forward, climbing onto the platform. Jiaorenyi looked at Zhang Yasi, who was feeding the youth, feeling a pang of envy. Zhang Shimi, will you truly not join us to enjoy the autumn breeze? I can find someone to carry this young brother, and you can accompany us to gather some spiritual herbs and medicines. Zhang Yasi brushed aside a few strands of hair. Brother Jia, I am weary. Jiaorenyi, still reluctant to relent. Shimi, look at his two companions, they are also in the team. It would be better for everyone to look out for one another. Zhang Yasi continued feeding Wang Jie. Ignoring Jiaorenyi, I appreciate Brother Jia's good intentions. Alas, I must take my leave. Seeing this, Jiaorenyi could say nothing further and could only depart with a sense of regret. With 5 days remaining until the passage opens, there remains ample opportunity to gather valuable treasures. Moreover, with the large number of individuals, particularly in the perilous area of Upper Cheng Mountain, where no one dared to venture before, the lack of caution now would yield even greater rewards. The eight had long agreed upon the division of the three most significant treasures in the Five Tsang secret realm. The first team would venture to the front of Upper Cheng Mountain. The second team would scour the Divine Wood Forest thoroughly, while the third team would explore the Blue Water Pond, which could yield treasures for an entire month without exhausting its bounty. Sometimes celestial fortunes present themselves, but if one does not reach out to seize them, Jiaorenyi could not fathom what Zhang Shimi was thinking should they encounter those four practitioners from Skull Mountain again. It would be uncertain who the predator and who the prey would be, for the allure of the four's wealth was incredibly tempting. The remaining days were spent in anticipation of the passage's opening. Each returning wave of individuals was met with joyous laughter and satisfied expressions, indicating fruitful endeavors. Each departing group hurried forth, anxious that any delay might result in fewer spiritual herbs, beyond recounting their harvests. Returnees also treated themselves, often bringing back wild game for a feast. While no one dared utilize the large cauldron, there were always those enthusiastic about cooking who brought along a large pot. The Wuhan Eagle ascended the high platform, carrying 2 bowls of meat soup. Zhang Daoyu, come and taste this special soup made from the red-billed kite, freshly prepared. Zhang Yasi gracefully extended her hand to receive the 2 bowls of meat soup that were offered to her. She set one aside and held the other in her hand, gently blowing away the steam rising from its surface. I have heard that some individuals are exceptionally skilled with a gun, and upon switching to an axe, they prove to be equally adept. Wu Haning, retrieving another steaming bowl of meat soup from his storage bag, also blew lightly on it. I must apologize to you. Zhang Daoyu, I had initially believed my cultivation in nurturing qi was quite proficient, yet upon encountering the 500-year-old iron heartwood, my skills have faltered. A mere scholar wielding an axe in this hiding secret realm is one thing, but once outside, I implore you to consider my reputation. Zhang Yasi brought the bowl of soup to Wang Qia's lips, feeding him a small sip. Your words are misguided, Wu Daoyu. I fear that this scholar's wielding of an axe within the hiding secret realm will soon become a tale of admiration. Others will undoubtedly envy him. Wu Haning took a sip, savoring the unique, rich aroma that delighted his palate, along with the subtle spiritual energy infused within. Indeed a precious broth. What is this compared to the treasures others possess? A piece of iron heartwood is merely worth 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones. I have heard that yesterday, at the Baishui Pond, Daoyu Jia and his companions captured a pearl the size of a billiard ball, valued at over 10,000 spirit stones. It is said that some among them have even seen a fist-sized pearl, and now their group is rumored to be in a frenzy. Zhang Yasi chuckled softly. I too have heard of that pearl. Jin Jiannan claims it was merely playing tricks on them. Perhaps that spiritual entity had just awakened its intelligence and, in a moment of playful whimsy, Led them around in circles. Alas, there are only 2 days left. A deep sense of regret settled on Wu Hanying's face. What is the greatest tragedy in life? To pass away with spirit stones unspent. And what is the greater tragedy? To arrive at a treasure trove, toiling relentlessly, yet before one can finish, the gates of the vault are closing. Those treasures are all mine. One must learn to be content. Earning 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones in a single day is a rarity. Zhang Yasi gently blew on the soup, bringing it to her lips for a delicate taste, sighing inwardly at its delightful flavor. Truly, this hiding secret realm is a place of exceptional talent and spirit. Having experienced a private banquet, I find no regrets in this life. Wu Haning, having come to a realization, spoke with a flourish. Zhang Yasi nodded lightly, brushing aside a few strands of hair from Wang Qi's ear, carefully bringing the bowl to his lips once more, feeding him a couple more sips. Wu Haning scrutinized the masked youth with keen eyes. Has this black raven not yet recovered? Zhang Yasi nodded gently again. Wu Haning expressed his regret. The complexities of love, how few can truly comprehend it, and how many can articulate their feelings, how much folly and how many sighs. And what pain does it ultimately yield? The original work De Zhu Wei Zhong is by Rinzhu. Plagiarism is strictly prohibited. Friends who appreciate these lines may search for De Zhu Wei Zhong on platforms to listen to more. When will we meet again? Today, I shall toast to this young black raven with this soup instead of wine. Wu Haning solemnly lifted his bowl of soup. Zhang Yasi mirrored his actions, and their bowls clinked together. Wu Haning, with great bravado, downed his soup in one gulp. Zhang Yasi brought her bowl to Wang Qi's lips for another small sip, then lifted her bowl to her own lips, draining it entirely before handing the empty bowl to Wu Haning. Take care, Zhang Daoyu, I shall take my leave. Wu Haning accepted the large bowl, casting one last glance at the foolish youth before descending from the high platform. Safe travels, Wu Daoyu, watching Wu Haning depart. Zhang Yasi picked up the bowl she had placed on the ground, taking a gentle sip. Still slightly hot. After blowing on it a few times, she brought it to Wang Qi's lips for another taste. As the final half-day approached before the passage of the hiding secret realm opened, everyone hurried back to the base camp. Once inside the treasure mountain, treasures in hand do not count as one's own until they are brought out. Only by taking these treasures outside can they truly be claimed as one's own. If one possesses only 1,000 or 2,000 spirit stones, then now would be the time to make a final effort. Perhaps there will be additional gains. Conversely, if one's wealth is substantial, the focus should shift to preserving what one has. This is the prudent course of action. Fortunately, the 8 generals of cutting through Skull Mountain still command respect. At this moment, nearly 60 cultivators were scattered throughout the camp, a rare occurrence where both righteous and demonic factions, laden with treasures, could coexist peacefully. They remain unaware that this moment is already etched into history. The atmosphere among those present was somewhat delicate. Everyone maintained a cautious distance, yet the usual clamor was absent. Even the typically loquacious Jiaorini feigned composure as he stood with the other 7 generals at the foot of the high platform. 5 days of bustling activity had proven too brief. Given more time, they might have indeed cleared out the entire hiding secret realm. Among those present, aside from a few who had opted out of treasure hunting, even the least wealthy now possessed items worth over 5,000 spirit stones. Jiaorini wished to speak, yet gazing at the treasures worth over 30,000 spirit stones in his storage bag, his rationality ultimately triumphed over his impatience. A single ill-timed remark now could lead to ridicule rather than laughter. The passage would soon open. Enduring this moment for the sake of 30,000 spirit stones was a torturous prospect. Regrettably, the 4 cultivators from Skull Mountain had not been encountered, resulting in a missed opportunity for additional earnings.